Today we start in beautiful Bucharest, our journey to the PGL Antwerp Major. It's day one of the Americas RMR, and this is where teams will be pressured to play against the best teams throughout their region and try and gain some very important slots to the major. There'll be cheers and excitement, but there'll also be some heartbreak as well, I'm sure. My name is James Banks, and I am your host throughout all of the RMRs. And joining me across the next couple of weeks, I got Blair, I got Prof, and we're ready to rock and roll, guys. How you doing?
I'm ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to go, man. Like, this is kind of the appetizer leading into the major taking place next month. So a lot of Counter-Strike, a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of CS, a lot of cool underdog stories, potentially some heartbreak, as you said, but probably some very cool storylines, exciting storylines, someone making that run that maybe we didn't expect.
Now, one thing we've got to talk about right before we get into the games itself is looking at how people can get to that major, because already you need to get your hands on these tickets, guys. They're already starting to run out. I believe Sunday is already completely sold out. You can scan the QR code just below if you want to grab yourself some tickets and join us at the major happening in May. It's not too long away, and now we do begin the journey this day of finding out how many teams will have a good chance of getting through and getting across, guys. Now, you were talking about teams that are obviously feeling this pressure, you know, how it all going out there. I'm looking, when across these ones, more to see the heartbreak, because I don't think this is clear cut, especially for the Americas. This region's pretty wild.
There will be heartbreak. There will absolutely be heartbreak. And I feel like, you know, we have a few favorites, obviously. You know, you're talking about Furious, Liquids, and all these guys, and you have teams where there's some pretty big question marks. EG comes to mind, for example. But yeah, it's a great opportunity for some of the more lesser-known teams here to actually surprise us, right? Some of the underdogs who we might be like, yeah, they're not going to make it. They could pull off a few upsets.
Yeah, I mean, that's a kind of the idea with Valve's new system, like the Cinderella stories, the zero to hero, like the teams that don't have any of these big slots in the big tournaments, they can show up, play the qualifier, play here in the RMR, and get to the major, right? So that is a very exciting part, especially for the Americas RMR.
Now, when we're looking at this, right, we see some of the names listed on here. We're talking about big names like Furia, you know, Liquid, Complexity. Do we still count EG as a big name, Blair?
Absolutely not. Like, listen, I won't lie here. Like, you look at all these teams, and if you're just coming in back to CS after like a few months, you're like, oh, EG. You look at the players, major winners.
Lock in for the top six, right?
Lock in for the top six, right? No, I think it's going to be a really hard battle for them, because some of these teams, as we said, some of them don't even have orgs coming in, right? They're hungry, and this is a golden opportunity for teams like this to pull off the big upsets.
Yeah, and for EG, it's like a do-or-die moment for this lineup. Even so early into it, like if you had the results that they had so far this year at the big events, and then come here and don't deliver, don't go to the major, that's unacceptable for EG, for the brand, and for the players that are in the team as well.
It's certainly a team we're looking at in greater detail across all of this, but we do need to understand some of the format and how this is going to be played out. So take a look at this.
Welcome to PGL RMR Americas. The top 16 North and South American teams will compete in the PGL studios for 5 days. The stakes? $50,000 and 6 spots at PGL CS GO Major Antwerp 2022. There are 16 seeds, and each qualified team earned a seed that will establish the first round of the Swiss format. So, long story short, seed number 1 will play against seed number 16, the second against the 15th, the third against the 14th, and so on. There are 3 essential rules to consider when establishing the mid-stage opponents. First, the current win-loss record in the stage. Second, the difficulty score in the current stage. Third, the initial seeding of the current stage. All elimination and advancement matches will be played in a best-of-3 format. All other games will be played in a best-of-1 format. The teams are not to play the same opponent twice in the same stage if possible. The top 6 teams will qualify for the major. The first place will become Legends. Second and third place will fill the Challengers slots. And fourth, the 5th and 6th place will earn the Contender status. Having 2 teams with a 3-0 record and only 1 Legends slot, the first and second place will play a BO3 decider to establish who is going to be a Legend and who will fill the Challenger spot. At the end of the regular tournament, we will have 3 teams with a 3-2 record, 6th, 7th, and 8th place, but only 1 will qualify for the major. Therefore, 7th place will play a BO3 against 8th place, and the winning team will face 6th place in a final BO3 for the last spot in Antwerp. Both matches will take place on April 15th. Let the games begin.
16 teams, 6 will make it through, and that's exactly how they will get there. But when it comes to which teams will have a chance of getting there, it's going to be quite difficult. We've got some interesting games on our hands today, and we're going to take a look at the schedule as well, because the schedule today is action-packed. We've got 2 streams running from you throughout the day. Now, we'll be starting off with Furia going up against a Leviathan to kick things off. But Blair, what game are you looking at as your key match today?
I mean, a couple of games pop out for me, right? One would be, you know, the Liquid lineup, who have been looking pretty damn good right now with Shocks, and OC starting to kind of become much better in this team against a Double O Nation who, in all honesty, they have disappointed thus far. I think that's a game for me to watch. And the second one is Pain Gaming and EG.
Yeah, the second one definitely for EG it means a lot if they pick up the early win, start rolling after having so many losses recently, get a bit of that confidence into them. But for Pain, like that is also the team that I see like being borderline in that top 6, right? So getting an early win on EG can also propel you into the bracket to get like some easier matchup.
Question though, boys. Question on this one. Would that be called an upset if Pain take down EG?
It depends on who you're asking.
Rankings say 45 against 46.
So it's very equal.
I think that's kind of fair, honestly.
Okay.
I think the complexity game is going to be interesting as well. Like, I think as a team, they are... Yeah, when this new EG lineup came up along with complexity, a lot of people are obviously signing with EG. Oh, EG's, you know, you got a major winner, Stu, and all these guys. Yeah. But I feel like complexity are kind of like the mix of the new breed of NA players. And you have JT as well. So yeah, that complexity game against I think Team 1, that should be a banger too.
Okay, for sure. Now let's start looking at this game that we've got on our hands here, right? Furia taking on Leviathan. Now Furia, things have been looking a lot better for them. Top 8 when it came to that last major as well. They should be, a sure spot for maybe the Legend status, at least making it through, right?
I'd be shocked if they don't make it.
Yeah, I think the Furia and Liquid are the only 2 teams that I'm like 99.99% sure that they're making it through. I think Complexity is also like very certain, but yeah, I think Furia, if they don't make it through, that would be a massive shock.
Yeah, especially like if you look at Pro League as well, I think the improvement Furia have had been incredible, right? They lost eventually in the semifinals. By the way, the semifinals run was pretty impressive. They had to take down the likes of Astralis, who were looking dangerous. Only team who took them down were FaZe, who's right now a top 2 team in the world. So Furia looking fantastic. K-Serata, Yuri, the fangs of Furia, as they like to be called nowadays. I think if they don't make it, I'm just going to be shocked, man. Simple as that.
And so should this be pretty like an easy stomp for Furia in this one, or is Leviathan got some magic that we don't know about yet?
I mean, that is what we're going to find out, right? If there is an upset of some sort, we're going to find out.
It's a best of 1.
It is a best of 1. Furia was just playing Pro League a couple of days ago. They flew in. They, of course, didn't probably prepare that much for this specific game. But they also are without their coach here because of the whole situation, the coaching bug. So the tactical analyst is coming in to step in, but these are also like so minor things that I don't see them being a real reason why Furia would lose this game, right?
But when we come to this Leviathan lineup, right, we don't know too much about them. We expect them to obviously have a lot of firepower within them. But I did see when we looked at Mayon's name in there, you know, we remember him when he had a little stint at MIBR for a bit of time.
Yeah, we do have a couple of players who, like Marin, obviously the best known guy, right? He played with Fallen, I do believe, and was in MIBR a while ago. He's been around for quite a while around the block, and you have players like Pank, who I've also seen play, in some Brazilian teams, so to speak. Yeah. But yeah, I think this might be the one team where it's just not going to work out against. Furia are the worst team you want to play where in the underdog. It's not going to give you respect.
They don't give the best team
Art's going to be in your
so
spawn.
They're not going to give this one either. Right?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Art's going to be in your spawn like 20 seconds in. What do you do then, right? So I feel like maybe on a Puggy map, we might find things a little interesting if it goes to maybe a Mirage. It's not going to be a Dust 2, we know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, just talking about this team, they have a lot of experience from people from this region, right? For people that have been competing in South America, in that regard, they have a lot of experience, but not for the tier 1 and playing against teams like Furia that are challenging for like titles, right?
Well, let's get ourselves closer to this opening game. Let's bring on Furia. Furia looking good there in that little intro video. Nice to see them back, their faces there on the screen now as they're getting ready. Now, one thing, right, when we looked at Furia before, when it was dropped, when Nvidia was still there as well, okay, some okay performances, right? You've got to look at the last major and say that was respectable as well. But ever since Safe's come in, you've got to say this looks like a kind of reinvigorated lineup.
When Safe first came in initially, I feel like they had a few teething issues with Safe, right? They didn't know exactly what role he needed to fill, even though he was a primary operator. They had to change a lot of things fundamentally, because Art was the IGL, the entry, the primary operator as well. Yeah. So he was doing all those roles. So it took a little bit of a while, but coming into Pro League especially, I think they've been looking incredible. Safe has been a safe pair of hands, so to speak. Yuri has been stepping up fantastically. Yeah. K-Star is the best player. Now with Yuri is the second best player in the team, they're suddenly looking really, really dangerous.
Yeah, I think K-Star's form over the last year is like low-key, like underrated even. Like he's been super consistent because of these like Furia issues, some of the changes that happened in the team, bringing in new players, Vinny drop and all of that. But I don't know. I think that firepower of those two players is insane. Just matching up with that is going to be difficult. Art as well, if he goes and finds those like 10 openings that he does per map when he's on, then that's super hard to just bounce back from that.
Well, let's see their opponent in the flesh. It's going to be Leviathan coming on next. Well, Leviathan are here to try and do their best against the best from the region overall. But you know what? At least you get the hardest opponent out the way first.
Yeah, I mean, kind of an interesting Argentinian team. The combination of Reversive and 1962, they've been playing for like 3 or 4 years together through these different Isrus lineups. And Mayern was also in the mix with a lot of these classic teams from that. What do you think? Inferno, kind of a surprise.
This is a bit of a surprise because Inferno is the one map I feel that Leviathan are pretty comfortable on. It's the one map they played the most, at least with this particular lineup. Yeah. And for Furia, it's a bit of an iffy thing. So I'm a little surprised Furia actually banned Vertigo, because I think this team of Leviathan have only played it once, I think. It's a very close game. Furia can play Vertigo very comfortably. So Inferno's a bit of a surprise, I won't lie.
Okay, well, Inferno may be a surprise, but I've got a better surprise for everyone at home. The guys kicking off our first game of the day here, it's going to be Scrawny and Lorna, so let's get over to them.
Yes, cheers, James. Thank you, boys. Thank you for the analysis. A bit of a, we got all the mind blowns, man. Nice intros, boys. This is the Americas RMR, the first PGL RMR for this major circuit. Inferno, Furia. I mean, that graphic came up, and I was a little bamboozled, man.
This is the one.
It's such a big room.
It's a big room. We got a lot to work with.
You know, we're gonna get used to it. I'm used to sitting down.
We're here in the $20 million studio, ladies and gentlemen.
We have legs for the first time.
I'm CoffeeZilla. No. Okay. This is the worst possible veto for Furia because it's also the only map that Leviathan play, which is really funny. They win it a lot and they play it a lot. It's basically their only map that stands out on HLTV. So Furia said, hey, we're going to take your best map and we're going to beat you on it.
Yeah.
Okay? We're going to walk into your house and eat your cake and sleep on your bed.
Pick you up and throw you out the window, man.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I like James' optimism, right? He said, get the hardest opponent out of the way first. So there's no doubting that in this opening BO1 of the Americas RMR, of the entire sequence of RMRs, it's an uphill battle for Leviathan. But it begins. Here on Inferno, the BO1, where Reversive holds towards top mid. Quesarado looking for his duels. I'm just waiting for this like confidence of Furia to start boiling over, but maybe because it's Inferno, they're gonna kind of hold off before they hit the gas. Keep it in neutral.
Keep it, yeah. Don't start with the car stuff, okay? No, you just got a racing seat. Here they're gonna kick it into third gear. G2 mid setup. We'll call it.
3 men holding on the cross. A little bit of apartments play too, but Yuri should have that locked in. If Yuri falls, maybe this mid setup gets compromised. And nice opening couple. Make that 3. 1962 starts to dismantle this A setup. Yuri will be able to hold off on the Palace push. So with that, it's not so bad. Low HP and the headshot to boot.
Oh, he
2v2.
knows. Wow.
Art's trying to come over, and like you said, he knows. He's got this guy locked in. Faxwall cannot get out of here, and he's got that bomb. So now that Art arrives and the distraction is served up from the little pit, it's going to need the 1v2 from Reversive to kick off this best of one.
Oh, he's trying.
He's trying his damnedest, and he's been given a bit of space.
Maybe he could score a plant. I mean, that wouldn't be too bad. Tries to get the kill. Yuri takes him out, and he could have gotten into the site, probably tucked in single box, put that bomb down. A decision he made to go for that kill, and if he had killed Yuri, to be fair, probably would have been on for the whole round. So worth a shot. 1962. Can we already say rolling back the years?
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
I don't know how many 1962 facts there are.
1962, year of the Cuban Missile Crisis.
I don't know if it's true. We didn't look it up, right?
We didn't look it up. We're trusting Dinko.
Dinko said it without Googling, so we're not sure if what he said was true. But there was that, and then I think Marilyn Monroe died.
Oh, well, cheerful start to the day, folks.
These are Dinko's facts, though.
Yeah, very optimistic guy.
Yeah.
Smoke spam, good for K-Serato's opening. Art's right here. That is money in the bag. 5 frags, 4 of which off SMGs.
How many rounds will this map be?
Ooh, that's a tough question.
Okay.
Because A, we know so little of Leviathan.
Yeah.
B, their opponent is so much more established.
Yeah.
And C, is Inferno, man. So, you know what? I'm going to give a little benefit here to Leviathan. Listen, I'll put a 16-7 on the board.
Okay. You think they're going to win by that much?
Furia? Yes, I do.
Well, yeah. I mean, actually, the real C is the fact that Furia have a 20% win rate on this versus some of the better teams they play on Inferno. It's their worst map by far.
I also hate that you asked me that question right before the first gun round. You know? Final chance to get it in. This smoke being very much disrespected in terms of the damage. Just great spam back-to-back rounds. Nearly drops a player off it, but they hold. Art's going to be on that. Okay, that second one's a little lucky.
Man.
A little lucky.
Yeah.
That one, a bit of a mistake in the double up as well. Art almost with the ace.
That's ridiculous.
But instead, it is Pank.
The fact that he takes those two and then just goes right into mid after that with a brand new gun, that's what Leviathan have to deal with right now. Most other teams aren't going to try that. I don't think a FAMAS can spray that well if you can see your targets. It's like Schrodinger's FAMAS, you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
The bullets are going everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
FAMAS in general is a topic of conversation. I think we need to buff the burst.
Yeah.
Give it its gimmick, you know?
I don't think I would use it if it had a 50 bullet mag, I'll be honest.
Okay.
Find me on a scout. Let's give it a shot, Pank.
But doesn't get anything from the B contact. 20 seconds left up and safe's posted down middle. So beauty of a 4K here from Art with the FAMAS to AK swap out. 6-1 to start off this CT side 3-0.
Furia are so good at Counter-Strike, like especially right now. Okay, because already in the NA region, even in 2020, they were decimating every team. It was like EG and them were basically the two teams going at it. But since then, of course, EG are not nearly as good, and Furia are even better. And there was a minute where we're like, all right, they should pick up Henny. This is my propaganda.
Okay.
And maybe Maui Snake as well. But they should go back and pick up Henny. Whatever it takes, pay him the money he needs to, get his brother as a 6th man, whatever. Whatever you need to do to get him back on the team. But then Safe showed up, you know, farmed the major with Pain, looked great doing it. Super up-and-coming prospect, great stats overall. And it's like, hey, you know what? Let's try Safe as the opper. And it's already working out so well. Also thought that Drop was an interim player who would eventually get replaced by some other talent.
Sure. Yeah.
Didn't really seem like someone who stood out that much. But honestly, I've seen only good things about Drop, in my opinion. Like, he does make a lot of right decisions. His aim isn't that flashy, but they don't need that. They don't need all that.
They don't need all that. They've got a lot. It's really cool as well. I think that, you know, Fury are kind of getting back into that form. It's a different version of them. It wasn't the very best when they came back from the COVID era. You know, the online phase. I feel like everybody in NA was so hyped for that Furia, and it kind of fizzled. But now we've got a beast on our hands. Oof. Yuri going to punish the Pank peek from the apartments. That one's down early. Just the pistols here floating around. You know, we've got one legend spot here at the Americas RMR on the line. I think that
We
a
got
lot of
one
the
legend in the server.
Yeah, the conversation I think is between Furia and Liquid currently. If I had to gauge the green room
How
at the
dare
moment,
you.
feels like everybody's sort of leaning that way. And I feel like justifiably Furia at the top of that list.
Yes.
And they're proving it. Just
Yeah.
making quick work of Leviathan here with the 4-0.
Every other NA team, there's a good argument for a roster change. Not for Furia. I could say that much. And they, they lost in Pro League, but they lost to FaZe, who won the event.
Yep.
And those are probably the two best-looking teams in playoffs. Honestly, I mean, Furia looked amazing. So no shame losing to FaZe these days. They just be winning tournaments, whole ass tournaments.
Great time to be alive.
All at once. Yeah. Born too early to explore space. Born too late to explore the Earth. Born just in time to watch Robs play on FaZe.
The double off play. Art with the deep peek, shoots, falls back. As he falls back, Arch, the second op comes in on the other side of middle. That's 2 ops peeking mid. The audacity. Leviathan into the 4 versus 5. Not ideal. And Art immediately to the other side of the map, catching 1962 at the top of Banana. Smoke immediately dropped in front of them, and this is just Leviathan getting hit with the brakes.
That couldn't have been better, because he's trying to peek before the smoke comes up. It's already on the way. Plus, they have banana control, player advantage. Quesarado slinking into his position in CT spawn just in time.
Good pressure.
But
I like that.
Yeah, he can't catch Pank.
Safe inside of the pit, blinded as well. So this pressure here is maybe his demise.
Oh,
He also has the apartment's help, though. Yuri, going to come back at that fight. Beats it. Dies out. Very much needs to be safe here. As his rotates move over. He's just such a nuisance. Mayor can't do really much about him. Good spam damage as he falls to 9 HP. Mayor not able to get any in the 1v3, and that is Furia on fire at the 5-0 start.
That was a big moment for Pank.
Yep.
He actually got all the way up in the graveyard. He had one in the halls, and if Safe is in the pit right there with a player right above him in graveyard, it's pretty much a checkmate position, but he couldn't get the kill in the halls. You don't want to see aim be the reason that they lose these rounds, because in some of these positions, they're just set up and waiting, and Furia are coming to them, and they're also just able to multi-kill, no problem. So, all right, quickly on fire are Furia. But back into the money are Leviathan, and Art will go wide on mid. And now
Again.
just right into ult.
Yeah, back
Kind
to back.
of recognizing their respect for him. No support on that play whatsoever.
Same as last round. Art then immediately moving over to the B site, but Drop's going to go for the peek. Well-timed flash. Reversive will bring it back. Art's here. Oh, didn't catch him from the sky.
Honestly, shout out to Reversive for swinging even though he was blind and got that trade.
Yeah. Forcing the fight.
This is so risky, but it works. My God.
He doesn't jump back as he wanted to, so why not just keep fighting? Why not keep winning? Toppling bodies around the cusp of Banana. We got a minute in the 2v4.
Make no mistake, this is absolutely no respect gameplay right now. I mean, this is pure confidence coming out of Furia, and they're hitting their shots. Oh! Oh, that's
Hold on.
nice. Yeah, I mean, this will spur on some rotations. I think they're a bit surprised about, I mean, completely walking up mid. I feel like I jump on any opportunity to make a fast rotation, but they have no idea what the map looks like outside of their own perspective, and Art has already met them here. Oh, man, over on A. He's just an apparition in their worst nightmare.
Kill after kill, but Reversive going to try his damnedest. 20 seconds and a very much separated 1v1. Yuri's on the angle, immediately drops him, and with 2 players up for Furia, they're going to get that 6th consecutive round win. Still, Art, dynamic. 2 rounds back-to-back, he goes for that ult mid-peak. 2 rounds back-to-back, he's immediately over at B. Reversive, the only player to try and put up a fight here this round for Leviathan.
There's that moment. And yeah, he comes for the trade. I mean, that was really good of him. But
Caught the flank
yeah.
and open B. Excuse me, A. Ooh, 30 damage, team knife.
A little handicap.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
That hit for 8. Am I correct? No, maybe not. I said
It
nothing.
may have tagged him.
May have it. You never know. We got the Rec 9s. This is straight up 5 guys running into the B bomb site. Art's here, but smoked off. Can't boost over, so we've got the 2 A1Ss in the back of this bomb site, just trying to filter these Ts into them. Quesarado angles as he chooses, as he pleases, dropping them all. Art, no scope through smoke. Why not? 7-0.
I guess this is one way to boost your Inferno stats.
Ah.
It boosts your Inferno stats because these are HLTV recorded matches. So
There's the angle.
they were at 20%, but now, is it Cefato Analistas? Is that how you say it?
I believe so.
Naughty analysts. They can't say that Furia are bad at Inferno when they're above 20% after
Look at
this
that
game.
recent
potentially.
win, you know?
It's very smart of Furia.
Not that I want to call the win at the 7-0 start, but
You already said it was going to be 16-7.
I suppose I did.
Why'd your voice crack?
Because I'm nervous, man. Little tack pause. Ooh, I like that graphic. PGL, very nice. It disappeared just as I brought it up, but you'll see it next time. There, thank you. How they won the rounds at the top of the screen. That's a lot of kills with no plants.
That sucks, because if you plant the bomb, you get lots of money.
More money than if you don't plant the bomb.
By a huge margin. Thousands of percentage.
But not as much money as if you were to win the round. Turns out that's the goal.
That comes first.
Deep nade, drops Fax Wall, 62 HP.
It's really tough. There's a lot of these setups. You can already see that if Leviathan watched everything for like 10 extra seconds, they'd get more kills. Oh, we didn't have a smoke there?
No. Smoke behind him, but nothing on the mollies.
Okay, either he didn't have a
It's
smoke
a player
or
in Balk.
his teammate didn't help him out. Oh my god, he just walked right by
Yep,
him.
Yuri.
Yikes.
Easy execution. There is this arch play, though, reversive. Again, kind of the guy who's
They're watching it.
tried to keep things alive, but also denied. Art's going to be able to end him. Yuri continues this flank, finds Bomb sitting in alt mid. Ouch.
Unlucky for them. They didn't really have eyes on mid, so Art's going to be fully prepared. Safe will see one inside a boiler. Will he find the second on lane? He does. And you can see he's just being very flagrant with the peaks because why not? They're winning everything. Another kill comes down. And this is the thing. There are a lot of easy frags for a Leviathan to get right now. But they probably don't have the confidence. They know that Furia don't respect them at the moment. And they're going as far as to, re-peek, peek down mid, re-peek with an op, swing super wide. And the call for Leviathan has to be setting up. Okay, this is where... Okay, he has a smoke. There's like no communication there. His teammate can smoke it. He can smoke it. I actually don't know why he continued with that flash off the wall when that molly was, rapidly
Killing
burning
him.
his shoes off.
Yeah, dying while he was dying. Art, not with the op, the AK instead, gets a little bit deeper. 3 players line up, and Art's going to nail them all to that back wall. Does die to the double deagle of 1962. We'll take those.
Yeah.
A little life, a little pizzazz here on this round, but obviously, for the time being, all for nothing, because as he gets his hands on the AK, we've also got this push from Safe, keeping eyes on the underground. Oh, and he's gonna, no, okay. He dodges death for now. Minute and 10, tell me how 1962 wins this 1v3.
I wish he had the bomb. I wish he had the bomb because his odds would still be incredibly low, but there would actually be a way forward that, he could figure this out. But he knows also he's going against Furia, who have just already pushed everything. I mean, they're literally thinking about knifing him at this point.
Well,
okay. So, yeah, step 1 was get the bomb back. But step 0 was, clear every single angle because Furia could have already pushed there, which sucks. 1962 has shown us probably the only highlights so far.
yeah.
Couple of good rounds.
Little moment by Reversive, I think, in that round.
Oh,
They
sorry, it was
almost
Reversive
opened
in
A.
1962. Yeah. No, sorry, you're right.
I'm a little surprised Mayern's currently at 0-9. I think, coming in with name value, Mayern, I was
Dude,
I was
we love
anticipating
casting
something.
Mayern.
100%.
Yeah.
My favorite condiment.
Yeah. Mayonnaise.
But right now, this one's dry. Flash, not this time, Art. He tries his shenanigans, gets denied for it. So we got a 5 versus 4 for Leviathan. We've got a little bit of life with this one. This could be the breakthrough. This could be their first T round win. This could be their first chance to plant a bomb. If they can work off the back of man advantage. They double back towards the A site. Currently CT split 2-2.
So the gap here for Furia is on Arch. Furia will come and try to seal that up. And for walking into place, if he gets one, just gets away, that's going to be annoying for them. Yeah, so, yeah, they don't punish the refrag. Now it's just instantly 4v4. Safe is still up here on the halls. Nade comes down. They don't punish once again. And Safe, oh, yeah, right, Safe. What a shot. Half blind. And 1962 fully dead, but the trade comes through. Op for op. Unfortunately, still a 2-on-3 situation. Fortunately, bomb could get planted.
Just the little margins. Fax wall, bomb planted, retake now on. We've got a smoke for drop. Gets across the board for the CT side and the double up on Boiler. This is late play from Yuri going back around towards Library, but Mayern gets iced out. 0-10 to start this. Faxwall looking for the 1v3 from the pit. Powerful position. Has K-Serrato through smoke, and now just turns attention back to Yuri, but that A1S is sharp, and he ends the hopes. We've got the plant for Leviathan, but still no round win.
God, nice try, man. There's just too many tough guys to kill. You see that shot from Save?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, I did.
That was ridiculous.
And what's crazy, too, is he hits it for, I think, like 95 damage on a wallbang right before getting this pressure. Oh, Krakatow! Just snaps it back.
Yeah.
Oh, beauty of a moment. And that, I mean, come on. Unfortunately for Faxwall, he doesn't get the nicest op shot of the round, despite that perfectly timed smoke shot.
Dude, when Faxwell gets a clip, I'm going to say, all fax, no printer.
Okay, sure. Are you getting that out just in case, you know?
I had it. I actually thought of it while that clip was happening.
Okay.
And then he lost.
Ah, the audacity
Yeah,
to take that from you.
I know. I'm not as selfish as he is.
Back to B, 4 players, top banana. Drop, getting ahead of the smoke, but no commitment just yet. Is Yuri going to get punished for once? Safe. Awkward timing. We've seen already somebody push past the apartments, go beyond Yuri while he was in this very room. Please don't let that happen twice. Oh, they line up. Oh, reversive jumping into the stream of damage.
It's just Tilt City. Frontside smoke again. The boost in spawn, of course, is huge. Will they throw their late flash? Oh, perfect smoke for drop to work.
But an answer. Mayern on the scoreboard. Dead instantly. Faxwall back to the clutch. Gets dropped at the very least, but there's still 3 CTs ready to swarm him. So instead of the bomb plant, he goes for the deep peek.
Jesus.
Movement's going to have been heard. Safe holds off for a moment, and as he doubles back, he now has Art to deal with in this little pit, and I don't think Art's position's going to be predicted. He doesn't think that he walked up in that moment, but sure enough, Art does, because Art does as he pleases. It's that jumping inaccuracy. You know,
Oh, man. That's such a... Oh, and then everyone writes fart in the chat. That's
Yeah.
my favorite part.
missed shot, so be it.
It's crazy because, like, yeah, he needs a target to be moving, going
Right,
crazy.
yeah.
He needs to be in a smoke.
That whole situation, too stationary.
Yes.
Too stationary.
It's too boring for Arts.
11-0 nonetheless.
Arts
Furia,
never camped that long in his life.
he lost a part of his identity in that.
Yeah.
Who am I? Goes right back to holding W down mid. No alt play whatsoever. There's a player back behind the sandbags, but the double tech 9s. That actually clears out this B bomb site, and it's going to give him a post plant. All 3 CTs starting to come on the flank, and Pank locked in to this position. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Oh my god. He did try to hide, and so he died. 1962 instead.
Oh, late flat? Oh, I thought they were going to... Okay, blind himself.
He gets smoked off as well from the CT retake. All of this coming in from the banana push. The wrap back around CT. Yuri's going to have to clear a lot of corners. Gets the drop down into the oranges. There's the peak, the denial, and the round win for Furia. 12 in a row.
Honestly, what a retake.
Yeah.
That was actually sick. That looked very hard to deal with. They tried to counterplay with their flash to go and peek banana since this was a 2v3, but Fury had already flashed themselves. They had 2 smokes in the retake. They spammed everything correctly. They mollied sandbags. So showing us that, yeah, it's easy for them to win this game, all these different rounds, but they still have levels, so they can try. They can push it to another level if they need to. And right now, they're not willing to let anything go. Tough.
Tough. Mayer got, Pank got pancaked on banana, dude.
Spanked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Banana pancakes.
Yeah. What's going on over? Oh, yeah.
Keep those hands warm.
I feel like he would do magic.
Would do magic.
He would do street magic.
Okay.
At another. If it was CS:GO, he'd be doing street
Sure.
magic. Yeah.
Pulling
I could
rabbits.
imagine him being on, like, you know that show where they try to fool Penn and Teller.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
sure.
I feel like you could see him eventually getting on that.
Well, Luckily, he's good at CS, so Art just right back to it. No trade potential on that one. Just a solo alt mid play. Deep smoke at the bottom of the mid ramp. I mean, everybody else from Leviathan just completely cut off. Poor Pank on an island. Not like a tropical oasis, just like a sand barge.
One with like a coconut you make friends with. Tom Panks.
That's funny. Art ready for the re-aggression. Faxwell's got it locked in. I like the arch play. 2 guys forward. This is just a decent split, but obviously, you know, what Furia have taught us is that even when they're losing sites, the retake is always so formidable. And Art just locks into the crouch position. Smoke will cut off his pit support. Oh, and Reversive through the smoke gets that position from Art. The bomb's dropped in the meantime. Yuri swapping over to the sidearm. 35 seconds in the 1v3. There's nothing more for Leviathan. 13 rounds in a row.
Are you going to jinx it?
I'm not saying anything. 13.
Yeah, don't say anything, chat. You know, say 16-13. That's what you should say.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's how you avoid it. Everything, though. Everything the way of Furia. Can do no wrong at this moment, it feels like.
The closest we got was Leviathan with Tech 9's rushing B.
Yeah.
And the reason that almost worked is because right now in their defaults, they're not watching anything. And then they get shot in the back, but if they group for 5 and rush, sometimes that works. Pank, this is the chance. Oh, don't be scared now.
He's got him.
Oh, is that Mayonnaise on the board?
There it is. His third.
Third,
His
okay.
third.
Okay.
He was already there. Now he's getting a little bit higher. Queserado pushing a little bit further. Saw the bomb with that as well on the cross into the bomb site, which he currently holds alone.
Oh, they have to decide if they want to fight Yuri or
Queserado.
Those are like the 2 worst enemies.
Ooh, it's a tough choice.
Oh, and he tries to move. The molly actually goes up behind him, and he thought it was going to be a molly that lands on top of second oranges that spreads first and second, but it wasn't. It was quad. He was safe.
You know, you brought up the Jinx, and
I didn't bring jinx about what?
huh? 16-13. Now 13-1. Leviathan have broken through this T side of Furia.
Yeah, I didn't jinx 16-13.
And it was the B site hit where we saw the Tech 9s previously succeed a little bit. This time, a little more sauce on it.
Yeah. Obviously, Fury are still pretty rich. You know, no matter what happens,
they're good
only
to go.
buy rounds.
How many kills can Yuri nab?
Yuri will get 4.
2 is where it
Okay.
ends. 2 survivors for Leviathan, 2 potential rounds for this T side. Final one coming at you now. And this is that point of the cast where we could say it could have been worse,
Yes,
mathematically.
it could have been worse.
100% headshot, though.
4 headshots out of 4.
Keep those numbers up.
Keep your crosshairs low.
Maxwell not going to find the op contact he'd hoped for. 3 players on Banana here. Leviathan. Oh, it's a world of hurt. The utility just raining down on them as Art pushes into the peak. Pank will find success in apartments. Safe's going to move this forward closer to Boiler. Crosses paths with a player in mid. Turns it back. Denies 1962. And drops Pank on the peak from Apps. It's only Reversive who can turn this one upside down.
Safe is nasty. Safe is so nasty.
And you can just hear them running all around. The confidence from Furia as this 14-1 looks inevitable. Oh, and he dies to the underpass hold. Art, huge play down Banana to just deny them any more success towards that side of the map. And that it is, a 14-1 half from Furia's CT side.
Must be so fun playing CSGO when you're Furia. This round actually, this showed how far behind, I guess, Leviathan are. They had no idea about this mid mid-timing for their banana control. All these nades coming out later. They were already setting up some of their counters, thinking that banana was actually giving up in the situation. Meanwhile, 2 HEs come flying forward, a car flash, and the retake entirely, and they're all caught with nades in their hands. So that's pretty much what it comes down to. Outclassed in every level in this 14-1 half. It wasn't one of the very rare close 14-1 halves that we've seen in the past.
I don't think anybody's coming into this game expecting Leviathan to win. Maybe we could have expected a better fight, but it's not as if they're stealing that legend spot from the likes of Furia. Not meant to be.
Reverse's got a few openings.
Yeah, he's given us a couple moments to talk about. We've got a player locked into the underground, and a 5v4 here for the CT side at start. Give us some rounds, you know? Give us something to talk about, because this isn't the last time we're going to see Leviathan. So we need context as this miner moves forward.
Yes, we have nothing to say about their CT side of Inferno.
It's all about the stats. You know, you get that 100% CT pistol round win. That's a stat. Those are numbers.
Oh, 5v3 is, oh wait, that's an important value. Where did Drop get that kill from? Okay, and Reversive is low. Backs up to Big Pit. Art has made his way into CT spawn. Did he find the leverage he needed? They're going to come and watch it. Oh, and they're quick. Pang, nice shot. 2v4. Bomb starts to drop back out into alt. Quesarado making his way up. And the rotations are now here. Will they search middle as a question? They will.
Oh. Okay. Nice, clean USPs.
Well done.
We got Leviathan with the pistol round win. You see, you don't need to plant the bomb. No longer a problem. Hit the headshots instead, and you're good to go. That's 2.
Gorgeous round from Leviathan altogether. Sometimes it can be hard to commit that heavily on the pistol with the mid push and actually get out as well. Sometimes you want to follow through because it's just that rotate back sometimes is where you die. But they found a moment to do it.
At 14-1 as well. Like, you really don't want to lose this round. And you're still taking your, you know, like you obviously you come into it with your expectations, play that CT side like the score is 0-0, and what do you know? Leviathan moving forward, but Tank with the UMP, Reversive's MP9 right beside him. Deep SMG damage coupled with the grenade works wonderfully. You know, get back some of, you know, blow off some of that steam. The frustration of the first half needs to be shed.
Have a banana.
A bottle of water.
Yeah, or an apple. 2 of the best fruits for gaming.
Yeah? Is that facts?
That's facts of Condi, no fiction.
Ooh. Zeus? By the power invested in me. No? Nobody coming? Art will wait here the entire round.
Yeah, I think he will also, he'll get a kill, right? Is this a certified Zeus position?
100%. That's not a 96-1.
Yeah.
That's a kill.
That's not a Hugo?
That's not a Hugo.
We're going to be gaming hard while we're here. With been playing CS a lot. I'll try to stream it. Maybe I'll stream some of the...
That's going to bait them in.
The talent games. Okay, there it is. Yes, he's shown himself.
Ooh, he's got 2 doors to choose, you know. What's behind door number 2? Tank. And he's got it locked in, so that's
to close that distance, yeah. There was some strategy involved there to make sure they were far away from him as possible.
This is the sweatiest Zeus attempt I've ever watched.
Yes. I was cheering for it, though.
I paid $200 for this, and I'm going to use it.
Dude, if you think about it, like, that's a lot of money, but in CS, it's nothing.
Yeah, sure. If I could buy a Zeus for $200, I probably would.
What if it was only 1 use?
I'd buy 5.
You'd be like a bee. I'd buy 5.
Gun rounds up from Furious. See if they can get that 15th locked in. Leviathan keeping some lesser weapons with this one as well. So try to earn back their chance. And hey, there it is. Continues with the ump spam. Gets the second. That's bomb dropped at the bottom of Banana. And the boiler peak spotted by Fax Wall.
That was actually the first UMP spray transfer in history. Nasty.
It's only Glaive, right? That was standing the ump.
Stanislaw also.
Stan the man.
He would always jump out of A apartments with the UMP, very underrated UMP player.
I'll take that.
But they nerfed it so hard. The damage fall off for distance.
Magazine's dry. Rotates moving over, and all of Furia trying to get into this B bomb site, leaving drop behind them on Banana. We've got more utility here as well. And also Art, the heaviest of hitters, 22 and 8 in this post plant.
Art just walks through, right?
Yeah, off of the reload. Takes that little bit of timing. 4 CTs inside of construction, trying to split this with the 2-2.
Oh, wow.
1962 getting the better of Art. Now it's only on drop. Spams into the first peek over top. Gets 2. Tries to transition that to the other Coffins player. And then he would have done a 180 pirouette. Clutches it all. We lose our... Didn't happen.
Shouts out to Pank for the UMP 2K in the beginning.
Yes.
Spray transfer. And it's the nerf was the damage drop off at range because it was just so strong because it was really good close up and then there was not enough drop off. So what he did right there is something that Valve tried to stop.
Can't stop me, Valve.
Can't stop me.
Can't stop us.
4 out of the last 5 rounds. Stats.
Numbers. Now we get the M4s, the 3 AK on Pank. Off on Fax wall.
What do you think his opinion is of Mixwell?
Mixwell, Fax wall.
Offers.
Oh, offers. I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
With like, you know, one's like the bizarro name version of the other.
Sure.
Right. So.
Smoke and a flash for me. Nothing there though. No information. Nothing lost. Nothing gained.
This is a position that Leviathan couldn't even surmise in their first half. Just getting top banana control in a 5v5 and waiting.
Yeah.
So just to contrast what we saw earlier on. And this is a lot of space. Oh, that's a lot. That's an
Great
enormous
timing.
kill. And they have info on the third player.
Yep, he's locked.
First oranges. Reverse tries to move. Nice shot.
Goes back. 2 more to take.
Ooh, well
Now,
done. Well done.
Drop had the cover of the wall, so difficult third one. But still, considering that your CT player got wrecked, considering that the numbers were there for Furia, not all bad. Posts his team into a decent enough position, but Faxwall is going to have to clear this close right position, and on that, the door peek comes through. His number comes up. He's done. And with that, Furia fight for 15. But Mayern coming back around from Banana. He's got the Incendiary to prevent them from peeking out from the back of construction unless they want to run through it. Doesn't have a smoke, would probably love one. And unfortunately for him as well, time is ticking. Gets the Incendiary out, sees the shadow. Can't get that immediate kill, and now the panic begins to sink in. There is no time for this round win. It is Furia's 15th.
That was such a nice post plant by Furia. The way they set up in con right there. Obviously, the play is behind the doorway, tucked in the corner. If Yuri dies, doorway swings, they get the kill, plus con control, which is a nice 1v2 spot. And if they win, they have a huge advantage in the 2v2. They can both peek from CT and Coffins, which is why we saw Mayern going through so much turmoil trying to figure out where to molly, how to hold CT spawn, knowing that he could get peeked from either direction. So, gotta love that idea. Executed beautifully, very simple from Furia. After pretty arduous B entry, there's 3 players. Reversive put up a huge fight. The call was good. They stacked the right location. They actually kind of put up numbers, but not enough.
Maxwell was so close to making contact with 2 separate players just there.
That's like us and aliens.
Oh, they know about us?
And we've almost probably seen them.
Safe gonna try to creep through.
Oh,
Instead,
man.
Mayern killed by
I
drop.
feel like they're going to forget about Safe now. Yeah.
Oh, poor 1962 in the open with a pistol in his hand. Flashed, dead, done.
Did they show bomb? I think that like 2 fast rotations over to B, running all the way down Banana. Queserado, I think, really wanted to fight, but he has the bomb. Maybe he can pawn it off on somebody else and take all the kills for himself.
CT's all behind them.
Yeah.
There's an element of surprise here, but they know about Faxwall now. It was a 2-man advantage, now turned to just 1, but a mandatory retake needed. The utility there, not the best. Single smoke and a flash. The contact to the apps. And all these Furia players just locking into their deep positions. forcing the retake to happen. Unfortunately for Leviathan, this was a massive uphill battle. They knew that the odds were against them, and even in this retake, not just the match, it continues to be the case. Drop, insta-headshot, Queserado also denying any further success, and there's not even time at this point. So Reversive falls, and the 16-4 to begin Furia's attempt at that one legend spot as they find the map win.
Yeah, Fury going to be, you know, the team that are the favorites in this section of the RMRs, and obviously this shows us great things. That was an insanely strong map from them. I mean, they showed everything from individual skill, the rights, adjustments. They showed they were actually above levels on places other than just individual skill, and that was kind of the most impressive part. Unfortunately for, unfortunately for Leviathan, we don't see why they could kind of top this group or why they could do a lot better. They have to show way more, and whatever level of preparedness they came into this with was pretty disappointing, especially considering it's the one map that
That's
they play.
the thing,
yeah.
Right? We're talking about Inferno as if like this could be their bread and butter. This could be their way in, and unfortunately Furia just kind of smashed them a little. Maybe Leviathan give us something to talk about once they're, let's say, with teams of their caliber, but this is Furia's beginning of a run that should take them to Legends if it's that, you know, expectation of them. Very confident play from Furia as well. You know, I think Art saw no reason to let off of the pedal with the alt mid peaks, whether that's on the op with the A1S. Down Banana when he needed to.
Yeah, the ops peeking flagrantly, re-peeking, and man, just talk about the potency between Safe and Art, bringing two totally different styles into the same team and making it work. He's slotting in just like Henny, which is really crazy to think about. And the stats, of course, for our Furia stand far above the collective stats for Leviathan.
The Art and Yuri show.
Yeah.
24 kills, 22 kills, both players above 100 ADR, and that just bodes well for their beginning here. You know, there was no real openings, I think, for Leviathan. Not even rounds where, like, they screwed up an advantage, really. One-man advantage. They go back to the A site, get caught by the peek through smoke. Just a tough one. And on Furia's, statistically, worst map.
Now a little bit better.
One bit better.
They got a little bit better.
One bit better, of course. But plenty of games to get through today, so let's waste no time. We're going to throw this one to the break. Launders and I will be back soon enough with this next BO1.
Let's go.
Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to €20. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
RMR Americas well underway,
Yes.
and we're going to keep things lickety split, all right? Action-packed day of Counter-Strike, lots of CS to get through. Up next here on the A stream, it is Case versus the Bernstein Bears.
The Berenstein Bears.
The Bad News Bears of North America. This is an interesting matchup just because I feel like, unlike our previous with, David and Goliath, Furia versus Leviathan, this one is pretty even of the pack, and this is where we start to learn like who's going to be competing when it comes to just those final couple of spots, as we expect, unless there's massive upsets.
David versus David.
For once. Two Davids. This is just a couple normies duking it out. Neither one know how to throw a punch.
Yeah.
It's whoever falls first.
Yeah.
You know somebody from the Bad News Bears.
Janji. No, I actually know
Momo.
I was his IGL for a whole season.
Yep.
One of his favorite IGLs. You can ask him. He is he's a player on the team who, like, when I played, he's a very mild-tempered. Just give you some background on Momo. He's a very mild-tempered kind of soldier who you can send out to a position. He'll never complain, and he'll 3K. He's kind of like
great qualities.
A bit of a Masuda.
Okay.
Actually,
Masuda.
Apex called Masuda a soldier, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's too much of a soldier sometimes is what he said. I think he said.
Yep.
Kind of
Makes
like
sense.
Momo. Put him in hard positions, he will take out the trash. On a bad day, he'll be a little bit quiet. He'll never get angry, but very talented kid. So
they could have their hands full, and the reason is Case are on a 9-match win streak at the moment against only Brazilian competition. But within that, they actually have victories over the likes of like Imperial. The Last Dance.
Yeah.
So within Brazil, these guys have a good hot streak rolling at the moment, but we never know within Brazil what that means when it comes to playing other regions. Now, this is NA, and we are talking about like the middle of the pack with the Bad News Bears. But Bad News Bears, they've got Sheikh Zula. This is one of the guys who formulates talent. He brought up Junior.
Yeah.
And for that reason, we're going to go ahead and throw into a little Case intro. Meet the players. Case Esports, now led by Steel. So as much credit as I want to give Sheikh Zula, you've got to mention Steel as well as being an IGL that's forming talent within Brazil.
Yeah.
And he's got the likes of hot prospect Honda, previously of Furia, with some other young guns as well around him.
I honestly, a lot of people, we have a huge respect for Steel as an IGL. Back when he was calling for Immortals, he's kind of bounced around in the scene, and not somebody that a lot of us have forgotten about, I think. Always felt like he was going to be floating around in the scene for sure. So let's take a look, though. Their competition, Bad News Bears.
Bad News Bears, led by Sheikh Zula. Now, this isn't a top 3 North American team, you would think, with your expectations, but top 5, undoubtedly.
Yeah, lots to prove still. Unfortunately, top 5. North America is at a very weak point right now. A lot of things seem to be up in the air. But for the teams that are outside of those top 3 teams, the big brands, that's an opportunity, right? That's a good thing.
That is. It's a good thing indeed.
So let's see if Bad News Bears can make a name for themselves here at the RMR.
Dust 2 is where this one falls.
Yeah.
I'm down with a little bit of Dust 2. I'm just hoping for headshots.
Yeah, this is, I think, a good map for both teams. So it's going to, I don't really, because again, it's like David and David. I don't really know if either team, wants to take it to a specialty map. This is a map that Bad News Bears definitely play. So I think they're quite happy to bring it to Dust 2. This could be a definite slugfest. And, yeah, 2 good IGLs in the server, man. 2 good IGLs who still can show a lot in their careers. So a lot of people have been waiting for Sheikh to get kind of his opportunity and for Steel to bounce back to a strong position. And honestly, a lot of the good practice for North American teams are the SA teams. So the play styles are going to be very familiar when we see NA competition going up against teams like Furia, like Case, like Pain, and all of these others. So at least they're used to it.
A quiet start. Sees 2 in mid with the top mid jump in that mix. Bad News Bears, CT side. Big question mark around Momo and Pluto, representing Pakistan.
Yeah.
Not a flag we get to see on HLTV too often, so very cool.
Yeah.
A little mix within it. And then there's also Swan, who I think is kind of flying under the radar as well.
Definitely.
Spongy and Sheikh Zula, they've been side by side for time and time and time again.
Nuts to butts.
As long as
Those
they
two.
have played. Not actually true, but we can tell you that tale. We can sell you that story. As Pluto becomes under pressure, he's got the support of the long peak, Swan and Pluto with headshots to start. So 5v3, looking good. It's only Steel who's able to answer. And he tries to fall back a little bit. Stuck in the no man's land with the P250. He taps away to no avail. It is Bad News Bears with CT pistol win.
Wow. Incredible stuff. Everybody chipping in. Such nice frags here from Bad News Bears. There's nothing special about what we saw right there. A little bit of mid control into long control into the A split, and it all gets shut down. They give it their best shot. It doesn't mean anything, okay, for Bad News Bears. 15 away from the victory, that's one thing, but it is just a pistol round, okay? But can we look at these shots?
Clean.
Anything
Very
to
clean.
say about those shots?
Clean.
Nice.
You know what they say, man? Float like a swan,
Sting
like Pluto.
like Pluto, right?
Something like that.
Sure.
Something down the line. Honda, who had one of the very best debuts of all time.
Not really.
No, not true at all. But he did have 2 really good clips, okay?
No, he got 2 aces.
The 2 aces versus G2 to begin his career, and we thought to ourselves, oh my god, another Zywoo, but it's Brazilian.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that tenure with them. Also, we have to consider at the time it was trying to implement Junior into Furia's system. Those two things kind of overlapped with one another.
Yes.
It was a weird time for Furia. They had a bit of an identity crisis, a role crisis, and then now we see them fix it. And Honda finds himself here on Case.
Honda's kind of like Kyojin with his YouTube career before. I mean, not like Kyojin actually like still uploads, and he uploaded like a frag movie from like his final tournament, his tournament win. I am Winter with Vitality, which was really cool. But Honda's frag movies on YouTube are also really sick. If you guys want to check those out, I was definitely using his crosshair for a hot minute.
Really?
It's a white plus.
Ooh, high praise.
Yeah.
High praise indeed.
And I was CEO of the Honda Peak Steam group.
Actually?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Look at you. Proper fanboy.
I mean, the Honda peak was real. He wasn't a well-rounded player by any means, just very sharp peaks, incredible aim, stuff to work on. So
stuff to work on and also improvements. Again, we were talking about his debut. I remember when he had to play Nuke versus G2. He was just stomping around, making sound, very predictable, and just looked uncomfortable. We saw improvements over time. And he's looking to prove that value yet again. But this one gets swept under the rug and then some. Vacuumed up as they try to peek around the catwalk. It is 0 casualties for the Bad News Bears, which is good news.
yes, for North America, for this team, for Bad News Bears supporters who want to send them to the moon. All Bad News Bears supporters want to send Bad News Bears to the moon.
To the moon.
And not via Blue Origin. They want to do it figuratively.
Okay. Yes.
In terms of stock.
I got you. I got you.
But not real money.
Fast peek. Fast Zin is out. Oh, and he gets across as well.
Oh, the molly. Okay, the nade will finish.
Momo nade's got it. Yep. Dunked on. However, took a little bit of time and attention away from the actual A site, so now Swan should be expecting this contact. Gets away from the initial engagement on 74 HP, but the headshot from Yeps. Fast flank from Pluto. Thomas on Honda. Denied.
God damn.
Honda turns it around, gets the headshot, and establishes a comfortable 4 versus 2. We've still got Momo on the long cross, and we've got Spongy down in the CT spawn. Going to be very difficult for him to fight his way out of there, but at least everybody on this bomb site could have been sectioned off prior to that flank coming through.
Oh, they're
and
all
now
so low.
it's all locked in. Case with an opening round win, 1-2.
Damn, that was so many there was like so many tipping situations that could have sent that back the other way, but the aim from all the players on Case just as sharp. As much as a headshot's impressive, this accuracy with the AK is even more so. Very important for Honda. Those players. And they put it down nice and simple. Gotta love how flexible they were. After long control goes a certain way, they squeeze for Cat. They see that also Bad News Bears play heavy long in the beginning, meaning there's only 5 players on the server. They can't be on Cat as well. Once they squeeze for that information, they're rewarded.
Do you remember the day that Pluto got declassified as a planet?
It's not a planet, yeah, because I think, why? Because it's evaporating, or
I don't know.
Climate change?
I remember the day the teachers told us.
Yeah, and
It's
they were
not
like
a planet anymore.
crying, and I was like, why are you crying? It's like not alive.
I love planets.
So is it an asteroid, or?
I'm not sure, man. It's a rock.
But there is like a Pluto movement, right? Like always a planet to me kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I would join that movement, I think.
Can't take this from us.
I don't think we need less planets.
Case working up through the A-Cat. Nothing's going to stop him here. Sheikh Zula, USP. Best of luck, brother. But the headshot of RCF is going to alleviate any level of pressure that could have been there. Anchor from fast in and mid. It's good. Case, looking to tie up early. But as expected versus measly pistols. It's really just the damage we want to minimize, and so far so good. Pit player? No. Lesser weapons, just too much of a hurdle.
Because there's only like 9, right?
Don't ask me that.
I actually forgot. I used to have them all hung up in my room. Like planets from strings.
Girls go to Jupiter to get more. Yeah, classic.
Okay. I didn't know that song.
No?
No. Oh, to get more stupider.
Yeah, I didn't say it.
Well, I just finished the lyric that you put into my head.
Okay. So see, it's one of those things that you know by default.
Yeah.
Which, that song has no place in our hearts.
You want to talk about default? How about a B default?
Let's see it. A little bit of a lean. Ooh, confirmation.
Uh-oh.
Not ideal. Oh!
Whoa!
What?
Okay, Honda.
What is that?
That's Honda peak.
A little minute flick, a little bop. Smoked, Spongy, soak that up. You've got to bask in that one for a moment because, I mean, the fumble of the grenade immediately from Spongy, you know he feels awkward in that situation, and then you think he's going to get it recovered because the door player takes the initial fight, but Honda says nope. Very nice entry from Honda, and that's why we look to him to kind of be that impact from Case. He's got the most experience in terms of international Counter-Strike, barring Steel, and big moment, big impact.
Ooh, what a clear.
3 weapons to be saved, now cut down to 2, and Sheikh Zula's not in a comfortable spot.
I can't chase this, so.
They'll hold. 1 op, 1 A1S. And 1 more round for Case as they now lead this T-side 3-2.
Yeah, it all comes down to the pure entry power of Honda. Parking his butt in the B side of Dust 2. Look at this. Oh my god, it's so fast.
The fact that the first one's that quick.
He went back to kill the guy again. He flicked back to kill the guy twice.
Kill him twice.
He showed up at his funeral just to make sure he was dead.
Wow. That was nice. I mean, if that first kill isn't essentially first bullet, Spongy gets the kill. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Maybe locks it in.
Yes.
I mean, it's just the fact that that first, just a bop into the beep.
Yeah. You're watching too much XQC.
Sorry.
Okay.
Just sound, it's been a very lonely 5 weeks.
Put the juice box down. Good.
Case. Good start. And unfortunately for Bad News Bears, no more weapons, barring what they saved in the prior. But they're going to try to employ it nicely here towards Cat. Nothing here, unfortunately. It's just all in long from Bad News Bear. Case.
I made a video about this exact situation today.
How to deal with long A pressure.
How to deal with long A pressure. Okay, so CT's organizing around this. Now, the first thing you look at, if you're on CT side, well, for I guess the fact that they only have 2 guns, that sucks. But utility would have been a big factor, especially impact grenades. They don't have any of that, so they'll have to play a little bit more aggressively when they see these smokes, or they can set up to save if they don't want to commit the op. Now, the mollies come down. They don't have much counter utility. Kind of playing half in, half out right now, but the smokes will be up in a second.
Yeah, they're
And
fishing.
they found a way to sneak back into the back of defaults. Now, this could have been heard, but there's an op behind it with the smoke up as well. And they'll slowly pick them off in CT spawn. Still a chance here for Swan, however.
Oh, they're just leaving that hook out there.
I mean, they still actually
30
have...
seconds.
They have this outpost with the USP behind default, but then he goes down.
Yep. And with that, there's a trade. Shake Zula
Bomb
drops
goes
the
down.
bomb. Swan still locked in behind boxes. Spongy with the USP kill. That could be the X factor. That's massive for him.
Bomb gets grabbed.
Swan's going to have to worry about the support of Steel on the ramp itself on top of Honda's bomb plant, which is now done. So gun back out. Honda's able to jump into the position. Swan has found no impact so far here. And Shake Zula is just trying to draw the attention away. Now that op posted gets its kill, but Spongy also dies. And knowing that this player's in the corner, we get the jump up from Steel to lock it in. He is the X factor to end it. 2 kills for him in that retake attempt.
Okay. It's a very hard...
Done.
It's a very hard line to ride, what Swan was doing. They're on elbow. And all those moments where he's not dying, he's applying pressure because they know he exists. They know he has an op. And they're waiting for him to peek. And the more he doesn't peek, it's actually great. But there is a window where he needs to find it, where they don't want to sit on default. They jump off the ramp, and he's trying to find that. Maybe a little bit too slow, considering his teammates are the pawns around him that he's going to try to use to find the opening, and never really went for that opening engagement. Obviously, easier said than done, but that could have made a difference there. However, they make a few guns go very far. CT trays come out on this following round. Long control gets shut down completely.
Yeah, back into the gun rounds, right? It's been a bit of a brutal journey here as Bad News Bears were wounded. In that last one, just the 2 weapons. This was the double op setup with an early mid pick down mid. Pluto finding his 2nd kill of the map by way of opening frag. Honda just shaving him off, seeing a sliver of leg.
Oh, it's kind of scary, you know. 2 CTs long control, 1 inside the B site. So I think Case can kind of smell an opening. Player on top of car. Oh, Spongy's getting hurt. He goes up top. He's not winning his duel.
No, this is a bit...
Oh, he gets out. Wow, very fortunate to do so. I don't know if that's his own smoke. I think it might have been. Quick thinking from him.
A little shady, a little shaky.
But they're pushed out of B right now. I mean, 22 health on Shake Zula, and suddenly it's a retake.
Yeah.
How did Case pull this off?
Seems oddly winnable. Honda's mid pressure with the op kept the players at A so far away. Spongy kind of dropping a little bit of damage. Oh, Swan takes that with the USP. But look at the health here. The CTs are so close to death, but Spongy doubling up with Shake Zula.
Nicely done.
It was that 3rd player that was unknown, right? Was it 2 mid or was it 2 tunnels? And Shake Zula stuck to the tunnels player. The fact that the USP comes through on the mid kill, Honda hit that shot.
Yeah. Yeah, very awkward situation. Starts off amazingly well for Bad News Bears. I think the reason why this even looks competitive is, of course, because Spongy has just a very awkward engagement from the B site where he can't finish this duel. And Spongy's on this team because his aim is actually unbelievable. So I think either a little nervous, a little awkward there on the box. Needs to shake that off. That was kind of a free one. But he still, beyond that, makes some good decisions to make sure to at least stay alive, maintain tunnels control, and, of course, give his team odds in the retake.
Yeps with a bit of disrespect. Spongy under pressure. Support player comes through. Pluto with the pickup and a 2nd. Dropping bomb as Spongy picks up his kill 2. That's everything they needed to just lock out this 8th round and tie things up at 4.
Yeah.
Rock solid hold. Honda doesn't come out. 1-tap the support op mid. Spongy's in a better position. Not committed to car, but just anchored inside of the bomb site. Bad News Bears going to be very happy with this one. That's back-to-back rounds that have opened up nicely for them.
Now, the running through the molly is not exactly disrespect. I just want to say one situation is that as the molly's coming up, that's when CTs will throw their smoke. So that can just be an opportunity with the flash as you're running to go through the end of the molly. You have to take damage, but you might have an opponent who doesn't have their gun out.
And who needs 100 HP?
Yes.
You know?
Especially if your opponent has a piece of utility in their hands. So that's what they try. Okay. This is an actually interesting commitment considering RCF is just like way back in the
Yeah. Considering RCF is in the next round.
That was
already.
like a Jamie Kinder moment right there. So maybe they're as good as outsiders.
Bro, where's my trade?
Yeah.
No.
How can Yakinder and James agree on CS?
I don't know.
It's the perfect combo in some weird way.
Because they got flit in the middle.
They got put in the middle.
You know?
Yeah.
They literally had to find a middleman.
Yeah. True.
Because Sanji was too far in James' back pocket.
Yeah.
They found their middleman. And as this round fizzles out, it is in fact. I've been thinking,
Case in point.
that's what I've been trying to avoid, man. 4-4, Bad News Bears, CT side recovering. NA Counter-Strike is healing. All of Counter-Strike is healing. I saw images from an Asian CS LAN event
Okay.
with a legitimate crowd at a stage. And I thought to myself,
Video shop.
we're returning.
Oh, okay.
Video shop.
Where? What was this?
Recently.
Oh. The hell?
Yeah, man.
Let's go.
I saw a picture on the internet. It must be true. Momo, for 99 damage, is lucky to be alive. He will enjoy every breath. And as he holds on, Pluto
Yo, we got some oppers on Bad News Bears.
drops RCF. Double op yet again.
We always had this phrase on our team. Don't let Momo have 1 HP. That's what we always used to say.
And why?
Because he's still alive.
He's still alive? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. 99 is nothing.
If you're going to kill him dead. Okay?
Get him good.
Yeah.
For now, he'll hold. They positioned him inside of the pit, just left him over there. He will serve as a radar. Anything comes out that doorway, it's detected. Oh, ooh,
It's a tall car, man.
it's a tall car. Smokes off of the catwalk. Swan's throwing grenades. Needs to get the scope back up and does so. Misses his shot, so that enables a bit of a cross. It's Yeps on site. No bomb. That is now being brought forward by Honda. And it's a plant. They have to give up the bomb plant. We've got two CTs coming out of their own spawn through smoke. Sheikh Zula shaved off that play. And now the 4v4.
Oh, and they're fighting long. Opportunities are being missed. The repeat comes in, and
ops.
Fastin didn't have HP to do it. The op shots are coming through.
Now it's Yeps and Honda. Honda locked into the box. Yeps falls. and
Oppers.
all on Honda. Now that bomb is definitely planted for him, and they're not looking. They're looking over towards catwalk. Oh, this is a huge mistake. Honda, 4 kills, sprays them down, and ends it.
Pull up the clutch, baby. Let's go, Honda. Holy.
Oh, that's a tough pill to swallow. They were so certain he was back on catwalk for some reason.
Wow.
They tried to use that box themselves.
Damn. Oh, man. They got, yeah, B&B just got posterized right there. That was actually such a nasty clip.
Oof.
Wow.
Dude, and he knew it too. When the first player didn't shoot, he's like, wait a... Peeks out, sees the bomb planter, and the second player's also watching Cat. I mean, it didn't even cross their minds that he was behind that box. You had 4 players on site. One's busy defusing bomb, not his fault. 2 of the 3, both guarding Cat. Just, mwah. They let him have that, but he also pulled it off perfectly. Couple sharp taps for the first ones.
Oh, he makes it look so easy.
Sprays into the diffuser.
Yeah.
That's the mechanical skill on top of it. Nicely done.
You know, still 4 people covering that. Has to be basically 3 perfect kills right there. Nice. Insane. I mean, you got to take a break after that. That's just nuts. Tough part for Bad News Bears is that double op was working well. Very, very well. Did Honda send this whole thing into a tech pause?
Yeah, he broke everything. He broke the world.
They have to check him, PC.
This is not normally.
TeamSpeak issues. Broke all the mics screaming. Oh, I know that might be a blessing.
What?
Break. I think a break is good after that.
Yeah.
You know, I think a break is good for both teams.
It is important to take breaks from extended periods of gaming.
Yeah.
You know, stretch out your wrists.
It sounds like some video you'd watch in class.
Why video games will ruin your body.
Why your eyes will fall out after 3 hours of Counter-Strike.
Oh, that's a tough one. And they have to process it. They're replaying it in their heads right now.
That was so sick.
Oh,
It was beautiful, though.
that was very nice.
Insane. I mean, it's greatness respects greatness, right?
I think they say that.
So if they're great, they have to respect that. Would you respect that?
I would just be frustrated with myself
If it was a
for
lie-
not watching that box, man.
If it was a live match and he did that, would you say nice shot in all chat?
Yeah, I would.
That's
I mean,
messed
I'm a
up.
very
That's
polite.
messed up.
I'm a polite opponent.
You know, I'm like kind of chill, but when I played as like IGL,
Yeah.
my team was not allowed to talk to their team.
No,
No,
not at all.
no.
Yesterday, okay, I'll give you guys a story here. All right, listen. We're here in Bucharest, enjoying the city. Very happy to be here. Awesome group of talent. We're all having a grand old time. We've got PCs in our hotel rooms. Thank you, PGL, because nothing is worse than watching Counter-Strike all day and not being able to play after.
Yes.
Okay, so we're playing some 10-mans last night, playing with the talent, you know, and there's a bit of ego. It's a friendly amount of ego. There's a good amount of ego. All right, I'm on one team. I'm chilling. We're playing games. Okay, we decided we're 15 rounds through the map. Map 1.
Wait, are you going to introduce me as the ego?
What happens at the end of map 1, first half? Everybody on my team says good half.
Yeah.
Nobody on your team said good half.
Oh yeah, don't do good.
Not
halves.
one person. And I'm going to call them Launders.
We won the map, by the
Harry,
way.
Hugo, Jackie. Who's your fifth?
I don't remember.
It was late.
We had 5 for sure. Jackie, Hugo. Here. There was one more.
Oh man, embarrassing.
Oh, I don't remember his tag. It was. I mean, I don't remember his tag.
Zarks. It was
yeah,
Zarks. It was Zarks. Excuse me, Zarks. Sorry. See, there's that ego again, you know. Zarks, all 5 of them. Nobody said anything. Nobody said good half.
Okay.
Actually, maybe Zarks did. I think Zarks was the only one.
To be fair, we didn't really talk about that. We didn't even mention it when you guys were saying good half. I just don't say good half. I'm just like, game's not over. Job not finished. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We won the map, by the way.
You did win the first map in overtime.
I personally think it's because you guys were so nice at halftime that you lost.
No, it wasn't.
That's how I operate. So, I like
it
because then
wasn't.
and then you said that, and then the next
I
game,
did,
think-
yes.
Oh, actually, the next half I was even worse. You guys all said good half, and then I just said GG,
While losing.
and then we lost. Yeah.
Yep.
But I was consistently rude throughout 3 maps, and we won the series.
Consistency is important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you points for that one. Yeah, my expectations were met after the first one, you know?
Yeah.
It was all good. Fun stuff, though.
So who has the biggest ego of all of us?
That's a tough question that I can't answer. Nobody, genuinely.
I guess you
Nobody.
only were half
Yeah.
saw half the team that
Yep.
you were playing with or whatever. But my team didn't really have. Well, we're good. Yeah,
It was fun.
it was easy winning.
Okay, guy. Okay, guy.
I mean, that's what you don't see people getting too upset when you're winning. You know what I mean?
All right.
It's important to lose to people because then you see their dark sides.
Did Hugo call for Harry like he always does?
Was Harry supposed to call?
Did Harry speak during the game?
No,
Okay, just making sure.
no. He would say some stuff to hype us up, but like, no, I don't think he called anything. He would just get like 2 kills.
Yeah, that's,
know,
that's the Harry.
No, Harry's pretty nuts. He would just be like getting like 2 kills, chill.
We'll get revenge. Don't worry.
It was good. I think my best role was always IGL in general as a player, but I hated it. Like,
Okay.
I hate calling.
But someone has to do it.
So I love when someone calls on my teams. Like So Hugo call or whatever. I don't mind. If someone else wants to call, I will support them 100%. Hugo will call. You and Hugo are kind of similar in that way. Like, you're both willing to call for a whole map.
Yes.
Which is good.
Yep.
Because some structure.
See, the only difference between Hugo and I is that we both love to call, but when Hugo can call strats, he also does all of the utility for the entire team.
Dude,
Okay, his B-site execs on Ancient,
he's got throwing the whole execs by himself.
He throws
like Harry would just drop him the smokes.
Yes, they are okay. You know that character from Dota, Ogre Magi?
Yeah, with two heads.
Two heads. That's Harry and Hugo.
Okay.
They're one body with two heads. Okay, there's the one that just goes dun dun, and then there's the other one that's very a little more intellectual. That's Hugo.
Yeah.
Harry. Harry. He's not kidding when he admits it. This is the beauty of it, right? He knows his
said
role.
he doesn't know any smokes.
He does no smokes. Harry's purpose is to drop utility to Hugo, so that he can throw it all while Harry goes in. They are two peas in a pod. The difference between me and Hugo is that when I call strats, I don't have any of the utility. So I can call directions, but I can't call executes.
Oh, okay.
I haven't nerded it out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shame.
I mean, I just can't complain. So I don't remember any of my nades either. I'm actually just a brain dead entry fragger at heart. And an opper.
Yes, and an opera. I'll give you that.
I
felt like the best op in the server, maybe.
I gotta be opping more, I think.
Yeah, I'm so used to playing with 100 ping that I don't buy ops because when I'm playing from North America on European servers, not allowed to buy ops with 100 ping. That's just stupid.
It's like that thing though mentally where it's like I hate baiting because I love entrying.
Yes.
But then opping, you kind of sometimes, you know what I mean?
You get stuck in that.
You just
role.
feel like that guy sometimes, yeah. So I don't like being a op abuser, but you know what? It gets the job done.
We're in Bucharest right now, everybody.
Yep. I've never been here before.
I was gonna say we haven't been anywhere for a few weeks now. You and I haven't seen you for 5 weeks.
Yeah, we have just been chilling.
Almost had separation.
All
anxiety.
of your fans come into my stream and say, "Why isn't Connor streaming?" And I said, "I don't really know. I don't know."
I'm in a.
You're not even arming me with excuses.
I'm in a phase right now. I'm just having a phase.
Yeah, called racing.
Yeah, I'm playing on my racing sim. I watched Drive to Survive. Last time I came to Europe, on the way over, I downloaded the first 3 episodes of Drive to Survive.
Yeah.
Within 2 weeks, I had watched all 3 seasons and ordered more than I want to admit in terms of racing equipment for my apartment. And then I got home and I had to set it all up. And they don't send it to you made. You gotta dude, I had a wrench in my hand, wrenches and Allen keys, and I had oil all over my hands. Dude, I felt like a mechanic.
You had oil?
Yeah, because everything's oiled up.
You oil up the chair?
The bars and the screws and the nuts and the bolts.
Does oil not do any? Oh, that's a lovely wing on his arm. Well, really well done. Do they? So then, I mean,
anyway,
does it have wheels?
I haven't put the caster wheels on it yet.
Caster
but I
wheels.
will, and then I roll it under my. Anyways, I had a lot to set up. Okay, I had a lot to set up. Been very active. I'm really just focusing.
Oh yeah.
It's not. If I had
You're basically running marathons.
Just working on myself right now.
Just stream, dude.
Working on myself.
No one cares. Make content.
Nobody cares. You're absolutely right.
Who asked? Make content.
Yeah.
No, your fans want you to play Danger Zone, man.
But yeah. And you know what? I should get back into Danger Zone's in a great place. Got 2 new maps. Thank you, CS:GO. If you're
Have
out
you?
there.
What are the new CS:GO maps in the active duty?
Don't know.
It's like Iris, I think.
The two competitive is Iris and Climb.
Okay. I don't think I played it.
I booted Climb for the first time.
Yeah.
You're in a climbing gym. Okay. All of the walls.
You're in a climbing.
You're in a climbing gym. All of the walls are therefore.
That's my second home.
What are all the walls in a climbing gym? Climbable.
Holds. Yeah. Oh wait, you can hold. You
But
climb
you
them?
can't. That's the worst part. All of the walls. Imagine if all of the walls in Climb were designed like ladders in game, and you could just climb up and down them.
Would that be better?
No offense to map designers, I don't like the map the way it is.
Okay.
I don't like it because when I walk by a rock wall, I should be able to climb it.
Yes, we do be climbing rock walls.
But I can't, so that's that. I don't know the names of the new Danger Zone maps. They also added some Wingman maps that were very good. I enjoyed them. But Climb and Iris, sorry guys, I'm not sold. Give me Basalt back.
Yeah.
Big Basalt gamer on this side.
Iceland, baby.
Yeah, very fun map. Basalt was fantastic.
I heard
Season,
Iris is great,
missed that.
but I haven't tried it.
It's very big. Many buildings.
Yeah. Did you see, so FM Pone, who made like Cash and made Season and lots of other maps, he is doing Half-Life, he did a Half-Life Alyx mod. Wait, you played Half-Life
Awesome.
Alyx, right?
No.
Oh, but you have VR.
Yes.
How come you didn't play it?
Because
Just curious.
I don't have the Index comes with like you have like finger controls,
Yeah.
but I still have Vive controllers.
Oh, okay.
So I don't have enough hand
Can
controls.
you mix with your headset with the
I could,
finger
yeah, just get
controls?
the controllers, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I spent all my money on a racing sim, so
That's actually not true.
I spent money on my racing sim. Getting it all set up, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I want to play. I'm kind of scared. I have this existential fear that if I don't play Half-Life Alyx soon enough,
Yeah.
it'll be like how I didn't watch Avatar for like 10 years. And then when you watch it finally, it's outdated.
Isn't Avatar 2 supposed to come out at some point?
I don't even think it's like the same IP or something. I don't know.
my
Who cares? Sit at home, James Cameron. You're done. You're finished, sadly. Okay. It's all about Denis Villeneuve. Okay. Oh, wait. Villeneuve. Villeneuve.
Yeah. Denis Villeneuve.
Denis Villeneuve.
Give it to me. Denis Villeneuve.
Denis Villeneuve.
Not bad.
Best director of our generation. Okay. But with Half-Life Alyx, I've heard that it's pretty much like the best game. Like some people are just like, it's the best game ever.
Yes.
And I don't have. It's what a barrier to entry. You gotta have VR to play it.
It is such a good VR experience that unfortunately it
Yeah.
then ruins almost all other VR games.
Yeah.
Because especially with VR, there's so many mechanics in Alyx that you can't otherwise get.
Like
you know?
picking up
The
individual
fact
ammo.
that you can pinch bullets, you know, and then you go back to a game where you can only, you know, you can't even interact with boxes or whatever.
Yeah.
Like there are certain
Pavlov.
I feel like personally I had VR kind of earlier on.
Yeah.
And as games came out and you played them, every time it was like a step forward, you know? But now if you get a VR and you play Alyx because that's the big flagship,
You can't really beat
this whole
Alex.
catalog of games that other people would recommend, you're like,
I can't
nah,
go
man,
back
that's-
to Beat
can't go
Saber.
back. You can't go back. There's no backwards. Beat
Yeah.
Saber, that's lit.
Yeah, no, it's a classic. Okay, but all right, yeah, it's just it's kind of expensive, and
You need space,
I
man. You know
bought-
what? Space is the most.
Dude.
That's the hardest part.
I lost my Nintendo Switch right like a while back, and then I actually bought an OLED
Okay.
because just simply only to play their exclusive Breath of the Wild 2. And then what happens?
Delayed.
Delayed for a year. And the
That's because of Elden Ring.
and the QAnon's conspiracy is that it's because of Elden Ring.
Yeah.
And I think it's true. You know, some people are like, oh, I don't think Nintendo cares about that. But honestly, like Breath of the Wild, instant shoe-in for Game of the Year, right?
Yeah.
Now, but Elden Ring, the year hasn't started, but no one can think of a game that'll come out that'll beat it.
That's what you did while you were home
Dude,
for 5 weeks.
I have never been so happy and unhappy at the same time, okay? I was trying to play Counter-Strike on this long break that I had back, and I was like, I'll beat Elden Ring in 5 days. 3 weeks later,
It's optimistic.
I don't know when the game's going to end. I'm 120 hours in, all my free time playing Elden Ring, and I was thinking, man, I am so happy right now. My mind was blown so many times in a row for like 3 weeks. I was like, this is, you know, the peak enjoyment that I could possibly have in a gaming experience. But I want my life back. But I also was thinking, well, when my life comes back, is it going to be better than this? That was the struggle, man.
Yeah. Do you want your life back?
Yeah. What was that production? Oh, ready soon. Cool.
I see headsets on.
Our
I
pod-
forgot there was a game going on.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Look at this. We're back, folks. Thank you for tuning into the Scrawny and Launders PGL podcast. And we're back. All right, where were we? We were talking double ops on the side of Bad News Bears. Oh, yes, that's right, the Honda wreckage on the A site. The fuselage that's left of Bad News Bears
You said it in French.
no longer steaming. Hopefully they've been able to cool off. They've bought back up. The game continues.
Let's make it happen. Let's see if they can remember where they picked up all the rounds that took place before it. Similar strategy here from Case. Working out towards long. Interesting because Bad News Bears have played too long late into the rounds a number of times, so maybe anticipating this. A lot of cat control has come into play as well. And I think they're just going to try to steamroll the site as soon as they get one opening. It's been working quite well for them in general. Wow, like 3 dinks, but a wall to protect Swan. Momo stays alive.
Deep spot. Can't get an additional, though.
Oh, Shake is protecting his teammate sitting here at Car. And wow, what a pick from RCF.
So clean. Shake Zulu is going to stop Yeps on the catwalk, though. He is very much the one-man army inside A site in terms of slowing it down.
Uh-oh, they missed the smoke.
Oh,
What a
RCF.
shot again.
Oh, the coverage here. And then Honda takes over. Catching Pluto on the come-up. It's only Spongy. We talked about his aim, but now we got to see this clutch.
This is the move. This is the move.
20 seconds as he sits inside of smoke. Opera's looking beyond him. Also kind of keeping it on a swivel. There's the turn, the jump down to the CT, the body. Oh, no. Spongy can't end it. Honda comes in with the clutch.
That was the move.
And that's that.
Kind of like, man, I feel like they needed to get a punish off that long cross smoke that was missing. Instead, died in it.
Yep.
RCF, insane shots. I've noticed Swan kind of holds a little bit wide sometimes. Like, he's really fast, and I feel like sometimes he's maybe not giving himself enough credit on some of the with the crosshair placement.
Sure.
A little wide. RCF just kind of comes right into the peak. When he was holding the device angle from Car on the cat cross, held a little wide, I think, and ends up having to flick in. I don't know. Maybe go a little tighter with it.
Oi. Honda, worth his weight in gold at the moment, 14-5. So just I mean, a step above everybody else in the server at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this was to fix the whole Honda being called Cat thing. I don't know if you noticed that. Kill feed said Cat. It's because of.
It's called Cat?
Yeah, it's when it's like it's not like you're not banned, but you're like auto muted.
Oh, he's valve muted.
Yeah, he's like valve muted.
He's
so
valve muted?
Yeah.
Honda's toxic?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know about that.
You don't get valve muted unless you're toxic.
Well, sometimes I know. I remember when Furia Academy joined the server
All
once.
my subs on Twitch who are valve muted are toxic.
On Twitch. I'm not saying Honda's toxic. I'm saying
100% if you're valve muted, you're toxic.
Honda was valve.
I guess you could get mass reported. Or
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah,
Okay.
he could have just, he could be the victim of troll. He could be the victim, and you're calling him toxic.
It's so bad because, like, how do you get unvalve muted? Hard enough to get their attention. To get it twice?
You remember that one time that you had low trust when we were playing Counter-Strike?
Dude, it's so annoying.
And our MMs just sucked?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, that's...
how'd we fix that? Oh, we asked the people who were blatantly cheating against us to give you good profile reviews.
Yes.
And it worked. It got those people were like, "Why are you down in these lobbies?" As they hacked their haunches off.
It actually brought my trust up.
And we fixed that problem. But unfortunately for Bad News Bears, they still have a bigger problem, and that is the fact that Honda is just up there right now. 14-5 with the 1v1 over Spongy. Pistols back in the hands of Bad News Bears, and Momo has a moment from the catwalk. The Deagle into the head of Steel for the 5v4. Cannot go grab that gun. It is very much firmly controlled by Honda, but they do still stay postured for a follow-up pistol kill. RCF looking to support. Momo gets a second. And now they're going to try to get that one step closer. Honda's going to be under pressure. He's able to alleviate 2 players from this push. However, they still go top mid, and the bomb could be cut off. But Yeps just gets by, dodges that danger, and they have the B site. One half of the map entirely in the hands of Case. They found their evacuation route, and they should be able to get this one locked in. In the meantime, Honda still controls the weapons down in tunnel.
Yeah.
But Momo's moving this Deagle towards the B site, falls victim to Fastsin, who was quick. So quick that it was unexpected. Honda turns his back to the tunnels player. Swan with the MAC-10 picks up 1. Still 2 players to drop, though.
1v2. This is a very nice setup from Case. Love that. Actually, fast in outside the site and them on the B steps. Perfect escort service for the bomb who has to run through tunnels. Everyone in the correct position. No chance back into the round here for Swan. He'll have to take this and leave. A couple of nice Deagle kills from Momo off Cat. They try to follow through with that push into lower, but no one really had good guns. So. NTs.
Yeah, good calls. You had a problem, and you solved it. Nice attempt from Momo, but not enough. 7 rounds for Case on this T side.
So race to see how many kills Honda can get in one half.
Honestly, he's par for 25. On par for 25.
From Pakistan.
Momo.
It's farther than downtown.
It's true. Passing onto blue. Oh, that CT molly bounced backwards. That's awkward. He was going to use his smoke to extinguish it. Instead, just looks for the fight and dies. Spongy caught with a grenade here. Yeps is going to keep this pressure up. They know they've got him locked into this spot. Flash comes over top. Pluto will not be able to save Spongy, but he's still dropping players on his own. Honda kills Momo. That one goes down over towards Long. RCF's able to cross. Bomb within the two players here, and there is this double peek on the doorway. Honda keeping players busy, trying to use utility to just keep them off of that B site so that bomb can go down, but the player slips through the tunnels beyond Honda. Oh, this could get weird.
Oh my god, it is, yeah. It's getting very strange.
Sheikh Zula slips through.
RCF watching it.
Keeping eyes backwards, sees the feet, deals with Sheikh Zula. Man advantage held onto. Steel then going to get more damage in the flank from Honda. All three players left from Case. Add a kill to the tally to take that 8.
There were some chances there to stop that from happening, but they let it go. Honda, of course, dying at top and middle would have been the first key to success, and then slowing it down for the tunnels push. Maybe using window. I'm not sure exactly about the retake in that spot. It's actually very a nice spot for the T's to have at least 2 in the site, 1 outside the site. So not super hard to or not super easy to come back into. But overall in this half, I've definitely seen some rounds that Bad News Bears could have won. I mean,
Sure.
it's definitely not that one-sided at the moment. But the spotlight isn't completely on Honda at the moment too. 19-6.
Oof. I thought the Sheikh Zula tunnel play could have maybe caught them off, but RCF had it locked in.
Yeah. Guess just for Honda, it's just the call timing. Could be tunnels, that's it. RCF's got nothing better to do.
Yeah. Honda's pumped.
Type.
As you should be.
Yes.
Next level performance, important opening game. Again, you want to just kind of separate yourself from the rest of the pack in terms of these lesser known quantities. Make it obvious after day 1, you're the real deal. You're here to compete. You've got a chance at making the major. RCF drops Swan straight out the gate. Momo going to be caught by the blue box of Honda. A 1-tap dirt nap and a 5v3 off the back of this. Just Desert Eagles for the other 3.
Shakes out. Bomb towards Longest is now starting to feel a little bit more decisive here as the 9-4 on the horizon. Thought that was good.
Almost, but no. So a 9th for Case. Dealt with very swiftly.
Yeah. And
In fact, Momo didn't even know he was out blue.
Yeah.
Rocked.
Yeah. 5 in a row here for Case.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep, on fire.
Nothing bad about the way they're starting rounds. And again, I think for sure Bad News Bears looking at to take control of Long, like fight it aggressively, despite, if there's Long players coming up from the T side, and this is a very smart play versus the Long control that's coming out. So you kind of think, okay, Bad News Bears, they've done this a number of times, and this is the perfect spot to be in. Yeah, this is a free frag. Swan is watching that. Almost lucky, kind of weird how those two frags pan out because one walks in the front of the scope of the other, but it's not being covered exactly. And now there's action towards the B site. The longer the wait, the more uncomfortable it gets for the T outside the door, but they haven't pushed Long yet. I feel like they have to push Long here because they just saw all the pressure out mid. But the longer this goes on, I guess they could walk back.
Still holding.
Very awkward spot. Split is coming. They don't know how close Honda is, and he is very close.
Yeah, done and dusted. Pluto will take 1 with him, but not nearly enough when you've got 3 players on the cusp of your site.
Okay.
Now the long push, but just too late.
That wasn't a great round. And even if, from our perspective, of course, we can see everything, but a very natural reaction or read, if you think a team on DD side is going to go for 3 long control, is to go out for mid really fast. And that you could see by the op presence how he came out, watched right into CT spawn, had that deep angle. That was exactly the play that was happening based on the long control. So from that, I guess the fact that they didn't know someone snuck by, maybe that's what it was. But I feel like there needed to be more aggression somewhere else. I think it was quite clear that they were trying this mid thing, and they also had no one out long. Well, they kind of just waited for death to come. Destined death, as we say in Elden Ring.
Ooh, Shakes Zula with a second. Hangs onto his weapon, takes 2 with him. But does it even matter at this point? Final round of the first half. Quick little pause. Money in abundance for Case, so literally no effect to the economy. You can't take it with you, as they say.
So you used to have rollover phone plans.
Oh, is that what that's
It
what that's
was
from?
rollover
Okay.
minutes, yeah. That's how they invented Counter-Strike, because of those. They took the economy idea.
Ancient Egyptians believed that whatever you were buried with was what you would take with you to the afterlife.
I would have packed an N64.
An N64. So what they didn't realize was that then you just became a target for looting. If I know that there's a hole in the ground with a bunch of loot in
But
it.
the question is, does it duplicate in the afterlife?
Oh.
Or do you need to have it the whole time?
Tough questions. One day we'll have answers.
Because your physical body decomposes, but you're not decomposing the afterlife.
Yeah, I don't know.
So. Well, shout out to them for figuring out how to keep those remains intact for so long.
Yeah.
Gave us some full-size
Science, man.
specimens and bones and stuff. Nut stuff. They were way ahead of their time, those Egyptians.
They had it figured out, building pyramids and stuff.
And they understood cats, like how cool cats. And now, I mean, cats are like the #1 memes.
Cats are pretty dope.
Yeah.
Bad News Bears going to have to just waddle through the end of this CT side. It already stings, and now they can't just get it over with. You want that fresh start second half?
Yeah.
Now you got to wait a little longer.
And they're peeling the Band-Aid at like 4 miles an hour right now. And they're hairy arms.
Ooh.
Oof. Do you have hairy arms? Yeah, you got some hair.
Yeah, I got some hairy arms, too. Hairier legs, if you care.
I shaved my legs before I came here
Did you?
because you dry off faster.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, you're aerodynamic.
Yeah.
You can run real
I
quick.
shave my legs like once a year.
All right. Like trim or just
Pretty much shave. I mean, I
Okay.
use a level 1.
level level 1 boss over here, bro?
Yeah.
Level 1 goblin?
Literally, because you just dry off faster. It sucks being too hairy, I think.
Sure, that's a...
Or Hugo. Sucks being too Hugo, too.
I wonder how their B-stream shenanigans are going.
Sounds great over there.
We have a situation here in PGL Studios.
You can explain the
I'm going to
AC.
explain the AC situation. So there are 2 casting rooms for you guys at home. There's 2 casting rooms, one A stream, one B stream. Both are equally as important, but B stream is smaller for the record, and the air condition controls are only in the A stream room.
Which means we have them.
So Harry and Hugo, who are wearing jackets in the B stream in a
Yes.
tiny hotter room,
Yes.
they're our victims.
And we could choose, we could choose what to do with them, basically.
Yeah.
So we're going to let chat decide. You let us know what temperature we should keep their room.
Do Harry and Hugo suffer, or do Harry and Hugo...
Do they burn or freeze? Those are the only
It's
two
your
options.
choices. You let us know.
Yep.
We'll push the buttons. Yeah, that's the extent of the control we have over them. Other than that, quite uncontrollable beasts.
All I need is a little bit.
Yeah, right. It's a power thing.
Oh,
Grip tape.
I use grip tape. I have a white super light that I use grip tape with. They're literally the same.
Damn,
He just like me for real.
I like it.
I love the grip tape. Because the super light's like just a little bit slick for
It's a
me.
little slick. It's also
And my hand is not like perfectly shaped for it, so it's nice.
it's also very light.
Incredibly light.
Final round of the first 15. The CT side of Bad News Bears will now come to an end. But how does it end? Fasten out to the blue box. He's been a real nuisance with this position. Sheikh Zulu is going to be able to help Momo out this time. We'll see if maybe that commitment towards long is what's going to open the door on Cat.
Same thing.
Had, yeah, very similar situation before. And unfortunately, it's not like Swan's here with his op to stop it. RCF will be tagged up somewhat, but Bomb's already been able to cross. The plant doesn't come through just yet. Yeps was a little nervous. Had lost vision, fire on his feet, but he's got the support of his teammates, and we have ourselves a 5 versus 4 retake attempt to solidify this CT side. How's it gonna unfold? Retake utility, immense. 3 frag grenades, Molotov, a smoke for the potential defuse, and Spongy's gonna get the party started with that peek up from the CT spawn. Honda looks to take it back, a fight towards long that he wins twice, 2 headshots, and all the other CTs now trickle up the ramp. Honda with 3 frags, RCF with 2, and 11 for Case's T side.
Not exactly the most compelling CT calls, I'd say, for Bad News Bears there. A lot of long control, a lot of leaving 2 players there. Time and time again. And what we saw in the round previous was when they predicted long control would be taken,
Yes.
they ran out mid. The perfect reaction on a read. The next round, they let the round breathe a little bit and said, what are they going to try to do? And saw that they went for long control again, and then immediately ran up Cat afterwards, which is something they were doing earlier in the half as well. And I think it's because they precipitate that long control is going to be taken, but they also are going to hold out for the idea that Bad News Bears might try something new. But they didn't see anything new.
Nope.
And so they knew what to do in response to that. I think it was very clear to them. And honestly, for Bad News Bears, I'd like to see a little bit more flavor.
A little pizzazz, something. But right now, the only spice in this server is on the side of Honda. He does end the half at 24-8.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful first 15. But here comes Steel looking to aggress into middle. They've got Swan stuck. He doesn't overcommit to it. Meanwhile, Long entirely there for the taking on the Case of Bad News Bears. But of course, Case in a decent enough spot. They're already coming up catwalk. Good for them that they deal with the tunnels player. There is nothing other than this bomb site under wraps for Bad News Bears. And they don't feel very comfortable to leave. Look at this peak. We've got 4 players all facing. Momo's going to take 2 down with the Glock. He's got Pluto to help him over top. But they just slide behind the smoke like snakes, rattling their way ever closer. Back behind Honda's box. Oh, and he taps into Pluto. He's got the last player stuck up close. The 1v1's important. Empty mag. Dodges shots. Back into the fight. Momo tries to hide as well, but down he goes. Honda takes the clutch, the pistol, and Case's 12th round win.
Oh my God, 27-8, man. Honda can't stop fragging.
Invincible as he pirouettes.
Seriously. Oh.
Just Honda.
Well.
Surely he should have died.
He definitely should have. After Momo gets the first 3 kills, come on, Momo.
Stick the landing.
It's not the Momo I know.
Sindieri down towards long, trying to stop the Bad News Bears. Sheikh Zulu will take Honda down. That's a big scalp to drop. Because after Honda, I mean, we've got players who are just straight up negative on the side of Case, despite winning 12-4. Like
Right.
Honda's soaking up all the frags.
Not many kills to go around.
So now Honda's dead. Let's see what happens. It's still better weapons on the side of Case, but also formidable in this position is Bad News Bears. It's not like they're just working with Glocks.
Like that previous round, we saw Honda on the A site on that last T round, and he killed both long players coming up. That's not supposed to happen.
Nope.
That's hard.
Shuffling a little bit of utility here between the pieces on this A site. They've got full control elsewhere, so Case, it's a handshake agreement. Come A site, let's duke it out. Last man standing. Smoke at the edge of the site. Just as Steel peaks, Momo
Nice.
gives good cover. The scout shot connects versus RCF as well, so he'll have a 1/3 of his health bar left. Fasten double kill. Oh, that's a big pickup on the cross. 2 through smoke. Sheikh Zulu gets Yeps back. Then RCF still just staying tucked inside this cover to give us the 2v2. Fasten down for the count. Pluto, beauty of a second.
This world.
But not a planet.
Yes.
All right.
Is it an asteroid?
I don't know, man. I'll Google it.
Yeah. What's it now? Because, and is it because of it's melting or what? Maybe it's getting closer to the sun, so it starts melting. Maybe it accumulates ice. The farther away it gets, closer it gets water. And it becomes lighter, becomes closer to an asteroid.
You want the answer? It's
Yes.
actually, it's now a dwarf planet.
That would still be a planet, though. What the hell?
No, it's a dwarf planet.
But you still said planet.
Because it didn't meet all three
You didn't say-
criteria
you
of a
didn't say-
full-size planet.
You didn't say it was a dwarf.
Well, I didn't pay attention in school, so it's because it has, quote, not cleared its neighboring region of other objects.
Well, a dwarf person is still a person.
Yes,
So-
okay, I'm not debating that at all.
Okay.
But with planets,
Yeah, why exactly? Why would you extend that to planets then? That's what I want to know.
because planets don't have feelings. Scout shot down range, misses the mark. Oh, don't fall for this trap, man. This is another stacked bomb site. This just has the makings of an upset round. But the utility will be good enough to clear that deep box. RCF to a crisp. He is a charred nothingness on this 18th round. Steel looking to face as he peeks through that fading smoke. 3 Ts on site.
Oh, crispy.
Oh, yes.
Not bad.
But it's a round win for the Bad News Bears.
Yeah.
Gonna save.
The beautiful, dark, twisted part about Dust 2 is that you can just take long control if you get the spawns every
That's
round.
all you need?
You can, yeah. So, yeah. That's literally what I made a video about.
Does
today, I
that
should
make it
say.
a bad map?
Yes.
Okay. That felt very objective.
It is, because see how long is? Very hard to retake for that reason. And it's even worse because you have the pit in long.
Yeah.
So, like, if anyone tries to retake, you know, there's just this headshot angle from 3 miles away they can
Sure.
just like, always keep you back on. So it's kind of built so that if you can take it, then you can win from there. But, and the other thing is that just comes down to spawns. So for those 2 reasons, it is a bad map, I will say. It's bad. If that didn't factor into the balance of the rounds, then it, you know, there's some stuff going on, and it's not a terrible map otherwise. It's just that it's become too necessary to take long control this way.
Well, they'll force the issue this one. Again, we're talking just armored deagles. But those can still be deadly as Fast improves with the frag versus Momo. Swan killing Honda, getting that pit player pulled out from position is a big one. Oh, yes. Now the smoke goes down for the cross.
Okay. Molly on the back of the site. They'll connect with Yeps.
Everybody,
Are we watching? Yeah, okay.
everybody just wants to do the Honda.
Yeah, everyone just going
Like
elbow.
that box
Yeah.
will be cleared, Molotov, frag grenaded, and smoke for the rest of this match.
I mean, we could call it Honda. We could even get a graffiti for him, I think, for that.
I don't think we're at that stage
It's
yet.
LAN.
Okay.
It's the major.
Device didn't get a graffiti
2 wrongs don't make a right.
for the USP 3 taps on
NRG.
B-Site Ancients.
Ancient.
Train. In my head, Train has just officially been replaced by Ancient.
True. True.
Bring back Train. So much movement potential. You know Floppy's B-Site clutch?
That 1v4 versus Astralis at Katowice 2019?
That doesn't happen on Ancient.
Sorry, 2020. 2020.
Not enough ladders. RCF,
Ooh, nicely
very
done.
clean.
He's been fast.
That was a little sporadic, you know, but in control the entire time. He was looking for the kill. And he nabs it. That's Pluto. Dropped out of this one. Steele's looking to come set up the crossfire towards Honda's pit position. Molly on his feet. Spongy in the meantime fights towards tunnels. Picks up the 2K, but they're locked into this fight. And they've got the bomb. Honda. Wow. 2 kills for him, 1 for Steele. This is like Spongy's best round yet.
Yeah.
and there's no bomb control for him, no chance to evacuate with it. At that exact moment that Spongy gets 2 kills, everything gets swept away.
Damn it.
By Case and their crossfire.
Feel bad for Spongy. He had a bad map. And those 2 frags really highlight, how good he is as a fragger. Unfortunately, couldn't find form earlier. And on this round, like you said, they still have to take out Honda. The unkillable.
29 and 10.
Bad News Bears are tarnished right now.
Bad News Bears, good logo. Just for the record, want to get that off my chest.
Yeah, it's good news.
I like it.
Oh, it's excellent. It's iconic. Like, if it was the Apple logo, I could associate that with the biggest company on the planet.
Okay, sure. Damn. Feels bad for Spongy, but c'est la vie. Buy back in for Bad News Bears. And honestly, this T-side's had a little bit of movement to it.
C'est la vie means such is life, right?
C'est la vie, yeah, that's life.
And
that's life.
That is Steve Jobs' favorite saying.
Is it?
Yeah.
You mentioned Apple, and then all this whole leak. How did you do that?
We're in infinity loop right now.
None of this is real. Honda looks like a little steal.
Do you know what infinity loop is?
An infinity loop? It's
not an infinity loop.
That's when Thanos got the glove, right?
It's the street. It's the street that Apple, they named it Infinity Loop Drive or something.
Okay.
It's like the street where their headquarters is.
Okay.
Which is also what this conversation is about Apple, Bad News Bears, and C'est La Vie, and Steve Jobs. So. Cupertino.
That's that. Jump across mid. Not punished. Oh, RCF. Look how quick he is to establish this angle. They're going to flash at him. And he's still able to drop Pluto. RCF really dwarfing Pluto in terms of impact at the moment.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Meanwhile,
okay,
walkout long. Honda's going to come into the aggression, but they're already past this angle. And as he makes that contact, 2 players there.
He can die. We have confirmation. So they'll take the long kill. They won't use it. They have so much time to do what they'd like to here. And they'll... Audible is important here. So they hear the flash retake. I mean, plus all these bonus footsteps on top of it for Spongy. Problem is, Spongy heard this confirmed. But they kind of have to speed up because they have to clear this now. And they have to decide whether or not they're going to use utility to do it. So we'll see if they walk in. I don't know if they heard him run out of the B site. It seems like they're starting to walk in just in case. And right now, it's looking like a great round for Bad News Bears with the B site evacuado.
Depends on timing.
Avocado.
There's still just that little bit of a moment for Yeps to try and throw the Hail Mary into the site. Gets the one back turned. Spongy so low, but still so sharp.
He's back.
Insta headshot connects into Yeps. Steal just outside of the door. This additional volley of utility comes through for Bad News Bears, but it doesn't feel to me like this one's insured.
This is locked in.
Yeah?
Hey, same credit I would give to Case in this position on the B site.
You sure?
Not easy to retake. Fresh smoke in the doors.
That's a big one. Last piece of utility gets thrown out.
Look at
here,
that, they're leaving.
and they're gone. Or at least one is. RCF going to stick around a little. They're securing the evacuation route. And sure enough, everybody's coming with it. So Bad News Bears and Case handshake in the 3v3. So be it. It is an 8th round win for the Bad News Bears. Good call by Sheikh Zula to get into that B site. Good play by Spongy off of the information. All is good for the Bad News Bears in this one.
Maybe the game can be competitive.
I mean, it's Dust 2, right? Tail of the T-sides.
That's why they wanted it.
Tail of the T-sides.
It's true. Sheikh Zula, the genius IGL. Sometimes they go A, sometimes they go B. This is the moment. The retake on long. The punish. Honda doesn't get a kill for the first time in 20 years. Spongy's fragging. Long control.
Honda here's utility, instantly falls back, but with this mid aggression, I mean, it is nothing but long control for
Wait,
Bad News Bears.
did they
You saw it
exchange
cross.
glances?
I think the other player was just looking at the doors.
Okay, it's actually this is the thing about this position. You don't even have to worry about the flank. You could know they're sitting outside long doors. It's still really hard to retake it. So the CTs will naturally slow down here. This is why the map sucks. The Ts can know exactly all the CT positions right now, and vice versa, and still can be a viable round for both sides. That's how you know something's wrong. So we'll see what happens. They're actually going to go through the flat cross. Honda gets one. Kind of nicely done off that one-way smoke.
Good trades.
But leaving it open may be a great idea here. And they speed up the round entirely, so no flank comes in. CT's have actually made their way back to Cat. Nade is going to be well placed.
Yeah, oh, that's thick. Fasts in down to 43, RCF on 65, and then the smoke that comes up just in front of it. There's a slight opening for Yeps as he's already starting to peel his way up from CT spawn. Spongy just goose-egging that bomb. Confirms that Yeps is here. They wait out that smoke grenade. Now the contact's going to be continued from the catwalk. We've got Swan deep on long, so he's kind of removed from his two teammates who are actually playing within this site. And Pluto's basically looking to imitate Honda, cut off the players from the ramp. It's only one in Yeps, and the moment he dies, that save call is made. So, Case giving a 9th to the Bad News Bears. Had to work for it. They wanted to take a chance on the retake, but, I mean, with nothing coming off of the ramp play, screw it. Go for your save.
Yeah.
Try to get this CT side back under wraps.
Sometimes it's great not to double smoke the cross. It's a lot cleaner. If you can get opt, there was a spot there where Honda tried to use a one-way over top of the boxes where he could maybe fall down afterwards. That could have been a problem. Trades could have come for the CT side for sure, but I think if it's close to 50-50, the Ts are quite happy to go for that engagement. Plus, you know that nobody's an elevator. Plus, you have your deep CT smoke still, so you can cross. And it's harder for the CTs to think about like jumping from, Cat in a CT spawn or peeking off of Cat without those smokes there on the cross. So a number of benefits from trying to do it that way.
And now just keep it things simple. Contact out the B site, nothing
is the-
seen, nothing spotted, done.
The classic, you go B on the eco so you can go long and say that you went both A and B sometimes in the half.
So they can't say, man, all you're doing is pushing long.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
we went B this round. And there's nothing you can do to, I almost just tripped, sorry.
What are you apologizing to me?
Yeah, I don't know why. Too Canadian.
Sorry.
Sorry, eh?
Did you ever go on field trips where you like put a tap on the tree and actually make maple syrup?
I didn't have to do, I mean, I grew up in the country, man. That's normal.
Oh, true.
We go make,
Your friend lives in a tree?
all my friends live in trees. It's actually just called child labor. We had to tap trees, man.
Yeah.
Literally.
Well, we used to do that, and then we'd make it, and then get it put into a maple leaf-shaped glass bottle, and drink it all on the bus home.
That's
and get sick.
probably not healthy.
All right, 10-13, competitive game now. Long control is coming.
Yes.
It's a smart idea. I mean, you should use it.
Pluto's out already, but I mean, look at the bodies here for the CT side. The numbers are immense. Momo trades onto Honda. RCF, though, good op coverage coming in from the bomb site, and that's just sheer numbers. You can run out long as many times as you want, but when there's 4 CTs on the other end, suddenly doesn't seem so easy. They lose their bomb, but Swan catching Yeps on that bit of a peak. This seems like a re-obtainable round win from Bad News Bears. It's just this weird one with the pit player. The fact that their bomb is kind of stranded, but with this utility, they're just trying to cut it off. And Steel, that's going to leave him on his own. So now a headshot connecting into Steel, and they could technically just leave.
2v2.
But they still haven't picked up that bomb. And what happens if that smoke fades? This feels to me like their chance to get that. And if that smoke were to fade, then maybe Fastin comes in with some type of attack.
But think about this. Maybe this is where you want to get the kill as well, right? You might want to leave, but you could also end round right here. No way. That timing.
Knows. He saw Sheikh Zula.
Oh.
Sheikh Zula thinks that he's being tricky.
No. Why is the one CT going over to B side? Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, that's actually so unfortunate. Okay, listen, that CT could retake from long and they could have escaped, but they don't know they had the B site. But they could potentially have one fight on long corner.
Yeah.
With 2 people. They cut a very awkward timing there. Maybe
It
you should have
was-
just stayed peaked in that situation. Okay, see this smoke here on the right?
Yes.
That's the Gambit smoke in response to the long corner smoke. So you throw it off the pole right here, and it connects the two smokes so that you can swing all the way to pit.
Ah.
And then they ended up going through it with a flash and then got off from the A site. So just one small adjustment from Case was a good idea. They don't throw it on this round. They could have died for that. Somehow, Honda still gets his kill.
Yeah, I mean, Momo missing shots, Fastin blinded. Oh, Pluto doesn't clear it. And the double up from the AK of Fastin. Now Case are putting their name on these last couple of rounds. Bad News Bears cracking under the pressure of the situation. But they do still have an opening on this B site. The bomb has already crossed. The second player decides to join him on site. And he took a chance by jumping over. That op shot would have hit him, poor Sheikh Zula, on his own. We've got a Molotov, 2 flashbangs, 2 CTs on the retake through tunnels. You'd think maybe that Molotov is destined for them, but if you hold on to it, then maybe it's just for the bomb itself. Spongey's going to give himself tucked into the cover. There is no contact to be made. The Molotov goes a little too deep, and Steel is already ahead of it. This is Spongey's chance, but as he gets back into cover, he takes nobody with him. Steel steps up, Case to 15.
Yeah, they earned it. Oh, damn. So you saw Honda hitting the VTEC, getting into pit, right? And Momo missed his spray. That, let's say he hits that. Okay, that he hits that spray, it would have been because there's no smoke. That same Gambit smoke they threw last round. So there was a chance for Bad News Bears to get that long control with that kill. Doesn't happen, and they squeeze for mid. Again, the adjustment that we see oftentimes when you see 3 CTs taking long control. But in this situation, it was kind of a fake by Case. They had 1 person crossing a pit, 1 flashing, 2 in mid. So that's why they didn't clear fast in. Another trade coming out long, and it's all Spongy all day.
Double kill for the Sponge.
Still Swan going down.
For the record, Honda 32 kills. Wow. But none in this round. And the game could go on. Bad News Bears, man advantage. Trying to keep Case off that coveted 16. Flash for the close play. 2 players here. And they're both body bagged by Yeps. Suddenly man advantage back into the hands of Case. They've got 2 ops of their 3 players. And Bad News Bears are looking for the mid contact. They leave Sheikh Zula posted, op on CT spawn. They want this B split to happen. Fastens already has his scope on tunnels. That is an easy pickup. No pressure applied by utility. A confirmation from that impact. And sure enough, Case make their case with a 16th round win on Dust 2. They end this as Bad News Bears will fall in their opening map.
Yeah, I think we can definitely say that Case were the better team. They played really well. I think that the scoreline accurately represents that. In the first half, even though it was fairly one-sided, we saw a lot of close rounds. And I think in that spot, there were kind of chances for Sheikh and the boys to get back into the game, but that quickly got away from them. And then they had to deal with the fact that they didn't have a player that could frag as hard as Honda did. That made the huge difference, really. It was a Honda difference moment, and a beautiful game by him, actually. Next level.
Yeah.
So, but honestly, still some stuff to work on. Even the Dust 2 stuff for Bad News Bears, there was a lot in that game you could look at and immediately go, this was a mistake, this could have been better. And that goes for all teams, but all right, we can start right here. This is kind of unfortunate. I don't want to,
Play of the map?
play the day.
Play of the, so far.
I think this will be play of the day.
Play of the day, 2 maps into the A stream, and we have no clue what's happened on B. But yeah, let's put them there.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely the most impactful moment. I feel like Bad News Bears just felt wrecked after that one. Yeah. Honda just above and beyond in terms of this head-to-head, which is really cool to see because we have to remember that for this major and this cycle, there are no teams automatically locked into the major event. Everybody's coming from the RMRs. I'm much bigger than you now. And yeah, man, it's nice to see Honda just kind of performing above and beyond because it feels like it's awkward to look all the way back there. Come back up, grow. Put you in a glass of water and you'll get taller. It's nice to see Honda be able to take down the likes of Bad News Bears so quickly. But our next match here on the A stream, this is the one you guys aren't going to want to go anywhere for, okay? We're talking Evil Geniuses versus Pain Gaming. Almost a direct head-to-head. I think 45th and 46th rank. I'm Scrawny, this is Launders, and we'll be back with yet another BO1 after the break.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Welcome back, folks. It's the Americas RMR, well underway. Scrawny and Launders for the third BO1. We got 2 more BO1s, you and I. And this is the one that I'm the most curious about, just because Evil Geniuses have had woes as of late. Pain have a big role to fill in Safe's departure. This is just cool. I think this is going to be one of those games where we really start to learn about these two teams and the chances of them maybe getting through as a challenger or maybe not even making it as contenders.
Yeah, this is a very telling one, and a best of one that could dictate the placings for these two teams in the tournament. Like
Yes,
one of their most important matches because it's one of the most evenly matched, whereas the other ones might be a bit more lopsided one way or the other. So the real crazy part about this, we go just off the HLTV rankings, which are not extremely tight when we think about, top 50, but they're 46 and 45, I think, and EG are actually the one who are 46. But I think we're going to take a look at EG. Yeah. Let's get
Check 'em
introduced.
out. Some cool dudes. Evil Geniuses back in action here in Bucharest. We've got Cirque, we got Breeze, we got Stu, Timothy Tautaz, and of course Rush at the very, very end. A ragtag gang of guys who are trying to piece something together within North American Counter-Strike, but who have not been able to meet the expectations, or I would say even meet like their kind of initial success.
Yes, when we watched their debut, we casted their debut, and it was actually very promising. And it's always good when the debut is promising. If you fall off from there, that's really obviously terrible, but it's better than starting off badly and then getting worse. So at least we saw some potential in the beginning. The problem is for EG, it's gotten a lot worse. I think they've really sloped down.
Oops.
And I think, this camera on the
Cameraman
floor.
down.
We, hopefully he's cool.
Yeah, hopefully it's
I hope
okay.
he's good. First of all, just want to make sure he's okay.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Let's take a look at Pain.
Why not?
Great logo.
Yep.
I have an AK, what's it called? Not a black laminate, but
Slate.
slate. And I have a Pain sticker and a Tropic sticker, and I think it looks great. Pain foils from the last major. Oh my god.
Now you almost tripped.
I almost, yes.
Okay. You didn't apologize yet, though.
Sorry.
Thank you. Pain, a team that, just the fact that you have a sticker from Pain, indicating this is a team whose core was at the most previous major.
Yes.
Did well.
Yes.
Did well,
Yeah.
Or on the cusp of something, I
Very
feel like
close. They choked.
Okay.
Well, I mean, almost a compliment in the sense that like they were so close to winning in their games as well. So I think they did very well, and they kind of naturally choked as a team that was not expected to go farther, but looked very promising and only lost because they choked, but not because they were the worst team,
Right.
which I think is really important to point out. So again, that all helps us understand why this is not actually an upset necessarily if Pain win. Now the only difference is that they don't have Safe.
Exactly.
And Safe was their best player at the time, but their team is very good outside of Safe, and I think was a system that helped Safe be as good as he was.
Yep, 100%. He used that moment as a springboard. He gets picked up by Furia, now representing the best of Brazil. You can't blame him for that departure. Huge chance for him, and just showing success. So now it's about, whether or not Pain can kind of rebound as quickly as they would hope to. We move to Vertigo to separate these two. As said, the closest ranked teams on HLTV in terms of head-to-head that we will see at the Americas RMR. 45-46, round one underway with EG on the CT side.
Looking forward to it. Definitely saw some good things out of EG on this map, but we've also recently seen some very bad things. So I don't know where they stand. They're probably a team that's going to have kind of parabolic changes in their abilities.
Changes.
I mean, ultimately,
Whoa.
they're going to swing a lot, right? We know they have a peak, but it's not as low as 45. Right? Their peak is probably 10th in the world right now. Their lowest is probably like 45, maybe even slightly worse. So That would be in the parabolic region, I think.
Parabolic.
Yes.
Parabolas and whatnot. Very quiet start to this one as well. A little creepy crawl up the ramp. It's all 5 in from Pain. Still 3 leaning on B for EG. Do they have retake utility? Not even. They've got, oh, yeah, okay, excuse me. It's kind of sprinkled across the board. Incendiary, smoke, and a flash. Kit on top of it all. On the waist of Cirque. We've got ourselves a little 5v5 post plant. Classic. Hardzow going to remain front-facing. Knife-On, welcome to the club. He's going to get a face full of CTs as Automatic bursts through alongside his teammates. He picks up 2 kills. Breeze also able to add 1. Big Uzera and PKL in the 2 versus 3, but as that defuse shines through, PKL can't stop it. We've got Evil Geniuses with the opening round win.
Hey, well, that's a good retake out of them. Understood from both sides what's going to happen, as we saw them kind of slink back into the front of default with that smoke up, ready for any kind of flash retake. Common practice on Vertigo on the A sites. Maui on Twitter brought up that this is the same thing that we talked about on Dust 2 with long control, how you can kind of just have long control and win is a similar feature of Vertigo, where you can have just A ramp and win, and literally watch your flank 5A ramp and still win the round. Inferring that, yes, it kind of is an equally bad problem with both maps.
Is it an equally bad map?
It's not an equally bad map. I think no, I don't think it's an equally bad map. They're like 2 different looking ugly people.
Okay. Sure, I get you. Cirque and Automatic, couple kills. Quick clash here through the top of middle. Stewie 2K is trying to come help, but Breeze obviously not comfortable being the solo B, but neither player ready for that one. They were so fixated on this bomb site instead that Breeze's passiveness as he little dink on top, and he ends it. Breeze, nice multi-kill here. 5-0 start on the match, 3 kills in this one. He just kind of slid under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that. You slide off. He slid under.
Yeah, you could, right?
Okay, something.
Well, you would fly under the radar.
That's it. There it is. There it is.
But you could. I mean, if you could fly, you could slide. It honestly sounds weirder that you could fly under. You know?
No, fly under the radar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Try to throw you a bone there, but
no. I don't need your sympathy, Launders.
Because it would be easier to slide under something than fly under something, right?
Yeah, but radars are used to detect flying objects. The whole purpose is to catch flying objects or submarines.
I agree. You're an idiot.
I concur.
I had to agree with that. Otherwise, I would be, because I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's cool. Radar facts.
Pistols for Pain.
I have one more question on that, but let's see what happens here.
Yeah, sure. We'll get there. Ooh, a little lineup. That could have been
Long-range
cool.
Galil, baby.
35 bullets.
Never ending.
And 0 kills. Gets the reload in, comes back in. 36 to 70. Works out. Ton of damage, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
So not taking anything away from Rush. And Automatic's flank, perfectly timed. Backs, turns. Oh, that's money. Money, money, money. 3 MP9 frags for Automatic. EG 3-0 start. Cha-ching.
In the bank. Super well done. Now, one of the big problems with EG is just that, like, for a bit, the wrong players are playing too well. Like, between Rush, Stewie, and Automatic, who, okay, they all have experience at this point, so there's that. But, you know, you are kind of leaning towards Cirque and Breeze to do most of the fragging, I want to say. Like, that's who you should be giving the most space to, and then they should be delivering on that. But that's been, you know, Breeze has been basically wildly inconsistent. Circus had good, no one's having good maps at the same time, as has kind of been the issue for EG for a long time.
Yes,
but
yes,
Breeze,
yes.
once upon a time, was more consistent. Cirque was kind of always inconsistent. Breeze is more consistent. So that's been sort of an issue. It does feel like if that lines up, however, if Cirque and Breeze find a way to be comfortable and consistent, then they do have a real shot at beating some stronger teams. In this situation, this 5v4 will be pretty demanding to try to deal with. And Breeze, actually, I don't think he gets communication that he can be rushed from that side of the site. Now, Cirque still gets one, but the B site has been overrun. And wow,
Cirque dies CT. That was a weird one.
very weird one because
you're spot on.
yeah, because Breeze is watching the B stairs because that's his job, and then he has Cirque who's watching mid because that was his job.
Yeah.
But then the B site got infiltrated from mid, while Cirque was kind of watching the cross, but Breeze had no idea.
No clue.
Someone wasn't doing their job. But I'm not going to tell you who.
Yeah. It's for you. So what was your question about radars?
So wait, yeah.
Before we lose
you
that
said something
point.
about submarines, so like
Yeah.
underwater radars. So it's not always flying things, right?
No, there's definitely aquatic radar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you slide under those?
Swim under them,
Let me help you.
maybe. Stewie will not survive the save, but at least takes 2 players with him, so a little economic damage here as Pain are on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Took them 4 rounds, but they got there. And you know, we'll have to keep a closer eye on this Cirque situation towards mid.
Because Breeze is 6-1.
Yeah.
And if Cirque had covered that, he might be
Or even calm
7-0 or 6-0.
But now Cirque has an op and he's no longer mid. A little bit of utility pressure here coming up from the ramp. And damage to be done. Nope. It's a miss. Creeping crawl from PKL. Stewie's still looking for this fight. I mean, 3 CTs here, but nobody's holding short. That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, they just, that was a huge timing, and they let someone up yellow, but didn't spot it, and now they turn their attention towards this, but, you know, situation where it kind of feels like the damage has been done. The T's are fine with this. They're kind of peeling back a bit. Re-aggression can come in, but that's also a very obvious way to re-aggress, to take over short shelf, and it's very early in the round, so there's still some utility here. However, there aren't any Molotovs, which is a key piece of utility for getting that opper back off this position. Oh, actually, sorry, Biguzera does have one. And it lands on Cirque.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Exactly what they needed. Automatic inside sight. Rush will find that through. He's down to 9 bullets in the magazine. Cirque. Oh, it's so awkward to try and hold against this smoke with the op up close. Knife-ons down for the count. Luckily, Automatic's here to help. Crucial impact there from Automatic. Cirque also able to bring one with him, and Automatic's doing everything. Off to a flying start, but PKL will clip his wings and not finish Breeze.
1 health!
1 HP.
HP.
Just 1.
H-A-T-C-H.
Hatch?
H.
Down the hatch
Down the H.
goes Pain. Unfortunately, not able to convert rounds there. Very weird, dude. I mean, Rush was in an awkward spot. He was already down to like 18 bullets, but couldn't reload because the players were coming in on ramp, and he didn't want to tell them that this close. He gets lost inside of smokes. I mean, that's Automatic. Automatic saves Cirque. Automatic gets multiple kills, and Breeze gets away with 1 HP. That's tough, dude. 1 HP makes the difference between Pain potentially tying this up. Economy wouldn't have been there for Evil Geniuses. That's going to be one of those rounds we'll have to remember. And especially once we know the true ramifications of the impact. PKL solo AK.
You can already feel it because the pistols. Echoes of Automatic.
Very quiet.
Late Molly down the ramp. No tags. No audibles here.
The 1 smoke. Just trying to get these pistols up short. Honestly, so far so good. Evil Genius is not necessarily throwing anything at this, not to stop it, not to slow it down. Incendiary will land.
They'll have to dive, yeah, this plant. I mean, maybe take some damage, but it's being covered pretty decently well. Oh, wow. Oh, no. The 1 AK. The 1 AK.
A huge pickup. 5 versus 4 with the bomb pointed. Retake utility comes in the way of double smoke, triple flash. But man, advantage for Pain. And they have so many players stacked up on this short side that these CTs, they're going to have to just hit them bluntly. Hardzao, 2 kills off of the P250. That allows Big Uzero to push up, but still, the CT's able to get it back. Nithon with the Deagle frag versus Cirque, and the time is not there for automatic. It's an execution with the Deag. And he runs in to grab an op on top of it. Solo AK play. And that is what they win with.
Pinned him to the wall.
Ramification Station. All aboard. Call that the Pain train. Oh. And we're back.
Man. That's one way to lose. Nice shots, though. I mean, insane shots of the P250s. You gotta refrag those. You know, P250 2K. 2 rifles coming in versus 2 pistols. I think they did the math and supposed to win that.
P250s.
P250s.
I need to see it.
I mean, they had one smoke. You know.
I mean, the fact Stewie gets wrecked by the AK just set them all up. That's when you
nice.
felt it. That's when you felt it coming.
That was a nice the pickle shot. EG still at 4-2.
But no buy on the cards for them. The money is gone. Sub $2,000 for the majority of the team.
Yep.
That's not pretty.
No, it's not. We were supposed to see the automatic round result in 2 free rounds for EG. Free.
Supposed to.
Supposed to. Instead?
Nope.
P250 2K.
God, man. And the Deags.
And the Deags.
Nice Deags
I
from
mean,
Nithon.
they're nice with it, man.
I got to be honest. I have very little knowledge of Nithon. Just kind of looking forward to this event to see how he slots in.
Rhymes with Python.
Yeah, that is obvious and true.
Partly nylon.
Ooh.
The nylon Python.
Extra stretchy. Seven and 5 right now. Top fraggers are for the side of Pain. Not only top fragger, but also the impact of that 1 versus 2. The Deag.
Look, his name was Nathan and his favorite animal was a python.
Would make sense.
Yeah.
Oh. We're good. Don't peek it.
Damascus Steel.
That is a skin. There's your AK.
Did he have paint sticker on it?
Yeah, but yours are hollow. His are foil.
No, mine have foil.
No, yours is hollow.
No, did I?
Yep, hollow.
I thought I put a pain foil.
No.
Damn it.
It's like the multicolored one.
It's silver and red.
Hollow. That's foil.
I don't have that one?
Nope.
All right. See how it fits the P on the...
The top of the P on the top of the bear. Yeah, I got you.
It's perfect. P for perfect. But N for Nithon.
Nothing in mid. Just Breeze. Same spot.
Don't say just Breeze. Watch what happens.
Okay. Eagle in hand. Oi!
Oh, that's so unlucky, man.
I feel like you just calmed for Breeze. That is exactly what he would have said if this wasn't an important game and he was, you know, a professional.
I too am a
Those are
professional.
hollows.
No, I don't have that. I have foil. Yeah, I have these ones.
Okay.
I'm really scared that you're right about this. So,
I am.
but we're gonna check.
I'll let it slide. for the sake of our friendship.
And what if I'm right?
Then I'll admit I was wrong.
No, I want more.
That's all you're going to get,
Something else. Someone check my inventory right now.
And then check my inventory and tell me that it's better.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Bomb pops 4 alive. Just poor Breeze. But actually unlucky, to be honest.
Yes,
Genuinely unlucky.
one of those moments,
You
yeah.
see a guy underneath, you think you've got it, you go for the
He was just lining it up.
and then it's being covered. So well done by Payne, making sure that they plug all the holes before those holes even happen.
It's timing.com.
Now Payne continue to rack up round wins. So looking for the tied 4-4 early. That PKL solo AK round, that's the one we'll remember.
The amount of utility that gets wasted on a ramp at the beginning of the round, it's so bad for the environment.
Missed eagle shots, a little bit of damage there from Cirque, but it cannot be capitalized on. Breeze has to fall off construction. The A ramp push is found. Automatic would have had a chance, but not the best of chances. We got damage on 3 players here. 42 health, 57 health, 39. That's just the tale of versus pistols. You know, you get tagged up, but your gun is better. Finish the fight, keep 5 alive, and you're good to go. But this rotate from EG will put a position here inside the A site. Rush jumping up. Can he take one with him? No. PKL draws him into the AK's crosshair. And now it's on Breeze. He hears the footsteps running to the other side of the map. In reality, they're already here. Whew. And he pops one. Quick reposition, but covered by the op. Nithon ends it, and as we would have expected, that 4-4 score.
Yes. Tight game. Of course, EG were super broke. I mean, after such a good start, and then they lost the pistols. They lose 2 rounds, even game. We'll bust out the drawing board and all that. Let's see what the strat's going to be. Cirque has a very, middle spawn here. Not bad for an A peek if he'd like to take it, but also not required.
Ooh.
Just covering timings here. Important to be very liberal with your ammo on Vertigo. Lots of things to spam that will net you lots of kills.
Just shoot at stuff.
People are floating all the time on the other side of that smoke. Remember that. Kind of love how they're setting up here on A into this mid-round situation. It's still a minute 15. Cirque up in the spot that we like to call Henny. The very best at playing it. Well, there's still some pressure over on the B side as well. Payne keeping their options open here. I would love to see how, this pans out if they get a kill. How will they follow up? But Cirque still maintaining this powerful line. Off of short.
They give up that B boost, man. Breeze was just sat on the back line, chilling. They didn't decide to overextend it. Cirque has to give away his angle. Now the pressure falls onto Rush, and he could concede a lot of control here, but then they're just left with nothing but the bomb site itself. And when you're hiding inside of bomb sites.
So, yeah, we look at utilities extremely low here for the CT side, so already uncomfortable spot. You know how much I hate this angle, Connor.
Yes, you just
this
hate
flash.
it. But that one not so bad. At least takes one with him. We've got 20 seconds. This is the crunch period of round number 9. And with the smokes in front of them, that bomb is able to cross. Automatic, eyes over top. Ooh, Cirque shooting Stewie in the back of the knees. Gonna hit him down to 55 health. Not ideal. Stewie has no other magazine. These are his last 20 bullets because of all of the spams previously in the round. So he's got to make these count. And he just gets wrecked by Big Uzera. Point blank, up close and personal. Automatic will find one, but I mean, what a deflated attempt from EG to get that back into that.
Yeah, they missed some layers there. So like very nice position up until a minute 15. One single Molotov on towards short, push Cirque back. No protocols from there on out. Besides the attempt from Rush to get the 2K spray down, and to be fair, he was very close. I don't even know who killed him exactly. Was the guy on sandbags who jumped up, or was it one of the guys who got flashed on the ramp? I don't know.
Not sure.
But they got that instant trade. I think most of the time you barely get anything out of that, so that was pretty damn close. And they got a lot of info that it was going to be A in the next few seconds, so there's at least that, but they still didn't have the utility left to retake. That is one of the worst options, in my opinion, for retaking the A ramp. They at least got close, but ultimately, even from there, Pain will happily take that trade. They go 1-for-1 in that spot. I think it's still good for them. So they knew they had the protocols to finish the round off.
Cirque sends a shot over the bow. But then walks it back. They give up everything again. There's nobody on that deep shelf. There's nobody on the short side. It is simply automatic on the jump up. Meanwhile, what are they going to take? Trying to support this op. Remember, only 2 rifles in the round for the side of Evil Geniuses. So keep that op mobile. I respect it. Shoot 1-shot ramp and then head it elsewhere. But Hard Zao is playing this so passive. If Evil Geniuses were able to catch him right here or on generators, then that could have been their opening kill. But he is just in the depths of the T-spawn. They decide to walk 2 players back. Everybody congregating towards this A site, but again, advantage steadily in the hands of the T.
Oh! Brutal.
Unlucky and devastating, because Evil Geniuses were starting to piece that together. You know, they almost got close enough to maybe make something happen, run through a smoke, maybe disturb the bomb, set up the op player. Now as the smoke grenade fades, Nithon drops Stewie 2K. We get the boost on the back CT shelf that could maybe get a kill, but if anything, man, you want to make sure you don't lose that op.
Yeah, that's number 1.
Bring it to the next round.
Okay, so the position that we call Henny, which is the back corner right behind the tarp, that isn't on the the way to exit. I keep saying exec. It's not exactly where you exit short shell onto the site. They tried to sneak the retake, the ninja defuse. Doesn't happen. The place it's called Henny is behind that Molotov.
Yeah.
And the reason it's Henny is because you have to commit to that spot. And you can look down a ramp and you have the side of yellow to work through. You can use the yellow tarp to block flashes. You can peek wide. And the only negative to it, has great angles. The only negative is there's nowhere to go from there.
Yep.
You can't go forward and exit through short. It's not safe. But it allows you to at least be able to fight on the ramp safely. And they did have Rush sitting on the ramp, who ended up falling back after Cirque fell back. And you could tell that they wanted to fight. Now, they had an option to do that, but maybe if they played more committal positions or were ready for that, then there was a chance. But it was such a fickle setup, right? One single Molotov broke it apart, and then they looked like an average team doing average things. So maybe they need to try something a little bit more committal. Another flash pop for Breeze. Some damage in, but no kill.
Really nice tethering there from Big Uzera, right?
Player on
Nithon
each
gets
side is
flashed,
tough.
falls back. There's the chase because you think you've got him flashed, and you can just curve those bullets through the and then the peek through the rattiest of hallways. We do have a little bit more control, and nice. Cirque's able to get the fadeaway. Could just leave. That's the man advantage. Scooped back by Evil Geniuses, evened at the 4v4.
Yeah, yeah. They at least equalize. Not huge. I mean, they equalize, so...
We haven't seen many moves towards this B site, right? Once over construction into the B, maybe twice, but coming upstairs with the majority players, this is something fresh from Pain.
Lots of utility here, though, on the B side. I'd like to note that.
Russian automatic with guns up, focusing forward. Rush kind of just started to peek. Automatic's been spotted, goes forward, dies, empty-handed. And Rush isn't able to get either of the 2 players who crossed over, so now that bomb plant's going to be secured for the deep players down on B. Smoke cuts off one option for Rush, so it's not even though he can peek either side of this at this point. He gets flashed forward, but we do still have Nekaz squeezed up against Green. 2 more kills come through from Pain, and Cirque's going to drop the op shot, comes back, will kill 1, and he's just trying to get away with it now. At this point, it's just a solid B hit. Pain, they didn't even take duels. you know, Automatic's the only person forced into the fight. Everybody else gets smoked off, and then from there they have no options. Seems very reminiscent of what we had going on over at the A site, where it's just kind of EG sort of 1 foot in, sort of 1 foot out.
Yeah, the spots are okay, but they didn't use any of their nades. So I think that they had two incendiaries at 25 seconds. So life would have been a lot easier right there if they had at least Automatic could have used his, plus a flash could have come out. They didn't know exactly how far they were up the stairs, but they even have more utility behind it for Automatic if he wants to stay in that position, stay incognito for a little extra. And I think if they saw, maybe they saw Payne down the stairs at the 25-second mark, then it would have made sense to do it. But I always talk about this too, you know, the golden timing. Right around the 30-second point is when teams start execing. That's last call. You have to get across the site, you have to get the bomb down, and you have to kill up to 2 players holding it. So, you know, that's understood as well. You throw your mollies down at 25 seconds, and you've just killed someone at A and no one's retaking the A ramp, then, yeah, I mean, you're going to stop them on at least one choke point. So one incendiary comes down late, Automatic dies, awkward time with the flash, doesn't blind the guy on the stairs, and he can't make a sequence out of it. But, yeah, maybe they could have been a little bit earlier to throwing down some of that utility.
That chance has come and gone. They'll buy back in with everything they've got, Evil Geniuses, but Payne, firm 3-round lead. And no signs of slowing down. Bree's going to take Automatic spot. Instead, Automatic behind the orange box. Maybe Payne sense a weakness towards this B site.
Well, one thing's for sure, it's nice to know there's no op over here.
Nice nade.
Yeah. I love this setup for mid. And even if no one comes here, you got fast rotations for B.
What about if they go A?
Still not too slow on the A rotations. And as long as these players are doing nothing, there's still utility for the retake. So Russia spotting. I think they're, of course, half hoping that it's going to be some kind of B-side take. But, hey, they might even find an opportunity. Yeah, there's a gap here to go for a big flank. So I'm going to say good position for EG still.
Nice nade as well. Yeah. That's Big Uzera dropped to 58. Supports in position, but, again, Payne, they do everything as a pack. We haven't seen these like one player lingering around, and Stewie is so worried about that he's kind of disjointed from the rest of this A play. But meanwhile, Cirque and Automatic picking up kills, so could bode well. Nekis gets tagged up through the spam, so that's not going to make his job any easier. 9 health left over. Stewie 2K getting all the closer, step by step. He strikes, and Nithon, behind the sandbag, surrounded by 3, will be the final victim of EG. They take their 5th round win.
That was sweet. That was a good mid-round situation. They took over mid-control. No one was there. 2 players push through. 1 drops down the ladder. They have a thing in place to reinforce the fact that Rush is sitting on the back of the site with MP9. They keep everyone alive with lots of utility. They put pressure on as the bomb's going down. And what do you know? They actually win it off of that. So that was pretty solid. And that's a way of looking at the game where you don't actually have to play down the A ramp. But it is kind of either you play the full retake or you play all the way down the A ramp. And they chose the former. And they executed very cleanly.
Nobody to catch the potential mid play, but they don't commit to it like they did last round. Instead, mid just going to rotate A instead.
So the last thing you want to see after a round like that is kind of going back to the more vanilla setups, of course, and playing like this. You don't always need to have someone on a big flank to pull off a retake on this map, but this is the dangerous moment. Rocking towards the ramp, all the headshot angles. Man, that's not great.
Ideal.
Yeah.
Rush, though, that's a potential lineup with 3 players.
Ooh.
Oh, he gets the 2 because Cirque comes in from elevator room. Wonderful. Bomb's been thrown down. 4 versus 2 advantage. Cirque still half health, not awful. 35 seconds. Grenade dunks Rush down to 15 HP. Oh, and Nekiz gets him just over top of the smoke. Now that AK fire can give cover to the bomb plant. It's awkward, but he finds cover back behind Orange. Here's the push from Automatic, and as he comes by, Nekiz gives great cover, not only killing Rush off of the box, but then getting Automatic, allowing for Nithon to fall backwards, and now Cirque has to come through with half his HP in a 1 versus 2. 2v4 turned 2v1 with very real potential to win this. Cirque gets on top of the bomb. Nobody's going to bite on that.
Did he make noise? They're not even looking for. Oh my God,
dude!
Nekiz, find them in the smoke.
Man of the round.
Jesus, yeah.
MVP right there.
Insane. That cover was beautiful. Like you're saying, not only was the bomb planner and him both aware of it, bomb planner was literally like head looking down, letting Nekiz cover any kind of push like that.
Full trust.
You know, that is a situation where, you know, it is 3v2 and they could have just stopped the plan entirely. They also could have played this together and had a really good chance of winning, just straight up 4v2. Instead, all took their chances, so... that's... yeah. A little awkward, man. Not great to have Stewie just searching the ramp like that in the beginning of the round as well. You know, that wasn't even with a flash. And we just see that situation over and over again. You know it's coming. If they're near that ramp, waiting for you, crouched under, you're going to get blasted away. I mean, if you know about a timing, for sure, that's different. But so many times it's like a player's like just about to turn that corner and all the T's are just waiting.
Not one, not two, but 3 players on a headshot angle.
And you know what the rest, you know the story goes.
Yeah, 8-5. Silver lining, EG's still with guns, for the most part. Oh, MP9, that counts. But this T side hunting those double digits, and honestly, that's a stock you could buy. That's Henny, for the record. Oh, collateral! You take those when you can get them. A little stroke of luck on round 14 for Cirque. Not 1, but 2.
What a flick.
Loses his teammate, however, in Stewie. And all that remains of Payne is just looking to come into this A site. Nithon looks to give cover over top. There is this inevitable flank from Breeze, but it's all a matter of timing. And Big Guzero only has 16 health, so a couple MP9 shots, now an AK swap. This could be big, but the Opera's now going to give cover, and Nithon gets the better of Breeze. Again, despite man disadvantage, we have Payne coming back into rounds on this A site over and over. Cirque and Rush, 2v3, and little HP still for Big Guzero, so Nithon, you'd think, has to be this pinnacle player of the 14th round. Big Guzero's looking for the jump up. Cirque takes the angle. The headshot on the box as Nithon gives good cover and body after body. Wow. Nithon nails them. 4 on the round.
Yeah, nicely done, man. That's nasty stuff. From Nithon picking up the flank, both players there in the post plant. This is pretty rough after a pretty solid, you know, collat flick from Cirque. Picturesque, really. Trade comes back, so it's not like in a straight-up 5v3 situation. It is more like a 4v3 from that point on. But Payne, they can't lose in these post plants. Please miss just once.
Just once, right? 5 Fomai for the EG side. Last chance to add a CT round to the tally. Little variations. It's been a bit since we've seen some heavy mid-play from Payne. We've seen multiple rounds where EG were able to get towards ladder room, establish that Stewie 2K flank. But steps closer this time down ramp with Stewie tucked right on the edge of yellow. Automatic just floating in the middle of mid. He's got Rush to help him. But 2 FAMAS versus 3 AKs. Rush peeks outwards. Oh, automatic splash. That worked wonderfully. But still, Big Guzero is able to get over, and Nithon doesn't miss. Again,
This op impact again clawing back from man disadvantage, but still Breeze is trying his damnedest. All 3 kills this round versus EG by way of Nithon. 19 and 6 in the first half, and he's still got 2 bodies to potentially take down with him. We've got PKL quickly coming up that ramp. Nithon just saw that shadow. He knows Cirque's already locked in here. Nithon blinded, pops up, dies. AK sprays, not there. And EG will take a 6.
Okay, they were back in the game. That was a really nice retake, but what a beautiful round again from Nithon. Filling the huge shoes of Safe.
Where do they find these guys?
I don't know. They keep making them. Nasty stuff, man. There was some great rounds in there. EG, it feels like a lot of their game is coming down to these flash timings. I mean, they did it. That was a successful one and definitely looked a lot better and just a safer situation to do it, you know, versus mid. Feels like just in particular when it's the A side, that's when it gets a bit more scurrilous with the timings. But, you know, this is pretty solid, and these refrags are just pretty ridiculous. Right into the second half. You know, now that's over, I think we have seen some promising stuff on EG's T sides. Again, a lot of bad stuff too.
Sure.
But we have seen some good mid rounding and stuff like that. And I think Vertigo, I think, is one of the maps where I think they'll, you know, have a good time in that regard. But Pain look very strong right now.
That could have been way worse. 3 feet forward, both these players on 50. Oh,
okay.
How do you, why the, and the push through, but that gets wrecked. Breeze able to recover with the reload. Flank from Stewie 2K is going to end PK. Oh, yes, end PKL. Safe sentence. Nithon will be rushed down.
I just want to say, I think that first bullet looked good.
From Stewie?
Cosine? Okay. How dare you? It's because the observer crosshair is so big.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
How does Breeze get a headshot through smoke like that?
Just Breeze tings.
That's called visualization.
Oh, yes. Sensei.
And we've got EG with a pistol round win. That takes a little pressure off, you know, just a little weight off the shoulders.
Oh, a huge amount.
For now.
No, for sure.
For now, right?
Dude, I don't think T-side Vertigo is that hard.
Damn. You know what? Neither's opping. I said it.
Yeah.
Just want it on the record. Get it off my chest.
Any offers you want to call out?
No.
Okay.
5-7. And the fallback. Ooh, that's a big pickup. Now, if he finds an AK, huge. Gets a MAC 10 instead, so swap back to the Deagle. Put the MAC in the back pocket. Stewie 2K coming in for second servings. And a chance for another, but Nithon will be ended by Cirque. Still, impact is there. And they're just going to throw PKL at that A site. Neck is actually looking to go join them. This close wood position from Hard Zhao with the MP9. That could be something. Ooh, yep, pops up. Oh, that's
wow.
You know what? You take, again, a little bit of lady luck on the side of Cirque. The collateral shot in the first half at the very end. Little wall bang, perfectly lined up.
Why is that luck?
Visualization.
Luck is okay.
Big Uzera with the 5-7 answer, and it's going to happen again.
Oh,
the pistols prevail
it's all
for
in the name.
Pain.
It's all in the name. Pain.
It hurts.
It does. It's hurting. I'm in.
What went wrong there? Analyze it.
You want me to relive that?
No.
Okay.
No, I'll let you just keep going. Just smile and nod. Smile and nod.
I want you to name the top 5 worst offers.
Nope. That is bait. That is bait. Not going to touch that.
Okay.
Oi. Down goes Stewie. Pistols with one, but it's just fights all over the map right now. Sporadic. And quickly ended. Nekes doubles down on it. Just Nithon's death, not the end of the world. So be it. One gun done. And Pain lead by 4.
Oh, man, and just no money.
No money, man. You know, they say mo money, mo problems, but no money, more problems, really.
They say money can't buy happiness, but it's a damn good down payment.
Yeah, that's a good saying.
Yeah.
Pistols.
Lurk smoke.
That's it. That's all they've got. Glocks. And they give those things out for free. That's how bad they are.
Yeah.
And even then, Pain will pay their respects and sit back and wait.
This is kind of like what, you know.
Ooh, yeah.
That was good. That was good. You see how they kind of just like, I mean, first of all, they had the Yakinder one way from the A ramp that they're using, but 3 riflers there, like kind of looking down the ramp. Could have had Rush doing a play like that, you know, to help out Cirque, so Cirque will feel comfortable being more aggressive. Maybe throw another rifle in the mix. And not every team does this, but, you know, having a player like Elige, who goes all the way down the ramp, or Art, who kind of does a lap around the bottom of the ramp to clear out that area, is also very strong. But this is also a play made versus Pistol, so it has a small asterisk on it. We'll see if they do similar things when EG have more to work with. 'Tis the question. EG not totally out of this, and again, could be a critical game in this RMR for them. Could be a critical map.
Okay, day 1 of RMR. I'm going to do a hot take real quick.
Go for it.
Oh, actually, you're going to do it. I'm going to pose the question. There's 6 spots to get to the major. 1
Furia.
legend,
Oh.
2 challenger, 3 contenders. Does EG get any of those spots?
How dare you?
Just a question.
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Which of those spots?
Predicting the whole bracket be like predicting the entire March Madness bracket. Okay.
Little madness from Nekes.
Oh.
Imagine he gets a third.
That's the lap.
Yeah, that's
Look at
the
these.
one.
Look at these different looks on the A ramp. Beautiful stuff.
All over the place. Keeping it fresh. Biguzera tries to catch him off with an angle, but Breeze is aware of your trickery, and Hardzao knows he has him pinned in this corner, so just stays locked on it, gets the trade frag despite it being a second later. And man advantage and then some. Remember, Cirque only 20 health after that nice play from Nekes. Down the smoke, down the ramp. 2.5 frags.
Unlucky smoke on A too.
And an exit plan as well for Hardzao. What do you make of this position?
I use it sometimes.
Okay.
Dupree taught me how. It definitely works.
Not all the time.
For Dupree.
Good job by Rush to clear it. Keep Cirque alive in the middle of it all as well, so hold on to that even 2v2. 30 seconds. CT side, smoke and an incendiary. Remember, we questioned whether or not they throw theirs out.
Remember, old EG would run boost here. Remember?
Yep, they would. Rush, fights, dies, doubles down, PKL. That's his. 2 frags on the hold. Done, man. They had no way to really entry. Just kind of felt like they stalled out. They got up the ramp.
Yeah.
And
hopefully it's in one of the angles we clear. PKL is just taking a nice offie.
Sputtered.
A little offie. The pensive rush.
Yes.
Thinking.
13 rounds for Pain. CT side going swimmingly.
Yeah.
We've seen multiple looks down ramp. We've seen a B hold.
One of the last calls for ideas here.
By nature of that first half, man, it just might not be too much for EG. We might not be able to get much of a sample size today. This T-side back to the pistols. You know, it's just
Yeah.
feels insurmountable.
Oh
and
my
the
goodness.
lineup as well for Nighthon. Look at this damage.
Jesus.
Impact.
I love these ARAM setups, though, especially versus the pistols that Pain have got going on.
Just wrecked.
No chance for plants. I mean, not even coming close.
Go mid, bro.
Go mid.
You know?
Mid's tough, man. I mean, it's easier. I love the full B splits kind of running. Those are exciting. But Vertigo is a map that, like, the higher level you go, the harder it is to rush on everything. But at a lower level, its rushing is completely viable and one of the most fun things you can do. So, yeah. A lot of the CT nades can be quite oppressive in the first 30, 40.
Legit weapon round here for EG. Let's see if this can be the solution. One is needed, man. You're trailing by 7 at this point. Game felt competitive out of the gate.
Oh, is there going to be a timing piece? Oh, there it is. Nice shot from Breeze. One back default spotted.
Trying to get him out of here. Smoke down in front of it. PKL, good supportive utility. Incendiary to cut off the angling. Just really prevented Breeze from taking that extra step to deal with Big Uzera. So, yes, you're down a man, but at least that was an immediate break on the play.
It's really good for EG, though, because they know that no one's rotated into the other side of the site, and they've killed one on that left side as well, so they can leave B open. It's emergency mode for the CTs. They're going to be very uncomfortable with the idea of just leaving the B site now. I think it's a very nice fallback from them. This is a key smoke that gets thrown, but there is a gap, it looks like.
Yeah, little one.
Oh, there is. We'll see if he falls for his own optical illusion here. Oh, wow, what a sharp angle from Breeze, man. Perfect headshot.
Punished for it.
And now they can't lose.
Yes, they can.
Oh, wait. This is late.
They're going to the wrong site. There are 2 players on this short. There is 20 seconds.
This
if
is
they
very
don't take
slow.
short, if they only go up ramp, then when they try to plant this bomb, these CTs are going to peek into them. Cirque knows of the possibility and gets Nighthon, but there's still Nexus. Thank God for Cirque. Because if not for Cirque, that could have been a world of hurt. Instead, it's a round for EG.
That would have been horrible for sure. That was the beautiful shots from Cirque,
man, you could feel it coming.
Those are beautiful shots. I mean, hey, he dealt with it. He dealt with it. He knew. It's not like he got lucky. He knew where they were. He out-opped them. He was fast. Narts.
Woo!
It's not easy to kill Nighthon.
That is very true.
Can you give him some credit?
He's been impactful, but the drop down into the base of B, denied immediately. Big Uzera falls back. Breeze takes 50 damage by way of utility, so that's him and Cirque down to 48. A potential push to the edge of the smoke here. Automatic trying to size it up.
Oh,
and as he leaves, that's when Nekis finds this timing. He's got a grenade in his hand, but Cirque again gives the op cover that's needed. And that's what you're hoping for on the side of Evil Geniuses. Cirque's form starting to come together. Takes to the top of the scoreboard for the EG camp. Don't get me wrong, Pain. They can afford to make mistakes at this point.
Sure.
They've done the heavy lifting.
Well, lots of noise being made here. Just underneath. Rotations will start to come in. EG won't be too scared about it. They're slightly low on a couple of players, and this flank will come through. Is anybody watching it is the question. Are they dedicating all the resources to getting up the ramp? It looks like there might be a gap here. And Pain need to make the flank happen, so you can expect some speed with it.
Nighthon got smoked out.
Oh.
PKL.
Oh,
yes.
I don't know. Did he get spotted?
Oh, yes. No, he didn't. He's fine. He got through. He slipped under the radar.
Oh, my goodness.
And now he's going to slip behind Breeze. That's at least one.
Oh,
buys time. Goes for the spray down. Oh, but he can't finish it. And at the same time, Cirque continues to give cover.
Cirque!
That could have been something. Breeze survives on 22 health.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, not the hardest trade for Breeze.
No.
Because it's actually very hard for him to get both those kills. It is. On that angle. He had to kind of decide, who would you kill first? Would you have killed Breeze first? Would you have killed Breeze and stayed alive?
Yeah, maybe.
Because the gambit is kind of to try the default guy and hope you hit this enormous spray transfer to your left.
Okay.
Seen too much.
Thought Stewie was going to break his legs. Single scout PKL. Ooh, his game's got a little, it's got a little oomph on it now, huh? I'm feeling it. But
Yeah, it's a money game.
these plays down the ramp. Gonna get punished this time. Is Cirque going to make enough of a difference?
Yeah.
Neck is on Henny. Oh, I love this. Dude, just tucked. Tucked for eternity.
Oh. Oh.
If you have anything other than a USP.
Oh my god. And he can just see everything. Oh my god.
He hears it all.
Oh. Oh.
They strike?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. USP problems, brother. It's not your fault.
Okay, well, from what we've seen so far, it looks like EG, they could come back into this, man. Honestly, Cirque playing out of his mind all of a sudden.
Better late than never.
Yep. It's obviously still going to be really hard, but still possible.
Payne at this point can just trip over the finish line. 2 rounds to go.
Yep.
Smokes within this bomb site. Oh, the scout's still alive.
Oh my god.
There's check it out. Rush. I mean, a single scout shot.
Oh
Stewie,
my
the brink of death. This scout could be deadly, but the bomb plant, it comes through. Yeah, PKL made them nervous for a moment. Now Cirque's postured properly, popping PKL.
Name one better player than Cirque.
One better player than Cirque. Poison.
Okay. You had to name another Bulgarian?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
That's crazy. That's like if you said, name one better player than me, and then you said blah. That'd be the equivalent. Or Paula.
Paula. But, like, you could make an argument for Blah.
Yeah.
Paula's not better than you. So I just wouldn't say Paula.
I have no idea. I've never played with Paula, I don't think.
I played Halo with him once. I'm basing it off that assumption.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. What do you got, Payne? What's the solution here? You're starting to let EG in. Cirque's looking good.
Little sippy.
And we're in.
Protect the VIP. Cirque. Utility damage. Multi-kills. And some duels here. Interesting. Okay. Cirque does hit a lot of headshots for an opper.
That he does.
Headhunter.
Very crucial one as well on that short shelf peak.
Yep.
Oh, we got an issue.
Time.
What's going on?
Make sure everything's in order.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Just reset real quick. Not a problem. Get this game back underway. How you feeling about North America's hope in this one, Launders?
Not great.
Not great.
Yeah.
I predicted Payne to win this match, I'll be honest.
Me too. Did you do it like officially somewhere or?
Yes. As official as
Did
a
you make a
tweet can
bet?
be.
Oh, okay. Made a tweet.
I did not bet on anything.
Oh yeah. That, I mean, yeah. That would make that you wouldn't be allowed to do
Did
that.
you make a bet? No. No official comment.
Who has to pay you after
I got
this?
money for that, man. I bought a racing sim.
Yeah. Well, you got to make your money back, right?
Yeah. That's why I'm going to become a professional sim racer.
You don't bet to lose, do you?
I don't think I have what it takes.
I agree.
Thanks. Here we are, back into the action. Thank you for your patience. The game goes on. Cirque looking to continue to the level of Nithon. Really has been kind of Battle of the Operas, huh? All ops all day. And then there's Breeze, the X factor towards this B site. Nice routing. So he pops up above wood, but not able to get the kill. And I really respect Hardzao's decision to play close wood off of that. Just had a player who jumped up, saw nothing, take the spot. Fill the hole.
Yep.
Breeze seems ready for it.
They just have, I mean, they can close Molly if they think that he's come back to it. It can still work.
Cirque looking for wall bangs. That's going to activate Nithon's curiosity. He's kind of keeping an eye down here.
Oh,
and sure enough,
yeah, Cirque Edge
catches him on the boost.
got the tightest little angle. You gotta appreciate him, finding a way to have some presence without exposing himself to basically anything.
Hardzao looking to just anchor top B stairs. Breeze is still down beneath it. This is going to be a patience game between those two.
Time is, yeah, they're gonna start moving towards B. Plus that kill came down on the A ramp. I don't know if they're still spotting.
Breeze not ready.
This is what it could come down to right here.
Perfect, but it is a quick trade. I'll give them that. Automatic's able to at least grab him, and then Biguzera posted on the angle. Automatic was hoping that the flashbangs would be enough, but not the case. Bomb still able to get onto the site. Nekiz takes down the teammate, and that's all she wrote. A 15th for Pain off of the back of the B-hold. And Hardzao, that position, dude, the moment Breeze left that spot originally, Hardzao stuck from that moment until the impact was found, and Breeze never even thought of checking it. Straight up pinned. 5 map and match points.
Yeah, one was definitely enough, and I think, at this point in the round, they just had so much clarity about what could happen next and how long they had to deal with it. Nithon hits that one at 53, and then we don't have too many nades used to retake a ramp control, so I don't think they're as scared about it. EG could have walked up and exec, that was possible, but yeah, kind of an equivalent level of pressure over on the B side, like you mentioned, with that small re-aggression. So just enough. Definitely Pain look better here. Good to see the team that looks better winning.
Yes.
Sometimes it doesn't always happen.
It's how we want games of CS to go.
Yeah.
Cirque's little emergence within this game looked good. Had his rounds, had his impact, had his moments.
Kind of needs some help, though.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And we're hitting that crucial period where it's just a little too little, a little too late. Some lackluster performances from the EG camp.
Yeah, they're kind of just like a bit, like a half a step behind on a few of these rounds, and it just started to snowball into rounds lost. People keep asking, like, what do you think is wrong with EG? And it's just a lot of things, actually, that are just, like, not quite there. Some things that are definitely bad, some things that don't make sense, some things that are not quite there. But it is just absolutely true that it isn't one thing.
Should be a quick fix, folks. For the
How
record.
would you fix EG?
How would I fix EG?
Go for it.
I think that there's only enough good North American Counter-Strike players to make 2 top-tier teams, and right now they're all split on 3 teams.
That's literally my opinion.
But I
just told you this, like...
But I said it.
You did say it.
I said it out loud.
And in front of more people.
Yep.
Damn it.
How many witnesses do you have?
Oh, man. I don't know. Not as many. You win this time.
I just don't think it's there, man. I don't know. Get some Brazilians, maybe.
There are so many good ones. It's true. Would you rather be a player or commentator?
Commentator.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Too much pressure to play.
The more pro CS I've watched over the years, the less I've ever wanted to be pro.
It's like this idea of like,
it
this
looks so hard.
This classic like talent to coach situation, right?
Yeah.
Like bless them all. Bless them all. bless anybody who takes on that task. Moses, Yanko, hell, Henry G. Bless you guys for taking on that challenge.
Yeah.
But then when your happiness is directly tied to the performance of 5 people that you are not,
Yeah.
Dude, that's end of story.
Yeah.
You're not having fun if you're losing,
No, it's tough.
and you only have fun if you're winning.
Yes.
Turns out it's hard to win.
Yes. And only half the teams win. You're guaranteed to
So
lose half.
bless their souls. If I've learned anything, it's that no matter how lucrative, I'm not taking a coaching role.
Yeah. Plus, you couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But just in case anyone was curious.
Please just don't even bother offering me those jobs.
I'm tired of saying no.
I'll be a player manager, though. That'd be fun.
I think you should be an agent.
An agent?
After all this is over,
Yeah.
I think you should.
Is that because I'm your agent?
Genuinely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because I'm your agent.
You are literally my agent, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, you're doing a fantastic job. Like,
Thank you.
I never thought I wanted one.
When do I get paid?
When I get paid.
Oh. Yeah.
It's something to think about.
I will.
I'm a talent scout, dude. I'm not good at anything, but I am good at finding people who are good at things.
That is very true. You've built an.
Don't say that's very true. That's rude.
You built an empire.
That's why I tweeted, because I have 10,000 hours now in Counter-Strike, so
Yeah.
I tweeted Malcolm Gladwell was wrong.
Okay. Because you're not good yet.
Well, because he
You
know,
got a master.
10,000 hours mastery thing. And then,
well, you
you
know
know, and then everyone retweeted it. I'm like, guys, that's kind of rude.
But the only reason he said that is because he never played Counter-Strike.
He's never seen me play
Or
Counter-Strike.
else he would have realized that was wrong. 10,000 hours? Pfft, chump change.
Yeah, facts. And most of my hours are freaking jumping around on mountains and virtual games. Trying to get to the buzzer at the top.
Most of mine are formulating opinions about skins.
Yeah. There's a lot of worlds in this one game.
Yep. Something for everyone. Because you know there's people out there that love tech pauses too.
Like whom?
Something for everyone. I don't know, the freaks. Like the real bottom of the barrel people. the real dwellers.
I love esports for the tech pauses.
I love it when things don't go the way they're supposed to.
There's probably someone out there. Probably the Venn diagram of people who like podcasts.
Yeah, there's
And then
definitely
people
some
like
overlap.
tech pauses, yeah.
Yeah, there is. God, you know what? Tech pause at the start of the game, that's one thing. There's a tech pause at the end of the game. It's just that's two things. Those,
Yes.
For the record, those are different.
Yes.
This one's, you know, we just got to the climax.
Yeah.
And now it's very anticlimactic.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe this is just the appetizer, the pause before the EG comeback. Yeah. Who knows? We'll have to wait. We have no choice.
Yeah. I mean, they're not that many rounds away. It's like, what, 15, 11?
One of those two, yeah.
15-11, I mean, that's a very comfortable place to be for EG.
Yeah.
They love most of these players love being at that scoreline.
Ain't half bad.
3 majors, by the way. It's kind of 1 major, but like 3 of them helped.
Ooh. Player highlights. We got stats.
Huh. That's not very flattering.
That's pretty.
And also, I mean, Rush has been good. Very good, I think.
Okay, I'm going to put production on the spot. Can we get a head-to-head
Okay.
between Cirque and Nithon? Take your
Ooh.
time. Take your time. If the game resumes before it's ready, that's one thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool.
But let's flex, PGL. Let's
Because
show it off.
whip it out. Because Cirque and Nithon have both been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, the op impacts throughout this map have just been really cool. Very nice.
What if Safe has a twin brother and he leaves Furia
Because he wants to.
and then
just
they pick up Nithon?
Yeah, okay. That's not going to happen.
But it would work, right?
If Safe had a twin brother, we would know already.
From this map, we know that he would fit in.
If Safe had a twin brother, what would his name be?
Dangerous.
Okay. Sure. But that's to assume that twin brothers are opposites, when really they're quite similar.
You could say or matching. I mean, sometimes, you know what I mean?
Head-to-head, on screen, Cirque and Nithon. 3 multi-kills, 2 multi-kills. It's that clutch.
The clutch.
That's that clutch.
More utility damage for Cirque. By a mile.
Big time, man. Look at the performances while we're on this screen. Stewie 2K quiet game. Unfortunate.
Oh, yeah. Not great.
But it kind of mirrors Biguzera. The only difference is Biguzera's winning, so it matters less.
Yes.
Funny how that works out.
What? That's what Stewie said. You know, just cares about
The victory.
the victory.
Yeah, straight up.
PGL was pretty nice with it. I like the black jerseys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The subway
But
looks good in the black and white, too.
Yeah. It's only them and Furia, is it, that do black jerseys?
Maybe MIBR. I don't know.
Oh,
what they look like
MIBR, yeah.
nowadays.
No, MIBR. That's the SA color scheme.
Yep.
Then 3 teams.
Is it a color scheme or a shade scheme?
Yeah, I guess it's like black and silver. Silver.
Silver's a
Is
color, but
silver even technically a color?
Silver's a
it's like
color,
the
but-
name of a thing
but-
that's a color.
but gray isn't.
Yeah, that's strange.
Imagine that.
We have to talk to the people who decided that.
This is still a TeamSpeak issue for the record.
Oh, okay.
We're still just sorting it. I say just use in-game. You know?
In-game's nice. The audio codec in-game updated. It's solid.
You can even make it based on position. You ever turn that on? You ever turn that setting on?
No, what's that?
Where,
Wait, whoa, are you going to hear how far they are and stuff?
Yeah, like the VoIP in-game comes from the direction of your teammates.
I'm not ready for that. Is it
No.
sick?
I don't use it.
Oh, that sounds crazy.
I was hoping for a review.
That's interesting.
That's like when you play, okay, you know, we talked about virtual reality earlier. If you guys are only joining for this game, we had a discussion about virtual reality, yada, yada, yada. First-person shooters on, hey guys, I'm over here. First-person shooters in VR, that's how the voice works. But
Yeah.
not only between you and your teammates, also your enemies. So if you're on the other side of a wall and you're crouching down,
Oh, I've seen VR
you're
chat.
shooting over the wall.
I watch
you know?
VR chat sometimes.
You just hide from one another.
Actually, the positional audio makes VR chat.
Yes. Yeah, and it makes
'Cause
FPS games too.
You turn around and it's like a tiny anime girl on
Yeah.
the floor is like
Yeah.
yelling at you or something.
You chuck a
I've
grenade
never
through the
played
window.
VR chat, but I just watch people play it.
That's kind of weird.
It looks funny. Well, it's always hilarious,
it's-
isn't it?
It's not all. You see
Is
the
it
highlights.
getting weirder?
Probably.
Yeah.
I've never been in there.
Yeah.
I like to socialize in real life. That's my.
So people don't know you're a nerd?
Yeah. Okay, dude. Yeah, all right. Kinda. Yeah. I mean, if you're playing VR chat, you're probably a nerd.
You don't even drive a real race car.
No, I drive it. Yeah, you're right. Virtual cars. But I will say, ever since I've started playing sim racing, I've gotten way better at driving on the road.
Yeah.
And maybe this is kind of dangerous, but I mean, it's
Driving
not.
faster on the road?
I'm a great driver. Okay,
yeah.
I'm a great driver.
He's good.
But
He
ultimately,
follows rules.
I follow rules.
So,
yeah, but
yes.
now you start to understand
Not
the
laws, but rules.
you understand the mechanics of driving, the physics behind it. You know, everybody can drive a car, but not everybody understands the physics.
What was that, Mr.
No brake. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's cool.
That's
We're chilling.
fine. Yeah.
This room is big, and I will say that I appreciate PGL for giving us such a large space.
This is actually not a green screen.
Look at the size of our activities. By the way, I'm also 6 foot.
How tall are you?
6 foot. No, 5'10" and a half.
Oh, you're 5'10".
Round up.
I'm 6'3". Actually, no one believes I'm 6'3".
Oh, look how tiny you are.
That would make sense why, but I don't think I'm that much taller than you.
I feel like everybody in esports is pretty tall.
We got
That's a
some,
thing.
We got some
Yeah,
giants.
some big people, man.
Like
You
Harry and Hugo are both tall, right?
yeah.
Harry's super tall.
Yeah, Harry's at least 6 foot.
Is Harry-
Professor's pretty big.
Yeah.
Professor.
Yeah.
James Banks is massive.
Yeah.
James Bardolph is big.
That's one of the That's one of the biggest. Who's the tallest?
James Bardolph.
Yeah.
For sure.
He's like 6'6".
8.
He's not 6'8".
6'8".
He's not 6'8".
380.
He's not 6'8". I think he just got promoted. Did he become CEO of Big?
I don't know.
Oh, we actually have a interview with Furia after the win. Why don't we go ahead and listen to that?
It's content.
All right, we're here after the inaugural match at the PGL North America RMR. I'm here with Safe after you guys' victory. Did that go more or less as expected?
Yes, I think we dominated them on the CT side, and then we just had to be patient to close on the T side, so yeah.
Yeah. Did anything stand out about the play of your opponents? I saw they almost clutched against you a couple times, but for the most part, you were handling things.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that we had to be aggressive and be on let them on their feet, you know, just be aggressive and not let them do what they wanted to do on the prep that they had against us. So yeah, I mean, just try to do that and be aggressive, and that worked out for us.
Okay. When you guys were prepping for this event, you guys couldn't use, or you're not supposed to use Gary, you're supposed to use Tacitus as your guys' coach. Does that change anything about what's the mental like for the team in a game?
I mean, not really. Of course, Gary behind us is it's different, you know, the energy that he brings to us. But Tacitus, he's trying to keep it up, you know, keep us focused on the game, round by round, you know, when you have a timeout and things like that. So yeah, I mean, the guys play with Tacitus on the major, and I wasn't there, of course. So I'm still trying to feel things, you know, with Tacitus. But yeah, I think we'll get there, you know.
Anything you're focusing individually on, because it's always difficult for any opera to get integrated into the Furious system, but it seems like you're starting to pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, still a lot of things that I have to pick up, but you know, I'm trying to do my best, you know, to work really hard to get my level where I was in pain, you know, because I was doing great individually there. And hopefully I will get there to the phase that I was in pain. And I know it's gonna be different because the system is really different from any other team in the scene. So yeah, I mean, I just have to focus on those things and hopefully pick it up as quick as possible.
Welcome back, folks. Here we are. One step closer to getting this game wrapped up. 15 rounds on the side of Pain, 10 or 11 on the side of EG. Once we jump in server, we'll know. But we're going to jump in server shortly.
Yeah. So for a recap of what's happened, basically, we've got Pain pretty much better on both sides, just slightly some good stuff on CT side. Cirque, I'd say, is pretty much the reason that we got to a respectable number for EG. Overall, not much help around him. One great round from Automatic, some good rounds from the rest of the teammates. but they don't seem like they're capable of winning this map at this point.
Yeah.
We'll see. They could change history. You know, as they say, a tech pause can change it all.
For better or for worse.
For better or for worse. But not fun to go through tech pauses no matter what, you know, if you're winning or losing. So we'll see if they can get the mental correct here.
Nice to hear from Maui Snake in the middle of this tech issue.
Yeah.
Cool to have an interview with Safe after their
Yes.
victory. We don't get to see Maui much. He's with the players.
Yes.
Not with us.
I like that he mentioned about kind of recognizing how hard it is to fit into a new system as different as Furia. I think considering that, I actually didn't know if he felt like that because he's been playing so well within Furia.
Right.
Since, you know, definitely felt like that was the case with Junior, and you could give him a perfect excuse for why he wasn't playing so well because that is such an incredibly different system to everything else in CS. But Safe, fast learner. And honestly, even though he was better on Pain, I guess you could say, I think he looks like he's been playing with Furia for a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Slotting in, everything's going smooth. And honestly, I feel like the Furia players are looking like themselves again, too. He really solved a lot, you know. He filled the hole that Henny left.
Yes,
Because
that was huge.
the Henny version of Furia was sick.
Insane.
And his departure was kind of shocking.
Yeah.
His loss, for the record, you know, I think playing with Furia is a blessing for these kinds of aggressive operators if you can hang on, you know?
Yeah.
Feels like that's what you're doing. You're hanging on for dear life.
That's the best team in Brazil, right?
Yep.
So that's just the...
And arguably the best team in the Americas.
Yes. Which would, well, hopefully one day be the best team in the world.
We'll get there one day. 12 years later.
Yeah.
We got headsets on. We got in-ears in. What's on your mind?
Intense classical music.
I love. You ever listen to classical music?
Yes. Debussy. Claire de Lune.
Yeah, very classical. Yes. I bet you Hugo listens to classical music.
Yeah.
But like actually.
Because he's smart, or
not just because he's Hugo. You know. While he's,
I like he made that like an insult, like a
while
slight.
he's sitting in Hugo in the Byron manner.
Yeah.
Jeeves, play Beethoven's 12th Symphony.
Hugo has a Jeeves. That'd be insane. But
No.
also expected.
No.
Okay.
No,
he
Hugo's,
wouldn't do
Hugo's
that.
very self-sufficient.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that.
I can't.
Can't go that far.
Can't talk too much yams.
Who would have a Jeeves if there was anyone?
Maui Snake.
Maui Snake would definitely.
Snake.
He wouldn't turn down Jeeves.
See the hotel he's in?
That's true.
That's what I'm saying.
He's Jeevesed up.
2 seconds away from the gameplay. Is it all just to watch EG fall in round 26, or will the 5-round comeback begin here and now? We got buys on each side, and we got a fight down towards the bottom of the B site, but Breeze better be careful, because Big Uzera, he's got the angle, but he doesn't get the kill, because Breeze looking clean. Keeps it crisp. And the secondary B player falls back slightly. Half health on 2 of the 4 remaining from EG. Hardzao could line these players up, and he will do so.
Wow.
Rush taken out. Oh, but the smoke not fast enough. Breeze's fire creeps onto him. And now PKL is going to have to deal with this challenge.
Oh, the nade could be good.
He could get flashed right through this.
He's looking for it.
Yep. Oh, but he kind of gets lost in the sauce of the smoke. Cirque comes out with the op shot onto Nekaz, and this is great because all that's left is Nithon on the flank, and it's way too difficult to come into this 1v3. So EG, they will continue this game at least one more round.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, the speed is there. That's actually one of the faster rounds we've seen so far on the T side, where they just kind of put the pieces together towards B, get a kill, move forward into the site. Kind of nice. Just to see a tempo change isn't objectively better by any sense, but all right. And yeah, Nithon's flank isn't really a flank when all your teammates are dead. It becomes pretty obvious. So instead of attempting this unwinnable situation, it'll just fall back to safety. None of the EG players will go out too far. So yeah, beautiful stuff from EG. Of course, they still have to fight against the mental battle of hearing that match point music every single round start. But they've been here before.
And honestly, Cirque looking like he's got his right-hand man. We said who else steps up. Breeze has had this impact towards B site a couple of times. And the fact that he survived that challenge despite being pinned in the corner. Big Uzera could have nailed him to the wall. Instead, chance for EG.
Yeah, you need to see that. You need to see that straight up sharpness. You know, some of these trades are going to be 50-50, and they're supposed to have A lot of firepower. That's the thing. They're supposed to. We're going to have a update actually on Stream B so we can see what's happening.
Boom. Complexity. That's another game. These are the 2 games I was really curious because I didn't know who would win.
Sure.
A Pain versus EG, a Complexity versus Team 1. Those are really juicy. So both streams. You have 2 monitors, open them both. You have 1 monitor, 50-50.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have 2 eyes for no reason.
If you're on mobile,
get a life. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Get a bigger phone.
Get an iPad. No, just kidding.
Get 2 phones.
Yeah.
Whatever you have to do. You don't want to miss it. Because I think these are 4 teams that are genuinely fighting for spots at the major. All 4 of these teams. And that fight could be made much more difficult if some of our other unexpected contenders can kind of rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, definitely makes the Americas Minors very interesting from day one.
A hot topic. Yes.
Is it paused?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
As they say.
Yep, as they say.
So, assess this situation. We got the op on Nithon. Okay, remember that time PKL had the solo AK? And all of a sudden, we had Pain winning rounds? This could be the next moment of that with Nithon on the op instead.
True. 28 and 14.
28.
Those are Honda numbers.
Yeah. Honda ended what? 34?
Yeah, I think, yeah, way up there.
Let's say 34. 32, just to be safe. Don't want to lie.
Yeah, no, that's bad. Can't get into
It's better
Can't
to
get into heaven if you lie.
Exactly. It's better to underestimate than to over-exaggerate.
Oh, nice. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, I just made it up.
Like that.
Cheers.
I used to think when I was a little kid that quotes were things that people said in order for them to be quotes, not that they were taken from a context of something like a book that was written and just like the best line of it.
Okay.
So I thought that philosophers used to sit there and think of quotes.
It was just of
to
quotes.
say, just
Oh,
really
okay.
smart things to say in
Their
one
purpose.
sentence. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
I'm sure it's happened. Okay.
Rush will throw that
He
smoke.
will. It's coming.
He already has thrown that smoke.
Yeah, he has it.
We're time traveling here. As
Ooh,
Stewie 2K
this is
quickly
my
travels
favorite.
up the ramp. Nobody over behind those sandbags, but still ensures that it's all cleared out. Remember, it's all about the solo op this round. It's all about Nithon and his potential impact. I mean, hell, his teammates don't even have armor. Big Uzera is like a maybe X factor, but he's also been pretty absent. So let's say he's on par with the other players, and it's just Nithon. How does he make this happen? Hell, he's not even here. He's over on the B site right now. So for the current moment, it's EG on 12.
They're hoping for some kind of long round, but it looks like EG are going to go right up into their A exec as quickly as possible. This smoke can be very frustrating to look into from the T side, but not really much to worry about when you've got full ramp control, and I think they have an idea now that they're going up against pistols. Start to clear things out as the smoke comes down. They can transition into short control, and halfway up the ramp are EG.
Ops here, though. Big Uzera with the deagle kill. Everybody else falls, and Banjo is down. Automatic gets the better. That's Nithon, by the way.
Oh, okay.
It's Valve muted now, too, I guess. So that's that. They chew through it. Big Uzera does get a deagle kill, but that's all. That's the only thing they were able to offer up. Op goes down empty-handed. EG one step closer. Only 3 rounds now, this difference.
Just to, yeah, get to OT, liking the tempo, but going to need that fist bump to be completed for the chemistry. Otherwise, I'm not seeing odds that they win this next
For
round.
the people at home.
Yes.
Would you be offended if your teammate left papers that close to your mouse pad?
I can't tell where the mouse pads end. Okay, where?
Okay, that's kind of fair. Yeah.
Where's?
It's gone now. Sorry, that was very in the moment.
Splendy blendy. Malik joining us. Welcome.
I wonder how he's enjoying his time on EG.
Probably not very much.
Probably not much,
Probably
yeah.
right. Maybe you come from G2 and not winning very much, and probably one of the most, like in terms of expectations to results, not one of the teams that people have too many positive things. The discourse isn't in favor of G. Right now, the culture is trending away from EG.
Yeah.
So.
Breeze is now officially tied Cirque, 24 kills each. That is the two pieces of EG that we needed to see for their success, but already they just try to, what was that? Challenge through a smoke grenade and get completely shut down by Hartzao. All this work, all this clawback,
Wow.
and it falls unceremoniously to a 1v5. And Rush's position may not be known, but he doesn't even have the bomb. So this is desperation at its very worst. Not a single bit of damage was done with that mid-play. I needed like a top-down view, replay, and slow-mo as to what the hell just went on. But all I know is the outcome is Pain, 16-12.
Haha. Let's go. Let's get hype. It's a big win. It is, they stayed composed the entire time. They pulled it out. We see faster tempo 3 rounds in a row from EG. 2 rounds works out. The third one finally
Gets crushed.
Pain to best them. So well done. Well done from Pain. They earned that. They look good. And again, these first matches can be critical, I think, for the mood, the standings, their odds in general.
Yeah, the head-to-heads are crucial, man. This is a big pickup too, right? When we talk middle of the pack, that's the one. That's the one. The pickup from pickup from Pain. This is going to be a good way to set the precedent. I'm sure they would have loved to close that faster, but we've got asterisks all over this match, I think, with the tech issues and the slowdowns and then the changings of paces. What's important, a little bit of impact there from Hartzao. That's going to be a feels good. Nice moment from Nekiz as well. Dude, that cover, those bullets whizzing, he almost blew his teammate's head off.
Yeah.
Which, if you're committed to the cause, you got to do what you got to do. I get it.
Yes.
Real tail of the tape in this head-to-head. It's Cirque versus Nithon. The
Yes.
Oppers were so impactful. And those moments from Cirque really started to make us believe that EG were coming back. I mean, look, from 7-14, so close.
Yeah.
Yet they still fall.
Unfortunate, not great performance from Cirque on the CT side, where he actually has a lot of great CT halves that I can remember. But promising the T half, which some people would say is harder. They actually really found a way into a lot of these rounds. The defense of the retakes from Pain in that first half were also fantastic. They could not lose a post plant, no matter how hard EG tried to retake something. They were so solid. So, yes, a lot of interesting things happened this match, but it's definitely clear once again that the better team won.
Man of the match, Nithon, very fair.
Give it.
Very fair assessment.
Yes.
Only player with plus 100 ADR. Add a clutch on top, 15 op kills, just kind of performing to what is, a very difficult standard. We knew that Safe was going to leave a hole on this team. Obviously, a justified call up to Furia, and now they've gone ahead, Pain, they've scouted another talented Brazilian opper.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're all over the place, and it seems like this is a very good start for the Pain Gaming squad. Let's waste no time. We throw this break away, and we will be back with Team Liquid versus OO Nation.
All right, we're here at the PGL RMR event. I'm Maui Snake interviewing the coach of Liquid. It's Adren. Welcome to Romania.
Thanks. It's this hotel is awesome so far.
It is awesome. We're in front of a pretty sick spiral staircase. I wonder if the camera guy he's got it. He's got the angles. Yeah, he can show that. We got B-roll of that, I'm sure already. So either way. Coming into this event, you guys are a team with a target on your back. Everybody sees you as a favorite. Everybody I've talked to already thinks you're one of the teams that should make it. How do you make sure you stay on top despite the expectations, despite the pressure?
We just got to take it day by day, not underestimate any team. So just prep like we've been doing. We've been doing prep pretty well and preparing and just getting ready for the past events. So yeah, just taking every opponent serious, I guess.
What are things that you identified needed to improve for Liquid to do better in the future?
I think we just keep needing to figure out what kind of game plan or game style we want to approach on our T side. I think we have a lot of different ideas right now. We're still understanding like where we're strong and what we want our identity to be. So just cleaning up our T sides, making sure we have fresh strats, and just, yeah, I think our CT sides have been pretty strong. Yeah. Unfortunately, the last CT side of the last map we played was kind of crumbled there, and it was definitely, some CT side issues, but mostly just cleaning up our T sides and understanding how we want to approach it.
How has Shox' intel, has that brought anything to light even for you as well?
Yeah, honestly, like Shox is bringing so much to the team. He'd be an amazing coach.
Okay.
We'll say that he's bringing a lot to the table and helping break down just simple situations. Honestly, like back to the basic Counter-Strike, like making sure we understand all the principles. In his words, like making sure we're on the same charter. So we're all understanding how we want to approach CS, and if we're in this situation, how do we want to handle it as a team? So it's just kind of cleaning up our decision making, and he's been really good at that.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Game 4 here on the A stream of the very first day of the Americas RMR for the PGL Antwerp Major. We got Liquid in the server, who have been looking decent lately.
Yeah.
Notable improvements, but they are versus 0-0 Nation.
Yes. I mean, I think, you know, unlike the last match, which was like number 45 versus number 46, I think Liquid are the clear favorites, which is, I mean, you know, you got to take your wins where you can get them these days, I feel like. And in the situation for Liquid, they not only, I think they need to win this game, they need to win it by a good margin. Like, they have that expectation. Can't sleep on 0-0 Nation.
Absolutely not.
Of course not.
Yeah,
but
a fool's error.
But still, you know, still have to win by a good margin. There's not really, if this is competitive, this is really, really close. That's a little sketchy, I think, just for where Liquid need to be in terms of their position in North America, at the minors, and also in the world.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Let's check out if they have any fresh haircuts on the side of Liquid. Richard Papillon, always bringing that little French flair.
Yeah.
Good to see them having some fun as they come from the Pro League Finals here to the Americas Minor. Now, what we saw at the Minor what we saw at the Pro League should set them up nicely for this Minor. Like we said, marked improvements, right? But they are facing, of course, an opponent in 0-0 Nation that I, for the record, want to say was, in my opinion, one of the victors of the South American shuffle that happened in the offseason. This edition of Malbs and Tri, they essentially saw 2 stars on 2 different teams and said thank you, plucked up both, and now they're trying to make that formula work. So let's check them out. This is 0-0 Nation. Double O Nation, man. Coldzera, best player in the world once upon a time.
2 years in a row.
VSM, massive potential. Leo, proven entity at this point. And then you throw in the likes of Malbs and Tri. Now, Tri, I think, for us personally, these showed our talent at the, back-to-back Blast showdowns. In terms of the Blast circuit, that's where the up-and-coming teams get their chance, and he, on an individual level, stepped so far ahead of the rest of his teammates at the time, of 9Z, that this is a justified pickup. Very talented player.
Except one of the second showdown, actually not so great. Remember?
No? Less so, yeah.
They actually,
sure.
we obviously had high expectations for that first one, but the second one we did see a human version of Tri and the roster, and I don't know, the underdog spirit wasn't exactly there. Okay, we've been down to Dust 2, the great equalizer.
Ooh.
Liquid are going to be obviously very comfortable with a Dust 2 pick. This will, I think, be a very fun game. It'll be cool to contrast this to the last Dust 2 game that we watched between BNB and the
Case.
Case, right? Where, of course, this is going to be probably a little bit higher level, and there will probably be small differences, but ones that will make the big, I don't want to say difference again, but yeah, it'll make a difference.
Sure.
Oh, a little jet lagged, okay? I had 3 hours. I got a solid
We're
3
allowed that
hours
excuse.
last night, yeah.
Right? It's the North American, that's the classic North American excuse.
Yeah.
NACS and jet lag. But obviously no jet lag here. Liquid, they've been EU side for quite some time. Favorites based on the GG bet odds, and that's fair. I'm very excited to see the head-to-head in terms of opping here. If we have this conversation about 1 legend spot, 2 challenger spots, 3 contender spots, I think it's fair to say Liquid already presumed to be in that conversation and a potential challenger for the legend spot if it's a good day, if things connect well, etc., etc. But when we look at Double O Nation, I think I'm not sure where I place them. I see the potential, I see the recognizable star power, but I don't see the proven results.
Yes.
And so this kind of has to be that journey of, we are at the RMR right now deciding who's going to be at the major. there is a team at one of these RMR events that will go on to win the major, and there are teams as well that will go on to exceed all expectations. The Quantum Bellator Fires, the Copenhagen Flames of the last like there is a team that will go above and beyond and who will then set a new level to the expectations we have around them.
Yeah.
I think there's a world where Double O Nation could be that.
Okay.
Personally.
Yeah. Copenhagen Flames level?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Maybe, man.
Okay.
I mean, if you sleep on any of coldzera, Leo, or VSM, you're already making a mistake. That's big right there.
I think you could sleep on coldzera a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you'd be making a mistake.
Would I?
We'll find out.
He's got 16 on a lot recently.
Pistol.
I'm just saying. I mean, he was.
Yeah.
He's on my like maybe #1 rifler of all time at his peak in history. Honestly, from the stuff he was doing to North America back in the SK Luminosity days. But that was back in the days. So I think there is something to prove for coldzera and him on this lineup.
I sell the snake oil wonders.
Okay.
We'll see. Time to prove it. Pistol round underway. VSM and Mulbs and try. That's 3 kills down long. Look at coldzera go. Look at him go.
When you have a setup like that, you have to get kills.
Yeah, it's kind of the key piece.
Oh,
there's a frag. Cold gets dropped by OC, who we need to talk about. But for now, let's just watch him. He gets 2 headshots in this moment with Nafly by his side. Naf is I say by his side, he's actually very removed from the situation, and I like that OC recognizes the threat and has to fall back down the ramp. The fact that he cut off the bomb is what makes all of this plausible, and even possible. Comes up from Cat, gets the kill versus Leo. However, that's still a bomb plant for the side of Double O Nation. Naf, 40 health in the 1v2 at this point, just trying to hit some headshots, but it's not going to happen. Nice kill from Try, the round MVP. As the Nation takes the 1-0 start.
I like the 7 in Try. Looks cool.
Yeah, it looks very good. That's a change.
Well, almost from a 2v5 to a winnable spot. But even God OC can only do so much.
OC, the North American Monacy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But not quite yet.
The NA Online Simple.
He did say that he wants to be a name and the player that strikes fear in his opponents. He wants people to be nervous about going up against him.
Yeah.
And I think he's starting to get down that road.
Sure, yeah.
As a team, they might not be afraid of Liquid, but as an individual, they've still got to be afraid of OC.
Yeah, I think you do have to respect OC. He's shown he's been very well prepared in a lot of his big matches. I kind of said this recently, like he has had some not great matches, but in his good matches, it doesn't look lucky. It looks like he's very well prepared, and he just farms sometimes. So certain teams he does really well against. Maybe this is one where it's going to be too chaotic, and we won't see an OC that's malleable enough and confident enough to deal with that chaos. Or maybe we do. I don't know. I think I believe this is the first time that they've gone head-to-head. I'm not sure where they would have run into each other otherwise. Maybe I'm mistaken on that.
Oh, Nation have been a little under the radar.
Yeah.
Nitro.
What a find.
Okay. Playing CS like it's 2017. CZ to VSM, and Leo's got the flank held for the time being. There's still a player within the site. 17 health, though, for OC. You'd think maybe even just one more connected scout shot would be the difference for him. Try and set up shocks. Try and prime Naf. But the T's actually just come to a halt. And
Oh, from long.
Yeah. What do you think? He's shooting through the floors, dude? Good cover by Try. Good flank from Leo. That's going to lock this one in. And as he peeks upwards, he finds Naf on top of it. There's the conversion with 4 players up. Despite all that damage, still 4 alive for the Nation.
Yeah, ultra solid stuff for 0-0 Nation.
What are our options in terms of 0-0 Nation, 00 Nation?
They probably have a way like that they've...
The Nation.
The Nation?
Nation State.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just trying to farm
out,
all
yeah.
the, I need to know what my options are.
Dub.
Flubba-dub, wub-dub.
In the UK, they say not nation. Not point, not O.
Not lads.
But now it's just USPs. So we sit and we watch as the 3-0 slowly works its way to the scoreboard.
How dare you?
Hey, man. I'm a realist.
Okay. No, you're not.
That's very true.
You're a romantic. You're
Thank
the storylines.
So slow. That's fun.
The only thing worse than being slow is losing.
That is a very fair assessment. What does this man have to offer us? Shocks?
Shocks A.
He's had hit or misses, man. Their elimination game from Pro League very recently had one strong map, had two poor maps. You know, he's been hot and cold, but he also knows it. Look at this rotation. Leo's calling that this B site may be primed for the taking, but there's actually 4 CTs in here, and at 35 seconds, that rotate came all the way from Catwalk. There's still a chance to double back. It's not the end of the world.
Oh.
Had that shot connected, it could have been the end of this round. But they alleviate the issue, try with the bomb plant, and as said, the 3-0 start.
It looked good, but you're right.
Gotta hit those.
Yeah. Yeah, the shock slot in is not great. I mean, we had some interviews, I think, like with Elige, maybe another teammate, where they're like, "Oh, yeah, everything's pretty good, like it's going well," but like, I don't know, it's not going that well. I think. One thing I think was cool was, you know, Nitro coming back from Valorant. He had to have kind of a you know, gestation period. I don't know what you would call it. I mean,
readjustment.
A readjustment. That's the word. And it's kind of working out. I feel like actually, you know, Pro League, we saw a couple of maps that, again, kind of like in the OC way, not only was it a lot of kills, he had a lot of utility damage on that Vertigo map, he had a lot of really good, smart positional moves, plus he was fragging. So I think we saw some of the best Nitro play that we've seen from him on Liquid recently, and that's contributed to them basically winning. And the other thing is that, yeah, the core is powerful. I mean, the core is intact. Nafly, Elige, and OC are all looking very strong and very consistent, which is not the same that we could say for any of the other North American teams in terms of their core. So that's pretty much the best part about Liquid right now. And it definitely cuts Shocks and Nitro a little bit of slack in the fragging department.
Shocks a little delayed on that one. Galil, though, for Naf. Oh my god, almost gets 3 players lined up for him. Elige, quick pressure. Utility gets thrown towards him, so he has to back up a bit. That's going to give 0-0 Nation a chance to just slot into their post plant comfortably. Double smokes for the retake if needed. Do you chance this with that fresh T-smoke right in the doorway? Plus there's also a Molotov destined for the window. You'd think that's the end of it. Sure enough, it is. So 4-0 the start to this T-side. Fast push in, and Shocks looked like he just forgot to push left click.
Yeah, really late flash. That was nice from 0-0. I think as they came out, one player was fully out on the site, and then a flash popped, which had Shocks' full attention. So the tactic was really good. Kind of tough. That's what it can come down to. I think with the B-side hits is a really, really well-timed flash. Annoying, you know, you play anti-flash, 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 look, shoot, another flash.
But luckily for Liquid, it's an easy rebuy. So straight to the double ops. No initial challenge. Little boost up into the suicide hall. Shocks. Oh, he's on the cusp of something here. They're waiting for the cat peek, but it doesn't come. So he moves towards B, and middle conceded over towards 0-0 Nation.
Gonna let his rifler play loose. Spot towards mid. Slow crawl here from 0-0. Much calmer Dust 2 than we just watched.
As it should be.
Less long control.
So far.
So far.
You never know.
Okay, what's the idea now? OC will drop off. They seem very confident about the idea that Cat could be an issue for them. But just as we say that, 0-0 Nation walk out mid. Pressure now on Nafly. Good kills from him originally, but Shocks goes down, and now Nafly has to be able to escape or fight. He does a hell of a lot of damage, but it's not enough to stop the split.
And with that, Bomb's able to entry into the site. Try turns his attention to the potential CT challenge, but that also just kind of pauses for a moment.
Shox is getting decimated.
He's 0 and 5. Try could get caught right here.
Ay, ay, ay.
Wow, the fact, but I mean, the timing's still going to bode
He doesn't
well,
know
right?
him. Yeah, uh-oh.
Try doubles back, throws that one smoke. He's going to be more fixated down towards lower, and that's going to give Nitro his opening. Now they can jackknife this bomb site because Nitro doubles up. It's Cold Zera, 32 health in the 1v3. They don't know exactly where he's at, and as he gets that first one, he's going to play around the smoke. A second kill for Cold Zera. Bomb's ticking as well. Time not on their side.
Oh my God.
A 1v3 from Cold Zera.
No way. Yeah, I pulled that back. Let's go, Cold. I can't believe that. With he used their own door smoke to pull that 1v3 off. One wing on each side. Does he have 32 health?
32 HP.
About a bullet.
Nobody even hit him.
About a bullet, yeah, like.
Nobody even touched him until that final bullet that was 6 HP shy.
Jesus.
1v3 from Cold. Worth his weight in gold.
Damn. After Nitro pulls off 2 kills on the retake like that, on the long flank, looked like it was a done deal.
That's a feels good too, right? That's the formula for 0-0 Nation right there.
The try-op, the Cold Zera clutch.
Yep. Your unarguable veteran in the most like pressured moment so far of this map to kind of keep Liquid on this goose egg of a 0-round count. Your 3v3 just looks like it's getting ripped apart, and then Cold Zera stands tall. Gonna try to keep this pressure applied to Liquid, shooting for the 6th straight, but for now, at the very least, 0-0 Nation on fire. Tries out long now. He's off to a great start as well, 6-1 currently.
Yeah.
Bit of impact in the pistol. Now he's swinging the cannon, hoping that Nitro steps over the line of this A site. Meanwhile, Elige is going to creep to the top of middle. There's nobody here to hold it.
Are they kind of peeling back? Oh, no. Okay, Leo's just inside the door. And now Elige will just lock him into place. Let his teammates know the fight is coming. Smoke will come down. They'll spam a little bit.
There's
Slow
shots.
to it. Nitro eats that flash. My goodness. Oh, it's OC's flash. Oh, no. A miscommunication, but Elige finds his timing.
Yep.
Accelerates out towards long.
Takes try off the back end of it. Malbs, though. Oh, he's able to move their pieces forward. They could just try and vie for this cat control as VSM nails another headshot. Then Leo comes in with 1v Shox.
And they haven't even planned it, and they can leave the site because they know Elige was coming out of long.
Oh, Elige is so ready for the retake, but the bomb's not even there. They're just gone.
I can't believe they didn't even try to go for the plant. They had no reason. The fight was still ongoing.
They still need the cross.
Elige is going to spot them.
Yep.
I mean, he can literally fight them in the door at the very least.
No smoke, so they have to rely on the flash. It goes past him. One player is able to jump across. He gets the guy off guard, knows there's another on tunnels, but VSM keeps it crisp and clean as can be with the 6-0 start. But, I mean, that looked like Liquid. Elige is out on flank. Try gets wrecked as he's trying to throw supportive utility.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that they killed the 2 players, CT spawn, and they're gone.
Yeah, the last tactic that they had was pulling off that boost. There was no one on Cat to stop them from crawling across to elbow as well.
Wow. And now Liquid back into despair.
Mid push coming through. Seen some timing peaks here from Try off this boost. And the flash defense comes out. They'll push through it. Only 1 kill for the first rifle. And it doesn't seem like the AK will be able to be collected as long as VSM's on duty. Standing guard. This is pretty brutal, man. Could be 7 here. 7 rounds in about 3 minutes. 3-4 minutes.
They're not going to find anything this time. Kerneled up and hoping. 0-0 Nation come towards A, but no sir. It's good CS. 0-0 Nation's playing good CS.
Good CS, yeah.
You love to see it. Again, like,
You know,
now's the time to do it, right? If everything's going to come together in terms of this 3-man core plus the 2 new guys, this is the event to do it.
Yeah, like you said, 2-star players off their teams, like money moves. Like in terms
Big
of winning
mon-
the offseason,
literal money moves.
people made tone-deaf roster moves. Lots of teams. And 0-0 Nation, as an underdog team, to be able to pull out, again, 2-star players from their respective rosters, that's a money move. That's how you begin winning, for sure.
Dust 2, best of 1, 7-0 lead. Naf going to stay in his corner, content to hold on to his flashbang.
7-0 Nation.
I also can't believe that during the team intro videos, where everybody's doing their cool guy poses, guns, VSM had a fork and knife.
A fork and a knife.
What a throwback!
Yeah.
Do you think he travels with it, or do you think somebody? Okay, either we give credit
Wait.
to the PGL content guy who got a fork and knife for that moment,
Yes.
or we give credit to VSM for traveling. Somebody's got to get this guy a jewel-encrusted golden fork and knife.
Yes.
We figured it out.
He is too good with those tools.
Once
Credit to catering, maybe.
Once there's sticker
at the
money.
player hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sticker money. Put that on your wish list.
A sticker with just a fork and knife would be sick. That would be fire for a player autograph.
I love it.
We are also big fans of VSM from Blast.
For sure.
Yeah. A super entertaining player to watch. Really smart in the clutch.
Again, right? The showdown teams, when they get their chance to show themselves, he's given us moments, right? The glimpse of like potential always there. Sometimes there's always that caveat is like, oh, but the event result, and that just kind of undermines everything that you can accomplish or showcase on an individual level.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is ruthless, man. It's hard.
That's why we talk about it.
Way easier.
Naf trying to line up damage, but that is just an invitation for this B play.
Does he have any support here?
Elige and Shox, yep. 2 players. He gets burned into the open, but Shox comes in with 1 and 2. Come on. This is Shox's chance to give us something. They got a fast flank yet again with Nitro, 3v3, and a critical one to stop this 8-0 spree.
Oh, Nitro, stop walking at the right time. They're going to be spotting this. VSM. He'll fall off this duel, but he still has to recede out of B, which out of their most important post-plant position. However, he wins that duel.
There's 2.
Yeah, one more coming up.
It's going to be Shox.
This will make the difference.
Gave us 2 kills already this round. Be a crucial third. Oh, looked like VSM was about to turn away.
He was.
And instead, this 3v3 goes swimmingly for 0-0 Nation. Despite Shox's best efforts at locking in that B site, it's just not enough. And OC hoping to hang on to the op is 8 rounds in a row locked to the scoreboard.
In terms of support, I mean, it's great that one player is getting 2 kills every round on B, but in terms of support, it would have been wonderful to have a flash from outside the site to stop the players who are coming out of the tunnels instead of just 2 bodies. Like, Nafly's reloading back double. Can't smoke for himself because he has to reload. And then Peaks, there's no counter utility coming in at all for the hook that could land in front of him while he's reloading, slowing down the exec in its entirety. And if they both had the ability to peek flash players, that would have been beautiful. I don't know exactly why there wasn't, but I think that would have also made a big difference.
Ooh, try. Holds the trigger finger. OC not quite sure what he's shooting at.
Crazy frog jumping up and down. What
is this? I gotta stand up and get close to the. What is this?
Is he look? Is that from? Is that outside? Wait, you can look through that.
Leo, number 8.
It's in B tunnels, right? Yeah, through the pillar.
Between
Wow,
the
I didn't.
pillar and
I
the
didn't
wall.
even. I didn't know there was a crack in that.
This guy's cracked. Look at that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, look at that.
He made. I thought it was like in the middle of the pillar. I was
Oh,
like,
no.
yeah,
It's a gap, yeah.
That's cool.
It is 2 pillars.
How much of his spray can he fit in it is the question.
Yeah, that's why he's got a Krieg, because
Yeah,
it's just
true
the one
test.
tap.
Yeah, true.
You need that 100% bullet accuracy.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Catwalk, Liquid, they're just silent across this map. So 0-0 Nation creeping into their angles. That's the angle for both sides, man. We got angles on angles.
Yeah. The Eye of Sauron.
Another smoke on Catwalk at the 30-second mark. Utility dwindling here for Liquid. Couple frags left. Elige locked into the cat corner. Nitro, he's going to be busy down on long. So there is this moment where OC's coming in to try and support, but which way does he look? Coldzera gets the better of Elige, and Nitro's dead empty-handed. Leo with the double up on the Krieg.
Do you want to jinx it?
No.
Okay.
9-0. Wow. Liquid putting the zeros in 0-0 Nation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
9-0 Nation.
Damn.
Wow. And good 9.
Yeah, good rounds, good calls, variation, different pace. We've had fast ones, slow ones, medium ones.
Different closers.
What do you want? We got fast ones, slow ones.
Clutches.
Everything you needed. Upsets, get you upsets.
Massive entries. Wow.
You can't even save your guns. Woo! Shock scan. Couple op shots. That'll, a little bolster confidence, a little shock to the system.
That A setup's a little tricky. Sometimes people make a grave mistake. They're crossing cat and they don't clear those baskets. The bot back, right?
Yeah.
Coldzera very aware of that position, watching for the peek and repeak. And Elige trying his best not to get blinded. But this is just where everything goes wrong at once. And sick Krieg work, from Leo. The Krieg is great. It's just wow. Imagine he gets the repeak too. He's waiting for it.
Come on, Elige, get it. Get it.
Oh! Nasty.
And it's too early.
Oh, yeah.
We have to wait.
That's true.
Shooting for their first round, and it comes by way of Elige. Nice two-piece on the scout. Shocks misses with the op. And that's going to be VSM to I'm going to walk away from that. Maybe not long. Only 2 weapons, right? Elige has primed them nicely, but there's no weapons picked up off of the back of those scout shots.
Fool me twice, can't fool me again.
A wise man once said. 1 minute to solve this double man disadvantage.
3, 2, 1.
Strong utility for 0-0 Nation. Last time they had Leo come out long. This time it's not the case. All in on the catwalk. We do get a jump down into the CT spawn. That could be Leo to deal with this first player on car. Sure enough, turns it. He gets another 2K, but this time from the other side. And he's got the long fight looking likely. Nitro able to answer with something to at least keep this 2v2. To try and hold on to what was the 5v3 advantage. Shocks on this op has to connect shots. Naf's going to try to push past with just the pistol. Mobs has been dropped down to 23. VSM looking for the taps. But again, that bomb is planted for long control, and he's going to fall away from this. Mobs jumps up, sees nothing. That's going to indicate close player. Should have been an easy pickup, but Shocks has got the kill, and VSM standing in the open.
Goddamn.
With the 2 kills to keep this going. 10-0.
10-0?
Easy sweep on this T side.
Wow. What a clutch. Another closer. Again, we talk about him for his clutches. That's well done from VSM. Watch this again. Oh, this is how it started. 5v3 as well. A couple of nasty ones from Elige. Another round of great Krieg work here from Leo.
Kriego.
Will he buy the Krieg again?
Hopefully.
I think he should. He's got the money, right?
Yeah. What's 300 schmackers?
Yeah. How much?
It's basically a Zeus.
This is ridiculous.
No, it's not.
How dare you? 10-0.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't necessarily say they'd win the major, but it wasn't far off.
Yeah.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is like we honestly just saw like the best version of this Liquid 3 days ago.
Like, who have 0-0 Nation beat so far in the world? When was the last time you watched them play?
It's been a long time. Probably the last showdown,
It's like,
personally.
even if this is some kind of close
Well, that won't help.
The T's are killing everybody.
But listen, it's not the end of the world. It's still a 3v3, minute 30 on the clock, and they want long. That's what they were fighting for. That's where Tri shed his teammates' blood. Things are getting a little wacky, a little wild, but that's just the nature of a 10-0 lead. And Tri's patience could definitely pay off. Missed flash. Ooh. Goes a little too far. It's an easy pickup to drop shocks out of this one. Look how content 0-0 Nation are to just stall.
They have lots of time.
Just wait.
Every kill, wait. Add an extra 20 seconds. The CTs will go roaming. This is actually a funny one, but the bomb is going out towards long. So Nafly is going to spot one here. And now the CTs know to move.
It's all cleared out. It's given over. It's a bomb plant, a post plant, a retake. Now needed. Utilities thrown. Just got to hit the shots. Naf and OC, capable. coldzera, ooh, that's awkward. Thought he had stayed tuck. Now it's going to fall onto Tri. So, you know, we looked at coldzera for his clutch impact in that 1 versus 3. It's time to show what you've got. Oh, but OC gonna get him. And we have Liquid alleviating the curse that was the 0-round wins. It took them 11 tries, but they got there.
Yes.
They're on the scoreboard.
Eventually. This is nuts. They actually pulled it back.
But is it too late?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, best case, 5 rounds on CT side. They'll be confident on T side, of course. But still, it doesn't mean that they'll even get 5 here. Based on what we've seen from 0-0. But yeah, this is the upset at the size you don't want to see. You know, for the sake of honestly the whole region. Like,
I don't mind.
Yeah.
That's cool to see this. I mean, I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like, you know, coldzera's reemergence. VSM destined for greatness. It's the BO1s, you know? It's where upsets happen. Assuming this is over, but it's not. Gonna try to keep it up. Cautious rotate. Nobody there. VSM's in the tunnels. VSM versus Elige, and VSM gets the better of it. Ugh, not ideal for Liquid now. Bit of a staggered retake. Nitro cautious still towards Tons, and VSM throwing down the utility, turning attention back towards it. Maybe OC can just slip through those doors and offer something, but without Nitro, now he just feels doomed. Even the exit's barely safe. Oh, he's not going to find any way to exit. 0-0 Nation, back to winning ways.
Lots of different hits that they've got to figure out how to deal with, and yeah, not even 5 now. Looked like that last round was just a gift, based on what we're seeing.
Poor Shocks. Gets railed.
Ooh. Wow, that's nasty. That was fast as hell.
He's good, man. AK spray down. Elige just trying to force the fight. Team Liquid starting to feel like a bit of a caged beast. Claws are out. But now we're going to get that same look from 0-0 Nation. They'll just lean back, slow it down. This is real, right?
Yeah, this is...
Okay.
Yeah.
Double checking. It was something like 1 to 4 odds before this one actually got rolling.
Guess the world ranking.
Of 0-0 Nation?
Yeah.
80th.
Close. 72.
72.
Connor doesn't think this is crazy.
It's kind of crazy.
A couple weeks ago, they lost 2-1 to Young Ninjas.
I'm sorry. No way, dude. But was it a best of 1 on Dust?
It was a best of 3.
Was Dust in the map pool?
Let's see if Dust is in the map pool. No.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not crazy. I'm saying I'm not upset to see it.
Yeah. I mean, I think you should be. It's like, because like you want the team. It's like you can want 0-0 Nation to do well, but
for stability's
there's
sake.
there's certain teams. If they go to the major, they'll probably do better versus good teams, whatever it is. Like teams in every region or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just don't want them to be disappointing when they're favored.
Yeah.
It's just like if it was. We're not even talking about a competitive match here.
Not even close.
This is ridiculous. Yeah. So, of course, it is all true. Like all the roster moves, winning the off season, probably playing under the level they're supposed to play at. 72 in the world with players like this that everyone knows. Between all 5 of them, right? Like so much young talent and enough veteran experience, all that stuff. That didn't make sense.
Formula's there.
Yeah. Formula's definitely there.
None of the results were.
Yeah, but this is just like this is our best North American team versus the number 72 team in the world.
Why'd you have to say it like that?
I mean,
that's the truth.
Yeah. On Dust 2.
How has it gone so wrong?
I don't know. I don't know.
Hopefully,
VSM's Colgate smile is an extra flash.
Hopefully, this is just a sign that 0-0 Nation are actually way more competitive than we thought, and they're gonna, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
If this just does end like 16-2, 16-3, then I think I gotta wait until the end of this event to see how everything kind of unfolds here, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's a sign of things. If they blow everybody out of the
they
water,
blow everybody
then it's
out.
like, wow, they exceeded all expectations.
Yeah.
We're super hyped. We're whatever.
Definitely.
If this is just, if 0-0 Nation gets smoked by Pain after this,
right.
Then we got problems.
Hey, no shame losing to Pain.
That's fair.
Definitely looked pretty decent.
It's just wild, man.
Yeah. I feel like I'm on Live Leak watching a dash cam right now.
Yeah, this is like we're on the brink of murder.
Yeah.
It's getting there. Liquid still breathing, but far and few between.
Zero Nation taking every step very seriously. They've found a way out mid. Let's see if the flashes come in. Shox has been kind of eating them. Here he won't. Yeah, okay. Nafly will go in the back of the site. Shox is still up. Oh, okay, only one kill between the two of them. Some insane entries out of Leo this game.
Good timing from Elish to at least cut Try off the tail end of that push, but he's not able to get them out of this bomb site.
They're going in. Oh, he sits on that nade, waiting for the flash. Comes through, doesn't see anything, and half HP.
Full tunnels control for the T side. No challenge that way either for Liquid. It's all in from mid. And you've got to fight for every round at this point. So they close that gap. They get up close. VSM hears it, trades, and gets himself the second onto Nitro. OC looking for the clutch. Coldzera inside the smoke. OC on the cusp of this bomb site. He's got a Molotov. And that bomb, that's planted easily.
Oh, I missed that.
He could just sit inside and tuck it, but then the Molotov comes the other way. He's going to pick up the frag nonetheless, but it's covered on top of fire. There's just no time. He's going to jump.
He has to get on it.
It's close.
Does he have it?
It's very close. Very close.
Wow. He pulls it off. Well
and he
done.
sticks it.
Man, that was a lot of hard decisions to make very quickly, and he did it.
That was weird. His Molotov got put out by smoke. Then the other Molotov comes back in.
That was actually really smart to try to. He wanted to wait that smoke out to throw his Molotov. He just threw it in front, but it wasn't a little. It probably would have made a difference. Coldzera's still looking to just get that Molotov out despite dying. Doesn't really matter. Wow. Tense situation. Hey, they pulled that retake off. That was 3v3, perfect post-land spots for dealing with that kind of retake too. So not easy.
12-3 best case for Liquid. That is wild.
Long control, you know the deal. Elish was very quick about the timing on the flank last time.
Yep.
But his teammates just died so rapidly that they didn't even have to plant the bomb and ran to the B side. We can't blame him for that one.
Oh, wow, Leo, what?
Man.
Great timing for Leo's sake, not so much Elish.
Leo definitely playing out of his mind.
50 seconds, 0-0 Nation. Always happy to just kind of take these little pauses in the middle of the round. You know, little breath work. Refocus, refixate, and then reaggress. And we're at that stage right here, right now. 35 seconds. Cold tries to go beyond and clear that corner, as does VSM, but standing out in the open gives Shox a chance to get a little impact. He's still outnumbered. This is a 1v4 attempt from Shox. Oh, but Leo reads him like a book. Barrel to the face and a 13th to the board.
When we first saw Leo and VSM play together, I remember that was sick. They were so exciting. It was just like a bunch of young players all coming up at the same time. It was like super hype, kind of like watching Triumph in NA or something like that. And we're like, wow, you know, unban VSM. Let's get this Leo thing. Let's keep it going. And then after that, it was just so inconsistent. Like, it just everything fell apart. Even VSM like didn't keep peaking like we saw. So amazing to watch Leo playing this well on top of everything else right now. And I guess the one difference here for 0-0 Nation is they've got LAN. I don't know when the last LAN they actually played was. And we already know these guys love a LAN.
They love a LAN.
I'm going to look. I mean...
So final tally at the end of the half. VSM 16 kills, Leo 15 frags. And right now Tri just staring at his shoes on car. Won't be mollied. Good time on the flash, but oh, he's not able to make the most of it. Coldzera's going to be close up on that smoke, and he gets wrecked by OC. So this is going well for Liquid. A pistol round win will take a little bit of pressure off the score. Emphasis on a little bit.
Oh, awkward situation for Nap. I mean, there's one behind him as well. That's info. They now know where both players are. Remaining. And one is dead.
You know what's crazy is outside of Coldzera's 1v3 round, you subtract those 3 kills, he's 6-13. You know, so that felt like a powerful moment where it almost felt like with that clutch, the half just went soaring to the favor of 0-0 Nation.
Yeah.
But it really invigorated not him, but his teammates.
Yeah.
Outside of that, very quiet. It is very much the VSM and Leo show. And Mobs and Tri just middle of the pack, nice and consistent.
Yeah, I feel like Tri's got like a really important op shot here and there.
Yep.
Out opping people once in a while,
Coldzera's important clutch. Tri's important op shots. Tri's also had really good flash assists. His utility has been very supportive.
Hey, underrated.
He was the one that was set up to succeed this round with the flash, but too many people to shoot at. Sometimes that's a problem. You know, you put one guy in front of me, we're good. You put 4,
Yeah. Can't even pick a target then. It's harder.
Options, man.
Don't give me too many choices. Yeah. Is it called shopper's fatigue?
Something like
that.
Yeah. Oh, I feel bad for Elish.
That's the mobs. You got mobbed.
Naf not going to let off the pressure, though. He's going to try to close this gap. Mobs for another.
Oh, Jesus. Not like this.
Yo, 2-1 Deegs.
Not like this.
Gunning for more. Oh, and Liquid are just left stunned. Tries scout moving into position. This is before the 2 scouts have even given a chance. You know, sometimes you hope for the Deagle cleanup, but... Oh! 3!
Oh, wait.
Onto the AK. 4th frag for Mobs. Single-handedly smashing Liquid down long. And he's going to go for the ace as Shox comes out on the MAC-10.
Oh,
it
come on,
stopped.
man.
He earned it.
Take that ace.
He earned it every step of the way. 3 Huandigs into the AK spray.
They should dock his pay for not completing that ace. He had that wrapped up with a bow.
Well, I'm just infinitely less excited now.
God damn. Any Mulbers?
It's finished by VSM. It's an assist at least, 4.5.
Yeah.
But that ain't 5, Chief.
Tell that to the Frag movie.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Stop it after 4.
These 3 digs were disgusting. And honestly, low-key, this adjustment on the third one, not easy.
That's nice. That's nice. Second one, kind of, you know, Naf's not looking at him,
Right,
crawled
right.
into it, crouch walking.
Yeah.
Number 3 makes up for number 2.
Yeah.
My region's death never tastes so good. And then they call a pause on top of that.
Oh, man. Ice the kicker.
It's like, yo, someone open stream. Watch that back real quick.
You clip that?
14-3. The force by triple deagle from Mulbs.
And we didn't even really talk about Mulbs that much.
No.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, yeah, middle of the pack, man. Par
Now-
for the course.
Now they've all just all
That's
got,
me. That was me. I did that.
Now they've just all got rounds. They've all got sick rounds. All right. What will take place? Do they have any energy left?
I don't know, man. I don't want to see him tap out, but I would understand if they have to.
What else they got to do today?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
So,
Watch this back.
well, now they can watch it back multiple times.
Just gotta work past the smoke. This is a winnable round. Little challenge here from VSM. He's got one teammate inside sight to try and help. Falls downwards. MP9 gets smashed, and now VSM's feeling a little bit desperate. I mean, he's just trying to pre-fire the peaks. Try gets a kill through smoke. Poor Elige. Naf and OC. Man disadvantage. OC is just going to try to fight tooth and nail. Mulbs waiting for somebody to overextend right into him. OC's still hunting for his angles. Ooh, gets shaved down to 88. CT's starting to get ominously closer. Flash is perfect for Mulbs to come out. Now it's Naf's chance to clutch. He's on a quarter health in the 1v3. Ooh, and he almost gets it. But Cold Zera, after try jumps through the doorway, will close the 1v1 for 15. That is 12 match points for 0-0 Nation over Liquid.
Yes, over Liquid. And that, I mean, this is already one of their worst maps in a while.
Probably since that last Dust 2 blowout, when Elige had his worst rated map of all time.
Oh, yeah, versus players. True. That was actually another Dust 2 blowout. Okay.
You know, but that was players, not 0-0 Nation.
Yes. That was a 16-1.
On Dust 2.
On Dust 2. So.
Just crazy.
Problem is with Dust 2, there's just not much you can not much you can do to make it better. I feel like this Dust 2 is just based on how well you feel that day.
Well, they're not feeling any better now than they did before they started.
Yeah. Playing it in damn near every series. This would definitely be their worst loss on it. If this NARMR could get even any more tight.
0-0 Nation have officially entered the chat.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man.
Holy hell.
Oh, I mean, it's going to be sick to watch them play versus teams like Pain and Team 1. Everyone's
it's going to be a sick event. There's
Yeah.
so much on the line. It's so cool that there's no legends yet.
Yeah.
You know? Everybody's position is decided at the RMR.
Absolutely.
Which means even if you're not going to take that legend spot, you get a chance to play against the team who might. You know, you're fighting above your own weight class. And that challenge, it's a learning potential. It's just fun to watch. And then we get these actual upsets. It's just wild. But it's not over yet. Naf's going to continue down, trudging through long as Shox shows cold. He's not the only guy who can dig. And Naf taps away at Leo. It ain't over yet. That's a 4th round win for the Liquid side.
That was an incredible round overall.
But too little, too late.
A drop in the bucket.
That's what it feels like.
A very small drop in the bucket.
11 rounds to close.
It's like a drop in a bucket that they're holding in a desert. And they're literally fanning it to make sure it doesn't evaporate. Yep. Oh no. Malps has a deagle.
The world ender. 2 scouts as well around that deagle, but Coldzera's dead, so that's a bit of pressure taken off right away. And Liquid wasting. Oh, that's setting the roof on fire. The roof.
The roof.
The roof is on fire.
We don't need no water.
Follow the leader. Come on, one good pop flash, CT side. I mean, I know you don't have a flash, but if you did. 2 smokes from the T side. OC finds Malps. That was the player on top of the bomb site. A little bit awkward now. He lost that actual anchor. Try caught out from the Xbox jump. Goodbye. Goodbye. Shox with 3. Clamps down on what was left of 0-0 Nation. Now only 10 match points to go.
Okay. How many of those match points will we see through?
As many as we need to.
As many as you have fingers.
Well, that's an assumption.
Oh!
Still no buy.
I think they actually did just see 3 cross.
That follow-up nade's good. Oh,
Yikes.
no. These are vanilla pistols.
Oh, okay, no, they're fine.
End it.
Right?
End it.
Yeah, they're fine.
And it's over.
Okay.
But y'all got puckered for a second.
Yeah, a little touch sketch. A long... Is it long spot?
9.
Not really.
Match points.
9
That's all
match
that's left.
points,
But here's
yeah.
the buy, okay? We had pistol round, get it out of the way. That's fluff, filler content. This is the sustenance. Still no op on the side of 0-0 Nation. We'll have to watch Try with the rifle work instead. Poor Liquid, 0 margin of error.
You know, if they get 10 rounds, no one's going to talk about this game that much. So, dignity rounds.
They know Alicia's back there.
Mm.
They want to force the issue? No need to. Cold, peeks up, didn't see Nitro tucked in very close. That's 2 on Cat, 3 out long.
Setup's not great here. Try's gun's probably going to stick out on a couple angles. Molly's coming down on the site. And now they just got to fight. Oh no, are they still going to...
Try died.
Yeah, okay, that was just not a very good setup here for 0-0 Nation. So, well, Coldzera's out in the open. He's just going to sit and try to take this because it's 3v4. Will they give him a chance? Flashed across. VSF, they have a smoke gap.
Yeah, they didn't throw a second one, Liquid. Coldzera's been sitting here the entire time. Naf's locked into the car. Nitro incredibly low, so really it's Naf and OC that we're looking to just lock this in. Nitro's not going to go peeking. He shouldn't. They're going to have to come forward for him, and that's going to be the activation for Naf. But there is this X Factor in Leo who pops up catwalk. Naf, perfect timing to a T, but this isn't over. Remember, OC's still at a distance with that op, should be covering Nitro well enough to make sure he doesn't die. And even if he does, it's an awkward fight for Leo, but he gets the first player, and sure enough, it's costly, but it was the plan.
Hey.
The plan was for OC to clutch.
That was a nice attempt. I loved how he played that. Walking the railing, spotting a foot, baiting the attention of the ramp player.
The 2 pieces there, Naf's pop-up moment from Car had to go well. Boom,
sick.
2 kills.
He is
OC
so
just needs to close.
Naf is so good at that,
It's
man.
very good.
God, his timings are unbelievable.
Yep. And now we've got 0-0 Nation back to pistols. So this is Liquid, most definitely clawing back that level of respect.
That was actually a very weak setup from 0-0. You know, all on the A site, eating the mollies. Couldn't fall off the ramp without long control. Didn't have Cat. 2 in CT, 1 on the site. Not great.
Awkward. Pistol kills again.
Hey, we've seen him win with less.
Not the kind of mistakes you want to make. Try's going to try to move that AK around. I hate that. Tries to.
Yeah.
Doesn't work. He dies.
Imagine
What about Cold? Oh, he stops bomb.
Imagine if Try was on big. There's like 2 important words you can't say.
No tries, no bigs.
Yeah.
It's half the vocabulary. Leo steals an AK. The fruits of his labor.
Leo Drunky.
Yeah, he changed it.
Yeah. It's
branding purposes.
It could be Leo Dark.
Yeah. Or Draken.
Leo Draken. Or Leo Drake.
Leo Dork. Leo Dorky.
Yeah.
That's 8. Ooh, Liquid feeling it. You think Liquid are feeling it?
I think they could bring this back.
Ooh,
but
that's NA Copium.
Yeah.
Full dose.
I think there has to be a reason that 0-0 don't win more of their matches. That's what I'll say. But
one mistake.
They got 8 rounds in a row, yeah.
One mistake.
One mistake.
One error.
One Malbs.
Yeah, one Malb.
They get Malbs one more time.
Yeah, and it's over.
Yeah.
But that is the Liquid logo on fire. Believe it or not, at 15-8, Liquid win 5 in a row. No margin of error. Shox wants to face towards mid. VSM just turned his back. Caught with the grenades. This is a big split.
Info.
Yep. 5 players looking to just sink down into this B site.
Oh.
Leo, good for 2. No, just the first. It's VSM to actually take one with him. Now they know Nitro's in mid, and the CT player is just going to disrespect the smoke. A trade frag in from Naf. Cold looking for the headshot. And OC needs to cross with bomb and op. Not ideal. There's 58 health. 58 health between Liquid continuing this comeback and 0-0 Nation picking up the upset, but the collateral from Naf as he lines up 2 and pushes Cold back into yet another clutch. He's been here before, and he'll do it again. 50 seconds left. They start to push bomb beyond. And Cold just buys time. OC straight beneath him. That's 2! Cold ends it!
Goddamn.
16-8, and the 0-0 Nation upset.
Wow, what a play by Cold. That's beautiful, man. It was such a well-played 1v2. I mean, first he heard Naf's last footsteps coming out of the tunnel, read that position, waited till the bomb was getting planted, wasn't going to be a fake, deletes the cover first. So well done, and I think it's actually poetic that this is the round that we end on, because this is the round that Liquid failed to execute themselves or defend against on their CT side. When they were playing one at car, one in the back of the site, it was either Nafly or Shox taking turns dying, one of them getting 2 kills, the other getting nothing, over and over again. And in this situation, with the same smokes, the same walkout mid B smokes that came out, and the fast split, Leo and VSM held it together.
Looking sick.
So, yeah.
Really cool performance from the pieces of 0-0 Nation, and that's kind of think like, you know, if we could have had any expectations coming in like, how would they make this close? Well, we saw the pieces pop off. We saw the Coldzera clutch multiple times.
Yeah.
We saw Try's impactful op shots and supportive utility, so even when his op wasn't a key piece to the round, his assistance was so clear. VSM, Leo, consistency, and that Malbs moment, dude. The Deagle's down long.
Nasty.
Oh. You know, we said Honda was going to have play of the day. Well, there's a couple competitors now. Beauty of a 4K on that round. And the Coldzera close.
That's so smart, man.
Just a beautiful way to end it. So 16-8 over top. Scoreboard at the end of it all. We've got Naf over 100. He had a strong performance, but unfortunately, it kind of came late into the match. And everybody stepped it up a tad, but again, it was just absent at the start of this match.
Yes.
And they let themselves bleed far too long to recover.
Yes. Maybe Liquid got to rethink whether or not they want to play as Dust 2 as much as they do. They do have a few losses, a couple wins, but not versus the strongest teams now. No, this is probably their worst in terms of who they've lost to. We know at least 0-0 Nation, buff on LAN. I mean, we've seen all of these players do well on LAN in different situations, so looking forward to seeing them on LAN playing versus some other teams, because they have been kind of in this like tier 5 hell playing against basically everyone else. So a first real test for them. You know, they did some extra special preparation for this one, and now everybody's work is cut out for them in the RMR.
Could be one of those moments where it's like
Americas RMR.
you know, you play to the caliber of your opponents type moment, and this is one of those chances now where like this is a big step up. You know, this is a big chance, and like you said, kind of putting distance between them and the rest of the pack. But we've got a massive pack of teams here at the Americas RMR, and we still have a massive pack of matches to get through. But that is the two of us done for the day. We'll throw this to a break. Please enjoy the rest of what's to come.
Check out Stream B.
I'm excited to see if MIBR make this long position their home, especially once we hit gun rounds and 90 have ways to retake it. Max crossing, gets a kill. He's stuck behind the car now. They don't have any way to get him out. No Molotov. Oh, clean tap.
Do it again.
Get him. If you don't one-shot him, you don't kill him with this gun.
They're pushing him. That's kind of ballsy. P250 in the pit getting pushed. Yeah, man, you take those kind of fights all day long. Oh, don't assume it's clear. Don't assume it's clear.
Psych.
He'll have to go back in. Oh, Woody will get the better of David. Lucan up the short side, trying his best to keep a watchful eye on the A play. Rox has moved in to join him.
Lucan should tuck Gandalf. Sell this so hard if they plant open, but Rox drops in. Lucan's still on one. Exit hasn't crossed, but he's got a nice off angle. It's part of a Gandalf. Lucan can swing. Lucan can stop it, and he will. Too late, though. Not the bomb dropped. It's stuck. Exit's not for you, though. Got to cross back, and Lucan knows it. He's going to make the move first, and that's a good shot for Exit to close. Oh, damn. I don't know what happened there in the comms, but Exit, Lucan needed to peek sooner. It could have definitely stopped that bomb plant and won the round right then and there. Instead, it's Exit taking the pistol for MIBR. And this comeback, it's happening. It's underway. It's already happened. Confident B rush in round 2 against Triple Scout. Couldn't be a better call.
Yeah, you shouldn't have too many problems here, right? As long as you can get past Rox, you're on to a winner. They ain't retaking with a Triple Scout setup. I can assure you of that. And so with that first kill coming in, you know, maybe Max can do something on crossing players, but he's already getting the hell out of there. 9Z, no choice but to concede. That comes with the territory with this Triple Scout buy. I think, if anything, you're actually kind of fortunate that MIBR didn't see more scouts, because if they did, I would assume they just go back to a B rush again in this follow-up round. The fact that they only saw one of them, you know, maybe they look to expand their horizons and, you know, like try to take mid, try to take long in the next round, and that's where these scouts can have impact. So in an abstract way, if you were ever going to lose this, you're kind of glad it was like one scout scene and one B player dead, and now you have a four-man save with the triple scout still in play.
No, it is a really, really good buy, especially on Dust 2. We saw like even Astralis, like old Astralis, were doing this towards the end of their, I think when they had Bubsky in the team for that brief time, were playing like triple scout CT sides on like Nuke especially, on Force Buys, and even Dust 2 as well is a great map to do it on. So let's see. Because we saw how much damage MIBR's double orb gave us in that first half. Cello and Woody. Yeah, Cello 6 kills, 5 of them with an orb. Are they going to do it again? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Smoked off. No point throwing the round away. But, you know, if the recipe is, oh, they're scouting. Oh, they gave us B. Well, let's go get it again.
And MIBR weren't really set up for this to go awry. Like, they don't have any control elsewhere, so they have to be pretty methodical and slow in how they go about regaining this position, right? And trying to shimmy around some of the rotates out of 9Z. That's what Jota's doing now, right? Throwing the hinge smoke, dropping a molly onto the drop-down AWP spot. Just trying to, like, sell this idea that, yeah, we're taking catwalk. And it's worked well. You know, he's pulled 3 players to commit to the A-hold. 2 still in B for MIBR, but they are effectively 2 on 5 as this push comes in.
1 mag CZ from here. He's going to run out of ammo.
GT dead right away. And now just the formality to deal with the CZ. Not only faked out the A play, but then came back and enteried the B play. That's kind of magnificent.
I relate to that on a spiritual level. Nothing like throwing the flash with the worst spawn and still being first into the bomb site. We've all been there. Just kidding. My teammates don't throw flashbangs. Oh, how is that not a hit? Oh, that is, though.
Dude, it's kind of weird, because like, you're saving this triple scout again.
Yeah. What's the plan?
You could almost like just justify running it with rifles around it.
Do another eco.
But it's very peculiar. You don't often end up in a spot like this. Yeah. So I'm really curious what the decision making is going to look like.
No, that is true. I've never seen it. Oh, they just fully up. There they go. Yeah, we save the armor. We'll get AWPs. We'll get M4s. And I like that. You know, it would have been easy to go, hey, let's play another scout round, guys. But it's not worked for you so far, has it? And they had the money. So why let MIBR build up more momentum when you can just shut it out in your first gunny? Here it is, round 19, 90's first full investment with an AWP on Lucan 2. Jones has got the AWP, he's taken a long spawn but smoked off immediately. And he's not with Woody, so he can't even get that back. He's going to hang on to the T-AWP. Oh no! Oh dear, he threw that way too far.
Well, a series of unfortunate events there. What was the main character's name from that book?
Raoul Ghul.
Yeah, Raoul Ghul. I think that was right. That was his name.
Jiminy Snippet or something. I don't know. Something like that. Or the bad guy?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Noel Edmonds.
Noel Edmonds is the bad guy of television. That's true.
What's in the box? That's my favorite quote. So you've not seen 7, so you don't get that one.
That's the film about the 7 things, right?
Nope.
Commandments, I think.
Nope.
Cello through short. Lucan's holding it with the AWP. Flashed off the angle. They forced him out of there. MIBR have got this control. They've got the man advantage. They're set up very, very nicely in this round, honestly. Just applying that pressure towards A has kept 3 here. Now, they have left the bomb on short while trying to hit B.
Cello's got
That's never ideal, but that's what Cello's there for.
Oh my god, he swings that. That's optimistic. Now he's trapped. He's got to kill at least, but 1 for 1 on B. That's one of the many 7 deadly sins and exit. Well, he's going to get that kill into B with just enough time to stick the bomb. You wonder if Rox did tuck there. Is that a spot you're clearing? He could have won the round off for time. Even so, all saved. Guns kept here for 9Z. Lucan trying to fake it out for his team.
You've never seen the 7 Deadly Sins anime, have you?
No.
There we go. My voice even broke on that.
Yeah, you're really nervous about bringing up anime.
I am. Yeah, yeah, man.
You know how I feel about drawings.
I'm gonna buy you a anime mouse pad for your birthday, Hugo. One of the 3D ones.
Oh, okay, now we're talking. I was looking for a coaster.
A Star is Born. 4 MVPs. I like that. Don't with a star. There are millions of stars. Out towards long.
Yeah,
Flash
this
is
is it.
getting
This
lined
is
up.
it.
We never saw this from 9Z.
I love it.
So IBR are quick to take this control. Hit us with something new, something fresh, something delicious.
Straight from the produce aisle. And it might produce them around after all. But this heavy rotation for 9Z, they seem convinced. You know, even long is nice because you can fake it out. You can take long. The CTs won't always reaggress. More often than not, they won't reaggress. And you can reset go B into a 5-on-1 right now. But it's the question of, you don't have that info if you're a CT side. They've made the right read. They've gambled A. But still, MIBR, a lot of real estate. Moving up on the long position. Flash, a bit awkward, but no one swings. And the T's are going to throw those cross smokes together. In they go to the A site.
Oh, Max heard the tag, and that molly at the ramp is actually lovely to divide this push. Right now, Turtle is in the site alone, and no one can actually get in there to help him to join him because of the molly.
Oh no!
Lucan, they're sneaking up on him, but he doesn't know.
Oh! And molly lasted forever.
Plant now coming in. Lucan holds the line. That's a nice shot onto Cello to open up this retake to try and make it doable. Gonna need a couple more like that out of this AWP, and it's only one, but the trades are kept even. Max on this walk is caught from the swing, and Exit holds down the short side. DGT's gonna be sent packing, and MIBR steal away another round up onto 12 on the back of that little long pop. Something that we never really saw 9Z experiment with over on their T side.
It definitely does look like MIBR's a better team, right? Like, even though the score was certainly close at one point, even favored, but the 6-round streak I think elevated 9Z. It was a lot of momentum. They won a couple of gun rounds. They were going very fast. David was getting double entries every single time. They were good rounds for 9Z, but MIBR, they've dug deep. Not only did the double AWP dig them out on the CT side, but now they're just showing like good, clean rounds, decisive rounds, B rushing anti-ecos, avoiding scout stacks, doing long takes. It's far more standard, and it's working well. Aimers are all there. Everyone's performing. Cello's quiet, but his second AWP was actually really nice first half, so I'm not even going to worry too much. It was one of the reasons 9Z were so constricted after their 6-round streak. As soon as the double AWP came out, they lost a lot of options, and they were definitely scared away from long as a result, knowing that at any point there's an AWP there. David on an off angle, tucked in. Oh, that's clean.
That is a lovely little flick out of Turtle. Cello gonna try and cross mid, prying eyes of the AWP, can't find him. There is a second man, but now Max has been spotted. Oh, the spam just whittling him down. Cello plays him like a fiddle. And now DGT and Rox are left in a 2-on-5 The bomb's going all the way back through T-spawn into an A play, and there's nobody here for 9Z.
Yeah, that's like experience play for Cello there, right? That was really, really nice, really well done. Not just dropping the AWP, but just how he saved himself from the trade on the Xbox and finished the kill. Doesn't need to be the top performer when you've got so many players fragging out in this roster. Oh, they're trapping DGT. They drop spawn and they run out mid, but this might go very wrong. Oh, DGT almost transfers that kill. Well, that was, sorry, his teammate rather, Rox. DGT stole it. He's on for 3. 10 seconds they're planting. Don't do it like this. Don't give him another 1v1. And he's won it. DGT is on for the ace, and he knows exactly where to look, or at least he did. Now he's considering all possibilities. Kit, Molly, he can cut this last player out. All he needs is the info. The cat plant is clear. DGT has worked it out.
He's got a molly.
This is it. He's about to win the round. This is essentially a 1-on-5. I think 1-on-3 for DGT, and he's sticking the bomb. There is nothing you can do. 9 rounds to 9Z, and DGT stands tall. MIBR, they thought it was done.
They were hunting, yeah, before they even won the round. And a 1v5, essentially. I know he had a teammate there to soak up some bullets in mid, but he literally does it all. DGT, the hero. Look at this. Look at it. You have no right to win that round.
Oh, my God.
And I mean, it partly comes down to MIBR getting too cocky, too ahead of themselves, right? Believing they've already done it, trying to put salt in the wound. They're the ones who are going to need an ambulance now. Not for him, but for you.
Yeah. I mean, definitely didn't like the peek from Jota in the 2v1, right? Like, when you throw 3 bodies at him, that's when you give him the respect and play the part.
Dude, something else that's insane is, like, before he swung after planting the bomb, he was fighting it with the bomb with 8 seconds left as he's, like, crossing to the side. And even that made me nervous. I was like, bro, if he kills you, like, that's it. You've lost.
Ooh, Turtle's out, though. This game, it's 1 round. It's not a done deal. Turtle gets caught with a swing. 2 players there. He dodged the flash. He can't dodge the shots. Big gobsmack. That round is going to change the tone of the game completely. Because with it, MIBR probably laughing all over to the finish line. Laughing their way to the finish line, but instead, 9Z, that's only going to give you more hype, more belief. This is really awkward, though. They've lost their long player, right? And David's going to hear this. But he's picking up the bomb with a Glock. He's got to go back cat. And if he runs, which he might have to at 30 seconds, he's going to get heard here every step of the way. David, he wants to flank, but he can't, because if this is a cat play, he's going to be left in middle alone. They're dropping spawn with 20 seconds. They're going for the mid to B. Rox on his own. DGT has actually moved off the B side, but Jota doubles up with the entries. It's just the AWP and nowhere to go. 9Z are believing again, and with rounds like these, up to 10 now, there's hope.
Imagine. Just run with me for a moment.
Okay.
Like, how soul-crushing would it be if the round that effectively, like, ruined all the momentum you'd worked for, you know, everything you'd laid out to win the map, to take an important 1-0, it all falls apart because in a 5v2 you thought, you know, the fat lady was singing.
Oh, yeah.
And she weren't.
They just look like a different team now. Like, it's just so much more confidence. So they're flowing. They're rushing middle on gun rounds. It looks very, very different. Re-inspired. Reminded that they can still win this one. And if I'm MIBR, and suddenly they're timid. They're passive. They're nervous. All right, guys, don't throw this round as well. Is what they're thinking.
Yeah, and you know, the attitude of playing not to lose is entirely different to when you're playing to win, right? That's why you say them differently.
Yeah.
David, back at the site. Big D with the swing. Turtle does best him. You know, when you see that
Boost
Turtle's head, some cheeks getting clapped, here's DGT.
Yeah, Max wants a boost, but DGT has a gap. Now they can do it.
Throw the boost in. Stop the bomb plant. It's that simple, right? Max drops on down as the smoke start to fade. They get tempted in by the gap in the smoke, but these players are already in the site. They're already getting that bomb planted. It's a very, very safe plant. It's like for Gandalf as opposed to for these long players. Will that come back to haunt MIBR?
Not if they die before the retake happens anyway. Exit swings car, gets a double. Huge kills, and now there's trouble for 9Z. They're saving the AWP. Everyone taking fights there. And if there's one thing you can say, MIBR have got some sharp aimers here. Some very good individuals. So getting bailed out by Exit and Turtle there. That was awkward. But I think part of the safe plant comes because they hear the boost. They hear Max drop off the top. And at that point, you know what's going on. No one's just jumping CT. They're boosting. So that's why they wanted to plant safe. This is weird. And it worked out at the end. 13-10, MIBR. 3 away. Not the cleanest fist bump I've ever seen, but you know, points for trying.
That's the fist bump of a team that still don't feel like proud of it yet. You know, they're like, oh, yeah, sure, whatever. I'll flap my hand in your direction.
He went for the fist bump, and he's like, you know what? I'm a swat your hand out the sky. Oh dear, I'm still a little traumatized from the 1-on-3. Incredible game here. It has been fun. Whatever you make of it, it has been fun. And now an eco, giving 14 up so 9Z can keep in this match.
Yeah, you still got a bit of firepower brought with you into this round if you're 9Z. So, you know, you still want to believe that you can win this. And with Lucan starting it like that, no, it's not too shabby, is it? Everyone else for MIBR was grouped over in the tunnels. I almost wonder if they were trying to blow the gun forward with that nade, but it falls a little shallow and sends it deeper into the tunnels. While this has happened, David's pushed long. He's in a very weird position right now.
Can we hear them?
He is looking in. Oh, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment, David.
Oh, they saw him. Oh. They saw him.
Whoa, they've seen him, and they chase him down. He tried to run for the hills, but the hills have eyes where we're going. It's a 4-on-4 now. 9Z starting to pull bodies back over into the A site, trying to supplement this site hold. DGT and Max. Scout and an M4. God, it's all over the place. MIBR don't know where to go. No. Now they're in middle. Now they're looking for another avenue. They didn't like what they saw at long, so it's back to where maybe this all looked to begin. Over in middle, bit of util going out. Is it the mid to B commit? They've still got a long player waiting in Woody, so I'm assuming this was going to go back towards A.
This is scary, man.
It's kind of all over the place right now.
The AWP's going to send them away. They lose first map, but that bomb might go flying, Harry. You know what it's like when you drop the bomb and it goes yeeting around the corner. Good to see Cello back out, but with this info gained by the AWP, there's no question about where this round is ending. 90 know it's an A play. They can't leave their spots just yet. They are entrenched. DGT crouched in the corner, in the cubby, waiting for the cross. He's got one. Tucks in now for a second. There's no flash to help him out from Max. He's trying to hold the cross with the scout, but they've ducked under the shots and they've got the plant. 4-on-3 on the retake, and DGT is still here.
The thorn in their side, the fly in the ointment, whatever other synonyms you want. He's still a problem that they haven't been able to deal with over on the ramp side. And now, reinforced as more of these players start to move into the position. Jota tries to swing, tries to thin the herd. Oh, Cello wrestling with the AK is thrown into the clutch. 1 versus 2. Still a chance in this round for 9Z, but Cello's looking to take it all away. And they run at him. They might get the kill.
They've got time.
Defuse, oh, it's just enough time. 9Z able to regain control of that one.
That's an eco win, right? Like, they have an AWP, but they were saving, Harry. They were giving 14 up. They bought a Scout, an A1S, 2 pistols, and a saved AWP, and they win it. Don't get me wrong, definitely some indecisiveness in the mid-round for MIBR. They couldn't make up their mind, and even with their fake play was essentially a waste of time because that AWP in B confirmed it all. But wow, what a clutch to pull out. DGT, he's had a huge game as well. Especially right there. B rush. They're going to smoke the molly. They're going to run it through. Good flashes. Make it 2. They've got both kills in the site, and that is a save. That is 14 from MIBR. It's what got them on their anti-eco. And they do it against the guns as well.
Yeah, this save's big, right? Like, Lucan can drop over a gun. You still feel the buy in the next round, but where it really starts to matter is if MIBR are able to streak together a couple of rounds here to close out this game. Like, that's what it would be. They're up on a 14 now. If they win this next one versus an investment that still is going to come with, like, some limitations, right?
Nah, it'll be
Actually,
fine.
no, yeah.
It'll be fine.
Lucan's got 5. Sorry, I did not.
Yeah, big money, Lucan. He saved, and he won that 1v1 as well to get the 11th.
Yeah. But still, like, you know, he's gonna put everything in, dropping guns over. So what it does still set you up for is, like, MIBR, if they win this, they're up against the 4-spy with 15 rounds to their name. So they're in the position to close this out and never really have to worry all too much if they do the hard work here in round 26.
Yeah, 3 multi-kill rounds for DGT, I believe it. He's looked really, really solid in this game so far. But MIBR just a couple of steps ahead. Are they going B again? Are they just going to wait the smoke and then hit it? Surely this has got to be the beginning of a default round, because they're already starting to peel back, regretting their decision. Double long, deep for 9Z. It's quite a gamble. Pretty spread out. There's not much trade power here for 9Z in this round, right? They've got to be relying on their individuals. And right now with only one man at B, Rox he's in danger. We'll be able to get the molly off. I've seen these timings go wrong when you're peeking this wide. Like, you go wide as they peek you and they just insta-bop you. It's the way it can go wrong. MIBR, if there's one thing they are, it's fast. Throw a dribble smoke, it keeps his attention. It does seem like they want to end B.
I mean, if you're 9Z, you almost don't believe it. Like, this looks like one guy throwing util over towards B. Like, you've seen a smoke, you've seen a molly, that's it. You know, like, that's more than accomplishable with just one player here. And so there's no rotate. Rox is all alone, essentially 1v5 in the sight hold, and he's been flicked out of the damn thing. That there is a save once again for 9Z. This B bomb site is a big problem, and it's winning MIBR the game. They're up onto 15 now. At least with the save, all those money problems we kind of preluded in the last round aren't too much of a factor. But there's no denying there is a clear problem here, and this is kind of where the mind games start, you know, especially up against this scoreline in a game that's kind of pretty thin margins for the most part. This is where you're thinking, like, okay, do we lean B? What if we overcompensate at B, and now this is the round they go A because they're on 15 and they're going for the throat? There's a lot to it, and it's not a straightforward call for 9Z to make. You do not envy the position they're in right now.
Yeah, it's exactly. And who makes the call as well, right? Like, does the in-game leader want to do that? If Rox is calling for support, he's going to be thinking, God, are they coming B again, though? And yeah, definitely. It's a very scary mental position to be in here at this point in the map. And MIBR, oh, Harry, maybe they weren't going to go B, but this is a B spawn. Look at this spawn. 4 all the way over. If you're ever going to smoke a molly, like, nothing has stopped them. When they smoke the molly on B and they go, they've never lost it. Woody's going for the Xbox smoke, so it's not going to be a full B commit. But for a second there, I'm sure it went through their mind. They want to finish this kill cleanly. 4 rounds to do it. Why let it get close?
I mean, you know, in like the post-round time of round that just went by, they were probably kind of discussing what they wanted to do here. Then you get that spawn, and you're right, it would have gone through your brain. Like, okay, we could go B, but they've stayed true to this little B split. Up through middle, DGTs miss these timings, can't quite get a gap over the smoke. They at least know that they're out in mid. That's info for the B player to try and stay alive with.
They're just at the door. They're just chilling.
Slowed it right down. However, Max holds the line. This double B hold hasn't been dealt with yet. And as they move in, are they ready for the man at car? Max is further selling the lie that he's the only one here. And Exit, even though he checks it, still can't win that fight. It's all left onto Turtle, and he's been wrapped on the long take by David. 9Z, they finally give us an answer to the B problem.
Yeah, I love the call there from IBR. It looked like it was going really well. All attention was on tunnels and the util getting thrown, and no one was looking mid. But then DGT gets that spot, and even though he doesn't get a single kill from it initially, he gets the info, and 9Z know they're getting wrapped. At that point, I think the comms just go out the window. Jota walks in alone. Cello stays mid while his team run out B. Like, the timings were a little off there with the entries. If they all hit it at the same time, it's probably the game, but a little more drippy, into the bomb site, and it doesn't work. 9Z hanging on, doing their best. A nice car spot for Rox as well, who, let's be real, he's been the problem on B. He's not had many rounds there that you can get too happy about, but a big double frag with him and Max in position to save the round and save the series. 3 more for overtime. Are they going to do it, Harry? They really going to do it?
I'm kind of shocked that 9Z only have gone back to the solo B hold.
They wouldn't do it again.
Like, because
right?
they're going, yeah, okay, we finally beat the B play. Oh, psych! You didn't beat it. It's out past you. Oh, no,
What?
wait, hang on. Max has just saved his life. Max has kept this one alive.
Wow.
That is like a round-saving kill from him through the double doors, right? They'd already spilled up and past the man in Rocks.
Sigh of relief. This game has got legs on it, Harry. Because MIBR, man, you can't blame them for wanting to do that, but especially back-to-back B spawns. But the brute force doesn't work. Now they've got to pull out something else in a 3-on-5, go back to the long take. But even, forgetting this round and looking forward to the future, it's like, what else has actually been working?
I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to B, honestly. No,
Yeah.
and not like next round.
Like
I mean,
now?
like in this round, because the bomb's still there, and they're trying to sell the big lie that okay, we've left the tunnels, we vacated this side of the map. See, you can go push the upper tunnels. We're not there, right? And that's kind of like the big lie that they're trying to sell 9Z on. And they have at least, kept only a double B hold in play. Double B hold in a 2-on-3, like on that side of the map, is still good for 9Z. Maybe it's given MIBR options, although there is a long push coming in.
No.
And he's wrapping these guys in middle. DGT might just beat them to it. David never even gets a chance, and it's all on exit now.
And he's going to exit the round with the AK, or so he hopes. So he prays. And that would be a big save, because then you can drop over another rifle, and still he has $300 to buy a flash or a nade. So yeah, pretty good, all things considered. Will be a rebuy here for MIBR just because the money is cooked. So trading over some guns. Really nice close position for Rox, right? Only gets one, doesn't realize, but the run and gun for Jota, everyone's blind there, including Max, who saves the round with Rox. Don't know how DGT doubles up there. Long take coming in. It's been a while.
Oh, David wants to fight for this. Oh, this is so ballsy. Flashed in. Cello gets the better of him. Okay, now this is where you're going to start to sweat a little bit, right? Because in these last few rounds, you've at least been able to kind of take that opening, feel confident in the 5-on-4, and look to build back into this. But now, in round 29, where it all matters so much, where either all these rounds, there's this comeback, it's all for naught at this point in time, and you're 4-on-5. Just having a stew in it as well as MIBR completely pump the brakes, and this asymmetry of information that exists now, this idea that everything you gained for David's death at Long, all the information he gathered, is essentially useless because so much time has elapsed that they could be anywhere now. It means his sacrifice was entirely in vain.
Oh god, what dangerous position to put the AWP, man. This is the game in the palm of Lucan's hand. The make or break. He's going to give it up with the smoke. He goes back. They're going to decide to re-molly this after the smoke. He's bought time for his team, and there's only 30 seconds. They can't wait forever. Woody's still holding for this flank. That's the hope. That's the prayer, but it's not coming through yet. Out they go. Great entry, and the beginning of the end is here.
Yeah, 5-on-3 as they start to move up into the A play. Even Woody laid up the short side to throw more chaos into the mix. And it's left to Max and Rox to try and do what they can. A 2-on-5. A comeback maybe about to get stripped away. Rox dead on short, and Max Reality's setting in now. They run him down. MIBR lock this one in, and they go 1-0 up, besting 9Z and denying that comeback on Dust 2.
What an entertaining game, right? Like, coming in pretty unknown where this one was going, pretty close, all things considered. The scoreline represented that as well, but, you know, that was a 6-0 start for 9Z. They looked invincible. MIBR had solutions, the CT double AWP, the problems with B on the T side, and they still find a couple of long takes at the end to close it. That was a super exciting game. And again, MIBR get their win streak going. 14 series in a row for this roster. The majority of that is the Challenger League over back in NA, you know, previous known as Premier. So it's yeah, what a run. What a run right now for this roster. Who knows where the ceiling is? Who knows where the sky is for MIBR? We're going to get more games from them here to see if they can run through the Americas qualifier. I'm hyped by this team. 90 as well. They look good, but MIBR built different.
Yeah, man. Dude, I'm kind of astonished that they were able, like, especially when you think, like, within the context of how that all started, right? I know it was a long time ago now, but, like, bro, 9Z looks so good out of the gate. And, like, that's a very, very hard thing to go up against. Then they get their first round on the board. There was just no stopping them once that happened. We get into the second half. We get to see their T side. And I think that's really where, like, it opened up. They were playing with confidence. We had that, you know, 5v2 that almost got stolen away.
That changed the game. Without that, I think that map is a stop.
Exactly, right? That's what I was going to... I think, you know, if that didn't happen, you would have been looking at something very, very one-sided. That kind of spurred 9Z on. It made MIBR leave their comfort zone, leave all that confidence and have to slow it down a lot. But then as they started to kind of course correct and get back on top, you know, it's one thing to be looking good when everything's going great. It's another to have a glaring error, a glaring misplay, and still overcome that and not let it, you know, bog you down. Think about rounds that we've seen that have just destroyed the morale of a team. I always reference this, but it's a golden round. Like the refresh 1v5 versus, like, they just checked out.
One.
They just checked out after that happened. It was like,
oh, you went into overtime. You knew the series was
exactly.
done. Yeah, you literally knew it was GG.
Whereas here, MIBR was still able to build up in spite of that, and I think that's a very admirable quality, and it's put them in a great spot now.
I think it was Stewie even said, like, in that timeout going into the overtimes, there wasn't even talking. Like, they were mentally broken, and, like, when you're this competitive, when you're at this level, it's easy to say, just get your head back in it. Very hard to do when this much is on the line, and so much is on the line right now. I want to give a shout out to a bit on 90. I think DGT played incredibly well. I think he had a really, really good game. Obviously, he was the guy to get that 1-on-3 ace, or maybe it wasn't an ace, but, you know, essentially the 1-on-5. He stuck the defuse on A. I think he had a really, really good game. So definitely more to look out for 90. It's a team we hyped up coming into this with their recent results in Europe anyway.
Yeah, I think one of the saddest points there would be, like, David, who had this incredible start.
Yeah.
He went 8-0, and then, like, towards the end finished with, like, 14, 15 kills. And so it's like, you know, the kind of parallel drawn between that incredibly good start and the results that was giving 9Z. Then you saw, like, him taper off. You saw 9Z start to struggle a bit more. And that was at least when, like, DGT was able to kind of fill the void, right, and rise to the occasion, which was a real treat to see.
Just a super brawly game, all things considered. And yeah, more and more Counter-Strike coming through. It's a sad day for NA, but at least SA is making up for it. And we got a couple of homies as well waiting in the wings. Jackie and Davey are going to be on the mic for the next 4BO1, so you definitely want to tune in and listen into that one. So we'll see you tomorrow, and you should stay tuned for more Counter-Strike here at the Americas RMR.
And we're back with the first round of matches done and dusted. And it wasn't very pretty for the North American teams other than Complexity, who were the only ones able to grab their wins. I've got Blair now joined by Pimp here on the desk with me. And, well, we spoke at the beginning of the day about upsets and heartbreak. Well, there's definitely a lot of heartbreak for these North American fans, Pimp.
You got anything in mind when you say that, James? You know?
Liquid.
Liquid, oh yeah.
EG.
Expected.
But what the hell happened to Liquid in that one? They lost to 0-0 Nation, and the fact they lose, you know, that's a big surprise in itself. But the fashion they did it in wasn't even a close game.
They just got completely bagged out. I got to give credit to 00 Nation, though. You look at that team, you look at a lineup, you're like, this is a team who should be doing damage, right? You have so much of firepower in the lineup. You're talking about VSM and Try and all these guys. And to finally see it kind of appear in the server was fascinating. It was a great showing from them. Dusty a little bit more of a puggy map as well. And look, I still believe in Liquid. I just feel like they just got off on the wrong foot, so to speak. And I feel like they should be able to bounce back later on.
Yeah, and Dust too, you know, one of the ones that you think, okay, you can give a good chance to a team like O Nation in there, but I didn't actually think they were going to pull it off today. And I thought there might have been like some comeback potential for Liquid, you know, like they start to wake up a little bit more. But game 2, we're thinking a lot more hopeful.
When we were watching the game in the green room, you know, it's 10-0 for 0-0 Nation, and I'll be like, okay, it's a 50-50 game now, right? They have a chance of actually winning it against Team Liquid. I can get away with this. I think when I say that 0-0 Nation have been nothing but a big disappointment ever since they created this roster and everything they got together. The results they've had leading into the RMR as well, very disappointing. So the fact that they come out and beat Liquid in the fashion they do, either they've been putting in some hardcore work in a bootcamp and actually gets to show us the real level, or they were just a bit lucky. And that's what I'm looking forward to for the next round for 0-0.
Now, we just come off that MIBR versus 9Z game, and honestly, I thought it was going to go to overtime at one point. You know, 9Z making a light little fight coming back up into it.
Yeah, 9Z are an interesting team, right? I saw them at the ESL at an ESL Challenger event just a month prior, and they were able to take down a couple of decent teams like Movistar Riders. We saw what a run they had in Pro League recently as well. But I do feel like they struggle a bit against domestic competition. You know, we always have these domestic derbies where things can get a little dicey. MIBR, though, they played great. There were a couple of rounds where they could have maybe closed it out in a more convincing fashion, but they get it done in the end.
Yeah, I think that's the key, right? They get the win at the end of the day, and they learn from those mistakes. I reckon they won't do that in the second round or in the third round. Otherwise, they will lose, you know. Now the quality of teams is only getting better for them. So it's a good way of winning a game, you know, if you can afford, I guess, doing a couple of unacceptable mistakes to begin with, and then iron those out for round 2, round 3, then you should be in a good spot if you're MIBR.
Now, the positives here for North America, we have to talk about Complexity. It is one of the teams at the beginning of the day that you, Blair, along with Prof, were saying that, okay, you expect them to make it through. Well, they started off strong, and it was at least convincing as well.
Yeah, like the only shining light for NA, led by, ironically, South Africa in the form of JT, right? He really popped off there. You know, they went on Nuke against Team 1, everyone really delivering as we expect them to. And they're a team for me who's an exciting prospect, right? You look at us individuals, these are the young up-and-comers. Junior, a little shaky for my liking, but hopefully he finds his form here. But at least for NA, yeah, a good start for them, at least making up for a team like EG, for example, who... When does that free fall stop, Pimp? Like, when do they stop falling? Never?
Yeah, apparently never. That was a very disappointing performance from EG once again. It's hard to keep, you know, reiterating the same problems they have over and over again. You look at the lineup, you look at the players, you know the investment that's been put into EG as well, and you just don't see it on the server. I don't want to take anything away from Pain Gaming because I think that's actually a legit team right here. I think they could be one of the contenders to qualify for the major. People tend to underestimate them just a little bit, but again, you know, you look at EG, you look at the investment that's been made by EG, you look at some of the players, they're supposed to win this game 9 out of 10 times, and right now they're losing 10 out of 10 every single time.
And you have to give credit, like you said, giving credit to Pain 100%, right? Like, this is a team, when you initially saw them, when I saw them as well, like, you know, a year and a half back, you look at Safe, you're like, all right, this guy's a star player. But he was unable to be a star player because of the way this team works around him, right? And then you have this new kid coming in called Nathan, and he's being a star as well for this team. I feel like the core of Nekkers, PGL, you're talking about Hardzao, Big Azera on this lineup. They're a very solid team. And for me personally, I feel like they should be a team who should potentially make it through and get one of this top 6 spot.
Do you think EG going to make it through now, Pimp?
No, I don't think so. I think EG is going to be one of the teams that is going to bottle it. What I see.
I want to be positive because I have you next to me, Pimp, but I can't. I really cannot believe in this lineup right now.
I thought you were going to find something for me there, Blair. You know?
Nope. EG.
Nothing in there.
Nothing.
Not there at all. But, you know, we're going to talk about Imperial as well, you know. Fur, he made it look like he'd been playing back a few years ago. We haven't seen this kind of a performance out of him.
No, it was good to see, especially on a map like Inferno. You know, Fur is a player that he's never been the guy, and that may come as a surprise to people. He's never been the guy, you know, sitting for hours and hours and play deathmatch. All he needs to do in order to be good is join the server, play Counter-Strike consistently, maybe 5 hours a day, and then he'll be good. it's now, what, 5 months, 6 months ago since he made the comeback, and we're finally getting to see the Fer that is actually playing some solid Counter-Strike. Leading up to the tournament, he was doing a good job. In this game, without a doubt, the most impactful player. Really leading the charts for Imperial as well. So I'm getting a little bit excited by this team. Obviously, you know, it's the last chance. You know, you can call it what you want. Maybe it's a team where you just get paid a lot of money, you know, to entertain. But what we see so far in the server has actually been better than I initially would have thought.
They're entertaining and they're winning, right? And that is fantastic with this team. I have to agree with Pimp absolutely when he saw this lineup come. Even the fans behind his team, they were like, yeah, this is just celebrating the legacy of some of these players. They talk about players like Fall, they talk about FNX, they talk about Fer, and even Bolts and Vinny, right? They are veterans now in the scene. They've been around forever. So the fact that actually you look at 00 Nation and you look at the Imperial guys, I expected Double O Nation to be better. Sure. But Imperial have really been surprising a lot of people, and especially, like you said, like Fer popping off like this, if you can sustain that, suddenly you have a potential upset team who could maybe sneak their way in the top 6.
Now, another game we want to look at here, right, is Case taking on Bad News. Big way. This is a cold clutch, though. This clutch was pretty epic, right? And it just continued to spiral out of control for Liquid. And you just saw every round that was coming the way of O Nation. The hype was there. They were loving it.
And that's the thing. If you want to dive into this game, and if you want to look at it, you know, from a, I guess, an analytical point of view, the way they run was enabled by all players. Cold Zero in the clutch situations, winning a couple of those, also finishing out the game with a clutch. Leo, the weak link within the lineup, top frag throughout the series. You have Malbs, you know, who was a bit quiet to begin with, then all of a sudden turns up with a massive round, 4 deagle kills and shutting it down right. So it came from every single player. So if you're a 00 Nation fan right now, you do have a reason to be excited, but again, I want to calm your horses a little bit because we haven't seen them play 2 good games in a row at any point in their history.
That's true.
Yeah, don't get too excited just yet, right? We'll wait and see how it all goes.
Don't be disappointed like NA fans, you know. Don't
you just had to stick the knife in a little bit further, didn't you, Blair? But I'll allow you that one, you know, because it could still be pain for them across the rest of this day. We'll have to see how it goes down. But I want to look at this Case at taking on Bad News Bears because I expected that game to actually be closer, right? You may say, yeah, okay, Case can get the win there, but I thought Bad News Bears would put up more of a fight.
Yeah, I thought so too. I will say, though, that watching Case, you know, qualify for this stage of the major was very impressive. They played some good Counter-Strike, solid Counter-Strike. People may have forgotten Steel, you know, I would call him legendary in game leader just in terms of his personality. He's so happy, so energetic, always smiling, the nicest guy I've ever been around. And to see him find success with a couple of young guys and I guess some semi-experienced players from Brazil coming out there, it's very, very cool. Honda as well with a massive clutch, you know,
honestly,
make it Imperial, and all of a sudden,
listen, man, I feel like Honda just had probably the game, the map of his life, right? Which is a little unfortunate. Like, taking nothing away from Honda, but in all honesty, I felt like as an individual, he really wasn't at the level he needed to be in that Furia lineup. So it's very understandable he got dropped. But the fact that he's able to find his form over here, and for Bad News Bears, man, it's kind of rough, right? They're a team I've always admired. Sheikh Zula as an IGL, and also kind of like a guy who gets all these unknown talents from the region, but they're kind of the unfortunate farm team, so to speak.
Yeah.
So yeah, them going up against the Honda Inform and Case, like you said, you know, they have really slowly but steadily impressed a lot of us. So yes, I wanted Bad News Bears to put up a little bit of a fight, but unfortunately, a little bit too much to handle with the Brazilians.
And to continue to beat down on the North Americans. The Party Astronauts also lost out pretty heavily to Asurus as well. They really didn't stand a chance of that one. That game, though, at least when I was watching it, was just kind of like, okay, Asurus, you're going to take this clearly.
Yeah, they were good. They were good, you know, especially in the second half. They got to shut down their opponents completely on Nuke. And again, you look towards Isurus, the way they qualified, pretty impressive, I will say as well. You look at some of the games and you think to yourself, okay, if they can iron out some of the classic, I call them, you know, beginner mistakes, then there's actually some real potential within Isurus.
And you got to give credit to Isurus as well, because, you know, there were a couple of reports that, you know, a couple of these players, they actually had food poisoning last night, and then one of them actually had to be rushed to the hospital as well, and they were not feeling great. And yet they come into the server, and it's like, doesn't matter, we're still going to play full commitment. You got to respect that. For the side of Party Astronauts, I got to say, I saw them in Pro League. They had the excuse that, you know, Viz wasn't there. They had PTR Peter standing in, so the performances weren't necessarily that great, although they had a couple of good maps. But now with the full lineup in, I kind of expected a little bit more. You go to Nuke, it's a map they're willing to play, and they had no T-side there. I got completely smacked.
It's one of those games that sets the expectations, at least, right? There's only 6 teams qualifying from this stage into the major, and if you can't win that game, then there's a very long way for you to qualify. So yeah, it's a bit disappointing. Not only losing, but losing in the fashion they did. That's not really setting them up for any success further down the line.
Now, the opening game of the day all this time ago was Furia taking on Leviathan. And, well, Furia, they did exactly what you said, Blair. No respect, full confidence. He with like 20 kills at the beginning of the first half, just running around, just going absolutely crazy. He's on a bit of a field day. They were just pushing and really putting the hurt on him.
Yeah, that was the Fury I wanted to see, right? You are clearly one of the top 2 teams here, you're the favorite, so to speak, a legend from the previous major as well, and they did not waste any time. Art re-peaking again and again and again and again and hitting all the shots, Safe being a beast, Fury popping off as well. Heck, K-Serrano couldn't find any kills because no one left alive, so it was a speedrun from Furia, a dominant showing on his Inferno, and we just saw a couple of days back, Tim, where, you know, they really did put up a fight against FaZe until one of the best teams in Inferno on the planet until Robs kind of woke up. But yes, they can play this map. They look great. My only doubt is I hope they don't kind of get ahead of themselves when they play a better team later on and start making, you know, the more characteristic aggro non-stop plays. And if they rain it a little bit, you know, maybe.
But you're talking to Furia, right? You're talking to Art. Of course, he's not going to rain it
He's
a
not
little
gonna
bit.
listen to
I
us.
agree in a sense, but also disagree. I want to see Furia play this style of Counter-Strike. I think there's only one team, or there were only one team that, realistically speaking, should be able to beat them. That was Liquid, and that's no longer the case with the form they're in right now, at least not after the first game. It feels like Furia is much better prepared for that one. So I'm going to be very disappointed if Furia is just not going to walk through this entire stage of the major, qualify and probably go 3-0 as well and win the legend spot.
Ooh, okay. Early prediction on that one, Pimp.
Yeah,
But from
they
what
have
we
to.
saw, you know, it could be the way forward from. They are the one that grabbed that right top 8 when it came to his last major coming through. But now going forward, what we've seen is the opening games, right? Liquid, I don't think we're too worried about really, right? Okay, it's one game of how it happened, but look at the performances they had recently. Surely they should be fine.
Let's put it into context, though, because the only reason I'm not worried for Liquid is because of their opposition, right? They're not strong enough, even on a bad day, to beat Liquid. They shouldn't be. I'm still a little bit surprised by the fact that 0-0 Nation did it, but as you said, James, as well, it's Dust 2, it's the first game of the day. There's a lot of factors going into that one. So, no, I'm not worried for Liquid, but that's based on the opposition. I don't think there's any other team out there, even on a good day, that should be able to beat Liquid on a bad day, and that's the problem for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they have a little bit of an edge. It's kind of reminiscent for me of how FaZe started their the group stage run the Pro League. They just won IEM Katowice, so they come to the group and suddenly they're facing elimination, right? And they woke up and then they won the entire thing. So I feel like Liquid definitely, they should be waking up over here. Even if they go 0-2, which is very unlikely in my opinion, I don't think there's any team here apart from Furia who's going to take them down in a 3-mapper series. So not too worried for Liquid quite yet, but for the rest of the NA guys though, apart from Complexity, not too sure, man.
Well, this is a good spot for Complexity to be in, though, right? They're the ones trying to make their way up, as we keep talking about them. We're seeing the positive signs of them. Also, the fact that, obviously, they're in this situation where they should be winning against these teams, right? But do you think that they have kind of a clear path, or is there still a bit of unevenness on if they'll make it all the way through?
I mean, you mentioned one of the players that needs to step up and find some sort of footing in Junior. I feel like he could be the catalyst behind a Complexity that goes from being an upset team to a legit contender, you know, in North American Counter-Strike. They're still, you know, far away from Team Liquid. They're still far away from Furia. But with Junior playing well and with the rest of the squad gelling more together, I see a good future for Complexity. But again, I want to put it into context because the only reason we talk so much about them and the only reason we're so positive around Complexity is that there's no one else to talk about, right? North American Counter-Strike is in a bit of a dire street, and for that to say that Complexity is where we put our hopes is a bit of a, yeah, it's tough to swallow.
You got to put your faith in the youth, right? And these are the next generation. These are the guys who came up, you know, during the online era, like, you know, after when the COVID took place and everything. We had Grim playing all the way to Liquid, and now it's kind of like I want to see Complexity go up to Liquid later on. Grim show, listen, this is what I could really do in a server if you let me do so. But yeah, I think the common thing here is Junior. I feel like he has really good peaks, but also sometimes doesn't quite deliver, right? And if you look at OC and what he's doing on the side for Team Liquid, for example, he is a star around which you have even more stars. But if you look at his Complexity lineup, you have players like Fang. I feel is one of the best players this team has. You're talking about Grim is showing up as well. You have Floppy. You have good, great core of riflers. Now, if Junior can be that stable, consistent opper for this team, they could be, you know, vying with a Liquid, with the Furia to be the best team from the Americas right now.
Well, we've still got plenty more matchups to go, so let's take a look at the new schedule and see which matchups we are going to have across this one. Now, starting off, we're going to see Furia taking on Azurus in there. Case going up against Imperial, that could be a good one. But look at this, we were just talking about Complexity. They've got to go up against that OO Nation now.
Spicy.
Very different, obviously, if we had not seen them take down Liquid. Perception's changed a bit here.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, right? Both these two teams having two convincing wins in their respective games. The difference being obviously a Double O Nation taking down Liquid, which is a giant right there. So I'm excited if they can continue that particular their momentum, so to speak, taking down a giant like them. They're obviously going to be really hyped up and everything. For Complexity, though, this is going to be the test. Can you withstand just the pure star power, the firepower on that lineup?
Yeah, I agree. That's a very interesting matchup. I also, do note that Case is going up against Imperial, and obviously Imperial with all the stars and Fur, FNX, Fallen, we do have to keep an eye on them. But it is a rematch as well. Case absolutely manhandled them in the RMR qualifier, where they won 16-7 on Inferno. Wasn't even a game. Wasn't even close. So I'm curious to see whether or not Imperial have anything to say about that. If they want to make a statement to me and to the rest of the world that yes, we are farming a lot of money within Imperial. Yes, we're earning a lot. Yes, we have earned that, by our performances for the last 5 years.
They deserve that money, yeah.
But we can still play Counter-Strike at a high level, and we actually came into this stage prepared and good enough to make an upset. And I see that game as, can Imperial win that one? Then I start to believe in them going to the major.
I see one matchup there, and that is 9Z versus EG.
I was going to touch on it,
yeah. Listen, man, it's not going to get any easier for EG, right? And 9Z, yeah, they lost to MIBR, but this is a team I saw, reasonably recently when they had a little bit of a stint in Europe, where they pulled off a few upsets, man. They took down the likes of, like I mentioned, alluded to earlier, Movistar Riders. We saw how good they were in Pro League recently as well. They took down Dignitas. Maybe not as impressive, right? But they are a very competitive team, and yeah, they might have some issues against domestic competition from South America, but, if you're looking, it's so wild. You look at 9Z versus a bunch of major winners, and you're like, yeah, 9Z should be the favorites.
Yeah, we're going to figure out how deep EG can fall, and if they will continue to fall down the cliff they're on right now. I do think EG have a chance of winning that game. I agree, 9Z is a good team, but if you're EG, again, just look at the players, look at the investments made by the organization, look at the experience as well. If they can't win this game, if they can't overcome this hurdle, then I'm starting to lose faith in not only EG, but North American Counter-Strike.
But let's be honest, right, from what you're saying there, Blair, I remember when we go back to the previous major, 9Z weren't even in it, but they were sat there in Stockholm, they were boot camping, they're spending a lot of time over here doing some damage. This may be something where they can pull something off and really cause EG to maybe crumble or break apart.
I do want to point out as well, they lost Tri, the big difference maker for that lineup. Yep. Tri was doing a fantastic job with the AWP. I remember it was during a blast season where they took down Vitality. I believe that was the last game we ever saw RPK play. They went out in the first round. Tri absolutely killed it, and 9Z played well. Ever since Tri left, they've actually become a better team. It feels like they've
stopped relying on him,
stop relying too much on one player, and the rest of the players on the squad knew that, okay, now we lost Tri, I have to step up 10%. I have to step up 10%, and all of a sudden you got a much stronger unit of players. So I wouldn't count out 9Z. I think it's a very interesting team, and just the fact that they were able to bounce back from losing Tri, very impressive to me.
Yep.
And then we also want to touch on Liquid taking on Team 1, right? Okay, Team 1, we'll give them some respect overall, but this should be Liquid's confidence-boosting game. Get yourself back on track.
Yeah, I'll just put this out there. This one's for the NA fans. Liquid's going to win this one, right? I think Liquid are easily going to
save this.
I'm saying it. Liquid going to bounce back. I think I've seen enough from them recently.
You're
how
saying
good
they're
they are.
100% going to win that game?
I'm not a lunatic. I'm going to go 80-20. I'm going to go 80-20.
Saving himself.
Yeah.
That's a pretty respectful 20%.
Yeah, I believe in this team, man. I think OC is fantastic. I think he's an incredible opper, the best opper from North America. They're working really well around him. You're talking about Shox coming in this lineup. I had question marks about Shox and Liquid. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. But he's been very clutch. He's been very impactful. He's also kind of been this mentor role for playing the mentor role for OC, and also at times even calling in between. He's calling for timeouts and stuff for this team. So this team can be a contender.
You're too sweet. You say 80-20, I say 95-5. There should be no way. There should be absolutely no way that Liquid is going to lose that game. Okay. I can't see a single area where Team 1 should be better. One X factor they used to have was Malps, but they lost him as well. And it's not like they've, did the 9C route where they became even better and they got together as a team and started to perform even better. It seems like Team 1 is a decent team, but not more than just decent. So if Liquid were to go 0-2 right here, I may as well just leave the set.
Well, hopefully you don't need to do that, Pimp. Blair's giving him 20%, you're giving him 5%. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
25 total.
But before that, we need to go off to a break and get ourselves ready for the next game. And then we'll be doing the pre-match for Furia taking on Asurus. We're going into our second round of matches here for the PGL RMR Day 1 on the Americas region. And next up, we've got Furia taking on Isurus. Now, Isurus, they did take on the Party Astronauts, but this time around, they're going up against a much higher level opposition, and this one is certainly not going to be easy for them. And even Blair, Pimp, when we talk about some domestic matchups coming in here, this is not like Isurus is ever really getting a chance to play against Furia.
Yeah, I mean, Furia, at least based on the first game we saw, right, I don't think they're going to be lifting the foot off the pedal anytime soon. It's just going to be full-fledged. Even look at the map pool as well. Furia are a team who surprisingly have a deep map pool, if you really think about it, right? Sure, they don't play Dust 2, but on every other map, they are extremely dangerous. I was looking at Inferno before they played FaZe on that map. I'm like, it's not a great map for them, and they almost take them down until Robs really woke up. We saw them smash their opponents earlier as well. So yeah, this one should be Furia taking it very convincingly, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, no matter what, for Isurus. I think, you know, when you look at the matchup, you think to yourself, from an objective point of view, right? You think, can this game be competitive? That in itself is a victory for Isurus. Obviously, they want to win the game. They want to make a statement to the rest of the world. But if they somehow find a way to push Furia, put it into a 12-12 scenario or something like that, where you really force Furia to show their A-game in order to win, that to me would be very exciting. There's a couple of interesting players when it comes to Isurus. I want to talk a bit about Gaffalo. I think he's a great player. I think he's a young prospect. With the AWP, he has a unique style, very aggressive. So we are seeing Art, you know, we saw it in the first game, running around. If Gaffalo can find him, you know, sneeze him up to begin with and shut him down, then that could be a win condition, or at least a condition to make it a close game. But as you said, Blair, it's tough to imagine Furia not winning in this one.
Now, before we talk about Furia in a little bit more detail, we've got a wonderful interview here with Maui Snake.
Let's do this. I think it's safe to say your guys' expectations for this event are to qualify for the major. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Do you see a challenger for you guys at this?
It's hard to say, but like we expect ourselves we are seed 1 and we're like the best in the tournament, so we need to prove ourselves and like play as the best team. But it's always hard because everybody here is playing for their lives. It's like a very important tournament for everybody, so I know it's going to be very tough to get the 3-0 and even fight for the spot. So that's what we want, and we're going to do our best to do that, but it's going to be very tough. We need to play our best.
I want to talk about your performance. I think you had a really solid pro league for a lot of it. I mean, you were not only going for the openers that we're used to seeing you do, but you were also winning a lot of those opening duels. Why do you think, or what do you think it takes for Art to be in the zone so that you're not only executing the game plan, but doing it and finding success?
It's a lot of things that has to happen. I would say that recently, since Safe joined, I feel way more comfortable to do things I like think are right to do in the game, and sometimes those things put us in a situation of like in a situational round where we need to play a 3v3 or 4v4 or even sometimes 5v4 or 4v5s. And with Safe as Alp, I feel way more comfortable putting my team in that situation. Sometimes I go for a play. I feel that's risky, but I know that if it goes well, maybe we won the round easy. And if it goes wrong, I still have Safe and the rest of the team behind me to put up with my play. So I think that makes me way more confident to do my own stuff and have the free will of doing what I think is right for the team.
Okay, last question. How does a Furia game plan change from a BO3 to a BO1?
Oh, it depends. Like, depends who we face, depends on the map. It's a lot of things because, you know, when it's a BO1, it's a lot of pressure. More pressure for us, but sometimes more pressure for them because if we are playing more loose, because we can, they also feel more pressure because it's they have short time to adapt and do new stuff. So they have a place where should we do more strategies because they're playing loose, or should we punish them and not do strategies? So it's hard for them to prepare on BO1s, but it's also harder for us because if you commit mistakes and we play too aggressive or too passive, it's the game, you know. So it's hard for both teams.
Very true when it comes to those best of ones. But something very interesting that I was just saying there. Safe comes in. He feels a bit more safe with the whole team around him now, right? To make some more of these aggressive plays. He's got that confidence back that we've been missing from him.
He does, and it's a good thing and a bad thing, because that's the one critique you can put on Art, right? Sometimes he's overextending a little bit too much, and there's no stop button, right? So even if he's having one of those games where he's not winning the first 5 entry duels, you know, normal, you'll see players fall back, you know, try something else or allow the rest of the team to do the work. Art, he's just going to go for 5 more. He loses those 5, well, he's got to go for 5 more if he's allowed to, right? And that's the problem with Art. He doesn't have a stop button, so I'm a little bit worried when I hear him saying that I'm more comfortable now, you know, going for the peaks because Safe is with me. He can make up for it in a way. It works against low-tier opponents. It's going to work here at the RMR. No doubt he's going to run over every everyone he's going to face apart from Liquid. But when we get into the major where I expect Furia to be, that's still the one weakness I look at this lineup, that Art sometimes can be the guy who can, win a couple of rounds, but he can also lose an entire map for his team.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. And I get where he's coming from, though, because before Safe, he was a primary op as well, right? So your primary opera goes in and dies in the first 20 seconds. There's no trade. You've lost the most expensive gun in the game.
Sure.
Where do you go from there, right? But now I get it. I do like the fact that he has kind of tempered his aggression a little bit recently off late. He doesn't feel like a liability. It's not him just going in and YOLOing it, right? There is a method, I feel, behind the madness. But then again, Banks, I look at his recent stats. He attempted close to 40% opening duels. That number makes no sense. No sane person does that. Even the heyday of like hardcore entry fraggers, you don't see numbers like that. But the crazy thing is, he's finding a lot more success than earlier, which is a good sign for Furia. But as Pim said, I don't think it's sustainable as well against, top caliber opposition. But right now, the Americas RMR, he's just going to get away with it.
Well, you did say it's sane, and well, he's definitely not sane. We've seen this from Art's plays over and again. But let's have a look at Furia as they go to get into the position. Now, we've touched on Art and how he's feeling, right, and what Safe's brought into the team. But you've got to say, when it comes to players like Serato and Yuri, we're seeing them not just come back into form, but they look like they are more comfortable with what's going on.
Yeah, for me, personally, Furia has been about Serato, right? He is the star player by far, always consistent, always delivering. What changed recently was Yuri joining him as a left-hand man, so to speak. So you have the craziness of Art, the IGL. You have Safe as a safe pair of hands with the AWP, and then you have the two Fangs of Furia, that is Serato and Yuri. And all Drop has to do as well, not drop the ball.
Yeah, that's true. I want to see more from Safe, though. I think there's more untapped potential within him. We saw him in his former team during the last major do a fantastic job. Coming into Furia, I had high expectations. I know it's going to take some time for him to feel comfortable. He's now in a team that is expected to win more or less every single time they join the server, something he's never been used to before. But I think there's still untapped potential when it comes to Safe. I don't think we've seen the best from Furia, and I think that's a scary prospect when you look towards them. And if you're Team Liquid, if you're any of the other teams, coming into the major, this guy can still elevate himself. He can still be even better. And what happens if he becomes, the guy who can win a 4v5 situation, Art who can run around, knowing that Safe is going to be there and save his ass? I think Furia still have more to give, and that's going to be dangerous.
Well, I want to see what Asurus has when it comes on offer against Furious. Let's bring them on. Now, Asurus overcame the first hurdle. They took down Party Astronauts, but you can't even compare who they're going to be going up against, right? This now is the tough game, but the positive here is that they've got no pressure coming into a match like this. You're already up 1-0, right? And then you're going up against the team that's expected to grab that legend spot.
Absolutely. This is a team coming in with no pressure. Also a very impressive showing against Party Astronauts, despite the out-of-server issues, which I alluded to earlier. The two players here, I really want to keep an eye on. As Pimp already mentioned earlier, I think Follow with the AWP, he is definitely going to have his task cut out for him, because he's going to be going up not just against Safe, but also Art potentially taking his early duels with the AWP. But a second player who I want to keep an eye on is Destiny, right? Yeah. He has been their best player by far for quite a while. He even delivered in the previous matchup as well against Party Astronauts. So yeah, it's going to be a real test, but as Pim said, for them, they have nothing to lose. I want them to show what they have in the server and at least make it competitive.
Well, we've got the pick and bans on our screen, and we're going all the way to Nuke on this one. Now, for me, right, when I think of Furious Nuke for sure, there's a lot of this Art shenanigans that likes to be played outside over and over again, trying to sneak in, maybe trying to get down the vent. Maybe Asurus can do a bit of kind of guessing on that, but if he just has the no respect mode that we saw in the first game, then we're probably looking at a world of hurt for Asurus.
Potentially. We did see Isurus play Nuke in the first one. They're good, especially the CT side.
Yeah.
Put it on a complete lockdown. And again, to contextualize a little, Furia have not prepared for Isurus on Nuke, right? They play these games back to back. They don't know when they're playing, depending on when they're winning, when they're losing. They only know the matchup, 30 minutes before. So in terms of preparation, they're coming in as blind as they were before the tournament. We have seen Isurus on the CT side, first game of the day, play super, super well. So I wouldn't necessarily say that's a bad video at all for Isurus. I will say, though, that for Furia, it's one of those maps, as you alluded to as well, James, that when Art is feeling it, when he's running around, when he's playing aggressive on Yard and going through the smokes, he can be so tough to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, for Nuke, as you said, firstly, we've never seen his two teams play on this very map. I don't think they've ever seen his two teams play, in fact. And for me, Nuke, Furia, just that everyone knows by now, it's almost a meme that they don't really go for the outside presence, right? They're always just going to ignore it, always concentrating towards ramp and lobby. And I think the fact that for any team prepping for them, and I'm sure that their opponents have done a little bit of prep as well on this map of Nuke, they will have a decent understanding of what Fury are going to be doing. But it's going to be a real test for the CD side. They were flawless against Party Astronauts, but now you're facing off against, like we mentioned earlier, Art going in for those early picks. You're going to have safe Perch and looking to take some of those duels as well. So it is definitely an interesting map. If it was Mirage or maybe some of the more other maps, I feel I would heavily side with Furia, but this is a chance for these guys to do a little bit of damage maybe.
Well, let's see if they can do this damage. Let's go and get ourselves with Sponge and Dinko to take this game away.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you for joining us here in Bucharest. We've got all the American teams joined with us today. Hasn't been a great day for the North American sides, but certainly has been great for the South American sides today, Chad.
Early stages, right?
Yeah,
Early stages
so.
there. Look, hopefully they can turn it around. You don't want Liquid to go out of this and not make it to the major, so just plenty more games for them to play on through, and they even have a 0-1 game later today. But yeah, we're going to get stuck into this one here with Isurus and that of Furia. Now, the players are still joining the server. I can see them in the Go TV. I'm paying attention. So we might have a little bit of time before we do get this one underway. But clear, massive underdogs here, right? Maybe if people aren't too familiar with some of the names within the server, I think Destiny would be one that would stand out the most.
Yeah.
He played in a bunch of like the Luminosities of the world. I think he was in Immortals for a period of time there when they were trying to plug some holes within that ship. But as they're sitting down, they are joining into the server now, and I think here that when you look at it for Furia, you saw the interview with Maui and Art earlier, and you're here to do a job. You're here to qualify in first place. You're here to get that legend spot, right? So I don't think they're going to allow anybody to get even close to them. And coming off the back of a very good performance over there at Pro League, they're going to just continue to hit the ground running, right? They're in shape. They're in shape right here. So expecting big things out of them, and they've got the coach behind them. They're kind of Gary here, obviously. We all know why. I don't think we need to get into that too much. But it's one of these situations where look, they've got the analyst subbing into the coach role, so it shouldn't be too many qualms.
I mean, Tacit is actually he's actually a great person to talk to. I think he's very great at putting forward his points. He's a good mind for the game. I think Gary probably fires him up a little bit more, but Tacit is certainly a great mind for the game and has had some coaching experience. So
he was coaching in NA, right?
Yeah. So if he's done that, he should be fine.
He's seen it all. Just needs to go over there with Blair to do some of the Asian stuff, and then he'll definitely see the wild board of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the Furia team today with their initial result. Came out swinging, showing that strong form. There wasn't too many rounds of play, in fact, so if you missed that one, guys, it was very early in the day. I'm sure a lot of you guys at home probably didn't see that one, but Furia came through, just smashed their opponent and got the job done. And I bring up the point about Furia probably being one of the worst teams to go up against as a significant underdog, right? Anything you practice, anything you put work into, it goes out the window.
Yeah, Furia are going to disrespect you even if you're one of the best teams in the world, right? That's just their playstyle, a little bit outside of the box. Now, for those of you playing at home, Garfolo equals fork plus cake. Now, I know that doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody, but I saw it in the comment section. I tried to keep up with the memes over there from Brazil. Now, apparently, the first part of Garfolo is similar to fork. I think it's garfo or something, and then bolo is cake. So that's how they get fork plus cake. Now, I don't know how deep down the rabbit hole this meme goes, if there's any significance to it other than his name being similar to two Portuguese words, but that's the best I could find.
Yeah, I just wonder how they piece together the funny part of that. So maybe it has to be a bit of backstory there, and I look forward to trying to discover that.
Maybe he's going to eat some cake with a fork today.
Yeah.
So look, it comes together. But here we go, getting this one underway. We are live, and Furia starting on the CT side. I do not envy Isurus whatsoever.
Yeah, Art earlier looking unplayable. I mean, he's continued that performance over here. Casterado and Art doubled up in towards main. Deco goes over the top. Casterado still able to rattle off both.
Yeah, well, this one here not starting as they mean to go on. Ale out towards the T vent here behind the smoke as that one starts to dissipate. Can't find a fight. K-Serato tucked in towards CT vent. Swings on in, can't get the clear. Yuri's taken down Noxy, and wow, this one should be all over Red Rover. Just Destiny to find, and he's been leering out towards ramp. Now, I did put a call out there when I was casting with Alex over Pro League, and we were looking for a nickname for the duo of Yuri and K-Serato. Now, apparently over there in Brazil, they call him Urato, which is great. That's a great name to have, but we wanted something a bit more flexible, something we could do a bit more with, and we had some suggestions coming in. A gentleman called Fabian actually sent me an email because he heard us talking about it, and he said the Fangs of Furia. So we were going with that for K-Serato and Yuri because, well, there's two of them.
That's great.
So I think there's two Fangs, right?
Yeah.
I guess. And they're a
two big
Panther.
ones.
Yeah.
I mean, it all adds up, and I love how he went through the official channels to give you that one.
Yeah, well, I don't often check the business email, but that one slipped the net, so thanks to Fabian again. But into a bit of a force buy scenario here are Isra. Some Tech 9s, light util behind the smoke drop. Sure he'd be excited to farm up a couple of these. Cheap and easy.
Yeah, drop. Starting to feel much more comfortable in this team. Excited to see how he will perform again. You know, coming off the back of a large experience of Pro League.
Here.
Yeah, look at that. It's just going to be a charge of a Tech 9 forward. And
Safe's not ready for this.
Yeah, he's under a little bit of pressure. Looks on up, and Yuri's able to back him up. Now they're coming through the ramp play in towards Hell, and it's going to work out. A couple of kills in the pistols, but the bomb has now been dropped, and the pressure's somewhat alleviated because now they have to go back and get that.
Yeah, well, they targeted the rotator right there. They really wanted to clamp down on Safe's position. Drop got caught in the crossfire of all of that, and now shouldn't be too many qualms here. One of the things I noted with Furia the other day is they don't tend to push into lobby as much as the other teams here on the CT side meta, right? You know, when you lose yard, you tend to push in. Well, they just allowed K-Serato and Yuri to stay towards the top side. They even boost up back towards the Heavens position to lock it down as opposed to scampering away. But that's the force buy dealt with now.
Yeah, Furia team to play Nuke a little differently off the current meta a lot of teams approach it with, so it's very difficult to prep that, because, you know, if you're Isra coming into this, you're not going to spend all your time just prepping one Furia match, and it's a very different playstyle they're going to be up against.
Yeah, I'm sure they have confidence from their earlier game against Party Astronauts here to get them to this point, but it's a completely different kettle of fish, right? We saw Party Astronauts over there in Pro League as well. They didn't have the greatest of times. They've got Viz in now as opposed to PTR, but I don't know how much that's going to help them here. Big nade, chipped on down, 43 points of health remaining here. And look at Art just roaming around with the Tech 9. I'm sure he's going to get stuck into this.
Just gets in the fan. What a madman, but trying to drop them perhaps into the crosshair of K-Serato, who was in a better position to deal with some of these range fights. And yeah, pistols in this round, not too much expectation on Isurus. We will be focusing into the next round mainly, but if they can force a couple of rebuys, look at the money here for Furia. It's not great because of the damage done in that previous round.
Yeah, well, Safe's been able to get the AWP out early here, so there's a positive. Let's see if he can hold on to that with the Squeaky Door re-smoke flying on through and just fulfilling his duty as that Heaven rotator, checking yard, smoking Squeaky, rotating towards ramp. Going to help drop out, who's found one, spotted a second here, and the bomb has actually crossed on over, so they're pushing his way. And there's the AWP of Safe from the Hell position. So, lock this one down, should be keeping a clean sheet. Drop gets the fork and cake. And that is going to be 3-0 for Furia here. I expect this to be blistering hot. I don't think they're going to drop too many rounds here, Dinko. What are your thoughts, your premonitions?
I feel like Furia are not going to draw the ball. 16-4 is probably a scoreline that could come through again. Yeah, I mean, that's what they got earlier today.
Yeah,
and
right.
Isurus
set the bar very, very high for them.
Yeah, you know, yesterday, rather today, this morning, Furia bashed their opponents, right? You come into a matchup like this is the #1 seed playing against the lowest seed of the winners team. So, yeah, I mean, there is a great disparity on the first day of play.
Yeah, it's going to, I think, be a little bit easier for Furia to get that 3-0 now that Liquid have lost their opening game as well. Because I think a lot of us may have been expecting that to be one of the matchups towards the tail end of this. Now, Art has been chipped away out here. 3 HP can back on off, and space has been granted as they are down towards Secret, but parking the bus with the bomb behind main. 2 players over towards lobby as well, so allowing the information game to flow both ways here at Isurus.
Slowing this one down, Noxy down onto a Secret, but it's being held by Safe right now. Be hard to crack open this AWP. Safe doesn't miss these kind of shots. He's going to easily take that one. Noxy down, opening kill there for Furia. Now Isra is trying to source that reply.
Slither gap here from Art. He's low on HP, has spotted, so the info's there. Into Yuri, spamming him down. 2 big kills. Ale got one in exchange, but K-Serrado, I think he's finished it off.
Yeah, well, Destiny alone, and just like Launders was saying earlier on, Destined Death is us Elden Ringers site.
Oh, I see. You prescribe to that club, do you?
Absolutely. Too many hours sunk into that one, Chad, over the last few weeks.
I drew you into. You came and played New World with me, Rushley, and everybody for a little while there. But now you're into. Is this a solo player adventure?
No, you can play co-op actually.
Okay. So you can have a friend.
Yeah, you get your Furcoin Finger Remedy. You can summon your friend into your world.
Just one?
No, you can. You have to go and find the item. Yeah, I think you only. Well, I think I've only played with one. I'm not sure if you can get more than that.
Oh, I might have to talk to Launders, the aficionado.
Yeah, I think so. He'll know for sure. That's a bit of a loner. Haven't got more than one friend, Chad.
Yeah, look, these type of games, mate. It's not the Counter-Strike, so you don't see me in them often. Topside tested.
Yeah, it slipped out, and Yuri is going to be playing up in the rafters. Has no problem dealing with the 2 initial kills. It drops the numbers significantly here of Isurus, and now just down to 2 players. Well, it's not looking like this one has much legs to it. Bombs down in the open as well, and well, they have to try and slip out with Tech Knights at range. It's not going to be good enough to deal with the superior weaponry in the hands of Art. Yuri closes with the Dualies. Just a single player goes down for Furia, as they, for the first time in this series, will go on fire.
Oh, well, I'm curious to see how long Yuri goes without dying. Bit of a smirk on his face there, so they know this is going to be, I don't want to say a walk in the park, but it should be an easy day in the office, right? You're playing 2 best-of-1s here. This is going to set you up on that pedestal of the 2-0. You have a best-of-3 to go through 3-0, right? That's what you're looking for here.
Yes.
You want to get through as quick as you like. Now, these are establishing matches. All the establishing games throughout the Swiss that you'll be seeing through the RMR, as well as the upcoming major in Antwerp, will be best-of-1s. And then the best-of-3s are the deciders, either the drop-on down or the... Yikes.
Interesting maneuver there for Safe. Gets caught in the molly.
Yeah, lots of util dumped on him, huh?
Yeah, just trying to counter some of the possible play that Fury would love to throw towards outside. It's worked out. It's given him this first kill. Isurus again getting the secret control.
Yeah, well, what can they do with it here? Oski down towards the lower side. Destiny patrolling ramp. And K-Serado's actually dropped down towards the lower side of things to deal with this currently on his lonesome, but it's 4 towards lobby. As they take their time, the clock hits the 10 mark, and that is Drop just taking a fight, just pushing on into ramp and winning a duel. Nothing special there at all. He's drawn this one back, and that's exactly what Destiny's meant to be waiting for. Any lobby re-aggressors. So, pip to the post there. Problems for Isurus.
And that's what Art can do. He was so difficult to play against earlier today. And Noxie now coming back out of Secret has actually caught the timing to slip around the back of Art potentially. And this is certainly the answer. Art looks back, and Noxie will have his number. Now 3 players up for Furia. Remember, they lost Safe very early on. So now we're looking towards Yuri, Chad. You want to see how long he can go without dying? Well, he's got a very difficult approach coming his way. Slipping on the left side, trying to split him, and finally Yuri will go down. It is 1 kill for him, and can follow at the vent unspotted. Now thrust drop into the clutch. A 1 versus 3 in total with 20 seconds left.
No one's watching hard.
He's going to try and slip his way out. 2 players towards the back of the site. They swing, they line up, and that's 2 down. It's a single player left. It's Noxie in the open. Oh! Goes to look away, and Drop will drop him. A round picked up for Furia. 6 in a row.
Beautiful stuff there from Drop. Just as they start to think they're getting a little bit of a worrying situation, going to give over a round. Look at Art, he's loving it. And this is the great thing. It's going to do wonders for Drop as an individual in this team who did come through the academy team to then now make it onto the main squad. He's not the newest member. That will be Safe on the AWP, who is one of the oldest of the bunch over there. But for Drop to have impact rounds like this, it's only going to do great things for his confidence, because the core of the team, we know how good it can be. Art, that X factor, entering, being aggressive, coming up with all the plans. Then you have the pillars of the team. You've got Yuri and K-Serrado. If Safe can, and Safe can start to show a little bit more on the AWP of consistency or impact, and then Drop can have a clutch every now and again like that. The recipe for success of Furia and how far they can go in those world rankings, that's where you start to get excited.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've seen the peak of 3rd on the HLTV rankings.
That was with Henny, right?
Yeah, back in 2020, so significant time ago.
It's gone quickly, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really feels like that was just yesterday. It was a constant online battle of Liquid versus Furia in the finals. Good start again here for Furia. Art's down on 3 HP, but Drop He's got the help of Safe, who's now brought himself over to play from Hell, and that initial attention will be drawn away from Drop, setting him up easily for the kill on towards Destiny, but Gafolo's done well. He's caught the re-peek of Safe, removed him, and now Drop's position known. He's trying to transition and shift his way over to the right. It's going to work out. Drop having an absolute field day at the start of this match.
He's looking very steady in the aim department, and some of the issues with him in the past when you see him against Tier 1 teams is he looks a little bit shaky. He'll get one and done, or a kill he should make. He's not converting. Well, here, no dramas whatsoever, so maybe it's just a confidence factor, and no reason not to be confident. You are the top dog in the Americas RMR. If there's anybody that can touch you, it would have been Liquid, and they're already thrust on down into that 0-1 column, so you got to be feeling pretty good about things.
Yeah, it is. It's looking very good for Furia. This is a team you have to expect to take the title here. At least, well, a couple of teams maybe could pose some pressure their way, but we've seen EG today dropping the ball too. And I mean, you look at our roster on paper.
EG haven't had the ball in a couple years.
They haven't had the ball, right?
They left the ball back in 2019, I think.
Yeah, I think everybody's incredibly disappointed about that. But Complexity, they're a little dark horse team, I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think with Complexity, we still have a lot to learn, and I think that these individuals are getting confidence in their new roles. Obviously, Fang is still a little bit newer to this international environment. Grim now being given an opportunity to be more of a star within the team, and I think it's still going to take some time before we do see what the best of Junior is. Now, I guess that can be our common thread. Junior was part of this Furia roster not that long ago, really. And that didn't end too well for the young lad. But he gets a chance now on a North American team to show a bit of a better face. Now, Tech-9 seem to be Isurus's affections here. It's on a lot of these rounds, they've operated with Tech-9s as opposed to Deagles or P250s, and I don't know how many bullets they've actually got to shoot with the Tech-9s. Dinko, it doesn't feel like a lot. It feels like the Tech-9s are bought, and then that's it.
So the only area of the map that they've had control of here, Isurus, has been Secret. And they run the player down Secret quite often, but they get pushed ramp, they get pushed lobby. It's just hard for them to get any control anywhere. These Tech-9s, I think you need the strength in numbers, and when they're split up, it's easy pickings, and Furia dismantling them. Deco left to one, alone in a 1 versus 5, and they're going to swing him, bring him down. Art happily collects the 8th round for Furia as they continue to charge their way forward.
Yeah, nice and quick here. Now, if you do want to check out what's going on over on the secondary stream, we have 2 streams running all day. That is PGL_CSGO, whereas you're right now just at /PGL. That's Party Astronauts taking on Leviathan. And I won't give you an update. I know there's some of you who like to save the VODs to watch them a little bit later. But you can tune in and check out that result. One of the North American hopefuls, well, in the 0-1 column. Let's see if they can turn that one around. But this is going quick as you like. So we are on an accelerated schedule here today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If it's quick, we'll do our best to get into the next. But that was quick. Go follow.
Yeah, lovely setup. Finally deals with this ramp play. Drop gets aggressive, but Art is in behind him. And they know that Fury will be running these double stacks towards ramp, so you see them not barreling, not charging forward with that. Instead, they're going to send a player down into vent.
Okay, well, Art might respond to this. He has dropped on down the ramp position now, and Alice just holding on to the vent rotation. So if they're able to get out ramp, they just need to get past R, and there should be no way into the bomb site here. Art's actually tucking in safely. Now, into the vent from Ali. Is he going to try and sell something? That's another kill. Noxki onto K Serrato. 3v5 now. They haven't had a moment like this since Drop had the clutch, so surely a conversion now for Isurus.
Yeah, I absolutely hope so in a situation like this, but Safe is looking to try and pull some of that back here for Furia, and don't discount Yuri. He can often be big on his own, but this time gets removed immediately, and now it is looking very good for the first round. Safe on the flank, trying to open up with a kill.
Nice
The
moves.
MVP will fall, and Destiny will take him out.
Okay, well, this should just be Art, the last man standing here. Surprisingly, Safe doesn't have a lot of residual cash. You can see they're just 1750, so there's not going to be any issues as far as the drop of weapons goes. So Art might want to hang around, get some exit kills, force Isurus into a rebuy, but they will get there first on the board. And if they're able to get 5, maybe 6 on the way out the door, we could have a bit more of a competitive affair here, but a bit more convincing required. That was a kill coming their way towards ramp. They did well with the space they have, but in a 3-on-5 situation, you'd hope that they would be able to convert. I feel like this HUD is great for me, Dinko. I'm not. Okay. I don't need glasses. But it's like, look at the little Art picture right there. You can see the amount of bullets. Like, it's very clear. I'm not going to mess up. I'm not going to think he has a lot of ammo. Hopefully, anyway, hopefully I don't mess up. We'll see how we go. Haven't had. Look, I was on an aeroplane this morning.
Yes,
here in time.
I'm glad you're here, Chad. I'm not solo casting this one. It was a bit of a speed run.
But we had Jakey and Bastion, I think, doing the same thing getting in today. So it's a few of us here rocking up. Better late than never, I do believe the saying goes.
Yeah, I believe both of us over the past 2 days probably slept more on an aeroplane than in bed.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, I left yesterday at 3 a.m. That was
And you
great.
went to Budapest, I heard.
Oh, yes, I had a little trip, a little mistake over there, yeah. It's a good city, that. Not quite Bucharest, though. Made it here.
It's close, right?
Yeah, starts with a B, ends with a T.
My geography's terrible, so I just know they're in Europe somewhere, right?
Yes, Romania's a little further east, southeast maybe, and Hungary a little further west, just slightly.
That was the nice shot there onto K Serrato. I do respect Ali. You see that sticker? That sticker's it's a classic. So you got to respect the OGs. Here we go. The buys are back out. No dramas in that department, as we mentioned.
Yes. Furia outside has eluded them, and this time it will again. Art goes down. Headshot for Noxie picked up, and now they're being very quick about getting down secret. So another opening found for Isurus.
Yeah, let's see if they can work with this one as well here. How are Furia going to respond? A flash, a shot taken, starting to get a bit more pep in the step here.
Yeah, it's warming up into it, I think. Starting to get a little bit more comfortable. I think it's very difficult to get comfortable versus Furia in the early rounds. So if you can do it in the first half, and at least salvage something out of this.
Yeah, this is the amount of room you'd like to work with, especially with that opening kill onto Art. It has taken that X factor out of the server early. The rotation towards lower has come through from K Serrato. Again, you can see it here highlighted with the X-ray. Down on that lower side of things. Safe has been flashed off the line. Wouldn't be a bad idea for him to start scaling into Squeaky to get some space back, and he's going to exactly for that maneuver. Tight line held.
Well, Safe charging forward. When I say charging, Safe doesn't really do that. He's more of a meticulous player. When he does get aggressive, it's slow and tentative, and now he holds for it. Surely at some point, Ala walks into this. It's all eyes on the lower side at the moment. K Serrato has made that rotation down, stands in the stairway just outside of Decon. The remaining forces now of Isurus. 30 seconds left. They charge forward. Bomb spotted, taken down. K Serrato removes Destiny. Oh, Safe's patience will not pay off. Alu actually removes his head. So 4v3. Isurus have the advantage, but 20 seconds, they eventually have to plan.
K Serrato can't do anything about this. Position noted. He has a Molotov to contend with. The bomb plan at 40 seconds beginning now in the retake. They have to piece it together. Yuri needs this kill, and oh, he is going to convert 3 on 3.
Yeah, that's a big kill for Yuri. Now they can start to focus on the lower side. K Serrato has wallbanged, I believe, through the door. Well, he's found that, and it's pulled the kill back nonetheless. And now it's Isurus just down to 2. Gafolo and Noxie trying to make this one happen. Again, bomb planted, so they're up inside of the control room. Towards the windows, unbroken. Finally, information picked up and drop swings into the headshot. Gafolo, AWP into the 1 versus 3. I don't see how he gets away with this, but he's found one. They're not in the defuse, and the time starting to tick. They will hold, and defuse will be pulled through as they pick it up 9-1.
Yeah, patience is a virtue there. They didn't rush the situation. Furia, it was getting close. An opportunity to be knocked off the bomb, but keeping it steady and hitting a couple of big shots. Back to the winning ways immediately, so 9-1. And this was a good shot here from K Serrato, but look, he's taken too long to scale on back through. And this is the wallbang kill that you see, and they're just up on towards that railing. It is a difficult position to clear, so to find it in that fashion is great as far as the retake goes.
Yeah.
Plenty of cash, though, for Isurus to buy. The loss bonus, the fact that they won a previous round, the fact that the bomb goes down again. So AWP back out for Gafolo.
Little jump P from Nox. They've actually been controlling outside these last few rounds.
Pretty aggressive, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's got a little bit of pep in his step, a little flair to it, but look at that. All paths road headed down towards Secret. But Noxie's already got in towards Garage. That's information that Safe does not have. Time for the peek up. Will spot out Destiny.
He's done his job, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Oh,
Noxie. Okay, slipped the net. He's got in behind. Art is going to get the information that bomb is down in the open.
There? I don't know if anybody heard it.
Oh, well, Art has taken 1 and 2 down from credit card, and Noxie isn't taking the kill. He's actually just letting him walk by, and that's going to give him 2 kills, and he will take both of them. Nearly gets away. Back to Yuri for the 3rd kill of play, but even with that hard work done, his team didn't do enough. So Ali's left in the 1 versus 3, and it's still very hard to see how Isurus double their score.
That's crazy, right? They get stalled out by the AWP peak from Safe up from Secret, and then at that point, all they had to do was kind of wait because they had the bogey. They had the individual in the backlines there, but on the fade of the smoke, Art gets away with 2 big kills. So rough one there to swallow. As now the final man standing. Looks like his position is known. Swinging on through the locker's position. Yuri will take him down. And double digits reach for Furia now. So this is great. This is what you expect from the best team here at the Americas RMR. Who's the best player for Furia? You can't have a wrong answer here. It's an opinion-based thing, actually. Don't use. Who do you think? Oh, actually, let's say favorite. That way you can't be wrong, not who's the best.
Oh, my favorite has to be Art. Just the way
Okay,
he
all
plays,
right. Bit of an art simp, I see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the playstyle is so fun, the things he gets away with. But I think the best player can be Yuri.
Okay.
I think Kesrada is the one most people would say, and I would agree with them to an extent of all of their points. But I think Yuri, when he's having a good day, man, he's one of the best riflers I can see.
Yeah, they have a lot of similarities, I feel. Obviously, they play different positions, but in terms of just how solid they are as riflers, it's fun to watch. You know, we call him a safe pair of hands, the type of player that will get away with 2 kills.
Yeah, and Art is the other. Like, he's more of a gambly
Yeah.
kind of not so safe pair of hands, but
That's what I love about Art as well, though, right? He's one of the most entertaining Counter-Strike players we have in the entire scene. And to have that attached to your name, right? I'm sure he doesn't do it to be called the most entertaining, but that's what his playstyle enables. Now, a bit of a gap here, just under the cusp of the smoke. Noxy's made it across, but his position more than noted. Rotating down, Art's here, and Art picks it up. So without the opener, without the space, what are Isserus meant to do?
yeah, Art's been very dynamic, changing up his position multiple times. He's been able to get that kill back. So now at a 5v4, Fury have maintained the advantage. Safe has rotated down to play the comfortable position of Hell and forced back by the Molotov. Yuri, in the meantime, is pushed in towards lobby. And can follow, doesn't really have the weapon to deal with that, but Yuri's going to hear those steps now charging towards ramp. So that is information then passed on to Drop, who should be in a good position to at least get 1. If he finds 2 here, that's massive. They start to clear, they line up, and he gets away with 3. That's even better because Art comes in and sweeps up the rights. Furia have 11.
Yeah, that's rough, right? And that's when we talk about things like spacing. It feels like they're doing the
Yeah.
right thing with the spacing down the ramp there because they want to be close to trade as they take the fights, but not clearing their corners. We'll call their second timeout here, and the cash in the coffer is starting to get a bit lighter and lighter for Isserus. It's Destiny, the only man who has enough to go for a buy with U2. Ali can get out an AK with Kevlar, head armor, and a flash or so.
Yeah.
And the rest could get into the Galils, right? So they could go for a purchase, but at this point in the game, right, at this point when it's 11-1, Isserus, it's T-side, you need rounds. So you're going to have to buy, and you can see that reflected by Destiny's purchases here.
Yeah, over the B stream you see on the right-hand side of your screen, just above the players, you can see 9-2 scoreline currently for Party Astronauts, so doing quite well over there.
Yeah, what map did I say they were playing? Was it Inferno that they're looking at? Let's have a little bit of a gander. Here it is Inferno. So CT side of Inferno, and Ben's having a cracker of a game. He's got 16 kills, 14 for Viz so far. Remember, if you want to check out that stream, at a underscore CSGO to the end of the Twitch URL you are currently on. But back towards Yard, Noxy's had, well, mixed success, hasn't he?
He's had a lot of space.
He's got the space, so occasionally he got the kill.
Yeah. But the thing is, Fury have been adapting, changing, trying to figure out how to deal with him, because I think he really has only been that one player finding any space and any potential. So it's sort of struggling.
Yeah, it looks like they were coming back to find him for a fight here, but they're waiting and going ramp again.
Oh, this shot from Safe, trying to be
Gets
very
away with
quick on
it.
the preemptive shot, actually able to stay alive and throws down a smoke to this.
That forces them into Drop's position now, and Art's down here again.
Drop is often good enough to get away with 1, maybe even more than that from this spot. I'm sure he'll be looking for more than 1. They've actually just slowed this one down. Isserus realized, look at the clock. We have so much time to play with here. We don't have to commit down into that lower side.
Okay, well, they're hoping that they've moved enough pieces around the map, and sure, Art is towards lower, but the rocks of top are still in place. Caserado with a squeaky smoke at 45 seconds is going to keep them at bay. Now, a little bit skew-if, slight gap here, but if they swing open the door, I feel like Caserado might have the advantage on the duels.
35 seconds. Isserus have got to make the call to go eventually. A couple of flashes left. That's all they've got. And getting into the site's going to be rough. Drop holding off. The ramp actually gets information no one else is there, so they are ready to come out door, but are they ready to deal with Caserado? It's one headshot collected for him as they trade him out, but Yuri now has the help of the AWP. The big green from heaven looking down upon it. Surfs and Noxy, the last remaining player. Art with just Art things really flying up the vent. 12-1 now. Furia with a perfect start to this game.
Yeah, as soon as the player goes down squeaky with the bomb, they can't drop down the vent. Yuri just has to stay alive at the bomb box. He doesn't even have to do anything, right? Because the cavalry's on their way. Drop has 19 kills so far. Unusual to see him topping the scoreboard. And as I mentioned earlier in the piece, it's great for this kid's confidence within the team. If he can just start farming up some of these lower level teams here at the Americas RMR, we're in the runway right now to the major, right? And the point you want to peak is the major. I know that there's a lot of other important tournaments here, but if you're able to play some of your career best Counter-Strike and continue that forward, here we go. Speaking of forward, save. He's going to get knocked on off here.
a couple of times there. Safe has not really had the strongest joints, but Drop certainly has. Not this time, as he actually goes down to the headshot of Deco, and that's 2 players up here for Isurus.
Heading B.
Oh, well, Yuri's rotated down quickly. Similar stance as the one he uses up on the A side, playing towards the back of the B side this time. Has got Art out towards the control room, but Yuri is forced into the fight. Only removes Deco. Now 2 players versus the 3 of Isurus, and Ketsurado has come out decon. They're just slowing this one down. They've stifled, and now it is looking so good.
They're both there and both low.
Yeah, it's just they've just been softened up entirely, and Furia, they had a weakness there, I think, that Isurus could capitalized on, but slowing the pace down has just made them fish in a barrel.
They just took Angels. They just allowed Fury to come in and take fights wherever they wanted, and now it's just the one man standing at Destiny on 4 points of health, goes on down. Yeah, look, he was looking in the right direction, but Fury are unafraid. No. Why would they be? They're more than happy just to take these fights, and the grins continue on the faces right there, so more than happy to close this one out.
I said 16-4. That actually sounds pretty lenient now
yeah,
from what we're seeing.
Look, you might be bang on, though, because if it is a 14-1-1 and then Isurus win pistol, maybe right? you'd be right on the money there.
Yeah, you always have to give a few extra rounds because of the pistols, but yeah, it feels very dominant here.
The fact Safe has only had to have 4 kills.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Like, this is a walk in the park for him, right? It doesn't matter that he's getting picked off occasionally.
Yeah, his teammates are stepping up massively. And, you know, with the way Furia have set up on the CT side, you'll often see they're actually forced to the extremities. You know, these teams want to try and punish Ram, try and exploit, maybe Safe towards outside. And Drop has skipped a beat, so what map control really are you getting? There's not a lot going for them, but luckily getting that 1 pick back, Art and Drop actually give away their lives, so kind of an advantage to play with.
Well, we've seen this before.
We have.
One thing about having the advantage, the next thing is about converting it. Ketsurado and Yuri still alive. The AWP of Safe now towards the lower side of the map, but if you push over towards Hell, up in the heavens is Yuri. Ready to lock this position down. Now, they have thought better of this. They are heading B into the AWP.
And Safe is waiting for a glass unbroken. Missed shot. Not going to be connecting for the kill. And now just holding, possibly getting pushed in the double door. He has to be aware of that. So actually swings the door open himself, trying to draw the rifle into the fight. Safe then leaves his position and drops back. And now it might just be the same here for Isurus. As they're leaving that B site, they have a Heaven player, Destiny, clearing out this space. Safe walks back in towards main. Plant's going to come through. No one playing on the site for Fury. They're going to have to play this one with significant disadvantages, but Safe has drawn that 1 kill back on towards Ali.
Yeah.
And Ketsurado wraps around Heaven. Oh, they're going to look from Secret. They get the timing on him. And Safe now into the clutch. Has to deal with a Heaven player and the CT vent. So it's not going to happen. 2 rounds picked up for Isurus. And now Furia, well, I don't think they'll be having too many issues going into the second half.
Could have been a competitive half if with the number of advantages the Isurus were able to pick up, they could have converted. They had a few opportunities there, right? And it wasn't like they were... Furia were getting a little bit aggressive, right? They were taking a couple of liberties there, but we already spoke about Furia. They like to do that. They like to have that more aggressive style of play here, there, and everywhere. So now it's just about closing things down. Within that first half, the bomb only went down a handful of times. I think it was about 3, maybe 4 if you count that last round of play. So not a whole lot of traction here from Isurus, but now this is where it gets a little bit easier. In theory, the CT side, the chance for you to defend. And while we know Furia play outside of the box, unorthodox on the T side of this map, it's going to be very lobby and top site centric.
Well, if they lose the pistol, there might not be many chances to defend.
Very true.
So pretty important round here coming up for Isurus.
Look at all these nades. They've actually brought into 3 utility sets on the Furia side of things, right? It's not dropped across nades. It's 3 players who have invested in utils. So let's see how far they can push the issue.
Well, 1 player immediately starting on the B site. They're going to drop immediately upon seeing ramp presence, and 1 rotate down towards Heaven. So there are significant numbers to try and deal with this if they go down in towards this B site. Ali has taken 1, gets the second away, and the pistol Safe able to bounce back. Fury is still down a member, but Isurus had a chance there.
They gave away a spot there with that silenced USP shot. So bomb should get planted with all this util behind it. Art has vent. Oh, that's a goosh and a half right there.
Just turns on the heel. Oh, gets caught. The Joe Barrett is unleashed. It's 1 for Deco. Safe, able to trade those numbers out again. It still is the advantage here for the CT side, but getting down into the site is so important. The timing now. Safe has to fight in 2 sides, and that's such a difficult clutch position. He will get removed, and a pistol picked up for Isurus at the start of the second.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Felt like it could have got out of control for a second or there, but Ali did great on the double frag as they were starting to push on down the ramp position. They were chaotic as far as the retake went, but it was about swarming with the numbers on the CT side, and Well, here's that opening double we were talking about. Had a lot of ramp pressure here. The fact he sticks around is even continuing to go for the fight there. So Drop, he got owned. Yuri slapped, and well, they were able to pick this one up with the final kill on the Julies there of Deco, even into the defuse.
Seemed like they were very ready for a B pistol play there, right?
Look at the buy, though. AK out, you've got a Galil in the mix. Well, actually, make that 2 AKs.
Yeah.
A MAC-10 and a Deagle. So, yeah, the better buy,
the
obviously, on
plan.
the Isra side, but you're right. The stimulation of the economy here.
Oh, Art, so quick. Of course, down the vent, you know you're going to have to try and deal with this. Actually dealing with it is another issue, and he's going to continue his charge all the way up towards control room window. Glass now broken open. Ali tested down towards ramp. It hasn't really worked out for him. Kafolo looks to try and step up. It's just one for him as he goes down to Furia as they hold the advantage now.
That's the round done. Oh, no, it was.
Okay.
I was about to say Art should have the vent here, but that is a big frag for Destiny to find. That's going to change the tune of this one. They've been able to scoop up all these rifles here, so...
Oh. See the Heaven Blow? He's seen it on his screen, but didn't quite react to it,
I
so
guess
perhaps
it
he
didn't
didn't see it. And yeah, it works out for Furia as they are able to pull the kills back. There was a chance there to fight towards Heaven and separate those into 1v1 fights, but now given Destiny's 1v3, this one's certainly done.
Yeah, and Destiny did a lot with that kill, right, to get them back into it, but there was an immediate response as soon as Art went down to the vent of, oh, okay, well, we've lost the lower sight, and we saw them scramble on the pistol round, so let's go up towards Heaven. 14 secured right now, and you'd really like to find one of these rifles, wouldn't you? Destiny going to have a look around here. Will find himself a silenced M4, so that's fantastic to carry through into the next. But problems, if there weren't enough for Isris, now it's 1,400 loss into the next. And we'll just take a little bit of a look at the scoreboard here to reflect on how things are going. Drop's got 20 kills, Yuri has 18, 13 for Quesarado, 12 for Safe, and Art with 11. So only one player on the other side with double digits. That is going to be Noxy. He's got 11 frags. Next closest is Ali with 9. And yeah, having a look across this one here, starting on the T side and Nuke against a better team like Furia was never going to be easy.
Yeah, it comes onto a very comfortable map for them in the best of one.
Really good to see, though, Fury here just taking care of business, right? They have another matchup, assuming they win this one, it's going to be a best of 3, and that's to lock themselves in for a spot at the Major, whether that's a Challenger or Legend spot to be determined.
Yeah, that's the mission here. Absolutely. For a lot of teams, the road there is going to be a little longer to Antwerp. You know what Isris means, Chad?
What does it mean?
I think it's a different breed of sharks. I believe like it's a certain category of shark.
So are they dangerous sharks?
I think, well, I don't know if a mackerel, I think a mackerel shark is part of this family, or I think they're called genomes, is the group of sharks.
Learning with Dinko, I call this segment.
Yeah, yeah, they're not too dangerous, I would say, but there seems to be a good obsession with shark names in South America, because we have sharks, and now we have Isris.
Yeah.
Really going with the sharks vibe.
Sharks are pretty scary.
They are pretty scary.
I've been in the water before when a shark siren's gone off. It gave me the heebie-jeebies.
Really?
Okay. Yeah. Didn't see the shark. I was just a kid. But
what kind of sharks you have back home? But
great whites.
Damn. All right. Well, Yuri's looking to be
a hammerhead.
Yeah. Well, Yuri looking to be a hammerhead here and try and take down 2. He wants to put the nails in their coffin. Bombs on the other side of the smoke. So somehow it's just scrapped their way into a good position here.
Having a look though, Yuri's saying, what's available? Can I MacGyver this round? Is there a molly? Is there a smoke? Is there anything I can work with? I would love some tools. We'll get a fight against Ali here towards round. Now, it's 25 seconds. He might be flustered on the clears. I say flustered, it is Yuri. Beat spotted. That's a fast adjustment. Now he's worried about the last player up close and personal, but it's the flank. He's not considering this. Deco will finish off the round. And 4. So, Dinko, 2 more and you're bang on with the prediction, mate. How you feeling?
Looking at the buy Fury have brought to the table.
Confident?
No.
all right.
You're going to
see some crazy purchases here,
but then again, I was going to say, it is Furia.
There you go.
So looking into this buy,
believe in yourself.
I now believe fully in the 16-4, Chad. You've turned me into a confident person.
There we go. That's all it took. You know, a little bit of belief goes a long way here. Quesarado AK, the biggest gun on the T side right now, and Artie's up to the usual hijinks. Won't fully commit. Pushing Destiny.
Oh yeah, that's Destiny that for sure. And Drop now taking a couple. Destiny doing his best to make my scoreline a reality, but Ali and Noxy pulling a couple of those kills back. Have equaled out the player count. Equilibrium established, and Safe decides to go to the sidearm to charge into the open. And that has worked out for the kill. Puts it all down to Noxy, and he's low. He'll walk right into the grinder, and, well, Isra has kind of served that one up.
Yeah, that's the classic, hey boys, we know they're going to be pretty lobby heavy, we know they're going to be in a broken buy, let's just do a lobby crunch. And, well, with the better purchase, they've just been pants. They've just been made to look a little bit silly here. That is a rough one to swallow, as the scoreline now reads 15-4, and just one more to concede, and the 2-0 in the Swiss will be noted next to the names of Furia here. Isurus will go down to that 1-1 column, so they'll still have a best of 1 to play before they get into the deciders or the progressions. Well, I guess it's elimination or progression, isn't it? But either way, the top side they go. Drop continuing to massacre. Arc's grabbed one. Deagle bullets through the smoke. Not going to find anything. Yuri onto the fork cake. It is a 2-on-4 situation with the top side completely given up to the attacking side. Bomb to get planted or faked. Either or seems to work, and I think this is it. Drop gets the final kill. 16-4 the score reads, and as expected, Fury are going to pick this one up. So you can see they're happy about this. Quite the scenes there, giving a bit of praise to Drop, who had a pretty big performance, all things considered.
Yeah, Drop had a big performance, and obviously you look at him being tested and trying to be maybe extracted towards ramp and pass the test with flying colors against some of the weaker sides. So certainly looking to continue their path here, Furia. And the first 2 steps have been taken, and the best of ones can be scary, especially against your own region. So now they've done that, they can kind of breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, for sure, right? This is it. They've taken care of business. It's what you would like to see from a team like this, not having any foot faults. Whereas you think about the 0-0 Nation versus Liquid game, they came through and blew them out of the water. So, yeah, this is what you want from Fury. This is exactly what you want to see. On the other side of things, Isurus, a hard opponent to draw, right? The hardest opponent to draw, actually. So you do have to feel for them in that regard, but hopefully we can see more out of them. They played Nuke twice now, maybe a bit more diversity in the map pool and the best of ones coming forward. But yeah, look, this game was quick. So if anybody was worried about the schedule, we're trying to get you back on track. The Fury, I've heard, are scheduling fans.
Yes, well, they love to get us back on schedule, and you'll see this highlight package. Not going to be too many going in favor of Isurus, and this is probably going to be a pretty quick highlight package as well. Furia, you can just see, again, Drop having big performances down towards ramp, and some of this aggression and constant adaptation made it so difficult for Isurus, really, to figure out what control they really have.
Yeah, how does Drop go from playing this where he's getting multi-kills served up to him, right? Then you compare that to Tier 1 Counter-Strike he plays where he gets maybe 1, right? And then they just swing and frag in here. But you see the scores on the doors right here. Drop top of the charts, and yeah, look, it's a bit hard to compare the pair, isn't it? This is a 16-4 drubbing. This is a blowout. Yuri as well with a standout performance of 21 kills. So a bit of stat padding going on. This is great for their HLTV profiles getting towards the end of the year here. So they'll be happy with games like this to bolster those results. But yeah, tidy stuff. Exactly what you want to see.
Yeah.
Can't sing my praises enough for Furia.
Yeah, absolutely. Just walking through the best of ones, getting us into the next one as quickly as possible. And, you know, this is a team Furia that we're seeing just head into a very comfortable position. They should be going to the major, no problems. Best of 3s should favor them.
You just jinxed them now.
Yeah,
you saw the caster curse.
Don't do that to me. I'll have the whole Brazilian.
No, that's all right. Before we get you in any hot water, we'll go to a break, Dinko. We'll be back with more games soon. Don't go anywhere.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
All right, we're here at the PGL RMR. I'm Maui Snake, joined by Vinny of Imperial. Vinny, your team has a lot of questions surrounding it. I think the main thing is that people don't really know how good Imperial is right now. So what are the expectations for your team amongst yourselves for this event?
From my POV, I would say we are really good in practice. And we have like good expectation at least qualifying for this major, I would say. But pretty much we will depend on how much we can turn what everything in practice to reality and to at least like 70-80% of what we did in the matches.
When you look at the field here, who would you say are the favorites to make it through to the major?
For me, there is only two teams that are the favorites, like Fear and Liquid. Okay. But I think everyone is beatable.
Okay, when we talk about everybody being beatable, do you think that means that there's upset potential across all the teams, like anybody can beat anybody, or just specific matchups?
Wait. Okay, yeah.
Okay. All right, little massage interruption. That's okay though. Okay, so do you think it's more of a matchup dependent thing, or do you think that everybody is competing on a similar enough level that actually anybody could beat anybody?
I think it's really going to be hard to predict your next match because I don't think they have any favorites.
Okay.
That'll be like the time to show which region is the best.
You have so many experienced players on the team, including yourself. I mean, who are the biggest voices on the roster? I would assume Fallen's there, but behind him, who is it?
I mean, I would say in how are we playing and stuff like that, pretty much Fallen is the big caller. I try to help a lot, not in game, outside of the game, which stuff that we can change. And neither a coach Peacemaker. So I think we have a good trio in watching and learning how we can play and play good on these maps.
Okay, cool. I think that's gonna be it. That's pretty good. Okay, well, thanks a bunch. Appreciate it. Appreciate you taking the time. And that's gonna be it for this one.
Well, Maui's out there living the high life in his palace with the players, and we get to see Vinny, a little interaction between him and his old team of Furia. We get to see Vinny now in a new set, right?
My hair today, mate. Sorry, mate. It needs it's all over the shop here. But yeah, you're right. With his old team.
Yes, so now we're going to get to see him in this new team of Imperial with much older players, right? We've got the legends of the Brazilian scene coming to play here in Imperial.
And Vinny gets to be a bit of a star within this team if he wants, right? Because there's definitely that void to fill. I think you've got FNX and Bolts as the more supportive elements. Obviously, Fallen, the all-Korean game leader, and then it's Vinny and Fur, who's back, right? That's the great storyline around Imperial right now, is Fur returning to some really good form. Now, see him do that against some of the best teams in the world. That's something that I'm excited to see if that can come to fruition. But Vinny's such a nice guy, isn't he? He's always been a nice lad.
He's absolutely lovely. Yeah, well, I got to play a show match against him, and he 1v5'd us with a revolver, and I never really forgive him, but for the most part, he's such a nice guy.
All right, well, let's get the faces to the names and introduce Imperial.
Well, that's Case, of course, coming into this one, and
I was just checking if you were paying attention.
Yes, that was. I mean, I was. Hopefully, you know, it didn't slip up. My producer just kind of reminded me. So, Chad, I was on the same boat as you. But you know, we look at Case. We got RCF. I think it's a fun player. I've seen a good bit of him online. But this team, I think it's fair to say, could pull off a couple of upsets against some of the bigger names within the region here.
Well, if Honda does what he did in the last game against the Bad News Bears, that was a massive performance from him. Had a really big clutch. So beautiful stuff coming out of Honda.
Yeah, and in Imperial, their opposition, a team with, you know, everybody knows these players. Of course, we have to introduce them. It is Imperial. Coined the last dance, it is Fallen back, reuniting himself with his ex-teammates of FNX and Fur coming into play. Of course, this team, so much experience in it. You've got Bolts added in. I mean, these are all experienced players from the Brazilian scene that have just been around for such a long time. We kind of know what we should be getting out of them, but Fur earlier, as you pointed out, stepping out with massive performance. Hopefully we get to see them a bit more loose.
Yeah, look, you said experience a lot there, and that's definitely the key to this team. There was a nice little article from HLTV, one talking about 00 Nation on one side and the other about Imperial on the other, and the way that Fallen has decided to go and the way that obviously Cold Zero has decided to go. So Imperial thinking they can still get a bit out of the older dogs, and I'm excited to see if they can. Got the Veto, going to end up on Dust 2 as the map in the best of one. Now, we've had a lot of Dust 2 today. Seems to be quite a popular map here within the best of one realms, and in a map like this, it was somewhere that Case already showed a bit of strength today. So they've already had a win on this, whereas Imperial's win came on Inferno earlier. We're yet to see them play that so far at the RMR. I don't know what to think going into Dust 2 time and time again. This traditionally, you know, is one of the most puggy maps alongside the Mirage, right? So it can snowball against you in a lot of different ways. But I look at this matchup and I think to myself, it's familiar turf for those experienced names, right? It shouldn't do you too many issues. There's also some fun overlaps here. Steel on the other side of things. You've got Bolts, you've got Fallen, you've got Fur. They used to play together once upon a time, right? We're having to go back in the Wayback Time machine, right? To when we had like ZKQS and all these different names, right? This is back still when I was playing. So that's how long some of these guys here have been going. And then you have somebody like Honda, who was from the Furia Academy team, had a crack on the Furia main roster, and now has found himself here on the Case roster alongside of Steel. So lots of crossovers.
Yeah, I mean, Steel obviously had a stint in Europe with the Movistar Riders. You could see the evident improvements brought over there with his addition. And yeah, I think he's probably learned a lot playing against his European teams for a long time as well. So bringing that back to his own region. And for Imperial, a team that I think people have kind of got excited about. I think looking at the results they've had recently, they're doing quite well in their own region and now get to do it on LAN. I think this team could potentially be one of the dark horses for this competition to take some upset wins, because they're looking pretty solid out the gate. If they can all click consistently, they could be very, very scary.
Yeah, I think the favorites, right, to go on through should have been at least along the lines of Furia, Complexity, and Liquid, right? Those three names are the top, but then Imperial, with 6 spots available, are a team definitely in that conversation. Now, it's just about how much they were actually able to pull together here, because Fallen didn't have the best of times with Liquid, right, in terms of being able to lead his style or if you get the best out of him as native UP player, but now he's back speaking in Portuguese, the native tongue, with some familiar faces. It's about getting them up to scratch, and apparently Fur is up to scratch immediately, but there's one thing we haven't discussed just yet, Dinko, and it's the fact that FNX has never lost a major that he's played in. So this is a real test to see how strong it is.
Does he want to keep that record going into the major? We'll see. You know, you have to get there first of all. Maybe
that's true.
The best way to not destroy that record is maybe not going to the major as well. That's,
he's done a lot of stuff over the last couple of years, hasn't he, FNX?
Yeah.
He had the clothing company that he's been doing there. He was on reality TV. He looks like a male model. And he still just gets to play professional Counter-Strike whenever he feels like it. So, look, FNX is one of the OGs, right? You go back to 1.6, this guy right here, I used to watch him play. I think he competed in the CGS, even in Source for a while against me. I forgot exactly what their team name was. But some of these guys have been doing this for years. And the fact that they're getting back in the server and giving this another crack, and I thought this was just going to be a team. I'll be completely honest with everybody. I thought it was just about marketing, right? Just a big name, it's going to be a brand. But they're trying to be competitive. And the major, right? If you come here, you peak, you're able to qualify at the RMR for the major. That's fantastic. That's a massive step in the right direction, and something that when you look at the way that this team was thrown together, maybe not a lot of people would have thought it was going to happen. It's hard to see how this recipe of older dogs, even Bolts is part of the older gen still of Brazilian Counter-Strike. He was there in the early days when Fallen and Co were going to America and sleeping on the kitchen floor and, you know, qualifying for early majors.
Yeah.
So Vinny is the only real new blood, and even still, we've seen Vinny on our screens for the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. The newer viewers probably more familiar with Vinny rather than some of the other
True.
players. So, yeah, it's crazy to see this one pan out. But if you think about the story development coming in, you know, you've seen Fallen go out there to Liquid trying to figure out the meta that's currently being played at the top level. He said that he was ready for it. Didn't really work out with his calling. You know, coming back, a couple of the other players now being humble, taking off their high ride years ago. And I think they've learned a lot coming into this team, and putting it together is going to be really impressive. But for the case side of things, I mean, they actually still have the pieces too. I think RCF is cool to watch. Maybe has some consistency issues, but rather does have a lot of explosive power. You have Steel, I think, is great IGL, figures out how to get the best out of his teammates, and I think a lot of team play is implemented when he comes into rosters.
It's crazy how we're talking about all this, right? Steel was even on Liquid for a period of time.
Yes,
Like,
yeah.
there's so much wild overlap
So much
here.
intertwined,
with,
right?
Yeah, and like it overlaps here, there, and everywhere with these teams. So you can see them just getting ready, guys. I'm sure as soon as everything is honky-dory over there, we will be able to kick this thing off and get Dust 2 underway in the best of one. But a matchup that I think everybody would love to see, and I can guarantee Golez's fans would love to see this one, is if we could get Imperial taking on 0-0 Nation. Cold Zero versus the remnants of the old team that used to be a part of. That right there would be like a bloody blockbuster matchup. I would love to watch that. It would pop off in Brazil, I think.
I think it would break some viewer records. Yeah,
it'd be crazy. Because even with Oplano, for example, like they were just getting truckloads of viewers just to watch them play, and that was just the hype that KNG was able to bring. Fallen is the most tweeted about esporter, I believe. I don't know if that's factually correct. I remember reading something the other day, but I think he's the most talked about esport individual on Twitter, which makes sense. Fallen has like over 1 million followers on Twitter.
Absolutely.
He is huge. Fallen has his own brand of gear.
Yeah, you look over in the English side of things, maybe you don't really realize how big he is, but when you look at the Portuguese side of things, he has an empire of esports.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
I call him the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike, right?
Absolutely. What he says, he can move legions of people, right?
This guy and the sacrifices that they made for the team to be able to become one of the world's best. Actually, they did become the world's best. They won 2 bloody majors, right? So this
for a
is
long time.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like the problem is greatness is something we need to be reminded of often. Right, and you can fall off very easily. Counter-Strike is hyper-competitive. One of the things that is difficult, and I think you're seeing this right now with EG, is seeing the forest for the trees in the Counter-Strike that you're playing. You could be a good individual player. You can run around a headshot, but you need to be able to keep up with the current meta. And it's clear when you look at the way that EG are approaching the game that with Fallen and Stewie both in Liquid, right? If they wanted to do it Stewie's way or Fallen's way, well, neither of the ways are the way to top Counter-Strike right now, right? You're not seeing that with EG. He's the in-game leader over there. Fallen, we're learning to see what he can bring together with this team. So it's almost like a bit of an arms race between the two of them to see who was actually potentially right in the way they wanted to approach the game. And then you have the Liquid side, which was, you know, rumored to be quite Elige heavy in how they wanted to approach the matchups in their games. So, yeah, look, there's a lot of storylines to unravel here. But it's quite clear so far within the early stages of the Americas RMR that the South American teams are the stronger of the bunch. I don't think that's a doubt.
I think even some of the South American teams were happy to qualify through the North American side of things because the better rosters head off to NA, whether it be for resources or to get more practice or really try and show up to the rest of the world. And you know, we've seen over the online era, obviously we were restricted to regions, and we got to see the likes of Pain Gaming have to play those DreamHack Opens constantly online, and you get to see like, okay, these guys have a lot of skill. That's where Safe was really hyped up first, and people started to notice him because he had a 1.6 career, I believe. He played a bit there, but it was in CSGO. He only picked it up pretty recently. I think back in 2018 or started 2019 again, playing pro. But most of his career was spent online during that era where they're region locked, and you're just seeing how the level of South American Counter-Strike was rising up.
I think Counter-Strike in general has obviously grown exponentially, right? And I think the online era was a bit of a great leveling period that a lot of people could play catch-up because LAN and experience was no longer a factor. But now that we're starting to get back and settle into that, you've seen the difference. Obviously, Peacemaker, the coach as well, we didn't mention him.
Been around a lot.
Been around the block, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, a lot of experience there for Peacemaker and of different styles of Counter-Strike. He's seen it all. He's been off there in Asia. He's been in Europe. He's obviously been in South America. He's been in North America. He's everywhere he's been other than Oceania and probably the continent of Africa. So otherwise, Peacemaker has seen it all. I think Honda's there channeling some of the meditation that they
He's
learned
seeing the
back in
back
the
of his
Furia
eyelids.
days.
Yeah. Honda, he's conserving his energy. He's powering up like Sonic, you know, he's getting the power going, because earlier today he was incredible, and the man on your screen is going to be the head-to-head, I think, versus Honda if he can have a similar performance. Both of those players topping the charts for the teams. Honda was also just getting fired up emotionally, right? Just all over the place, hyping up the team.
That
bringing
right
the
there
energy.
that you bring up, Dinko, is a fantastic point, is how passionate these teams can be and how loud that they can get, right? They can snowball off of emotion, right? Because Counter-Strike, it'd still be quite a quick game of not so much in the modern game, but if you're feeling it and you're flowing and you're getting loud and you're able to run with that momentum, it can actually translate into rounds here. But I just wanted to bring up those stat lines you were talking about for each of their respective matches. So Imperial, earlier with Fur topping the charts, had 34 frags. He had a 1.71 rating on HLTV. He was 117.1 ADR over that matchup, and the scoreline was 16-12. That was Inferno. And then for Honda, the other big man on campus that you were talking about, had 128.9 ADR on Dust 2 against Bad News Bears, where he dropped 32 frags. He went plus 18. So had a beastly one, and he had a huge clutch in there as well. So look, those are the players we're going to turn to see if they can continue that form, because they're playing both of the best of ones in the same day. So they're already looking hot. They're already feeling confident. And as you can see, well, headsets are still off. Now this is where I like to go a little bit more abstract, Dinko. This is where I like to get the people at home involved, right? Because how long is a piece of string?
I don't know. Depends
Exactly.
On the,
Precisely.
On the string.
Precisely. So if you at home want to get involved, use the hashtag PGL RMR, tag Dinko, tag myself, send us a tweet, ask us a question, maybe give us some interesting news about the teams on your screen, because while we wait for them to get underway in the server, we have a little bit of time to kill. B stream update. Well, actually, we won't call it the B stream. We'll call it the secondary stream. That's a bit nicer, because, you know, well, maybe not even
The
the
other stream.
The other stream. Yeah,
The
a
other
different
matches.
stream. The stream running simultaneous with our stream. That was picked up.
They do have a smaller room. That's about the only difference, really, between the streams. They don't have a desk either.
That's
so.
true. They are next door to us.
Yeah.
We could hear Harry behind the walls before, but now it's...
You can hear Harry behind any wall, Chad. And,
yeah.
sometimes I hear him across the continent.
You're right. He's a loud boy.
Well, we have some issues, unfortunately, with the players, of course. We're just waiting. I think some of the headsets have been plaguing them a little bit today, so hopefully we can get that one resolved and get the players back in the seats. But, you know, in terms of moving forward...
Yes, I like to move forward.
In terms of Imperial, right, this is a team, I think, coming into this competition, have nothing to prove as well, right?
Nothing to
that's
prove?
different. That's right. Yeah, I would say, you know, there's some expectation on them, but back in the day, right, there was so much expectation on the team, and towards the end of their crumbling MIBR days, it became so much pressure when they were losing to online teams like Vis for Krakow, but now the whole world has kind of changed, and they realize, okay, these tier 2 teams are actually sick, right? So the expectations a little bit off. I think you can come in a bit more freed up in comparison to what they were still perceived as an elite team. Now I think it's just they're giving them a bit of leeway building up
Yeah,
again.
I see what you're saying, but what about this as some framing here? Try this one on for size for a moment. So, okay, they're not expected to be world beaters, right?
Yeah,
we're not
absolutely
looking at Imperial as the team unless you truly believe that FNX is the key to success with the majors, right? Which maybe you do, and that's fine. I have no qualms with that being your thought process, viewers at home. But this here, sure, okay, we don't expect them to be world beaters, but is this team of seasoned veterans with the skill and ability that they have and all the experience they have over the rest of the pack going to lose to, for example, a case, right? So the expectation here is, with 6 spots available, with 3 of the spots surely being a lock for the likes of Furia, Complexity, and Liquid. If they don't, that's crazy for those 3 names. 3 spots are available, and then in the rest of the pack, you're putting them up against the likes of 00 Nation, Pain. Who else we got in the mix here that you might be a little bit excited about? I've heard some good things about 9Z, right? EG, if they can actually play well, right? Like, but this is the thing, right? So it's spotty to fill out those spots.
Yeah.
So in terms of expectation, I have an expectation that Imperial should snatch one of the 6 positions available for the Americas RMR. Now, how deep they go in the major, that's a completely different question. But in this context right now, I feel like this team on your screen should be locking in, even just by virtue of the likes of Vinny and Fallen being recent tier 1 players, because they were, right? These two have been. So that's where I look with the squad, and I look at Furries, look at Jackton. He's been hitting the gym again.
Yeah, he's been on that grind. Yeah, there's
Look
a lot.
at it.
It's crazy to see the transition from that team. You know, back in 2016 when I seen their first breakout, if you remember back to Katowice, where they were able to head to the final, obviously, and then Columbus, they made the major final and won it. So, I mean, this is a team that I think really been on a long grind. Obviously, they look so different back then. It's crazy. It's wild. They've just been through so much since then, and it really makes you think how long ago that really was, Chad. Because I think. Was that around the time you stopped playing?
2016. It was June of 2016 I retired, I believe.
Yeah.
I think.
It doesn't feel like that long ago. But
Yeah,
but you look at what's happened since then, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and that's one of the, I think got 16-0'd by the Brazilians.
Oh
back
no,
then.
I've hashed
yeah.
up some.
No. A lot of it's
bad
blocked out.
memories.
I have to go deep down into the rabbit hole to find those memories. We have a couple of tweets coming in on the hotline here. Nothing crazy, but what do we got? I'm not going to talk about hamburgers being hot dogs. That one's a bit of a done there, Matt. I need a fresher question, mate.
Maybe we can ask them for more Brazilian memes, or to expand upon some of the Brazilian memes we might not understand a little bit, Chad.
Sure. If there's any Brazilian viewers at home, are there any memes around this team, Imperial, on the screen right now? Any fun stuff? Anything that we can use?
Yeah, any trivia?
Yeah, we like trivia over here. Dinko loves trivia. We could get him started, but there's a lot of political topics we'll have to steer clear of.
that's kind of my main shtick, I suppose. Trivial Pursuit, we could play that, Chad.
Bag Milker is asking how is Bucharest, any good food places visited yet? Well, I only got here this morning, but I have been to Bucharest a couple times.
Okay.
Done a couple of events for PGL over the years here. There's a really good restaurant. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sure the producer in my ear is going to know what it is. It's like... I don't know. Anyway, they do Romanian food, and I remember Sadikist always loved going there. It was like a bread bowl bean soup that is his favorite. So if we do get
Is
some
the bowl
time,
made out of bread?
The bowl is indeed made out of bread.
Does it get soggy?
Well, I don't know. The soup normally gets lapped up quite quickly, so I would imagine eventually.
That sounds good, because there's nothing better than dipping some bread into soup. But if you make the bowl out of bread, it's like the ultimate play.
I only like having soup because I get bread with it.
That's
if I'm going to be
the
honest.
bread. Oh, the best thing you can do. I don't know if you've had this. I don't know if Wheaton. Have you ever had like Wheaton bread?
No.
Okay, I think it might be like a British or.
Is that like Will Wheaton from Star Trek? Or?
No, but it's like bread, but it's soft. It's made out of just
Soft
like
bread?
hard wheat, kind of.
Hard wheat.
It's really, really good. I don't know how to describe it. Just if you look it up, everybody at home, Wheaton bread.
We've all got Google, I hope.
Have it with vegetable soup or vegetable broth. It
Okay.
is so good. And if you get it with nice thick butter, it's really good. Really,
Okay,
really good.
all right. Well, it might be getting a bit hungry at home, everyone. It is almost dinner time. Do you know who the highest rated player in the tournament is right now?
Today?
Yeah.
Would it be Fur?
Close. He's the second. Honda's the highest.
Okay.
So, look, you're close. I'm just throwing some trivia your way.
So we've got the two highest rated players
In the
possibly
server
playing some
right now,
Counter-Strike.
ladies and gentlemen, strap yourself in. Within the top 5, you've got Drop, Yuri, and Floppy.
Okay.
So that's quite nice.
That's good. Good
We
to see
won't go
Floppy.
to the other end of the spectrum. We'll stay away from that for now.
I mean, so far we've only had a couple of maps
Exactly.
played, right? So
And I like to try and be a bit more positive about things. You know, we can go down the negative side, but we don't need to. What's the point?
yeah, there's chances to recover. That's the positive thing for the other guys who are maybe not at the top. But you know, we're looking at the competition today. Obviously, we're waiting to get this matchup. Sorry if you are just tuning in. We're just waiting until this one goes live.
Dude, there's already been 3 aces. There's been 3 aces, and we've only had a handful of best of ones. Ben got one.
Well
That's Ben Leet from the Party Astronauts. JT got one against Team 1, and Fur got one in their opening game. 3 aces already. Seems like a lot of aces.
Yeah, I remember watching back, I think it was Cologne, our first land back. We just had a crazy amount of aces.
Yeah, that's when Simple broke the record, right?
It was, exactly. Yeah, that's when he broke the record. We'll have Simple Navi touching down in Bucharest in a few weeks' time.
Yes.
Kind of
yes,
crazy. We're going to see
indeed.
everybody just coming in to Bucharest to play some Counter-Strike.
That's a good point. Let's look at the other, because obviously, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not too familiar with what's going on and you're just a Counter-Strike fan, you just whack it on the telly for maybe some background noise. These matches that are going on right now are this is the most important qualifier in the world, right? I don't know how else I can put it for you. This qualifies you for the major. This is it. If you lose here, you are not at the major. It's simple as that. And this is where teams can literally be made or broken, right? This has ramifications throughout the rest of the season.
Well, financial implications is one. You have
do like money.
reputation implications, obviously legacy as well for a lot of these teams. You know, going to the major is an achievement that every single player sets out to achieve, and then obviously going deep in a major and winning one is towards the top at the end. But you know, for a lot of these players, think about how many young new players he's got on the board. Safe going to the major with Fury, that would be incredible. yeah, there's a lot of storylines, a lot on the major. And again, something you guys will not have noticed, maybe if you are on HLTV, it's not featured, but we have also got Asian teams coming in a few days' time. And that's going to be very fun because how often do we get to see Asian teams play an Asian competition on LAN? It doesn't happen a whole lot.
I was just bringing that up. So we have Renegades, right, which is Sicko from New Zealand, Liaz, Alistair, Inns, Hats, all from Australia, and then their coach Kingfisher. We have Tyloo, which is Summer Attacker, Slowly Danking, and Bentet. Yeah, know somebody. Somebody's starting his streaming career over there in China now, I saw.
Yeah.
And they just lost their coach. Karasa was with them again, and now he's not. So I don't know. That happened recently. I was reading a HLTV thread about that. IHC from Mongolia, Kabal, I remember him. Nine, Score, Blitz, Techno, and their coach Mara. And then the final team were coming through the Middle Eastern qualifier, but I believe it was Linvision, and they were unable to make it.
Yeah,
so
unfortunately, some visa issues, I think, getting on in, and that obviously is an issue that plagues a lot of the teams in there. I believe Nasser was the team that were looking
to replace them, right?
Because they came second, so... Yeah, I mean, the biggest problem in Asia, right, Chad, is the fact that you can probably attest to this as well. You're kind of geographically challenged, right? You're out there, you have one qualifier for the biggest continent on the planet, and you have to play from the Middle East versus teams from China, Thailand. Doesn't really work. But you know what works? Football. And this is what these guys are doing.
Oh, well, we could maybe get in do you want to try some Brazilian football casting? Is that something that you think you could get away with?
No.
Go! No?
Golazo!
There you go. See, you just got to...
but I love it.
This is them killing time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
It's the Copa de America, the biggest matchup you have ever seen here. The two best teams from South America battling it out.
Now, is Fur the goalkeeper?
It seems like he is, actually.
Okay, so Fur's the goalkeeper. It's currently a one-on... Has he enlisted Yeps and Steele? Are they his defenders? He's got... There's two strikers out here?
Well, this looks like a knockout potential competition.
Okay,
so
all right, I see.
You have to try and get it past
the
keeper.
Or are they ball boys on the side there? Maybe a bit like
maybe
tennis.
it's bodyguards, you know?
Oh, they're trying to block the keeper. They're trying to get their way in.
Fur's
been pinned. This has to be breaking the rules. Where's the ref?
There's a gap on the right side here as well. The ref not doing anything about it, but Fur, that's why he's got the big muscles, just pushes them out of the way.
Wow. Just some dirty tactics being used here by Case. And Fur, the one-man army, taking them all on.
Oh, they can't get the ball over the step.
Yeah, well, that seems to be the biggest issue here.
Oh, nearly off the second step. It's up another step. And now we cut for the sideline reporting. Nothing going on down there.
Yeah, where are you, Maui? He should be here. He should be on the sidelines.
We need Maui to report on the injuries.
I feel like Steele's running interference here. And look, he should be offside, right?
Yeah.
I don't know the football rules very well, but I can guarantee he's offside.
Yeah, the great thing is we have South American teams, so we can call it football, right? It's not soccer for this.
No, even I'm Australian. We call it soccer down there. I'd still call it football. I have the respect it requires.
Do you play Aussie rules, Chad? Have you ever played that?
So my father is British. So my father played football. So I didn't play Aussie rules football.
Okay.
So I followed in his footsteps. But,
I don't quite understand
the rules.
Yeah, Aussie rules.
So where should we begin?
You have to be Aussie.
Well, you don't have to be. You can play it from anywhere if you would like. But there's 4 sticks at either end.
So we have sticks.
4 big sticks that stick out the ground. You get the ball through the middle sticks, that's 6.
Okay.
If you miss and you get the ball through the little sticks on the side, we'll still give you a point.
Okay, so it's kind of a game for everybody.
Yeah, look.
Of all capabilities.
No, but it is quite a rough and tumble sport, to be honest. It is. It's a contact sport. There's no padding or anything like that used, so it can get quite aggressive. Now, I have a few things to report, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We have everybody in the server. Headsets are getting on, and I would hope momentarily we can get this one underway. A fun one for everybody. Honda is automatically muted by Volvo. So Honda must be a naughty boy in the server. Maybe he's saying a couple things or two to get that order. He's known as Daisy in this one.
Well, what if Honda is like that one guy who solo queues matchmaking games and he's motivational and he just has teammates that don't follow
All
it
right,
and
I see. You're putting a bit of shine on it. I see what you're doing here. Fair enough. Maybe he is.
Yeah.
He just has bad teammates. It's not him. It's everybody else.
Never you. As we always learn in all of our matchmaking games, all of us are perfect. And it's all these people in our games that are the bad ones.
Okay. I see what you've done there.
It's never your fault.
What about when it is your fault?
Well, you never admit to it.
Okay.
Or you just blame like, you know?
I was going to say, do you acknowledge that it was your fault? Okay, so we're almost ready, guys. Readying up going on. I'm going to get a quick little check of the tweets that you guys have been sending, and then we can get this game started. I'm sure there's a lot of Brazilian fans wanting to get this one underway. Want to see Imperial. I know they come with a massive entourage.
Yeah, well, Frankie's actually asked that Vinny did me dirty with an R8. He did, so played a show match. Was about to win a round against him. Very difficult thing to do. 1v5 running down a cobblestone on B-Long, and he pulls out a revolver from Stone and was able to shoot 5 of us in the head with the revolver somehow with the charge up and still kill 5 people.
Oh, dear.
It was incredible.
Okay.
Something to look at. Marvelous stuff. But nonetheless, we're back to the
And we're
Copa de
live.
America.
We
got
are
the ball,
live.
but it's ready. The pistol about to begin. Imperial going to be starting on the defensive side, and on the attacking side of the T side is going to be Case. This matchup, very excited to get this one underway, Chad.
Yeah, well, let's see just how much Imperial have to offer here against the foe of Case towards Long. Fasten away with the P250, and nobody greeting him early as it is. Free control taken here. Fur tucked on in towards the car. Top of sight, FNX will be baiting for him.
Yeah, FNX just to pull attention, allowing Fur to try and step up. But it has been the lower tunnel play forward here. Honda with RCF leading the charge forward. It's again, been a switch setup, Fallen to take the initial attention, but that long fight finally ensues and Fasten. That's why you buy a P250 for the T side.
Yeah, good fight there. And now it's on Fur. From car has gotten one. Vinny taking some space in mid. And Fur's just picked out with 2 kills. Can he make it a third? Caught between a rock and a hard place. And Honda on the flank here.
RCF gets taken out. Vinny and Bolts going back for seconds. And now Steel left out towards Long alone. Now, don't really feel like his chances are too high here, but if he gets an opportunity on towards Vinny, he would still have a little bit of time before this wrap around Long comes through, but Vinny very disciplined. Will actually
picked up a
concede
smoke here.
bomb plan, and that's going to be extra money to play with. Now a smoke available too.
This is tie. That was about to be tied. He could have had a smoke to play around. So Fallen finding the final kill. Vinny, Fallen, and Bolt with 1 apiece, and Fur with the double up.
Yeah, I wonder what the conversation around the force buy is now going to be with that bomb plan.
Yeah, that's always a good point, right? You get to see an indication from teams early. You have some teams who just go, okay, we want to take the save, we get the AKs out straight away into the third. Or you have some teams who go, let's contest for the economy. I think that I had a big discussion back with Azza when I was in-game leading about it, and I would always take the conservative route. I come from the clean boys school of Counter-Strike, right? You do it by the book, you make sure your rifles are out, you make sure everybody has everything they need. But you're not backing yourself as individuals here if you do that, right? And that was one of Azza's points. He's like, why don't we take it to them? Why don't we fight them? And, well, Case, they want to fight. Xbox smoke from Steel lobbed on out. RCF with a scout in hand will spot one on the high jump on over. They can scale up Catwalk quite quickly here. It's a classic 2-3 spread out of the Imperial defense. On the B bomb site, we do see Bolt alongside of Vinny. That would be quite the potent little rifle duo to break on through. And then it's the old boys club over towards the A site. We've got Fallen with the scoped rifle. M4's in the hands of Fur. And, well, a FAMAS for FNX. Now, having FNX as the pit anchor here, not too shabby. Fur gets to rotate around and feel this one, but it's feeling like an A hit.
Yeah, the short execute is generally good enough to allow you to get a plant, which would still keep the money good for this T side. They're going to send the smokes up. Looking to try and swing out towards short. Utilities coming through. There's a bit of a gap in the left side, but Fur can't help out. And the
Nice
scout
tag.
from Long has to try and line it up. Fallen spots the head. Yeps will go down. And now they're dropping back with the advantage, but RCF makes sure that's short-lived. Now Fur slipping up the ramp, rifle into an awkward fight. Will take down Fasten, but that bomb has gone down for Case. Advantage siding still with Imperial, who look to try and retake this, but Steel is now arrived to the party, and they are taking down the Imperial side. There's just that FNX and Vinny left to pull this one off.
Should be a save here.
And yeah, they can't really get into this one.
Yeah, have to concede, have to give this one up. And that Fallen does a great job to get that kill, but he gets punished by RCF trying to go back around the corner. And then RCF changes over to the Galil to get a necessary kill on Fur, who was playing up close and personal. FNX wants to take a fight here. Takes a bit of damage. Will tuck away to hold on to this FAMAS, and you can see Vinny on the X-ray over towards T-Spawn. So a great response here from Case immediately with one back. Honda didn't pick anything up on top of the A side, so likely could have found a rifle to carry through, but not the end of the world. They do win out the force buy, and we're tied up 1-1 in the early stages. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's the impact of Steel just getting that bomb plant down in a pistol. It looked unwinnable. So good stuff from Steel, and obviously the short call. I love that. I love the short call. I think it's so good, especially around like that. We just no AWP really to do anything. The rifles don't really want to commit to the site. Feels like you often get onto the site at least. Give yourself a winner's chance.
You know what's interesting about that as well? They didn't drop the standard bridge smoke. It was just the one-way.
Yeah.
So Fallen could have been on the car position to get tags before they made it, but behind the one-way. They were just respecting that execute a lot there, and actually allowed them to have a bit of extra room. So, yeah, doing it with not the standard utility. Because I think with the one-way, yeah, it's great, but you still have a void to cross. That's why you see the bridge smoke. It also gives you that little gap to look under where you can see if anybody's trying to play over towards the crossover. Get a little bit cheeky with it. Now, just a technical timeout call, guys, so don't worry. We're prepared for this. We're ready for this. I'm ready for all of it, as we will be now talking about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith for the next 35... No, we won't be, guys. Don't worry. We've all heard enough
I think
of that.
every point possible has already been made, and countless news articles have covered everything on that, so I'm sure you can go and enjoy those.
Hold up a second here. I have to read these before I
You have to vet
mention
them.
them.
Yeah, you can't just read it out. It's a little risky move that. Never just read anything out on the internet you see, guys. It's probably a good piece of advice. Always check it first.
Now, HLTV's world rankings have come out, and FaZe is now #1 in the world.
As you would expect, yes, with the
win of the
big
back-to-back
wins.
Katowice and then into the Pro League. But everyone's tagging me and saying that I have to pay up. Now, I want to make something very clear to everybody playing at home. On a podcast a couple years ago, I was basically having a discussion with the likes of Pimp and Striker. Prof was also there on the podcast, and we were talking about international teams. And I tried to... I think that communication is one of the most important factors for Counter-Strike teams, right? And
Yes.
the bet that I made back then was with Striker, and Pimp actually took me up on it. And I actually made the initial criteria I threw. They didn't want to do it. It was initially I did 3 years, but I made it 5 years for them just to entice somebody. It's for entertainment. And basically, just so everybody who's tweeting at me saying that I need to pay out, here's the situation. FaZe will need to retain a top 3 position in HLTV's world rankings for 6 months consistently. They cannot drop out of that top 3, and if they do, then the timer will start again. So there you go. So they've only been in the top 3 now for a month. So it's 1 month. They still have 5 months they have to stay in the top 3.
Yeah, it's still that's pretty hard.
It's looking like they should be able to do it. They look
but
great.
yeah.
They look great. Like Rops,
They look
is an
unbelievable. Yeah, I was thinking of like names for those guys, and it feels like anytime you see Brokey, Rops, Twist, any of those 2 players in a clutch together, they just, no matter how impossible the round looks, it still looks like they have a chance of winning it.
Yeah.
And I just had to call them like the trifecta of death, I think. They're just always in a situation where they're able to pull it off.
Even the round that they closed out in the grand final against Ents, I don't know if everybody caught it, but it was on Mirage, and I think it was Rops and Carrigan in a 2v4. I was even building into it. I was like, they're always threatening in these rounds, right? And I think Rops went down with a kill or something, and the Carrigan clutches are the 1-on-3 to close out the map. That's Carrigan, the in-game leader. Like, he's even closing out the clutches, right? These guys in mid-round, that's one of the coolest things, and this has been almost a common thread with FaZe, is once they do go for their opening piece and make it into the mid-round, they're always so good for it. And I think that the depth with the new FaZe is they're also really good at just getting into the round and winning it. They don't even have to worry about the mid-round in certain situations. They can just bulldoze it through a site. Their CT sides are always going to be crazy strong. People are being reminded why Rain is a monster as well in a couple of his recent performances. So I think coming into the major, they would have to be the favorite. But I wouldn't say that they are a clear favorite. I would say that they're the favorite right now because of recent results. But there's a couple of other teams that are I'm hoping we get the Na'Vi that we all love and expect by the time we get around to this. Is assuming everybody qualifies, right? I think G2, we haven't seen them in some time. Can they really fulfill the prophecy for Carlos to pick up a major title? Like, there's a lot going into this, and
At
I
least
think
they can't get 0-3, right?
Yeah, exactly. Unless they go out in the Swiss stage 0-3.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We can't.
There's always
they have
a
two
thread we
opportunities.
can grab there.
They have the 0-3 in the Challengers or the Legends, right?
Well, that's if they qualify. They might not even make it past the RMR. Because that's what we were talking about before, right? I was bringing up those groups for the European side of things. Let me bring that up again for everybody at home. Where are we at here? I want to make sure that we have the... Because the groups are stacked, right? I think it was it A or... I forget which one it was. One of the two is like now seems a little bit more stacked than the other. Here we go. You ready for this one? This is Group A of the European RMR for PGL. We have Na'Vi, Heroic, Outsiders / VP, Vitality, FaZe, Mouse, Big, Gamer Legion, Fnatic, Saw, OG, Eternal Fire, Dignitas, Unique, Fours, and Qzar, whatever. That's the 16th.
Bizarre.
Yeah,
name, really.
Pretty much. That's Group A, and Group B is well, I wouldn't say equally as stacked, but still pretty stacked. G2 players, which is Gambit, NIP, Entropic, Copenhagen Flames, Ents, Astralis, Heat, which is Double Pony, Sinners, Spirit. Haven't seen Spirit in it feels like a long time, right?
Yeah, I think they made a lot of roster changes, trying to figure out, what roster can we put together. I think the one they put together, a lot of people were disappointed about. So
Chopper, Dexter, Magic, Siren, Patsy. Patsy's come up from the academy team.
he was signed to Spirit. When that sort of
Yeah,
six-man,
like the
few months
six-man,
we
yeah.
had going on, they tried to get Patsy in. The funniest thing ever about that was my favorite six-man move, because they decided to remove Chopper, their in-game leader, to put Patsy in for a match.
Yeah, I remember that. I made a tweet about it at the time
Yeah.
of how many different variations of rosters they used over an event of some
And I'm
kind.
just wondering, how do you remove your IGL? There's
Yeah.
a lot going there. So interested to see how that team is going to pan out. Removing a big player like Mir, it's exciting to see what they're going to
that's
be able
a
to do in the
curious one
future.
that Mir isn't on a team right now either. So we got AVE, Sprout, Bad News Eagles, Endpoint, Sangal, and Anonymous. So lots of big names here, but Group A definitely seems a lot more stacked. And if you're unfamiliar with what this means, there is 8 spots available at each European group for the main event of the major, right? Well, not the Challenger stage / Legend stage, which depends on whose book you're reading. I'm sure Valve would like it all to be called the major, and HLTV for stats purposes have it broken up into the Challenger stage and then the main event. But that's semantics.
I think it's scary though for a lot of teams now. Back in the day, if you're just a new fan coming into watching the major circuits, we didn't always just have one competition that you had to play as a qualifier, right? Even the last major, we had a lot of RMRs across the entire year, and you had to try and maintain your points throughout the year to get to the major. Now with this major coming around so quickly, it feels kind of crazy that we've got another major coming up.
Yes.
And so now you've got all the teams having to go back and battle. There's no one already confirmed to be in the Legend stage like there used to be. Just placing highly at a major would get you into a spot confirmed at the major. And then we've seen a whole lot of dead teams because they're holding on to major spots. Now it's all down. You have to play in this competition. You have to come here and earn your spot at the major every single time. So it's a little scary, I think, for some teams.
I think if you also think about the proximity of these RMRs to the major itself, it means that we should also get the most informed teams at the time, in theory, right? In theory, for the major event. And I know that there's always going to be the caveat of the best of ones, but it's Swiss, right? And as we talked about, they're the establishing matches, and the best of threes are the progression or the elimination matches. But you can see, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on your screens right in front of your eyes, we are back into the game. If you missed it, it was Imperial with the pistol with a couple of lovely shots out from the car position. Case bounce back off of a steel plant in the pistol with a force fire of their own. RCF with some impact, and they do tie up the score 1-1. And now we're getting underway with a force fire of Imperials.
Oh, we were. It's a false start here. We've jumped the gun a little bit. Another pulse coming in. So
okay, I'm just trolling then, I guess. Is that debated?
Yes, I think that is what Twitch chat would say.
How are you with the emoticons?
Well,
what are they
I'm
called?
not so bad that I call them emoticons.
What do the kids call them these days?
There's emojis these
days.
Emojis,
Okay. All right.
Or Twitch emotes.
Okay, so not emoticons.
No, my dad calls them emoticons, Chad.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fair enough. That tells
I
everybody.
remember
everything
like
they
the
need to know.
original emoticons, the ones that finally started to animate, and they were like 240p quality. Used to put them on MSN, I think it was. Microsoft,
Okay, yeah. Before the MSN days, man, we had the thing called ICQ.
Okay, this just sounds like a financial institution or something.
Yeah,
somewhere
well,
I need to pay money to live and not go to
The
prison.
boomers out there will remember the So you can maybe look it up. You can get into the archives. I'm sure there's a couple of books out there written about the boomer social medias, but we're out long. And Yaps, what a fun name that's going to be to say here today.
Yep.
Is ahead of the smoke and has full blue bin control. Not too worried about what lies on the other side, but a couple of the biggest issues are the scouts in play. A tag from Fallen or Fur, respectively, is going to mean the walking wounded of Case could get blown on over. Rear grass here. Timing.
RCF's going to swing out, and the rifle is close, but it's going to peek into 3.
The lineup!
Oh, FNX gets away with all 3 of them. It looked like he was destined to die there.
And look at the tag from Fallen. He gets 2 tags. That blows them over exactly so. FNX couldn't have been an easier triple for him. Steel's going to get something back over towards B, but the bomb is loose.
And now they have to realize they should be split into 1v1, so we can just fight this and trade this, and they've done exactly that. So bomb controlled, long controlled, and Steel has been softened up in his initial fight towards B, so a 1v3, unlikely.
And you can see there, they're hoping to have the spacing so they can swing out and take the fight together, and it comes back to bite them with the timing of the tags and the FNX push. Steel, I think he's seen enough. 45 seconds, has thrown out some util to go around the world. And now that he's hit the shift key, it almost feels like we are destined to see a save come on through. Fallen has a scout in his hand still. Let's see if he picks that up into an AK or something a little bit juicier on the floor here. You can see there's a couple more smattered rifles down there. The scout at the moment to take the duel towards top of A is perfect. But look on the radar. You can see the 3 lined up corpses, those X's, bang, bang, bang. Everybody dropped in a row right there. Great stuff from FNX. 2 majors, not a joke.
2-0.
It is crazy though. Imagine you just win 2 majors and then you don't play anymore.
Just had enough.
Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Just like completed it. Now he's coming back as the games are leveled up so much.
Yeah, now it's a lot tougher. So I'm interested to see, right? If he can come back and play, then maybe there's hope for all of us.
Well, maybe you, Chad.
Yeah, okay, maybe not. Now that I've said it and we've realized what that alludes to. But the force buy wars are going to continue round after round. So 1-1-1 is the split so far. 2-1 for Imperial now. But Case, can you bounce back again? Now, they did it with short control last time. They had this Xbox smoke, similar as before. They scowled on up and they just executed onto the site of Fallen and Co.
Honestly, those glasses work, because I did not see that. Lovely close shot from RCF to try and take that one, but it's up towards top mid. Got a little bit of control here. That Xbox smoke, no one playing with it just yet.
They don't have a lot of utility here, though, so the fact that they haven't moved up quicker with that Xbox smoke only means Honda has the final smoke remaining. Now, quick little hop up from Steel, clearing close doors. They do get short control for free. Fur over towards the top of a ramp. Pedaling back now is Fallen. He'll be here in time. Util to slow this one down as well. Not great. They only have HEs and a couple of flashes as Fur looking to tuck in towards Goose. If they just do the same play again, they can get away with it, right? Drop the smoke on top of the elevator box, one way over the top of it, take a couple of fights. I don't think they'll be as liberal with the duels, but Fallen has to stay to try and set up Fur. Looks like they've opted for the bridge smoke here and not the one-way.
Yeah, they're changing it up. They kind of they're experimenting as to what they can get away with here, and they don't have a molly to clear out first, so they'll have realized that he's in that position.
Deep.
And it is going to go a little bit late. Damage has been done on towards Fasten from Fallen's rifle, and now it does set up Fur for the swing, but he's blinded. He's held back and flashed by his own teammate, and now Fallen has decided, okay, I'll make up for it. Goes into the fight, Fasten's there, and the Fur-Fallen combo has taken 2 initial kills. Finally traded back by Honda's Deke. We know what that can do sometimes, and Fur luckily sweeps up the rest. So just Yeps into the 1v4, 17 seconds, no control of the bomb. Has to try and draw back, and that's not even going to be afforded to him. So a single player goes down for Imperial. KS attempts to get the bomb down, but just can't quite crack the defense.
Yeah, Force by Wars are over here. So 3-1 consecutive rounds now posted for Imperial. Let's see how many more that they can string together. Likely to pick up their 4th, as it's just going to be a couple of light pistol upgrades here. Fasten is going to be into a P250, and looking likely that the rest of his teammates will just be holding on to those Glocks. Nobody else tempted on the way out the door of spawn. 3-2 split of the offense right now, and Fallen, he's going to take matters into his own hands. Charging up mid, MP9 at the ready, 1 and 2. Fasten falls into the bullets, and they've been taken out of this round. Quick, smart. Bolts' turn for some eco bash, and that'll be it. Beautiful. All 5 stand alive.
Yeah, keeping everybody up. No problems there at all, but kind of what you expect in a round like that. But now KS come back into play with rifles coming out. They are going to have a few holes in this one, Chad.
Yeah.
It's not that great.
And no AWP either here, right? Fallen will get into the AWP on the other side. He had an MP9, happy to throw that one by the wayside. Upgrade now into the big green, and we get to see the man work his magic. Good long spawn here for Fur to try and shut this one down. He's going to have FNX behind him, and while they're not going to have to worry about a rush, pole smoke dropped. You can sync that one up with the corner smoke, but Fallen's already found a kill. RCF in the grave. This one is feeling a little bit grim.
Honda looking to try and maintain control of this longhouse for the time being. He's going to be holding for the peek around from Fur. Flash goes in.
Missed smoke there from FNX. You'll see it as Honda starts to peer around the corner. So he wanted to throw that one from the car position towards the doors, but he's been to that one, and we've landed in no man's land. Well highlighted there by the OBS team.
This is very patient right now for Case. They are wanting Imperial to come into them to give away this advantage and to pull it back. But Imperial are disciplined. They know they've got Fur deep long, so they don't have to push in towards that. And now they're going to check him. He has just been left here alone. His teammate's not alongside of him, and Fur able to deal with 1 and 2, and the bomb is now dropped, and the split potential starts to become unlikely because now they have to run all the way back long to get that bomb back, and it almost looks impossible, but they put pressure on Fallen. The headshot is in, but still player remains in pit.
Yeah, going to be so difficult to get this bomb now. The AWP scooped on up can give them the range advantage on the fight, but Fur doesn't have to face. They have to come to him.
Yeah, and even then, the amount of time they have to waste crossing. Okay, that's a way to do it. Fast into the headshot now, Fur in the pit. His position should be the insurance policy to take this one. A little awkward, trying to get the headshot. Flash goes up and Fasten still will remove him. Comes down to just one player staying up. Bolts quickly with that refrag from the door.
Yeah, not able to get the AWP back, but Fur can buy one up and drop it over. He has 9 kills, now 7 for Fallen here. And open and shut Case as soon as the bomb goes down. This was the opener. Oh, trying to take a couple of liberties there is old RCF. Don't want to be peeking like that against the big man Fallen. And yeah, Fur closes things down, unable to hit the final shot, but Bolts is there. Necessary trade. Gets the 5th round now, and back down to the Pebbles and Pistols are Case. Couple of deagles this time round. Fur, very aggressive, leaping forward, wants to get stuck into this. And if you don't remember Fur from the glory days, he was one of these individuals along the lines of JW, but just without an AWP, who would love to get in your face, the aggressive maneuvers. That was his bread and butter. The game's come a long way since then. It's difficult to continue replicating those type of maneuvers. Spots one, nade follows through, but they're going to tuck tail and get away from any damage Case. Now, in a round like this, they would love a kill or two just to start getting some of the individuals on the board. They're out long, but for how long?
Well, Fur is walking into them with that angle selection, able to isolate them into 1v1s, but Honda's Deagle is snappy to the headshot. FNX is the second player tasked with dealing with the rest of the long forces, and now just Steel, low in HP, taken down through the doorway. Imperial now set alight. It's 6-1.
So I'd be lying to everybody at home if I said if Imperial have really been tested here so far. The one round that they dropped, it was a good little play there from RCF with a multi-kill. Otherwise, it's been quite pedestrian, right? They've been walking out with the bomb. They're not able to trade off the back of one another. They've been lining up with spacing. We need to see a change of pace, and maybe that comes with a full gun round from Case. So RCF is into an AWP now. You can actually go toe-to-toe, buy a bit of respect off of Fallen with this AWP in his hand. I'm interested to see who does the secondary AWPing duties for Imperial. That's something that I wouldn't mind to keep some tabs on here, because it doesn't feel like there's any natural individuals to pick up that AWP, mind you. But I'm sure somebody will surprise me. Everybody's an AWPer at heart.
Yeah, Vinny played in Furia. Pretty much everybody picks up AWPs in
That's
Furia.
true.
So
yeah, you're right.
Maybe he could find a little bit of a touch of the green. But nonetheless, Case, tactical timeout ahead of this one. Everything you want to bring to the party available. We'll see what they have up their sleeve.
It's interesting to see the CT still dropping a crossover smoke, right? It is safe, right? You're making sure that you can't get the totem boost to get you destroyed. And well, actually, Vinny snuck into lower.
I think he might have been spotted from the jump, so possibly information found on this one. You can see that push down from Steel. Might have spotted it on the jump peak from top mid. We are certainly careful of this and wary of it. And Steel knows exactly where it is because he did spot him out. So
still gets one.
Still gets away with a kill. That really shouldn't have happened. Vinny does very well in that position, and Fur able to follow up with that short maneuver. So that is given the advantage to Imperial.
And that's the AWP removed here immediately. If they want to jump up short, Fur's not going anywhere.
Well, Honda's holding because they could have conceded long control. Imperial could have pushed in, but Steel finds the head of Fur. Now the aggressive maneuver from Imperial is through the B tunnels, and it's currently being watched by Yeps. He's holding, he's waiting, and the AWP of Fallen will clear out his position. Yeps goes down, Imperial once again into the driver's seat. They've got a lot of time to play with 50 seconds here.
Back to B.
Yeah, Bolts is supposed to maintain his position, but Steel bests him in the fight. And now 45 seconds left. It is an acceleration in towards this B site. Doors open for Fallen to try and play with. He's actually going to go up towards the window.
Well-timed incendiary right there. He's going to beat their smokes, and he can even peer over the top of this. Look at the aggression from Fallen.
There's so much info, and now he can play on the right side. There's no way they expect him to be in that spot, and that is confidence from Fallen that pushes Steel into the 1 versus 2. 24 seconds. If he can find a way to take down Fallen, potentially there is a chance here, but Fallen out with a swing. He is looking so good right now.
Beautiful stuff right there. Heads up play from Fallen, right? That round should have been secured by Bolt creeping through the tunnels. He should have had a kill on the lower dark player, but somehow whiffs his lines. This is great from Fallen because it looks like Yeps was ready for this, but when you catch it from Fallen's POV, it looks very, very quick. So great stuff from Fallen here. Some heads up maneuvers, and this is what you want to see. The big man on campus with that AWP has thrown Case back down to a bit of an odd scenario here. A couple of upgraded AKs, but pistols is the lion's share of the purchase. One way deployed, still has the room, but Fallen's not going to test this at all. Just dropping back to a safety net position. Carl, look at Fur. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Awkward fights towards long, but Fur is continuing his play up top mid,
Hello.
and Yeps is certainly not ready for that. And that's one of the classic Fur plays, just catching your pants down, and this time will be traded out by Fast.
Yeah, it does feel like Fur's farming a bit, isn't he? Just taking as many liberties as he wants within the server here. Now, Fallen is lucky to be alive. He has rerouted, adopted a middle stance. Vinny's tucked in towards the door. Bolt's still over towards B, and it's almost like they're playing retake on the A side. Steel, again, has found one back. 3v4 now, starting to get interesting for Case.
1 minute left to play with this one. If they go through the mid doors, we'd have to deal with significant defense. And if they go back towards B, well, you've still got Bolts over here playing a bit more of an advanced position.
Has a smoke, does Bolt. So I wonder if he fights and then drops the smoke and forces them through the grey screen.
Yeah, and that will, of course, give him an opportunity to follow up. So let's see how they swing into this one. Lovely position. Here comes that smoke. And the flash out as well
Nice
to catch that. They
combo.
try and run through that grey screen.
Beautiful.
And they end up getting caught in it. Bolts for the second kill has really stopped the KS attack.
Yeah, full rotation here as well. Everybody's left their hidey holes. Vinny's come over to help out his teammate on the B bomb site. And RCF trying to get up short quickly. Now, if he's noted by FNX, can peer into a bit more of an aggressive position to stall this one out.
Yeah, well, FNX here's those steps coming out
Nice
towards short.
nade.
Perfect nade. It is going to sprinkle a little bit of damage. 93 and 97 on health right now for the last two players, but 10 seconds left. They have to commit to the plant. There's a relocation. Oh, Vinny currently going down towards long. Bolt's coming up through short. And RCF, he's got the iron goal. It's a strong position. Bolt should be ready for it. And he will be. He actually shoots him through the clipping of the edge of the wall. And Honda into the clutch.
Beautiful.
Not winning this one. Bolts removes him.
What a great round from Bolt. What a fantastic round, right? He's done a lot of work here. Dissuades them from B. He gets 4 kills in total in this one right here. So a fantastic little piece there from Bolts. And look, I look at this situation. I know I said great nade with FNX, and you're sitting there thinking, Chad, it didn't do a lot of damage. But what it did in that scenario was buy some more time off the clock to allow the Imperial players to get closer for the retake, right? It was only, what, we're talking a second, maybe a second and a half at max, but it
that's the
stalled
difference.
them out. Yeah, and if they ran into it, they would have taken a chunk of damage. So just a well-timed HE place, and this is it from Bolts. Great little clear, yeah, on the jiggle, catches RCF, and even with the follow-up. So beautiful piece here out of Bolts, and well, they did get the plant, so Case can buy again. AWP out for RCF, and they need to make something out of a round like this.
There's a couple of gun rounds now that somewhat have been a non-starter, but it looks like a pop through the
Yeah,
smoke.
it has to be B heavy here. Look how committed they are.
Well, Bolt's often good for 1 or 2. He's playing committed towards the back platform. He has actually got Vinny now rotating over. He's playing
With
from
an
window.
ult.
Let's see, he's actually rotated to the back of the site, and Vinny able to come away with one. That sets up the distraction, and Bolt's able to peer up from the back of the site. Oh, it goes up again, but this time Steel hits the headshot. Vinny has information that his close position might be under pressure, and Steel is trying to rattle his way through. It is now Honda yet again into the 1 versus 3. Try and make this one happen. Stuck towards the car. It's 1 already for him, but he has to deal from 2 different positions at 2 different elevations, and that's just too difficult to make it happen. 9 rounds to 1 for Imperial.
Looks like you were bang on there, Vinny, with the AWP, right? So rocking and rolling with that one. He's going to toss it over towards Fallen and get an AK equipped into his hands here, but found some impact. Well timed on the rotation over, and just reading the play. That type of maneuver there from Case on their first full gun round, right? Their first round where RCF had an AWP and a bag of utility was a B commit. They didn't even go to try and run a default with all their nades. They just went into a site here, and it's fallen flat. Very, very flat indeed. Fallen tag, Steel out ahead of this. Is going to step wide on it. But FNX has seen enough. Does not need to overcommit to this position. Can rotate back, boost a teammate up, play a different setup. Look at Vinny. Look how much confidence you must have to sit in this position. I know there's a top mid smoke, but yeah, you got so much faith in your teammates to cover you off. All right, mate.
He's just happy about exposing to multiple angles, and now decides to go aggressive into the lower tunnel. But Fasten, oh, definitely had the better angle there. Was crouched in the corner, and Vinny had to try and drop his crosshair. Wasn't actually too far away from getting that kill, but Fasten opens things up for Case. Still plenty of time left, and they've got some long control.
Yeah, how do you deal with this now if you're Imperial, right? You have a bag of utility left over on Fallen. You get some nades on Fur as well, a HE on FNX. If they want to go for the standard smoke to long cross, you can harass the plant. So here comes the smokes, and exchange a utility here. Nade going to be well placed out of FNX, I do believe. Just throw it in front of them, and they've stalled them out. Another molly.
Yeah, the utility here is really stifling Case because it's buying time for rotation. And now there's so many players on the site itself. Steel gets one before being traded out by Bolts, and yeah, they feel a little lost here now, Case. How do you really work this one? Maybe it's Fasten's flank. He's coming around from the B site, catches one down towards CT, and that's now panic stations as Bolts has to turn away. He does get traded out almost instantaneously, and that bomb is still out towards long. Yep, has to try and cross with a smoke. FNX didn't see him there. The ball might have covered, and now into the fight at range. The AK tapping away and will eventually bring down FNX.
Okay, well, trying to seek out this AWP. He's not going to pick it up for RCF right there. So Yeps does get them the round. It is their second, but only one player surviving. Plenty of cash over there for Imperial to get back into another buy. Can they go back to the winning ways immediately here? It felt like they did a good job with all that utility, and it comes down to the one-on-one situation. And Vinny went down for almost free, right? So Fasten with actually a lot of impact in that round. Found Vinny's aggression and even was able to get the kill on the flank. So massive stuff as we do head back towards the B bomb site. Now I don't mind it this time round. Lighter on util, lighter on weaponry, and in they go.
Yeah, just a oh no!
Out they go.
Oh, Bolts just takes down 3 on the spray. You know, you see the idea that you have the weaker weapons. You try and charge to the B site, but Bolts just holds mouse to 1, easy as you like.
Really good push from FNX there as well, knowing it was the B rush, just taking that space, making sure they can't rotate back. He should have T-Spawn on lock here. It's just Yaps.
I don't even think there's an opportunity for him to make this one competitive as long as Imperial don't overstep the mark. Again, the money's not great here on Imperial. So.
Yeah, an extra kill or two would go a very long way, wouldn't it?
This angle, though, for FNX, how often do you clear where he's playing?
Yeah, I would say 1 out of, what, 15 times? Yeah, there you go. So look at the complete wrong way. FNX will pick that one up. A nice little push from him. And that's 9 kills now for FNX. We've got 4 Fur on 14, 11 for Fallen, 16 for Bolts, 5 for Vinny. So beautiful stuff.
And a tactical timeout being used up for Imperial.
Interesting, right? And this is maybe just to discuss what I guess you're not really going to know what the type of purchases. Bolts just killed 3 people through a smoke. That was the round. Right there. Over. You just had that highlight, and that's all you needed to see. A bit of a Hail Mary B rush here. So I still haven't seen Case run a default with a full utility and full gun round here. So we haven't really got a look in of their half on Dust 2. Now, they played Bad News Bears earlier within the tournament, and they'd already beaten them on this map with Honda just popping off. Honda this time round not being able to have the same level of impact, only 4 kills to his name. It's actually Steel leading the pack. He's hit the double digits, 10 frags for him, 6 for Fasten, Yeps with a 5, and 2 for RCF. And I'm pretty sure both those RCF kills came on the first round that Case actually converted. So lacking the impact here in the later stages. Back to the pistols.
Poor Case.
Yeah, well, let me just have a little bit of a B stream check-in while we're doing all this.
Yes, we did have a couple of updates there. It looked like Bad News Bears started strong, and now Sal Kitano are coming back. I think they're in the lead at the moment, Chad, am I right?
6-5. Everybody's here, aren't they? ZQ, KS. Showtime's here as well. Bloody hell.
Anybody who's anybody in the Americas in Counter-Strike is here right now.
That's crazy. Just some of the names you're seeing here. It's like definitely rolling back the years.
And Fur
doing exactly that.
Yeah, doing exactly that. He's having a great time. Bolts as well. Oh, get your hand back in your mouse. He's just nearly got peeped with his hand off his mouse, but this time we'll be able to recover. Vinny is always hot on the rotate back to help him out. Steele's had a couple of nice shots so far. I mean, he's actually leading the charge significantly for his team.
Well, that's all that European experience you were talking about there from playing with Smoo and the Movistar Riders, wasn't it? Well, pinned on in, pipped on out, and 11-2. We love a good quick game over here at the Americas RMR. It's one of our favorite features.
That's why we actually had the tech pauses, just to try and get as much time on the server as possible.
There you go. So, no FNX, no Major, but now that FNX is back, does this automatically mean Major? I don't know. You guys let me know. Have a tweet have a bit of a chit chat. Coming up after this one, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Counter-Strike fans around the globe, we have Complexity taking on 0-0 Nation.
Wow.
Who upset Liquid earlier today on Dust 2. They gave them an absolute hiding. And then the final game of the day to close off here on the main stream will be MIBR taking on Pain. So we've got a couple more best of ones coming your way.
Yeah, and Cold Zero playing with against the last organization he was a part of before, 0-0 Nations.
Ooh.
He was there for a short time, a couple of matches.
Peacemaker was there too.
Yes, yes.
Too many crossovers, man. It's like
anime crossovers.
It is like an anime right now. What are we into? Season 10, actually.
Yeah,
it would be season 10.
Episode
it's the 10-year anniversary of Counter-Strike this year.
90. Vinny's got the perfect position to deal with Steel's head if it comes over the Xbox.
Hello.
There we go. What?
Oh,
okay,
did he
Vinny.
mean to do that?
Absolutely not.
Vinny.
There's no way.
Come on now.
Oh, staying alive as well. Crosses into the comfortable cubby. 4v3 advantage. Oh, we're still with Imperial. RCF desperately trying to get something done. He has had a rough time in this first half. He hasn't really found any space to
They
work
might
with.
get him.
And it will. It'll go through. RCF gets another. This time with the HE, but maybe this is a round where he can pop off and carry his team through to a round win.
Yeah, do they want to go back towards B because they've been brutalized by Bolts, who's up towards the window position. 3 in the tunnels now, 2 towards upper and the bomb, not too far behind, but Honda very, very low on HP here.
He's just going to hold outside the site with 20 seconds. It's going to take a little bit of a gander back.
Smoke's going to give it
in
away.
Towards it. The smoke coming through. Bolts now peaks and alleviating his position and then coming back sets up the AWP for the easy pick. Now 9 seconds, commitment to the plant coming through now for Honda.
Going to be a save here, I think,
yeah, you can't really retake the B site in this position. It's never a comfortable experience.
So they're going to go for it. Okay, I guess they think they have enough cash for
2
FNX
flashes.
and Vinny to make this one work. So it's the old boys here.
All right, well, it's going to be a flash and send it straight in towards the window. And now they go forward first, certainly sending it. He's found one and actually starts to see out the information of the one in tunnels. Peeks up. RCF was ready for that and fall in with the AWP. Feels a little tight, but goes in with the USP instead.
Looking?
And now, well, RCF held back in tunnels. It's the AWP going into the AWP and falling to the defuse. He's going to hold it. That is ridiculous. They somehow pull off the retake.
Where is Fasten looking in that situation?
I have no idea. Absolutely no idea.
He was in the middle of no. I guess he's expecting the save.
I mean, even then.
That's the
even
only.
then, right?
The only. Look at this double.
That was. Whoa. He looked like he moved his crosshair.
Yeah.
Chad.
He's looking at window.
Yeah.
Well.
You never want to look at window when you're standing there. You know?
No, not when you're opening doors.
Well, that's a free
me.
round.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a steal right there for Imperial.
That's RCF's first. Like, that's 3 kills for RCF. That's the first 3 he's had since round number 2.
And that's how it ends. I mean, you were calling the save call, rightfully so, right? It looked like a safe position for Imperial, but nonetheless, we focus on this one. Honda forces the fight out long, falling yet again, tested. This time from the site, second shot will miss, but he has got FNX out towards Carr, who doesn't really do anything. So Vinny now dragging himself back into the fight. He's found RCF, and Honda slipping out long, might just creep up on towards Vinny. His teammates are all gone, so it has to be Vinny, and they know where his last whereabouts was. So dealing with this, Vinny.
Thank you.
Very difficult indeed. He's going to try and jump up, doing everything he can to work his way into the round. He has found one out towards long. You can see how paranoid he is about every possibility.
10 points of health here.
Here we need a big mistake from Case. 10 HP, peek out. Yeps just walks down the ramp and finds him. A 12-3 half. Imperial will be very happy about this showing. And Case, it felt like that round was just desperate as well. You know, you're seeing Honda charge out low and just try and force that fight. A couple of opportunities that have been let slip in that first half. Now they've got a very difficult second half ahead of them to try and pull this one back.
Yeah, just take a little bit of a look here at the opening duel statistics. I think we're talking 3 or 4 opening kills going in favor of Case on the T side of Dust 2. That's never great, right? Especially on a map where AWPs can find your opening picks across the map, where you can actually force your way out long and have equal exchanges. And yeah, so the fact that they get only so few opening frags is a massive detriment. Actually, yeah, it was only 3. Sorry, I said 3 or 4. It was only 3 in total, and they only managed 3 rounds here. So not fantastic by any means, but let's see if they can put up a fight here on their CT half.
Imperial heavy on utility here, Chad.
Okay. Well, 3 sets of Kev. They've dropped some nades across. Aggressive from Farson. but passive from Case. The rest of the teammates more posted up towards B, right? They're actually allowing long to be taken for free. So you can see this type of setup. It's a bit more mid-centric. You want to lock down this mid area. If they come through lower, they try and split mid to B. And then if they go to cross long, you can use the USPs at range from short. So it felt aggressive, and then it kind of tapered on out here a bit.
Fasten spots out Fur, but no fight really going the way of Imperial.
Beautiful.
Flash setup for Steel allows the peak, and Fur completely blinded. Will go down easily.
It's a fake.
Yeah, Imperial now trying to run down the lower tunnel, but there's been a reaction here for Case. They've sent 2 players down to fight it. They wanted to try and get that quick flank, and what it does is actually catches them in transition and finds a whole heap of info. Bolts trying to make something happen of the mess, but it's still looking very difficult to clean this one up. There is a long flank coming around the back, so if Bolts can hold for a bit longer, maybe it would have set up FNX for a chance, but they all push him. They all put the pressure on him, and now FNX has to recover the bomb and play a 1v3.
Well, Eyes now just back on the bomb here. FNX should be noted with the sound cues that he just made here. They double swing, and FNX can't get it done. The pistol round for Case, so beautiful stuff there. And I love the setup initially, right? The fact they get the short control, they're using one USP to spot down the mid corridor, the other one to get the lower dark information, and the key detail here was the steel flash, right? So as soon as they note that position, they want Fur to cross over. He does. They flash, they peek, they get the opener, and then the round starts to steamroll apart. Some highlights from the final round, but this is the pistol, and there's the flash assist you can see from Steel up there from the flashbang dance. Was that a Fur? And then in the tunnels was where all the action went on down. So we can get this one back underway, and it will be a force buy out of Imperial. Now, they didn't get the plant, so their buy is much limper than what you saw from Case within that first half.
Well, Fasten is currently holding the initial angle that would have set up Yeps, but not coming in towards them. We've changed it up a little bit.
RCF is on 34 points of health. I assume that he took a mid-doors fight and got tagged. That would be one of the only things that makes a lot of sense here as part of this picture.
Well, looking at this, Imperial realized, okay, we'll call the bluff in mid. We'll just push these mid-doors and nothing being spotted yet. There's not a whole lot of info, but now they have to realize with that CT smoke that, okay, they've pushed through mid. They could potentially split upon this B side.
They burned that quite early, haven't they?
Yeah, very early. They may be scared that the potential tunnels push was about to come in at the same time.
Well, it can be a mid to B split here for Imperial. They have enough utility to do it. They have the men in the right places as well. This might get out of control here. This AUG of Fasten actually needs to get a couple of kills, or this round could fall apart.
Well, let's see if Fast can do anything about this. Holding for the back platform, 34 seconds left. Eventually, we're going to see this jump around, and it's one. A single kill on the initial hold, and Yeps now under so much pressure from the car. They know exactly where he is, but he's done very well to take down 2. Bomb now loose. RCF getting involved, and it's just fallen. It's 1 the Glock foul, but again, the scout to pull off this clutch. He'll cross, he'll get a bomb plant at least, but doing so might just be his death sentence. They could push to the door, and information as to where Fallen is playing from, but he's got the read on the tunnels play, but the timing, it works against him. He looks back into the site, and as soon as he does so, the peak comes out from Honda.
Looks like you read it perfectly, didn't it? Looking away at the final throws right there. A good round from Fallen. Great to get the bomb down, so they do get the consolation prize to walk away from the fair. But that was a tight round indeed. Yeps bailed them out with a double kill. Needed that multi-frag out of Yeps and able to keep the team alive here. They picked up the AUG, they've got a Galil, they've got an M4. Make that 2 as Honda buys into 1, the scout in play. And now we should just see a lighter investment here. So Imperial will need to bend the knee and show a bit of respect, have to just get the Deagles out. Now Fallen back into the scout again, and another shot through the door. He's tagged Yeps this time. If you can do that consistently, Fallen, the B defenders are going to be having a nightmare. Deagle shots from FNX, 2. Either landing. RCF not afraid though.
Yeah, he wants to fight. He wants to absolutely fight, and he has taken Fallen out of the round.
Nice shot. Well, the deadly scout falls into the hands of Vinny now. Still damage name of the game. Fasten's found bolts. This one is falling apart.
Oh, Steel, get your gun out. Oh, I could just see a world in which he quick switches at the wrong time. Keep your gun out as they're about to come around the corner. Spotted, and it is just a single kill. It looked like he was about to have the lineup opportunity. Honda, looks away, but able to bring his crosshair back. And now it is for looking for the plant to try to jump kill him. And eventually they will get the kill, but not enough to stop that plant. So a little bit of cash extra on top for Imperial.
Yeah, well, they already have the loss bonus about to come into their favor, and Fallen already had 3.4. So he's going to be flush for cash. The AWP are going to have no dramas whatsoever buying that one through 7.1. It's great. The scoreline now, 12-6, and there's going to need to be some comeback out of Case here, but our expectations are, well, we don't have any. I think anything is possible through the Americas RMR. We've already seen Liquid lose in an opening game. Right, we see 0-0 Nation taking them down, so anything is really possible here, especially in the best of one establishing games. But let's have a look at the first real T-side approach from Imperial. Boost start, Fallen set up for success. Not actually going to take the mid-door fight, just for lower and walking on in, fast and dead.
And that is a rough start to the round here for Kits. They're going to try and pull it back with an aggressive maneuver. A little bit of risk implied in this one. And Bolts and Fur have stopped it all. It's just Honda left. And that round was an open and shut case.
They looked way too ready for that. They Fallen only looked for the lower dark push. And I have a hard time believing that Molotov that was thrown in upper tunnels was thrown out by Case. Why would two players run through their own incendiary? That Molly, did you see it?
Yeah, they ran through it, yeah.
So it wouldn't make a lot of sense to push through that. Like, you could
or
do the
you're
fake
playing
version.
4D chess.
Yeah, well, they're not playing they're not playing anything at the moment. They're playing the saving game with Honda and Hut. So
yeah,
13 rounds now.
Yeah, the big brothers come in and stolen the game away from them.
That was a little bit curious, but and the reason I think that maybe it was a hard counter, if that Molotov thrown in upper tunnels was thrown by Imperial, right? Fallen was only looking towards lower dark, and that looks like a set piece. 2 crunch upper, 2 crunch lower. Get yourself full tunnels control and then play out the round. That's what it looked like to me, and it looked like Imperial read that one like a book. So that is the 13th secured. Honda, you better hide. They're coming.
A little bit of mercy at least in this round.
They'll let him live. They'll let him live. Beautiful stuff. Well handled. That's what you want from an AWPer, right? Like, it's great for the info, but the kill is fantastic. So Fallen with a big shot to give them the number advantage on that aggressive little gambit. Things are looking good now for the close.
You ever use one of these gaming sleeves, Chad?
No, I don't like having sleeves while gaming in any variety.
Yeah, I absolutely hate it. And then I use the gaming sleeve. I think it's pretty cool. Like,
yeah?
You have to have it kind of on the bottom of the palm of your hand, I think. Otherwise, it kind of ruins the whole point of it.
Okay.
If you're a wrist dimmer. So, it just adds a bit of consistency on the pad, I think.
I see. Okay.
A couple of little cool things being added. I think we got to the point now where
people have grip tape on their mouths.
Yeah. Londer's just talking about that today, adding grip tape to his super light.
That was like a Bardolph thing I saw a while ago, so good to see Lorna's getting involved in some of that.
Never tried it myself.
No, me either.
I'll probably just mess it up or something.
Yeah, you get stuck, tape
just glue stuck.
Yeah, we don't want any of that.
What mouse are you using at the moment, Chad?
I think it's the 305, little wireless Badger.
Ah, yes. You did get me on that actually back at Katowice.
Yeah,
it's a good little mouse.
Cheap.
Yeah, it's good. It's solid. Ambidextrous as well. But minute left.
He's got to stop quick changing in the middle of the site.
He's freaking me out about this.
It's the in-game leader thing, man.
It's like a focus tick.
I just want because he's thinking about what's going to happen in the round, where he's going to rotate. Could be worried about his crosshair. It's actually one of the keys to Counter-Strike. It's called killing all the bad guys. Actually, the most important part. You can have all the strats, you can have all the cool smokes in the world that you want, but if you can't put the crosshair in the right place, you can't find the kills. You're gonna have a lot of issues. I think there's a gap in the right side of that smoke as well.
28 seconds. Really running the clock down here, Imperial. It looks like the short play will be the final call, and Steel will be tested. This time he will not be quick switching. He is ready for the play that is about to ensue, but they've got to go. There's not a lot of time. This has to be perfect, and it's being slowed. RCF towards Long. No smoke up to prevent his vision, and he will easily take away one. The fire burns away Steel, but 7 seconds left. They need to get onto the plant right now, and they will. So the digits being punched in at least confirm the 3v3 retake.
Look at the bolts. He's all the way in spawn right now. There is no way through for Yeps here. 2 players tucked towards Long. A very difficult retake indeed.
And while Bolts is just waiting, biding his time, And eventually, Yeps will come into his crosshair and Bolts will execute it. Honda then swings towards CT and Bolts is even good enough to follow up with that. RCF's position known at long and the rifles will hunt him down. 14-6, they run it right down to the final dying embers of the round, but Imperial will pull it through.
I can't believe how late they ran the clock there. And you can see some smiles on the faces, maybe a little bit of disbelief there from Peacemaker and Fallen in the middle that are even able to pick up that round. But Bolts with some bangers all the way in the depths of CT spawn, has the rotation cut off, makes the retake near impossible. But hitting those shots was mandatory. Down to the pistols here. It looks like Case are going to hand over round number 15, and they're going to push up mid. How many can you get, Fallen?
Charge is coming and Fallen might not get anything. He's tagged up immediately and Bolts luckily backing up his in-game leader. 3 found again and 4 picked up for Bolts. He's loved a good few eco kills today, hasn't he?
27 here for Bolts and Fur continuing that good form, 22 kills. The same cannot be said for Honda on the other side. Only 8 frags for him so far within this one. And that secondary stream game is still going on, 10-9. Very close in the 0-1 category right now, but in the 1-0 category, we've seen some blowouts. Furia and now Imperial just blowing out their opposition.
Lovely start again from Fallen, this time boosted by his teammates to get a better view down in towards bottom middle. And RCF, at least he'll have a few kills towards the end of this game, but certainly hasn't had the best performance. Bolts, oh, what? He decides to go through B and catches them off. They have no idea. And Bolts is just looking impeccable. A single player left in the form of Honda. And he will be spotted by Fallen. Fallen having a great game. Bolts as well. Imperial will go 2-0.
Wow, that was way too easy, wasn't it? I thought Case maybe could put up a bit more of a fight than that, but this is a great showing from Imperial here. Want to see more and more. The celebrations coming on through, big smiles on the faces as they've picked up the 2-0 scoreline now, and the next matchup that is going to be available for this team will be a best of 3, and that would see them going straight on through towards the major in at least one of the challenger spots. So this is great, and it's clean, it's quick, and they're having a chat. You know, Bolts is quite happy about that performance right there, and why not? Why not? Because this is looking great, which on the other side of things might be a little bit more grim. It was a good start for Case so far, but now they find themselves in the 1-1 category, and I guess they have more best of ones coming their way.
Yes, they do. You know, a very difficult start to really get into the game now from Case. I think they were struggling to find space, struggling to find anything in the first couple of rounds. A strong start from Imperial put them into a great position, and you know, we're seeing Fallen on Dust 2. It can become his playground.
Yeah, more so on that T side, right, was finding himself a bit more active. There on the CT side, you can just remember caught off with the Force by Wars, but here's some Fallen highlights. There was some good heads-up play, right? This is actually a big round, one that could have got out of control if he didn't make that type of maneuver. But some desperate calls out of Case on this T side, just going into B rushes. FNX with some really handy pushes as well. But the scoreline tells the story of this one. It's just absolute domination here from Imperial. Not a lot to really boast about if you're Case in a game like this. But how does that set the tone for the rest of the group, right? Because Case beat Bad News Bears on this very map. If we use Counter-Strike maths, like, it doesn't look good for the North American representatives, really, does it?
No, it really doesn't, and I think that will continue throughout the next few days. You really have to pull up the socks, but you take a look at the scoreboard and see that performance from Bolts. Kind of crazy in terms of the head-to-head.
And not only that, you have 3 players who are well over 100 ADR, right? That is just, it's fantastic to see. Fallen and Fur, that's what we've come to expect. Vinny and FNX not really having to do a whole lot. So that's kind of one of the games where you're happy, right? It doesn't really matter who gets the frags as long as you get the victory. But in this situation, Bolts was very active. Fur was very active. And Fallen, yeah, we're starting to hit up with that AWP. Hard to see too many shining lights here for Case, right? Because Honda had a really good performance, then he didn't have a great performance this time around. Steel, I guess, was hitting a couple of nice shots, but
mostly
realistically,
just one and dones
yeah,
as well.
not a lot to write home about here. So I wouldn't say I was necessarily impressed by Case, but Imperial, they're starting to, I'm sure, convert some people at home. But let's see if you can be converted at home. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back. We have Complexity coming up against 0-0 Nation next.
battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Welcome back to the PGL RMRs here in Bucharest. You've got all the best teams in the Americas touch down here in Bucharest over the next few weeks. We'll see a lot of teams come here, but we're looking at 2 matchups now. We've got them out of the way. We're heading into another. Complexity are coming into play. I'm looking forward to seeing them show up.
I wonder if there's going to be another blowout. 'Cause
Yeah.
we've got 2 blowouts back to back here. Now, just to get everybody up to scratch, Complexity beat Team 1 on Nuke earlier in the day. That's how they've got themselves into this 1-0 column. And 0-0 Nation upset Liquid on Dust 2. They won the first half 13-2 on the T side of Dust 2, with Leo going ham on some of those entries. So that's how we've gotten to these teams to this point, but I guess we better introduce the teams.
Yeah, I think Complexity are probably one of those teams we should introduce, so let's meet the faces now. Well, Complexity are carrying the flag of North America single-handedly today. The only team picking up a win and looking to do it again, looking to go 2-0, Chad. This team, very excited. I mean, this is a fan favorite right here.
Okay, all right. I see where you're going with this. They also flying the flag for South Africa. JT, the in-game leader, and TC, the coach behind them right there. So they're representing both North America, South Africa, and Canada through Fang. So a bit of diversity here. And I guess Graham, he's over there as the manager of this team. He's part of the UK. So it's the Commonwealth.
Yeah,
We're actually hard of cancer that about America. What am I saying?
Well, some of them are from the Commonwealth, I guess. We can maybe run some sort of Commonwealth games.
Yeah, and none of this is even related to the Counter-Strike they've been playing here. I'm excited to see what this team is able to bring. Always love a JT flashbang. I'll always remember a JT flashbang. And there's the man we spoke about, Graham Pitt with the double thumbs up. I'm here to teach him a thing or two about those finger guns. But Complexity here, one of the favorites to be going 3-0 within this group. Curious if they're going to be able to take it to 0-0 Nation, who have already had that upset win that we highlighted a little bit earlier. Complexity, this team, I think that they still have a lot of room to grow, but let's introduce 0-0 Nation. Let's check them out.
Well, if that use of cutlery won't put the fear of God into a man, I don't know what will, Chad.
Yeah, VSM right there on the camera closest to the screen. You've got Try. You've got, obviously, Cold Zero, legend of the Brazilian scene. Leo right there with a bit of tape on his nose. I don't know if that's for the glasses or whatnot. And Malv's down the very end, who has a scary dig. We do have the video on our screen here, and it will be Nuke. So this will be an interesting territory to take this one. At least we're getting some diversity, not just the Dust 2s.
Yeah, when we look at Nuke, we see Complexity are quite a comfortable team on this affair. 0-0 Nation, excited to see what we'll get out of them. This is a team that has started so strong in this competition. Coming into, I think, a lot of people from the Americas were a little worried about 0-0 Nation having an open against Team Liquid, but it really couldn't have gone better for them.
Yeah, it's gone well, and Nuke was one of the maps that Complexity beat Team 1 on as well. So, we're getting straight into this one. We're quick around here, everybody. If you went to go get a drink and you're just coming back, well, you missed all the death segment. Now we've got the game. So, underway. Guess who gets to start on that CT side? It is the 0-0 Nation.
Well, it's a good start here for Cold Zera. Junior heads his way out of the round. Straight away, Fang will bounce back with that kill in tandem. Grim able to follow up, and it's down clean here for Complexity. A single player left, it's Leo, and he will go down. It was competitive at the start of the pitch, but suddenly Complexity just close it.
Yeah, well, we can count the openers right there in the favor of the Nation, but Complexity are the ones to pick up the round. I'm sure they're going to be happier with that. They're going to be getting into the buy here almost immediately out the gates. And on the other side, I think we're seeing the Force come on through. So quick stuff from Cold there, and he's immediately under threat. But this double from Fang is juicy. 2 players towards ramp. The second onto VSM is extremely tidy, and P250 is doing all the work as Grim takes down Leo. Now, the buy on through will be a scout for Try. Going to be a couple of Deagles, a couple of 5-7s, and They're chilling out in spawn. Now, what does that normally tell you?
False start, tech issues.
Yeah, well.
Or it's a French tech pause, or tech pause, rather.
Yeah, well, I do believe that there must be a little technical issue here. As you can see, it just getting restarted.
And hopefully this one will be resolved as quickly as possible. Seems to be already, so fantastic stuff.
Can I throw you the trick question?
Go ahead.
Where is Malbs from?
Guatemala.
There you go. See, you're playing the game correctly. It's easy to get tricked up with those flags. They're very similar looking. Where's Try from?
Argentina.
Bang. 1,000 points for Dinko. Where's VSM from?
Brazil.
Okay, all right. See, there we go. He's paying attention, everybody, and so are you at home because we're back into it. Scout for Try. One spotted. Quick shot. Looking for any damage he can. Smoke wall dribbled across, and it's all a ruse. Back towards lobby.
Well, right now, Complexity wanting to make sure that they don't go down to a 4 spot. Certainly got the players here, 0-0 Nation, to pull something off like that. Malbs we've seen earlier, Chad, with a crazy Deagle play out of him. So we certainly know what they can do on pistols. VSM's going to be holding down the ramp with just a 5-7. Has got his teammate now swinging out to help him. That's Try, and Try as he might, he will go down very quickly to the MAC-10. There has been a reaction to push in towards Hut, and also a rotation down at B already.
Yeah, so 2 players already ready to roost in lower side. Cold and VSM are down here, but Cold's left his boy hanging. VSM, you're gonna have to do a lot.
He's got to take them out with a 5-7 in hand. Good headshot onto JT. Able to sprinkle a little bit more damage onto Floppy. You can't stop the flop as they're now swinging towards the control room. Cold, Zera, and Malbs, 2 from the Deagle. And that's down to 2 players each here. Complexity have to go up the vent.
Yeah, this is nice. And I think I thought they were ahead of the play. Leo's actually reading this. He has a kit as well.
Heading up with the AK. That's got the HE. It's going to dome right down into the bottom of the site. And there's the one-way being set up to try and allow some access point out of heaven. Both players coming from here.
This is very winnable. There's a smoke on Malbs here.
Floppy went around the wrap, but they've already pushed deeper in. They're coming out rafters already. Floppy worried about this, but soon to find the info that both players are inside of the site. One spotted up towards rafters. They're trading out damage, but Floppy's come out on top of the kills, and Junior swings to close. 2-0 for Complexity. Gets a bit messy towards the end. There was certainly a shot there for 0-0 Nation.
Yeah, pretty risky hut push there as well when the bomb wasn't tickled, but I think he wanted to get ahead of the smoke diffuse there before they lost him in the shroud of cover. But should be an eco now for 0-0 Nation, as it was a good attempt. It was well reading the play right there, picking up the AK. You saw the util quite nice as well. You get a B-Stream update, ladies and gentlemen. The Bad News Bears, they're down 12-14. How do you say the Sal?
I think it's Sal Caetano, but
you're great with the pronunciation, so I'm going to say that you're right. Even though you could be wrong,
I absolutely
I'm
could be
say
wrong.
that you're right.
Could absolutely be right, and I'm sure there's some sound that is impossible for me to make, but
we do try. Like Torji, I'm doing these days.
Yeah.
I'm on the Torji train.
I mean, English is a pretty basic language. We actually haven't developed the skill set to make a lot of the sounds that we hear in different languages. Your tongue just doesn't even know the movement.
How do you feel about having a sticker on your gun for the org that you represent, but you didn't? You weren't the ones to get them there at the major. How do you feel about that?
I think it's fine.
You think it's fine?
Yeah,
you
you're representing the team
rules
now.
here.
I think you're fine.
All right.
You're representing the team. You're giving some advertising.
I'm just putting the feelers out there.
You're
I don't know.
You're at least adding some value to the organization, right? By advertising the gun. I like it. Floppy. Hold. Pistols now coming in towards him.
You needed one there, Flop Dog. Come on now.
Yeah, absolutely should have got one there. It's kind of unreal that he doesn't. JT coming in, sweeping it up here for Complexity. Couple of kills found, even check Try, not leaving any stone unturned.
JT. Sometimes he just has these pop-up performances, doesn't he? Can just drop 20 kills in a game and be an absolute nuisance to deal with. Now, Leo has an AK and VSM has a P250. Needs to be careful on his ascent up the barrels towards the heaven positioned as VSM, not to give away a sound cue because he could find himself an AK-47 as well. Lurking, leering, silently around, and JT just swings on out. It is just Leo holding on to this AK-47.
Not bad.
Fixing out the aircon unit right now.
Do you remember you and Alex had a problem with aircon one time?
Yeah, it was a leaky aircon. It was also a noisy aircon. The issue with the pump.
So the worst combo.
Yeah, the worst of all worlds, really. Bomb goes off, 3-0 the score reads, but that is a nice save there from Leo. Now we're about to see if this CT side of the nation has any legs. Should be an AWP coming out for Try. Has plenty of cash to splash. M4 picked up for Cold. Malbs is actually being gifted the AK-47 here. So Leo wanting to rock that silenced M4. Kits are in. Utilities there as well. And it's going to be 5 AKs on the other side of things. What is Complexity going to rock with here in the first gun round? Smoke walls looking to be lined up. Squeaky door smoke landing quite deep. Ahead of it is Malbs, however. Lots of space here.
Yeah, he slipped through. Will he go any further? He's actually pushing forward. Not going to be committing too much further than the position he's already assumed. So Complexity is sending some utility towards outside. But they come back into lobby. There is an information gatherer there for 0-0 Nation.
Try's going to flash for this peek here.
Coldzera gets mollied, goes through it, and Junior holds. He's ready for it. He's ready for the aggressive maneuver, even through the molly, and Coldzera will go down to it. Now with the smokes, they have cross garage, and Try, I think he spotted Barrel going towards main there. Involves aggressive play. Yeah, he's not going to be ready. He is! He gets his gun out.
Swing!
All right, Junior. Opens up with 2 in this round and puts Complexity in the driver's seat.
5-on-3 situation. Try needs to find something back. Searching, worried about a player creeping close on his position, but 2 are still parked in towards the warehouse. Complexity with so much real estate time now. Starting to become a conversation point. 40 seconds on the clock. They need to pick a site here, and they need to get past this AWP.
Try holds, and
bomb.
Try will connect the bomb, certainly in the open. Now Utility going in, Flash to try and allow them to pick it up, and they pick it up for a short moment as Try comes back for another. VSM will pick up 1, and we're back to a 2v2, but Leo's position not going to be checked in. Junior now has to do it all. He started with 2, but couldn't figure out if Try had rotated Heaven, or if he'd stayed towards the main position he was last known from. And that will be the recovery for 0-0 Nation.
Not a great round for Complexity to lose there. It was a 3-on-5 advantage. They had a lot of real estate. They just didn't seem like they had a plan. And Try, with that AWP posted, was able to get 2 kills as they tried to scrape back in towards main. One of the bigger issues is as well that Fang, the first player to peak, was the one with the bomb. So the jig's up at that point. You have a great idea of what's coming. But a timeout called here by the 0-0 Nation just to have a bit of a chat, talk this one through, work out how the guns are going to be dropped. Try's AWP is on the floor. There's a rifle now in the hands of Cold. Malbs is light on. VSM the same. The buy back in from the other side has some deagles as well. So a bit broken for both here, Dinko.
It's a bit of this is a turning point of the early game at least. And the turning point again over in that piece where you see Sal Caetano had just taken the win. So they've beaten Bad News Bears.
North American Counter-Strike in the bin, I think, at the moment. That is crazy. Delboni with 30 frags, 123 ADR. So they had Honda starting them, and now Mr. Delboni doing a bit of the same here. Sheikh Zula and co. 0-2 in the Swiss. Not looking great, not looking grand.
We'll see this round again. It's so important that they pick this one up and they put more pressure on Junior. They've given him the big green. We'll see if he can find anything from this. Just waiting for aggression in towards ramp, but that's not going to be coming.
It is quite a slower round here out of Complexity. In the previous, they had a lot of real estate. He tries AWP, but he doesn't miss.
Yeah, he's going to miss that one. Is worried now about the sheer numbers that could be on the other side of that wall, so decides to alleviate his position instead of re-peeking for the second time, and Utility will come in to force him back. Complexity of 1 ramp.
That's a positive at least, but they have to operate with this AWP, and Try's rotated into the perfect position. If they want to go back towards top, they have to break on in, and the best way to do so would be through the squeaky door avenue. Out hut would be straight into the jaws of the big green that's silently descended into the side.
Well, Try's holding, waiting for the peek out, in towards the AWP. Grim not yet going around the corner. They've actually already contacted quite through the squeaky door eventually. Information will be picked up with that utility. Leo pulled into the action. It's 1. He drops into the hut fight, but now Try stuck at the back of the site. Chance there potentially for the no-scope, and a close shot from Junior was worked out to draw these numbers back to an equilibrium. 24 seconds left. Bomb yet to go down, and a potential heaven play here from Coldzera. Hasn't committed to the peak just yet. Waiting on his teammate, perhaps, VSM. to come through ramp and get in towards lobby, get a closer position so they can play in tandem. But Fang is holding for the hut walk. If VSM goes into him, surely the AK comes out on top and looking the wrong way. It is now coldzera in the clutch alone. A 1 versus 2 coming back from Heaven. He has been spotted, taking a bit of damage as well on board. He drops down and will find Fang, and now suddenly it's all on Junior. Bomb is implanted for him. coldzera's just going to hold it. He's going to stick it. Junior sends the flash up, but he's not running yet. Defuse being held. Oh, and coldzera's done it. He's just held the defuse and complexity. That is a heartbreaking round.
Yikes. They battle back into that one. They do such a good job trading into that top side. It feels like all the hard work's done.
Yeah, it's just how does he get away with that, first of all? The kill on Fang, and it just holds it. Junior just thought he wouldn't hold it.
Yeah, well, pros don't fake. Massive stuff from Cold there to snatch one away. Okay. Well, both teams with the buys bruised again. Plant is going to help Complexity get back in with a little something. The saved AWP already chipped away at Junior. I think he wants to make up for the previous, but needs to be careful. He has the bomb on his back, cannot overthrow this position. He would lose it all. They parked him up potently towards that warehouse position, and JT on his left having a bit of a lurky boy maneuver here. I don't know if that smoke landed exactly where it was destined to do so. No, I don't believe so at all. I think it was meant to help him progress. So try. It's not an AWP, but he's still going to get the kill. Unforced error here, netting an opening kill for 0-0 Nation.
Junior has the bomb, as our observer team would like to portray to us, and he is committing to this outside fight.
Which is so crazy. Is it just to show the bomb so they rotate? I'm not sure if he's aware how much is really at stake here.
Because you can't get that back, right?
No,
that easily, it's rough.
Marooned. What are you meant to do? It'll be a fantastic position for the CTs to bear down upon it.
Yeah, at this point, chat, look at what Complexity have available utility-wise. What can they really do here?
They're going to have to do a similar play, which is just creep out Squeaky and trade. I think Fang is allowed to be this unknown element to potentially peer through main, but look at all the bodies on the floor. CT vent, near the hut, Tetris box. They've also got a player behind the site. So 2 towards ramp. It is extremely fortified here.
Well, Complexity need to let the bodies hit the floor as they charge in with Tech 9's. Floppy will go down. Grim as well follows suit, and Complexity with the walking wounded at the moment. They haven't really breached the defense too hard yet. Fine. Will remove Leo from his position forcibly, and Moles gets cleared with a close shot of the AWP. Now finds Deagle. Is it going to expect the second? It won't. VSM removes him in the 1v1, and it's tied up 3-3.
These rounds are so close here. The positive this time round is the Nation get the AWP over to try. They can buy back in behind this, but if you're Complexity, you're probably tempted to keep the purchases up. You're doing so much damage, just not getting across the line with the final frag that's necessary, and they're going to do exactly that. They're buying in again. Tech 9s, a Mac 10 in the hands of Grim, a Galil out here for Fang, a nade for Floppy. Can blow open Squeaky. They can do something quick here if they want to go fast towards that top site. Junior up on the roof, can lob out a molly top hut here. His teammates are trundling through the lobby. This could be quick. Oh, juggling guns. This is awkward now.
Oh, the quick play still committed to here at the back of the side. Moles has got the SMG rattling away quickly just for one, and Leo didn't get anything. Try also falls, in Complexity have got themselves in a good position.
The flash assist from JT there. They were perfect. All 3 of those players combined off the back of that, and now it has to be the save. This isn't a chance. It's not scrappy. The other rounds have been scrappy, or at least cold. Made them that way. They're going to really consider having a look in here.
Well, Complexity be very happy about how that panned out. Looked a little fumbly towards the start of the round, but...
Yeah, it's juggling guns before you're about to do a top pop. Like, it seems a little bit risky.
Feels more like one of our rounds we run in.
Yeah, throw me a gun. Oh. They boosted up Heaven. I think Junior wants to see if he can get that AWP. It's long gone.
Yeah. Good info, though, for the next round. See what they have saved over. If they have got that AWP, what you can maybe expect.
A smoke wall and a cross towards Secret wouldn't be too bad against the AWP, just to completely remove it from play. They've seen where Try is. If they wait and they play in Warehouse again, he'll just lock down their position. But this is fantastic to get it back in his hands. Now, it's only a 1-round game at the moment. The buys are still going to be broken on both sides. Neither team has really been able to break into a massive loss bonus streak so far. So again, some Famuses, some upgraded pistols, the saved AWP, it keeps chopping and changing hands. On the other side, some AKs, a Famus, a Galil, and MP9. Neither team with full buys in play just here. Defensive Molotov dropped in both yard and ramp positions. Cold is going to tuck on in and try Try playing in the vent with the AWP. Malbs, that is a very deep smoke. I don't think that was intentional. I think he just missed the timing on the molly.
Is there a gap on it? If it's not, there's a massive gap. Okay, so you can peek with that.
They had to burn another smoke because it was so deep. So what could have been 40 seconds worth of chain smokes turns into 25 seconds of one with a gap and one to make up for it.
And it's rough, but they've actually doubled up in HUD. I don't know if they're going to be expecting 2 players here, and whether or not they'll be able to deal with it is another question. Fine goes into the Deeg of Malbs. It's just so deadly. Another victim found, and they don't even need the second player of Leo because Malbs' Deagle is on an absolute lock, but suddenly 2 kills come back, and Complexity into a competitive spot again, but tries no scope on that saved AWP. He's stuck at the vent, but smoke up for the time being keeps him alive. The hot play. VSM will come out worse for wear. JT's headshot's good. Junior's doubled up with him, and now they go back into lobby, but when they do, waiting for them on the other side is tries AWP. It's one more, and suddenly a 1v1. Cold Zera taking so much damage on board. He's down to 25, and Junior has decided, let's leave that A site. Down the vent he goes into the B.
Cold's going to be here quick. He's already over towards ramp. Might have heard the sound cue.
And Cold is running down. He's so quick on this one. Bomb plant committed towards the back of the side. Junior peeks out, and body shots are all that's needed. Cold Zera taken out. Complexity will recover the round, but these are not clean.
That was 2 big Deagle kills from Malbs to kick that one off. So great stuff from Junior. He's having a good map here early, up to 12 kills, finding his impact. Not all necessarily with that AWP, but good stuff, as this should humble 0-0 Nation now with Eco must be called, but here's those Deagle highlights. You can see that Floppy trying to trade, and that's actually the bomb given up. And as they continued forward, that's where they gave away both trades back. Not a whole lot that could be done there. Cold was in the right place, right time, just a low HP. Gets bowled on over, they clean house, and another close round. Finally, the levy has broken.
Oh, Cold Zera.
He dinked him.
Yeah. Headshot on the USP though, and he has actually let one slip in behind him, so not really too much expect out of this round. For Complexity though, it's actually a good round here to just settle into it, because for the majority of these rounds, Chad, it has been very scary. It's been a little patchy here and that.
Yeah, let me just have a look at the round recap. I think we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the last 5 rounds that came on down to 1vx situations. So it has been quite intense, and it's been a nice patch of rounds. But now, wanting to get out the full guns, Nation have to take the save. Loss bonus for them into the next is going to be that 2400 mark, and Try's just been pipped at the post trying to get down the vent. Now, one of the omissions, I think, is Try, if he goes for the AWP, he's going to have enough, right? He should just have enough money to get away with the AWP, but it'll be a glass cannon. Maybe have a flash alongside of it here. So that is going to be curious. Does he want to operate with the AWP knowing that it's going to be brittle? Or does he want to get into something else, maybe an AUG to use the scope at range? But this is 6 now converted for Complexity here, and we were curious if we were going to have another blowout. Well, so far this one's been trending in a bit more of a competitive fashion.
Leo peeks into Floppy, gets taken out, and we will have money now for 0-0 Nation into the buy. Well, the matchups are on the docket.
Yeah, we have Complexity versus 0-0 Nation, which you're watching. Then after this on the mainstream is MIBR taking on Pain, and then on the other stream, which is the 0-1 games, Liquid versus Team 1, followed up by Evil Geniuses versus 9Z. I actually really quite fear for EG against 9Z. I am really quite concerned for them.
9Z impressed at the start of the year. I was out covering the ESL Challenger, and yeah, 9Z exceeded everybody's expectation there. So keep an eye on that one, but keep an eye on this round. Complexity are fast in this one. Floppy over the top of Min has actually just gone down, plucked out of the round by Try.
Yeah, well, they did go the glass cannon approach, and it's already working. He tried to sell something here, and look at the rotation. Try's just going to post it with AWP again towards ramp. He's very mobile.
Yeah, I think they've got the read on this one. Try's just going to hold it. Complexity jump to try and offset his crosshair, and they've actually done well. That forces him down into the lower site. Complexity, they've taken the ramp.
Okay, they've got some room back for this. There's 2 players currently towards the lower side of things. Sorry, make that 1. It will just be Try with that AWP. The other 4 towards the upper side of things. And they push them around the map here. Squeaky smoked off again. You can see multiple players towards top, up heaven, on the rafters, on the hut, and towards that T-vent. JT, he's actually pivoting top roof. He could drop a Molotov either top hut or towards the back of site. This will be top hut, so this is going to help flush one out.
and is going to force anybody on the HUD away, but it is Molbs who's swung out from his close box position to pick up one, and the bomb's now down in the vent. Try has rotated down to the side already, but Grim swings out, anticipating that position and able to put the bullet between the eyes. 2v4 though for Complexity.
I can plant now. This can be on here still, right? The fact that Fang has the vent rotate, if Grim can get away, there's an opportunity here. Malbs can't come down the vent. Or at least he shouldn't.
VSM is holding for any aggressive plays here from Complexity up towards ramp. He is eventually going to round this corner. Grim dropped back, so won't actually claim this info. Grim in close position, now realizes they're coming down the ramp. It's a long and labored spray, but eventually finds his reward. Fine gets one more, and now it is only Fine and Molbs able to swing and clean up. 2 kills for him upon the retake, 3 in total for the round, and the defuse being stuck for 0-0 Nation.
Yeah, close as well, right? See how close this one is going to get as the defuse comes on through. Very, very tight margins there. If they took a little bit longer to take Fang out of the equation, maybe he converts that one and another round falls through the fingers. Complexity stalled out there, and it was all try, really. Opening kill as they try and sell a bit of a top fake here. Doesn't work, Floppy's gone. And as they drop on down, this is the bomb loose. It slows the piece. Try gets an easy kill. He rotated in time, so read the play well. But here's the last frag from Malbs, and the headshots sing. Now, this is another one of those turning point rounds. If 0-0 Nation can pick this one up, it should be Complexity having to stomach an eco going forward. Oh, look at this from Try.
I love this. It's kind of a bit of an excursion, a bit more of an aggressive round for Try. He's pushed all the way up red. No one yet coming in towards this crosser. Instead, he goes to them, and the collateral. Oh, you love to see that from Try. JT and Grim both down.
That's the round over already. The Malbs Try combo. Right, this is the thing with this team. They haven't had the best of results online. But when you look at having VSM, who's now able to play the majors after that VAC ban rule has changed, Try and Malbs, those 3 names alone, and I'm not even mentioning Cold Zero, this team should be okay, right? They should actually be pretty okay. Then with Cold Zero, the veteran, wins you a clutch or 2, and Leo, if he has a good performance here, they're everywhere. It feels like this should be a good team from the South American region. Leo's under a bit of pressure, but VSM will alleviate that. Nishan's just one man standing. Fang, I'm sure he's not long for this world as he's trying to show a little bit of something that has been spotted up. Has taken Try out of the equation, but would need to find 4 more, and there it is. VSM with a shot from the heavens. And, oh, they didn't get Try's AWP back, so he will have to reinvest in that. It's actually a big weapon not to get back into his hands. The economy hasn't been completely established, and you'd want it in his hands if he's going to find lineups like that. So a little bit frustrating for Grim there.
Yeah, I mean, you're really not even getting a shot at doing anything in that round.
Grim looks really stressed in games.
Yeah.
He looks really quite stressed in games. Like, when I've seen the Complexity guys play in the past, the coach is always trying to make a bit of a joke in halftime and keep it quite light. Grim always looks like very highly strung. Not sure, maybe that's remnants from his days in Liquid.
I think so. I think when you go into a team like Liquid, where it didn't really seem like the most welcoming environment,
walking on eggshells over there.
I think you're just kind of on a high end the whole time.
But these boys feel a bit like more like his jam. You know what I mean? Like Floppy seems like a fun dude. He's pretty. Like
JT's a lovely guy as well. Just very relaxed.
Floppy speaks his mind, right? He's more than happy just to say it as he sees it. Fang seems like a cool guy as well. So, yeah, maybe Grim just needs, a daily massage or maybe some meditation.
Maybe a trip to the mountains.
Maybe that,
something.
It's a bit of, or maybe he just needs to beat Liquid and EG.
Maybe
and
that's
then
his
he
goal
won't be
here,
stressed anymore.
Yeah, maybe if they make the major, he can sit back, relax. And now with a swing out from JT, that is lovely. Colt Zera's head no longer attached to his body.
Another
and
one.
Grim is going to go and find one too.
Get us one more, boys. Tries in warehouse.
Oh,
there it
you
is,
asked for it.
everyone.
Everyone hitting their shots, and this is what Complexity need. They need a round off the back of these guns. This would be a miracle to keep them alive in the first half, to keep the momentum going, and now they've wrapped around. They're down on that B site, and this is looking rough for 0-0 Nation.
Could have been a different setup if they're able to save the AWP for Try. Wouldn't have had to have peeked warehouse with a rifle in his hands, So, it's funny how the weapons can completely change the setup right there, and now they have to save.
Great stuff for Complexity.
Ay caramba.
And they've got a gun, Floppy with the AK. That's what players mean when they're in their interviews. We just need to hit our shots, play our game.
Yeah, well, that's what when an in-game leader calls around where it's like, yeah, boys, just buy a couple of light deagles. That's the dream. Like your individuals
That's what
go
you
out.
envision, right?
Yeah, and look, it doesn't happen every day of the week. It's actually quite rare that you get 3 absolute scorches like that. But how quick the dominoes can fall and how quick Complexity can get up to their 7th round. Flying through this one here. 0-0 Nation have to save. They will have enough for a buy. Leo can drop 1.
No AWP again, though.
Yeah, and Try was having impact with that AWP. It's Try and Malbs at the top of the charts here. Try with 13, Malbs with 10. On the other side, Junior with 13 and Fang with 11. So those are the names who are currently leading the server.
Oh, lovely start from JT. Probably the player you would... Ooh, okay, Grim, that's the shot he gets?
Yeah,
Goes
that's
into
an
the
awkward
molly.
one, isn't it? And Fangs is beautiful too.
Great to see that.
Wow, the opening kills is crazy. Try and Malbs are combined for 7 opening duels success.
Wow, okay. That's impressive. And the speed of this round is certainly impressive from Grim as he turns. Oh, Coldzera. If he had a better weapon, not the FAMAS, probably had that kill.
Yeah, Silent Stem 4 may have taken a moment as well to piece that one together. But Try finding impact. VSM2 trades are good. Junior's into B with the bomb on Fang.
Yeah, Fang is going to lock that one in. Plant coming through. 0-0 Nation set up outside of the site with 3 players up. Definitely a winnable round. Grim is still up towards outside. Eventually will start to rejoin his teammates as it comes down secret. Everybody from 0-0 Nation retaking from ramp.
Being lined up. Oh,
he's in a good spot. He should at least be able to get one from here.
halfway gone. Over halfway gone on the bomb, boys. Got to get a move on.
Yeah, well, Try is charging forward now, getting ground. And now they need to get onto the site. They need to get in some kills, and Junior and Fine are going to lock it out together.
Beautiful. Well handled there. Just good trading. Right, took a lot of space there. Coldzera in towards lobby. So focused on Grim. I think they're expecting a top split there, but it's too late. They're down on towards B. The bomb's planted, and every single time they're worried about this rotation point of the vent. They have to all get channeled through a ramp, and it's a much easier fight for the for the T's to take as they lock down that CT rotation. Back down to the pistols here for 0-0 Nation. Complexity likely to get themselves up to 9. They'd love a 10-5 half here on the T side of Nuke. Really starting to pick up steam now. JT's calling a ramp rush.
VSM, what is he going to be able to do with this? Well, probably nothing. He actually manages to stay up, which is more than impressive. And the rest of the rifles about to barrel down his way. Well, yeah, he gets a kill there, Chad. That would have been something.
Yeah, look, a Dink's going to be good in the ADR stats for VSM, but that's going to be about it. Bomb should be getting planted momentarily. And one of the keys, if you can get away with all the space that you have Complexity here against an Eco, look at all the utility they have. And, well, who cares? Look at all the bullets they have. These AKs just mowing them down. And what a game from Junior so far. 18 frags for him, just continuing to mop them up. Doing it mainly on the rifle here. The AWP really hasn't had to come out to play. I don't see any reason that needs to change for the final round here of the T half. When he gets on the CT side, sure, you want to rotate around with the big green. You want to make yourself a bit more of a nuisance here. But this is great for Complexity. Gray and Pitt. Sure, he's going to give the boys a double thumbs up after a 2-0 potential start here in the Swiss.
It's great to see Junior on top. This might be a bit of a quicker play again from Floppy. Door cracked wide open. Floppy still charging forward. His teammates coming out hard. It's very quick and deep, but Leo able to get away with 2, rattles him away with a FAMAS and goes out for more. This time will be put down in the ground, and Junior able to turn back and nearly finds another. Throws the molly in to stop that main play forward, and the bomb will go down for Complexity. More mobs. Oh, JT. He's so annoyed. He's let that one slip, but he'll pull it back at least.
Grim's low.
He has to worry about Heaven and Man at the moment, but JT now playing with him. Grim can focus in towards Heaven and spots both of the players over the top.
Not planning for
JT
him.
now has to think about where that bomb is. Smoke goes onto it, so that newly picked up Molotov is ineffective, and the fight is forced. JT will beat out VSM, and 10 rounds collected for Complexity's first half.
Oh, that round called 0 probably stuck. The bomb was playing in the back of the T's head there.
Yes.
Anyway, you could see how quick JT was to try and run that down. Didn't want any of the same hijinks to continue here that happened earlier to give them a bit of a slip up within that early stage of this map. And wow, 10-5 on the T half is phenomenal for Complexity now. They should be looking to close this one down with style, the pistol round, the first gun round conversion, and that'll be it. What does 0-0 Nation have to offer here on their attack? You can see Coldzera immediately buying on in. He's dropped the HE across to Leo. He's going to keep the Molotov in his hands. Oh, bit of an in-game mic used there for a moment. That'd be nice. We were talking about that before in the green room. We could get everybody using in-game mics. We'd hear all the strats. But on the defense, Complexity have opted to get a smoke and a kit in the hands of Floppy. The rest into Kevlar to defend. Squeaky blown off and a ramp rush.
Yeah, they're
Two
charging.
here.
Yeah. Floppy's to draw the initial attention to set up Junior, but they're ready and they still can't deal with it. Junior is having an absolute monstrous performance. Floppy helps him out, and now just coldzera. This pistol got off to really nothing for 0-0 Nation. Oh, coldzera has snapped 2 back. Maybe a little bit more on the table here. coldzera did steal away their round of play starting in the first half. Could he do it again here?
You know, they've tidied it up, but JT's looking the wrong way.
Yes, and the barrel. Oh, coldzera will find the headshot. That's now 3, a 1v2. A lot more doable. Plenty of time. Bomb down. If he draws the time out here, they will start thinking about where it could come from.
This would be insane if he wins this round.
Now had a shot on the Floppy, but bullet between the eyes stops any magical clutches from happening.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. A couple of nice shots out of coldzera, but not enough to get them across the line and just into a ramp rush. Absolutely mauled. The Glocks are meant to get space, so they all get shut out in the choke point. And this fantastic run to close down the map, the red carpet has now been laid. The hard work has now been done by Complexity. And we are not seeing a force buy through out of 0-0 Nation. Cold will invest into a Deagle. The rest have been told to stay on those Glocks. In the next round of play, the AKs will come out. This is a chance for Grim, Fang, and JT to farm up with the MP9s.
Looking to make a bunch of money. JT has done that towards outside. It's good to see. I want to see what Try's skill ceiling is in the future because, you know, he came over and was famously was part of that 9Z team that gave Zywoo his career worst performance. So
yes, indeed. That was during like a Blast Showdown,
Blast Showdown.
Right? Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm excited to see what kind of level he can go to with his team. Bit of a step up with the players he's playing with. And we haven't really got to see 0-0 Nation play all that often.
There's an interview that's just come out on HLTV that I'm going to read once we're done with today's games. But I was just reading through one of the first answers. Because the thing is with 0-0 Nation, they've been playing in these online cups, and they just haven't been having a great time of things. Well, there's the mop-up. Junior's having a beast mode performance. This is great to see. Look at Junior, 25 now to the name.
Wow.
Woof. Yeah, so yeah, like I was reading the first answer that was given out from Colin, and it was, I'm going to say the same thing I always say: when you play on the internet, people have more freedom. Now, obviously, it's going to be a lot more to read here. There's a couple of questions asked, but this team doesn't really fall into the same boat as when coldzera was in teams struggling with online Counter-Strike. He has a very inexperienced team. He is the only experienced member. Yeah, so like to say that this version of the team are more comfortable on LAN. How can you say that? coldzera is probably more comfortable on LAN. I could wholeheartedly say that without any qualms.
Grim, he's got one. He's under a lot of pressure towards the door, and that softens up the opponents. And Floppy, it's actually Floppy, not JT, that are taking those kills towards the door. And the spam prevents VSM from getting down the vent. Oh, Try. It's going to be stuck behind a grey screen now. And that flank around the back from coldzera, we'll have to see some of this comfort on LAN. A first headshot towards Fang. No peeks out because they know this triangle inside of the site, it is just so difficult for coldzera to get through without being peeked.
I don't think they even know they have the bomb in the vent on the lower side of things. Flocky's actually pivoting around off of this and giving a duel is JT. He's going to go down. 2v2 now.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little worrying. coldzera thought about the Heaven Peak. Junior was taking up that angle, confidently setting himself up in the advanced position, but yeah, you know, Complexity don't know, perhaps, because the smoke was up that the bomb had gone down the vent, but we do, and we know how difficult this round is for 0-0 Nation because of that.
Yeah, so if they were to go towards ramp, then they would have to go all the way through the lower site, make a sound cue on a window or a door, and then get into the vent, and then get the bomb, and then get into the site. So for them, it seems like the best way is actually through top,
especially
down
with
the
the
vent.
time.
Uh-oh, spotted.
All right, they're going to line up. Floppy knocks him down.
4 in the round from Flopdog.
Can't stop the flop.
Wow, 13-5. I think we can almost call this one done. It is just blistering hot. The multi-kills are coming out in buckets and spades right now. 25 for Junior, 16 for Floppy, 13 for Fang, 12 for Grim, 11 for JT. Everybody contributing. On the other side of things is that double you were talking about where the bomb got dropped down the vent. So simple as you like right there. And a lot of damage was done by Grim. So give him a pat on the back for slowing them down, getting some damage in.
What have we got here? It's Force 4-0-0 Nation. We'll see what they got half by, rather. And they're going to try a quicker play. This time, it's Grim getting that double treatment towards the door. Try stops Junior's aggressive play. Not quite sure what Junior was pushing there, but nonetheless gets caught in an awkward position. And his teammates able to follow up. So coldzera and Leo left to try and deal with this, and Grim has tracked coldzera back down to the bottom of the stairway. Just Leo left.
They might want to stay away from that squeaky door, huh?
I think so. It's a bit
every
of a
time
bloodbath.
they're trying to go through, they're getting rinsed. Leo's turn in the clutch right now, and JT is low. The first of Grim has fallen, and now it's just 3 more scalps to find.
Dude, these skull stickers, they are incredibly expensive.
Are they?
I went to buy one, and I was shocked at how expensive those stickers were.
What are they worth?
I can't exactly remember the number, but it's like deep in the thousands.
Really?
Yeah.
Of dollars?
Let me see right now exactly what
For
the
a
price
sticker?
is. Yeah.
In a video game? That's what my mum would
Yeah,
say.
yeah, that's...
Sorry, guys. Sorry, I was trying to be convincing.
I was falling for it for a moment.
You were there, you were there.
Leo. Out. Floppy hits the headshot.
I'm a Leo.
Oh, no.
I'm not into
Is it, what's
the
this called?
star signs.
Astrology? Or
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I think I'm a Virgo.
Okay.
Which is, I think it's the year of the dragon.
Okay, that's the Chinese New Year, right? Or the Chinese
Something.
animals thing. I don't
Yeah,
know
the
what
animal
it's called.
thing.
The animal thing.
The snake,
I think
the
I'm year
dragon,
of the snake.
And Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Yeah, we are a decade and a bit apart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I think you're... Yeah. I think the dragon comes after the snake.
So the snake turns into the dragon. I don't know. I think dragon sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, you got the best one.
Yeah, I think
There's like a rat.
There's a rat. Imagine being the year of the pig.
There's a gap. And that means there might be a rat in that smoke wall towards yard. Look out. Look at this. Maybe this is intentional. Maybe indeed. Coming in main. Slipped on in and dealt with.
Yeah, just like that. Just immediately shut down 0-0 Nation on 2 players left. And it really feels like the straw that broke the camel's back was the Deagle round.
Yeah, that one is going to sting. It's a round that they should have converted, and it was just 3 Deagle headshots. Now, Malbs has actually passed the AWP of Junior here. I'm not sure he's going to be expecting... Oh, he just fired off a shot there, Junior. I don't think he meant to do that. I think he just hit his mouse by accident. Now, the jump across the bait's there. The position is known. Malbs up close and personal with damage done, but never mind. Floppy to the rescue, and the rest of the pack is coming quick and fast. VSM with 1 and done. That's going to be 15 now as Complexity are 1 round away from yet another blowout here on the main stream. It's going to be 3 consecutive single-digit smashings. And remember, MIBR versus Pain coming up as the final game for today with Dinko and I. You will be able to listen to the secondary stream, bringing you a little bit more action. Their games have been closer. We got Jackie and Davey over there at the moment.
Yeah, touchdown in Bucharest. We're all here. Big party we've got going on here. We're bringing representatives from all over the world. It's really a global event, as now Complexity looking to steer their way to a second map win. It is Floppy getting aggressive, putting pressure on towards Lobby. VSM gets the first to play, but very quickly answered back by Floppy, who's actually committing to the run back, but Junior was sticking around to try and play off the
Fake
steps.
smoke, yeah. Really well done there.
Yeah.
Baits out the jiggle from VSM, who just wants to check and make sure it's real. Well, it wasn't, and now he's tucked away behind it. So 3 more remaining right now for Complexity, and this is a great showing. There was a couple of wobbly moments there within the first half.
Yeah.
There was the coldzera clutch that came on through with the sit on the defuse, but all in all, they've really shown up here on the CT side to shut things down. A little bit of team damage done there, but all good in the hood.
Yeah, good performance from Junior and Floppy as they look to try and close as JT looking to put numbers on the board, but coldzera, he's not done yet. He's pulled back JT, and they want to play at least for another round here. Fang is going to play close towards Squeaky Door.
Where are you meant to go? 45 seconds left on the clock. The AWP was ramp. He's still posted up over towards elbow. Even if he gets 1 and falls, you're going to have to go down towards B. Fang can quickly come down the vent. Oh, and Floppy's just found Malb, so he's pushed hard. Floppy's just having fun.
Yeah, he's really doing whatever he wants right now. Hasn't really been punished for it. Trying coldzera, well, coldzera especially, is very low. Tries to play with health and really needs to lead the charge. 20 seconds left. Going out into it. AK trying to crack open an opportunity. Remember, Fang did take up position close towards that door, but it's Floppy that isn't looking the right way. And a quick explosive play there for Try lets him into the site. And 5 seconds to put this bomb down, he'll lock it in, no problem.
Okay, 2-on-2. Fang up close and personal already here.
Well, Heaven Pete comes in, and Junior from up above takes down Try, puts it on to coldzera to keep his team in this one. Solo on health, down in 19, also has a Galil, and the bomb is not planted for him. Defuse being stuck. How poetic would it be if that's the way they close it? But coldzera goes into the headshot. Junior down, and now just Fang left. Goes again. Taps. Does not stick. coldzera not falling for it. He's holding. He doesn't think you're going to hold it now. With a limited time left, he might just go for this peek. Fang is sticking it, and he will close it. coldzera gets a taste of his own medicine, and it is a poetic finish for Complexity.
Okay, what a game from Junior there. Lots of impact in the first half on the rifles, and you can see the smiles on the faces of the fist bumps come in. A great win now for Complexity. They're going to throw themselves into the 2-0 column here within the Swiss. One win away from locking themselves in for the major. They'll put themselves up on that pedestal alongside Imperial. And we've also got Furia waiting. One more team to lock on in to decide our first set of best-of-3 matches in the 2-0 column. But a great showing. And a little bit of frustration here on the faces of the 0-0 Nation players as they have been wrecked, I think, with one way to put it.
Yeah, and I think they will have felt throughout that first half they had opportunities, they had chances. It is an unfortunate situation to end up being competitive, and then suddenly that all goes away. All the opportunities go away, and it was the catalyst of the Deagle round that put them there.
Yeah, and I think some of the dramas were like Try was having impact with the AWP, but then I don't remember too many rounds towards the tail end of that CT half where he got it out after they didn't pick it up, right? They weren't able to get it back. He went into a rifle, then that Deagle round happened, and where was the AWP? And Malbus was looking good in a couple of moments there, but this was good stuff out of the Complexity boys. That was the unfortunate fashion in which Junior lost the clutch, and Kolb was getting loud about it, but as you mentioned, we'll probably catch it again in the highlights. He goes down to a similar plate. There's Grim, a little bit stress-a-roonied, but it's all good, mate. Take a chill pill.
Just relax. It's a convincing win, and Complexity, I think, can relax a bit more. Now you look at the matchups ahead of them, best of threes now, no more best of ones. Best of ones are always potential banana skins for teams. You never really feel too confident heading into the best of one, but here we are, Junior with a massive performance, 1.29 kills per round, a massive performance really, 119 ADR. Floppy really stepping up towards the end there, and unfortunately over on the other side of things, it was a little quieter across the board.
I'm curious to see the matchups we're going to get out of this because you're likely to see, I don't know who's going to match up against who. I'm not even going to try and pretend to try and work this one out, but I would love to see Imperial go toe-to-toe against a Furia or a Complexity, a bit more of a harder opponent for them to really test their mettle. And I would love to see Junior attempt to go head-to-head with, say, somebody like Fallen on the AWP because we saw what he was just doing on Dust 2. He was looking really good. But now for these teams in the 2-0 column, it'll be best of threes going forward, right? So you won't have to worry about seeing them play the best of ones. Now that they are in a position to progress with just one more win, it'll only be best of threes in play. They're done with their best of one jaunts. The scary ones are done and dusted. And yeah, a pretty entertaining match, all things considered. A couple of clutch moments.
Yeah, and Junior stepping up as well. I think he gets a bit of criticism. Sometimes can be a little bit inconsistent, but when we see Junior have those performances, it reminds us of his skill ceiling, and we just hope to see more of that. And maybe he can build some confidence into this event. Where he did his biggest work and really got his name was against the Americas rosters when he was most comfortable. So now we get to see that on LAN.
Yeah, didn't get to see too much of the AWP, so maybe more AWP work from Junior in the matches to come. But we are going to go to an interview, and then we have a break, so we'll see you soon.
All right, we're here at the PGL RMR. I am Maui Snake, joined by Exit and Turtle, so players for MIBR. First question for you guys is, what are your guys' expectations for MIBR at the RMR event?
Our expectations right now is very high. We want to achieve to the major because I think we are in a good shape right now. And we are playing a good CS.
We are so confident because we win some tournaments in NAA. Yeah. So we are so hyped, so focused, and so confident.
You guys just won the Challenger League, actually. How close do you guys think that it has you to some of the other upper echelon teams?
I believe that we are on one of the best teams in this tournament, and if we play our A game, like our best game, and we can beat everyone.
Okay, I want to touch on, you guys have two coaches. You have Bit and you have Knack. So first of all, who's going to be standing behind you guys as your designated coach for the event?
It's going to be Knack. Okay. He's going to be standing behind us.
Okay. So what do they both bring that's different? You were saying Bit kind of helps with your like one half, or was it a T side, or from you guys though?
Bit helping us with everything. Okay. Like he's our main coach, so he's always with us. He's always bringing new stuff with us. So I believe that our strongest parts is because of them. Our T side is getting better right now, and he's a very good guy, like strategically speaking.
He always recorded what the good things are making, the heroic, Navi, a lot of things like this, the tier 1 things. He passed all things in a good way, so he helped us a lot. I think it's that the Ziggy explain everything so well.
Okay, anything that you would want to say to Brazilian fans that may be watching the broadcast?
Em português ou?
Yeah, and either's fine.
Eu queria só agradecer aí todo mundo que está torcendo pela gente. A gente vai dar nosso máximo, a gente está treinando muito, muito, muito mesmo, porque o objetivo de todo mundo é estar no Major. E pode esperar aí o MBR da melhor forma possível. A gente comemorando, gritando, dando a vida no jogo mesmo, porque é isso que vai fazer a gente estar lá. E é isso, rapaziada. Continua torcendo pela gente, que a gente... É muito da hora ver todo mundo mandando mensagem, torcendo e apoiando a gente. Então, valeu, galera. Tamo junto.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us here in Bucharest. We've got another matchup coming up here. Best of ones continue. This time we've got MIBR taking on Pain Gaming. I'm looking forward to this one. I think Pain are always a fun team to watch. MIBR, it's good to see where they're at. I think both teams taking Ws today, feeling pretty good about things.
It can't be any more one-sided than the last three best of ones we've had.
Yeah, it certainly can.
So I think that this one might deliver a little bit more so. I'm curious to see, what kind of version we're going to get out of MIBR, because they celebrated like they won the whole tournament after they picked up the win against 9Z. They were very, very happy with that win. And if I was Pain, I'd be quite happy with the victory that I was able to pick up over EG as well. Maybe EG aren't too hot to trot, but they still have some massive names. So should we start introducing the teams, Dinko?
Yeah, we'll talk about MIBR, this team coming in, taking a W against 9Z. Well, they're here to play and try and put up 2-0. well, fearsome poses, and certainly we're hoping for some fearsome Counter-Strike out of this MIBR side. Big backing with the organization, relatively unknown players in terms of when they came into the team, but they've been around. They've actually had some experience with the partner teams and other rule sets that allow them to get opportunities, so we have seen them get a bit of experience over the last few months.
Cello is probably the most well-known player within this team, but we had them come overseas at the start of the year, and they actually had the stand-in, right? And he was from their academy team, I believe. He was one of their better players, but I like some moments from Woody. Turtle's always fun to say. They've got Exit and Jota in the mix, and their game earlier, Turtle had 20 frags, 21 for Exit, and 20 for Jota. That's where the fragging firepower came through in a 16-13 victory. I'm curious to see how far they go. You can see Knack is one of the MIBR legends behind them right there, and they also have Bit on the coaching staff now as well, I believe. So expanding over there in the MIBR team.
Well, they need an opponent, and to put faces to the name, we'll introduce Pain. Pain Gaming, always a fun roster to see. I think generally the consensus is this team are solid. Even when they don't have Safe in the roster anymore, the rest of the team were still good enough to keep it competitive. It's not like you pull out the star and it's immediately ruined. There's a vacuum that can't be filled. This is a team that plays some good fundamental Counter-Strike and can post some good results.
Yeah, one of the names that was standing out a little bit earlier in the day was Nython on Vertigo. He was hitting a couple of shots with the AWP. I heard his name getting shouted throughout. PKL, Neck, Hearts Out, and Big Yazira. The other members of the squad. Another Vertigo. This is a change-up. At least it's not Dust 2.
Yeah, it's not Dust 2. It's not Mirage. It's Vertigo. A little bit of excitement coming in here. You know, you'd love to see Vertigo in the best of ones. We'll see how this one's going to pan out. You know, looking at MIBR coming into this, or Pain, which one do you think this favors, Chad?
Well, maybe we could just go with basic Counter-Strike maths that Pain have already won once to down Vertigo.
Okay.
So let's just rock with them being the favorites. Yeah, I actually don't know.
I
don't really have a favorite between these two teams right here. I think, right, obviously that MIBR is the more well-known name, but I think that Pain, they do get a bit of shine to them, right? They do get a bit of positivity thrown around. Now, the betting odds are going to be favoring MIBR here, so maybe that is the name value, but I'm curious to see Vertigo. It's a map that is close to my heart. I enjoy it, and I always like to see something a little bit different. So let's see if these South Americans can give us something different here on a map like Vertigo. I was expecting to get a lot of Ancient as well. Maybe they'll come later, maybe once we get to the best of 3 stage. But remember, we need one more team to be locked on in with a 2-0 scoreline. And you can see the phones going into the magical box. That's not because they want to keep them. That's because they don't want you to have them on them while you are playing. Now, MIBR or Pain will be that 4th team to join the 2-0 column. And that means they will be going up against one of the likes of Imperial. We obviously have Furia, and we just saw Complexity also join that bunch of teams. We have Liquid versus Team 1, which is live right now. And, well, Liquid, I think they pulled their socks up quite drastically. They are smashing Team 1. Scoreline is currently 10-1 over there. With 16 kills out of OC, 14 from NAF, and 14 from Elige. So that's the star trio you want to be seeing go toe-to-toe. But after these huddles are done, we'll be getting this one underway. Now, a bit of a head-to-head with these guys. They did play earlier in the year. MIBR did get the better of Pain, and Vertigo was one of the maps played there. The MIBR won 16-2. So it is curious to see Pain wanting to go back into this map of play. It was with the same roster on both sides of the server. But a 16-2 scoreline on Vertigo, and you're happy to go back in. This was the T-sided start for that of Pain, and their only 2 rounds were mustered on their T side. That was with a pistol and no conversion. So a curious one here.
All the buttons now in seats for MIBR. Team huddles concluded, and just putting it in ears ready to go. On the other side of things, Pain ready up, ready to go. We should be just moments away from starting our matchup here on Vertigo. You know, we're looking at this matchup as a whole. Vertigo, definitely exciting, but you know, we're talking about made in Brazil, right? A team that maybe has a lot of expectation in terms of the organization, but this team in particular, I think people have seen fly under the radar because they do go to big events. They don't always do much at them. But I think you've seen towards the start of this year a couple of good results. You know, actually some decent Counter-Strike being played. But this is a whole different ball game for MIBR. You're going back to your region. You're playing in your region where the teams maybe aren't as strong as the tier 1 of Europe, right? So maybe a place where MIBR can go deep and do damage.
I'm going to say something crazy right now. So luckily this isn't live or being recorded or anything along those lines.
No one's watching, of course.
I think that the Brazil/the South American region is now in the same position that the CIS region was in a couple of years ago. And now look at how many refined nuggets we have out of the CIS region and how many up-and-coming future AWP players we have, right? Like, there's so many names out there. Like, we talk about, like, Deco and Wonderful. Like, Monacy was one of the more recent ones of those signed on up. But there's also the teams. Like, we had Spirit. We obviously had VP there. Gambit have come on through. There's been a lot of big names. Now, I think that South America is in that same spot because they clearly love and care about the game and have passionate individuals who want to get stuck in. They also have support because they have local tournaments down there that seem to be thriving. I think that there's so much talent that is going to get refined out of this region in the next couple of years, and events like this are a perfect place to put on show some of the names. Do we think all the best players are in the same team at the moment? I would say probably not, but once we get events like this, we can see who should be matched up together.
And also another point that should help with the development is the fact that, you know, all the legendary players from the region are now spread out across multiple different teams, right? We have Colosera with its 0-0 Nation, Fallen, obviously Imperial have got experienced players already on the board, but we are seeing diverse players going out across every team in South America. So it is exciting to see the leveling up of the region.
Yeah, and I think here, when you look at just how many players there are representing in the Americas RMR, I must call it the Americas Minor. In the Americas RMR, how many players are representing just specifically from Brazil? You know those players you were talking about who are spread all across the shop? Well, they are the ones who inspired this generation of Counter-Strike players. This is the reason that these kids here are out here competing and wanting to live that dream that the Fallens, the Colzeras, the Tacos have all done, right? And actually, I just say Taco, Godsent is another name that isn't here, right? Another big name, well, actually, maybe not another big name, one of the biggest names not to be at the Americas RMR. I think when you consider the fact that now Cold is, you know, helping with his experience with 0-0 Nation, that's great. I think Taco doing the same is fantastic as well. It could have come a little bit sooner, right? I think there was, and this has happened as well. I think VP, the old Virtus Pro with the polls, is a good example of maybe not getting that youth to come on through or not using the knowledge of the veterans a little bit earlier. The Swedish scene is another one that I think has struggled with the same, with having NIP and Fnatic so strong for all the years. They didn't need to, right? They had a stable of players between the two teams, and then the come-ups or a couple of prospects there were consistently just being used. So I think that it will take time, but the key is the player base, right? There's a big conversation, and I'm sure we have some North Americans watching, right, about support in regions, but you need the player base first, right? You can't have positions open for jobs and the people who are going to fill them are not fit to fill them, right? You physically need to have an up-and-coming, lush player base to continue a turnover for an open circuit. If it was a closed circuit and we want to do some manufactured scarcity like some of the other titles out there, then sure. You know, you don't need a massive stable of players because there's only a few teams to be a part of. But the amount of player base there is, the amount of want to be on teams, you know, maybe then we can get a bit more support coming through.
Yeah, you can be a big fish in your pond, but you get tossed into the sea, you get eaten up, right? So, yeah, it's a larger player base, rather, should pump out some deeper talent, but we're hopping in just a moment.
Yeah, everyone's in the server now, at least, and you can see here starting on the CT side will be MIBR, starting on the attack will be Pain. I like the Pain logo.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's very cool. I mean, I casted so much Pain back in the online era. They just constantly against Extra Soul in the finals, like every single time you would see this team in the DreamHack Open finals, won a few of them online. Definitely a team that was really showcasing Safe, who did get picked up, and a lot of questions, you know, how are they going to perform now that they've lost Safe? Is that going to destroy them? And they've maintained their competitive nature. They've maintained the solid rosters. So interested to see Nightthon and how he's going to pan out. I personally haven't got to see too much of him, so I'm excited to see how he's going to fit in. And for MIPR, it's always good to get an experienced player on land, so Cello being back here and not having to play with the Academy player should hopefully only benefit them.
This head-to-head, though, of Vertigo being in the map pool last time these two teams met, it doesn't really fill anybody with a whole lot of confidence. But look, this is the thing, if you own a team 16-2 and then they're more than happy to play the map again, I'm sure they think that it was a one-off type of result. So we are just waiting until we getting the green light. We have lost a player on the MIBR side for now, so we shouldn't be too far away from getting this one underway. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, if you want to contribute on the social medias, use the hashtag PGL RMR, tag Dinko and I, send us a tweet. We're going to have a bit of a chit-chat over here, and we can see what's going on while we do wait to get these players in the server.
Or you can tell us also why you think your team is going to win this matchup. Give us some compelling reasons why you think this is going to go
Who
your
are you a
team's way.
fan of?
Me?
No, the viewers at home.
Okay,
and then we
I'm
can
completely impartial, Chad. I have no...
always.
Yes.
There's never any bias over here, even though other people's tends to show when they think there is. It's funny, that.
I do love the color scheme we're going with here. I think a lot of the South American teams' jerseys are pretty cool.
Look at some of these sponsors as well.
Subway, JBL. They get the free speakers. Just have parties in their hotel rooms.
I thought JBL was like a German brand. It probably is. I guess they do have it in Brazil as well. It's a silly thing to say. Sorry, everybody. I'll shut my mouth.
It's a very glossy mouse. So, Zowie EC2A.
Look at you.
I don't know if it is, but
well, it's a decent guess.
It looks like the shape of a Zowie EC2A. Can hear some.
Getting wild next door.
Yeah, B-Stream must actually have a match on. So
let me have a look. I'm gonna have a look. Oh, that was it was Liquid like absolutely owning Team 1, and they're still absolutely owning Team 1. Score 12-3 now.
Did see NAF earlier kind of coming alive towards the end of their thrashing they had over Zero Zone Nation. So good to see that. We'll see who's on top of that Liquid game. But yeah, Liquid, not bad. You just got to see them over at Pro League pretty recently. Seen some North American deep runs, or America's deep runs, with Furia also doing it.
So what happens if only one North American team makes it through in the top 6? Oh, actually, I think it'll be 2. I think it'll be Liquid and Complexity. I was just looking at it, just trying to have a little bit of a gandy. I feel like 4 slots are going to be taken by South American / Brazilian teams.
I thought the same. You know, looking at this, we obviously we're looking at the Americas teams, and often when you say the words America, you think of North American teams, but then you think, okay, maybe they're the lesser region coming into this event by far, right? So, I mean, they have the top dogs, Liquid, absolutely, but the vast majority of these South American teams are going to be much more competitive. I think Evil Genius is going to have a rough time at this event unless they can pull off some absolute miracles.
It would need something crazy, wouldn't it?
And I mean, 9C is a team that is scary. Like, they struggle against their own region and teams from their own country, but when they're playing against teams in Europe, we got to see them at the start of this year. They look good, so that could be pretty scary. Given that Evil Geniuses, yes, they're a North American team, but spend most of their time playing against the European style of Counter-Strike.
There isn't a head-to-head between the two of them either. I'm just having a look as well at EG's results. They're on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 series losing streak, and within those 7, they've only won 1 map in a best of 3. So. Yeah, that is an awful lot of red. But we are talking about games against Na'Vi, Astralis, Heroic, right? It's a different kettle of fish when you compare that over towards the 9Z camp, MIBR, Imperial, Leviathan's in there. There's a bunch more Brazilian names, right? So it's completely different in that regard. But you go a bit further down. 8 weeks ago, they beat Dignitas, 9Z, Movistar Riders. I think you were referencing those a little bit earlier. But just chilling out. Look at this. They're just resting their eyes. It's getting to about the 10 o'clock mark over here in Romania. That's the local time is an hour ahead of Central Europe, I do believe.
Yes, Eastern European summertime, I think we're into now, Chad. It doesn't feel like summer out there. I was told it was actually going to be really hot here in Romania, and the weather forecast certainly showed that. And then I got here, and it was like stepping back into the UK. It was just raining, cold. Glad I brought a coat. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, look, the weather is a bit hard to keep a finger on right now. I really have a rough time in April in Europe. It's a difficult one to read. Now, if any of our viewers at home are Romanian and from Bucharest, and you have any nice restaurant suggestions or any places we should try on
historical sites
Bolt
to check
Food,
out?
Yeah, Dinko likes to check out the touristy stuff. So if you got anything that he should go and check on out, let us know. We'll use you as some tour guides. But still waiting on one player to join the server here. It is Woody.
Yeah, hopefully we get him in.
How many Woody Allen films can you name?
Woody Allen. Zombieland. Zombieland 2.
Okay.
Hunger Games. 1, 2, 3.
Was he in all of them?
I'm pretty sure he was, yeah.
I'll let you off the hook there. Okay, you've named his recent stuff.
True Detective, is that a show or a movie? I don't really know. I know he's in that, right? Or is he?
Are we thinking of the same guy?
Let me see. This is I mean, I know Woody Allen from films, but I'm not too sure as to. No, we're not. We're not.
I think Woody Allen's a director.
Yes. Okay. I think.
Who are you thinking of?
What do you call the guy in Hunger Games?
The guy in Hunger Games.
Woody Harrelson.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go Woody Harrelson movies instead then, because Woody Allen might be a little bit out of.
Yeah. People are just like, what?
Well, now I need to pick a new actor.
Yeah.
But that was meant to do with Woody, the player we were waiting for, guys. So now,
it doesn't really bring you to a great place.
All right. Do
actually.
you like to eat pickles?
No, I absolutely hate pickles.
What about PKL?
Well, I don't like to eat PKL either.
Okay, all right. Well, they're trying to sort of sound issue out, guys. You can see here, Knack on the screen doing his best to help out Woody. Woody Harrelson, yeah, he used to be. Now this might be he's 60 years of age now. Bloody Nora. He used to be in a television show, a classic called Cheers. You ever seen Cheers?
No.
Oh dear. All right. Well, I probably shouldn't have seen Cheers either, but it was a comedy in a bar. It had a couple of other quite famous actors in that one as well. Anyway, now we're talking about movies, guys. So tweet at us. I want.
What's your favorite movie?
What is this, like a first date? What's your favorite? We did
favorite
horoscopes
color?
before.
Yeah. What's your star sign? If they reply and know it, then that's a bad sign. Red flag.
Blair caught on to you here. He's made a tweet confusing Woody Allen for Woody Harrelson is peak zoomer. To be fair, yeah, you wouldn't know it. You shouldn't know a Woody Allen movie.
Look, at least it said Woody, and I know someone called Woody. I don't think Woody, other than a CS player.
Well, if you hit us with Toy Story references, then we could have really been in a bit of trouble.
Toy Story. That would have been a good one. I think Toy Story is fun fact. I think it was one of the first ever like, 3D animation films.
Yeah.
So yeah, I went back and watched the first Shrek pretty recently. I realized like, how bad animation was back then.
Whoa. It's a classic, though.
No, it absolutely is, yeah. But the quality of animation is certainly terrible.
Have you seen Aladdin?
Yeah, I've seen Aladdin.
Like the original Aladdin?
Yeah, the Disney, like 2D.
Okay, I'm just checking. That's a great film.
Yeah. I love the old Disney ones. I watched some documentaries on how they make the animation. It's kind of interesting. They hand draw every scene.
This would be fun, Dika. Let's do this, all right? I was born in 1989. What year were you born in?
2000.
Okay. So
the year everything stopped working, apparently.
Yeah, well, yeah, the computers, they kind of were on the fritz, I think we call it there. So when you were 10, it was 2010.
Yes.
What was the television shows you were watching as a boy in 2010?
Ben 10, probably.
Okay. He was a classic. You could transform into different aliens.
Yes, yeah. I had all the toys and all the watches.
Okay.
Had to save up for the watch.
So that's almost like, so your Ben 10 at that age was kind of like, I think Power Rangers would have been a couple years.
I mean, Power Rangers was on.
Yeah, but Power Rangers continued. They just kept.
Just kept making it like The Simpsons never ends.
But original Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Mate, you should have seen Green Ranger. When he first came on the scene, Power Rangers really got kicking off then.
Yeah. I mean, they made a Power Rangers film. Like, there was like a teen drama that came out in the cinema. It was like full CGI. Didn't see it, but I heard it was terrible. The other cartoons I watched was like Disney Channel, you know, like and also Nickelodeon, like Victorious, all those kind of like teen dramas. Ariana Grande, that's where she got her first break. So, yeah.
So your Ariana Grande is probably like my Britney Spears. And I think it was like Dragon Ball Z was what I would have been watching when I was about 10. That and like Yu-Gi-Oh! And stuff.
Yeah, Pokemon.
Yeah, you would have still had Pokemon as well, though, right?
Yeah.
You just would have had one of the newer versions.
Yeah, I had the newer versions of Pokemon. I never really got into Pokemon. Didn't even play like the DS games or anything. I did play a Game Boy though, Chad. I had a Game Boy.
I thought that the latest version of the Nintendo hand console was the DS up until recently. It turns out it's the Switch.
It's the Switch, yeah.
So I'm not much of a gamer, guys. I'm
more of a Counter-Strike player.
Yeah.
And you play other games sometimes.
Played some New World. Played some Valheim. Yeah, but Daisy's fun though because I just get to harass Rushley Ranger.
That's always fun.
That is always fun. So, okay, Ben 10. I guess 2000.
2010.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a pretty good year, actually. I think a lot of cool stuff was on TV then. Like, cartoons were just awesome. Like, when you were younger, you just come in from school, stick it on the TV. I started playing Counter-Strike like 2 years later.
Okay.
And then I stopped watching TV, and all I did was come on and play Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's how most of us want to spend our time.
Go came out in 2012.
Yes.
It was kind of terrible. I played Counter-Strike on the Xbox first.
I have a tweet coming in, thick and hot right now. Anders, first of all, has tweeted one of his favorite movies is Mine Trek Land 2002. So that was 8 years before you started watching Ben 10. Now, but Rushley Ranger wants to know what your favorite anime is.
I don't watch much anime, Rush.
Have you watched any anime?
Yeah, I've watched like a couple because I was intrigued as the culture, right?
Sure.
Because I went to a Comic-Con and there was people just wearing anime outfit. I wondered what was going on. But my favorite anime, Rush, before we hop into the game, I liked one called Fairy Tail and Attack on Titan.
Fairy Tail.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Attack on Titan, kicking with what's popular, but we've been saved. The game is live.
No more anime.
And we are underway.
As soon as you get to the anime topic, the game just goes live. Funny that. But here we are. MIBR starting in the defensive side, Pain on the T side. If you just tune in, it is Vertigo in a best of one, looking to claim our last 2-0 team.
Okay, well, this might throw us for a loop here, Dinko, because
it's slow.
I think right now we have the HUD backwards. Or at least the player cam pictures. That's what was confusing me. Never mind. We're okay. Ignore the pictures. Just look at the names.
Nonetheless, a slow round and Pain taking their time. They're now grouping up on ramp with every single player and we'll commit in towards this A side. MIBR are yet to get any information. This was so slow, I thought we were still in the tech pause. But nonetheless, we are now under a minute left, and Pain continue to walk up short. A little bit more of an acceleration now as MIBR are going to hear these footsteps. They've got significant forces here.
Retake set up here on the site. 2 flashes. Is there going to be a go? Cello ready to push. Here they come.
Just charging right through into the mix. It's hard down, taking 2.
Whoa,
Turtle, they will get one.
knife!
Oh, it's so awkward. Goes for the knife. Luckily, it is Johnny that will go down to a pistol instead. Now Woody and Exit left into the 2v4. Bomb not down yet for Pain, but that should be coming through eventually. Hard's out looking to commit to it, and will be able to do so.
Difficult retake now. 2-on-4 situation. Just need to stay alive, play the clock, play the bomb. Tucking away, getting out of sight. Woody still with that kit. We'll need to pull off an absolute miracle here.
Yeah, Bugazero just waiting for the stick on the defuse and hasn't really come through yet. They're trying to force some fights, and fights do come their way. They just lose them, and now Exit at least taps one. But yeah, the chances of winning this round extremely slim. He's just looking to do some damage on the way out of this one, and even that is not going to be afforded to him. Hard sell with the headshot, Pain with the pistol. Let's start off strong here on Vertigo.
Yeah, Buckley's to none right there and being able to get away with that retake. And beautiful stuff from Pain. They had the double nade towards the sandbag, and that was their go signal. And then they were expecting that maneuver. Like, they were expecting exactly that play. That's why they went in, they faked the bomb, and they moved away. So beautiful stuff from Pain. Now, as I mentioned, the previous head-to-head, MIBR went on to win the game 16-2, and that was after a T-side Pain pistol conversion. Let's see if they can get over the top of this force spy here. Turtle has an USP. Just an USP.
Oh, swings out. Picasera happily claiming the life of 2. And no problems here for Pit. I like when teams play like this against pistols. They just decide, right, we commit to it. We don't play this wishy-washy, sit back, try and figure out.
Wow.
So often it can go badly, but I like this. Just to the wall, Nithon able to take Jota down through the smoke, reads his close position, and MIBR nothing in this round will be given to them.
Okay, well this is the change already from last time these two teams met, and I love the pep and the step from Pain here, looking tidy and going to keep all 5 alive. They don't need to hunt down these upgraded pistols. The rest of the team around Turtle and Exit Saved Eagles will just need to be maybe a couple of light upgrades, maybe a P250 is the best that they'll be able to afford considering the cash situation. But great stuff here, and this is what you want to see. 3 MAC-10s are going to be carried through into the next round. Oh, they're getting a little bit hunty here. Nathan, alongside of Hard Zhao, working in towards the B lobby. Footsteps heard. Exit trying to land a shot between the eyes. And he's actually going to use a smoke here just to stay alive. So really wanted to guard on towards the pistols, and jeez, that was close. The armor around the corner in time. 2-0 now for Pain.
Yeah, great start. A little bit of cash picked up as well. And now for MIBR, this round is probably going to be more of the same, right? They don't have any resources to really get investment going. Pain should be running over the top of them. And I'm interested to see how Pain are going to play this T side.
It's so curious as well, right? With that head-to-head that I mentioned, the fact that if you're MIBR, you get, well, we owned them last time. If you're Pain, you go, well,
Yeah, it's two different mentalities,
yeah,
right?
And this is the thing. It's going to sting for MIBR if they find themselves in a hole of like 6 rounds and they had such an easy time last time. They're going to have to really work to get into this.
What? Okay.
Looked like it should have done more damage, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, I guess the concrete at the bullets. So that certainly helps. And maybe trying to draw the attention away so this boost will work out towards short. And Jota just seeing what he can find.
Yeah, this position towards short can be knocked over quickly here. PKL hasn't actually looked up
He's very
just
tentative.
yet. Yeah, he knows where the magic line in the sand is drawn.
Yeah, now they dismount. That's perfect. I give that a 10 out of 10. No sound made. Delicately done.
Ooh.
And now swinging it towards PKL. It's worked out. P250. Good for a kill. Netcast trades it out. It won't be flawless here for Pain, but nonetheless, they want to try and keep up as many players as possible. Smoke is going to go down to the right side of green, and Big Azara will happily move in towards the site deeper as he pushes up towards the generator. But Turtle used the smoke, climbed up on the ledge, was able to find the head of Hardsal, and now Big Azara really needs to do something. Close towards generator, no one yet swinging into his Mac 10, but the forces have now arrived for MIBR to cause a couple of problems. Bomb isn't even down yet, so that'll temporarily remove a player and weaken the numbers. Big Azara gets one, but probably needed more, and Nightdawn not enough done. So it is all on Netcast, who does draw it back into the 1v1, but it's an AK on the other side of things, and Netcast makes quick work of it. Upgrades to the AK, and on the way out, gets 3 rounds for Pain.
Yeah, look, it seemed a little bit stressful, but there's so much cash right now for the buy for Pain, so it's not the end of the world, but it is going to hurt them going forward. Purchase on the other side here is going to be 5 M4s, lots of Utah win in the mix. I don't see a defuse kit bought here, and that could be afforded by Woody. Could buy the kit here, Woody. No, never mind, there is one. It's on Jota. Got to work on those eyes as a squint. I'm just looking at some of these names here, like Nekiz and PKL. I'm going, where's Yell and where's SHZ? I don't have a team right now. Some names that were competing in the North Americas from the South Americas.
Woody just dinked PKL through the smoke in that spam, so a little unfortunate there for PKL.
Yeah, they've stalled them out on this A-aggress. Now, as the smoke starts to fade, that's when they can set Ninth up with the AWP here, but PKL needs to be very worrisome. Here he is, looking up and over, and a little bit of a glance. They have to be careful about those peaks, Mr. Cello.
It's a great instrument, the cello. Woody, let's remove PKL. He is connected for the frag. The Molly clearing out the close corner. Nightdawn, I'm really excited to see what he can do. I mean, people have been talking quite positively about him. He is stepping into the shoes of Save, and that's quite a big position to try and fill up. So, I'm excited to see how he's going to perform down here in Bucharest. 45 seconds left. Exit will be the first point of contact as they now restructure themselves towards B. If Woody continues to push, he would get the flank around the back here.
They should be able to rotate another member over towards mid. They should have a great idea now that it is going to be this B here. And well-timed on the smoke. The rotation's coming too. This is MIBR's round to lose.
Yeah, it's feeling very good for them right now. Exit really only needs to do a little bit of damage here, take down one, and it's the bomb that he finds. So that's going to slow and hit the panic stations. Exit gets away with a double. Flashed everybody in the site eventually. It is Turtle. The swings out from quad and leaves Nightdawn in the 1v4. Bomb not even on his back. 10 seconds to save the AWP.
Oh dear. He might not get away with this, Dinko.
Doesn't look like he will, and he will be found by Woody. Not Alan, not Harrison, just Woody.
Yeah, with the 7 for the white. Look at this guy. Able to get them on the board for MIBR. The AWP retained, and Woody's going to wield that into the next round of play. Exit's been dropped across an M4, so no qualms there. And the buyback in, well, because Pain lost so many bodies on round number 3, they're hurting a little bit here. But back 10s, it's helped with their pace. Maybe they'll be a little bit more aggressive up towards this ramp here. PKL, I'm sure he didn't enjoy getting dinked on through and the nade to follow. Here we go. Rinse and repeat. Early flashes here from PKL to blind them on out towards the top of the ramp. It's good.
Swinging out, Jota tries to get into the mix actually. Will go down, but gets a kill from the grave nonetheless with the molly. Burns them away. 4v4 established early.
Yeah, got the space they were looking for here. Like a little bit of light util to finish up this execute. They need to pace it well though, because the stop nades are coming out from one side and expended on the other for Pain. They might need to make this move now.
Cello's holding, waiting for the walk through the short smoke, and it's worked out very well here for MIBR. Nightdawn and Big Azera. Difficult clutch ahead of them. Peek out from short works for Cello, and now just Nightdawn stuck in towards the sandbags. It's been rough here for Pain in these last 2 rounds. MIBR, figuring out the round and being able to rotate significant forces to the right spot.
Yeah, as soon as that short smoke comes down, they can't really commit, but the biggest issue was they already smoked left and right of the site, and that's all the nades they had, so they felt desperate, they pushed on through, and they give away a couple of kills, but Nathan with that nice shot there onto Woody, he would need to find 3 more. Time not a problem, nor is the bomb.
And now they're grouped up as well. They're not split up, and they should be able to play off each other's peaks, and it's a little scary there. Nonetheless, they will go down, and MIBR have their second round.
Okay, well, they can steady now and likely tie things up 3-3. Should be a full economical out of pain for this one. Some light investments potentially available for Hardzao and Nathan here, as they both have over the 2K mark. 2,400 as the loss bonus into the next. It was 1,900 they received into this round. P250, and that's about it here. So should be an easy one for MIBR.
The pain train going to be holding down in towards mid. It's Woody, and he's got himself a couple, and actually even assisted by Hardzao, who removes his own teammate. But Hardzao now down just 8 health points, is stuck further back, and yeah, maybe a bit of artwork is the only thing he'll contribute to this round, as he's stuck with P250, and MIBR want to get this one over and done with, but maybe little bit of something in a P250. Nearly gets away with another kill.
Yeah, some damage done to his teammates and the enemy there, so not bad. That was just a rush middle call, so they were able to get something out of a very light investment. Now back into the guns. Nathan will not be able to afford himself the AWP, but do we get the rinse and repeat, the steady A defaults as they try and pressure that ramp position early? Woody's AWP out to play again. Total with some stylish looking gloves. Close mid molly drops. Going to stall this out. They're going to smoke and go.
Smoke and go. Yeah, this is aggressive. Now Turtle panic stations. Does not want to be caught inside. And middle drops back to CT spawn instead. But they're charging. They're not stopping. And Turtle gets away with a double. The second shot is ridiculous. And now sets up Woody. The quick play from Pain has been stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, that looked good for a moment, didn't it? But Turtle, that second blistering hot. Walking into the AWP. The pre-fire was good. But Woody has dealt with this, and now it's just PKL yet to frag. Would love to get something. Left in a 1-on-5 situation. Highly unlikely he gets close to winning this, but a kill just for confidence sake. I think he needs to secure at least that. The bomb in one of the absolute worst positions, as the CTs, they can just roost in spawn. They don't have to move. They can bunker on down and prep for his position.
Well, he's being watched right now by Woody, and Woody will not miss that. Great round from Turtle. The second shot, a little disgusting. As soon as that comes through, it's just panic stations, and the AWP can peek out to shut it all down. Unfortunate quick play there for Pin, not working out, and that was their investment, just thrown to the wind.
Yeah, it looks so scrappy. Look how scared Turtle is. Oh, man, that transfer through the smoke onto Nathan. And they were just trying to constrict, make sure that he didn't have any room to work with, beat the rotations, because if teams are going to play heavy towards top ramp, exploiting mid early can be the right call, but the response was quick. The run boost is through, and Hardzao with the P250, spamming like a madman, can't open the way up. Big Uzera will, dink through. Turtle, another double up.
Yeah, rock hard shell for Turtle. Can't break through. Nekez, he's got one. Nekez, second as well, this time through the wood. Turtle goes down, and suddenly a 1v2 for Nekez, and better weapons on the ground. The spoils of war litter the battlefield, and Nekez will pick it up.
Flash is good.
Now goes into it. Flash is so good, and Woody's head no longer attached, so Cello into the 1v1. He'll come over construction. Nekez now has the AK, but no ammo. Had to play with an Eagle instead, and Cello will best him in the fight. If he has the AK with ammo in it, Chad, he has that. I think he has a real opportunity at least.
Yeah, and looks like some bodies with the bullets are about to be lying on the floor as Cello. Bit of BM, I love to see it. I'm sure there's a lot of history between these players.
I'm sure there's a lot of screaming going on over there as well.
Yeah, well, that's a great round. It was fun on both sides. And this is the thing, right? Nekez did a great job. That little flash, that was huge. They do scoop the AWP back up, but these lighter buy rounds have been threatening for Pain. They just need to manufacture something similar going into the buys, right? This is where it needs to change the tune, because the scoreline has quickly become a 5-3. Freeze time trickling on down, and we are getting back underway with round number 9. AWPs on both sides.
So So MIBR on fire. If you're just tuning in, that will give you the context you need. Jota getting aggressive. Down in towards ramp. Ooh, nearly gets caught in his teammate. Oh, this is awkward. Jota taking a couple of bullets, being sprinkled down, but commits to throwing that smoke. Oh, HG's going to be good too. Does a little bit there on the PKL.
See that setup they were going for there? Woody was so ready for the scale up crane. They didn't have eyes on it. Cello is taking this back in a very sketched out fashion, right? Not too aware. That molly is going to help him comb on through. We might get some contact over towards the ramp here any moment now. Look at this setup. Okay, this one's awkward. Very awkward setup indeed. I like it. It's out of the box. It's definitely different to how they started. Look at this Cello position. It's so susceptible to util.
Cello wants to swing. It looked like it anyway. They call it off just as they go. 50 seconds left. Pain have got a couple of players up through short, available to try and get around that corner. Although MIBR not really forcing the fights right now. Pain are going to come into them. Woody's position held at sandbags for the time being with that AWP. He has got rifles out to support him. Cello looks to go into the fight, just holding close. Utility being used up, and he's got the spam. That's going to work out well. PKL down through the tarp itself. Nithon at least treads one out, but that's not enough to keep them that competitive. 20 seconds, bomb down and short. Pigazera starting to strike into action, but as soon as he does, the round really looks like it is done. Nithon, limited time. Oh,
nice
lovely shot. Still a lot to be done with 10 seconds. Bomb not in his hands. He has to run away. The best he can get out of this is a saved AWP.
Yeah, 2 HP to his name, right? So to try and go for that was going to be difficult at the best of times. But a lovely shot, 6-3. The score now reads. And the round does transpire. So, look, getting closer. That was probably a better look within the gun round department. Lots of cash to splash. Everybody can buy. But a timeout has been called here. And, yeah, starting to panic a little bit. That was rough with the backpack showing through the top there. We know what happens. It's never ideal, and it has given away an early frag there. But good stuff, as this is looking good for MIBR. They might be putting themselves up on this 2-0 pedestal, along some of the other big names within the Americas RMR. Now, the timeout has been taken here, and Pain, they have enough to buy, so they will start the purchases, but do they want to try and work a bit more towards B, apply a bit more pressure over towards the B lobby with some boost? Do they want to go a bit slower on the mid-crawl and feign the A play, or do they want to just keep trying their luck towards A?
They've had a lot of fast plays, it feels like, in their gun rounds, right? We haven't seen them rot the clock or slow things down or really play the default. Has really out of spawn with one intention.
Well, they're doing this again. These flashes are good from PKL to help as they scale up the ramp quicker, and they will get the room again. So at least the space granted, it is going to force out some early util from the CTs, whether that's one-ways, smoke to dispel, bullets, and a gap there. Cello, hello, says Hard Zhao. Now, they've applied so much pressure here.
For a boost?
Look at this.
Okay. I love it. I absolutely love going for a boost like this. Nithon hasn't seen it just yet.
Still.
And that's going to be easy. Nithon's head just topples off his shoulders, and now we're into the advantage for MIBR.
That was really good work to get that boost assembled. That was after the smoke already looked like it was fading, and now Woody's posted up on the line. The one-way comes on through. MIBR with some great reactions to all of this.
Well, Jota, headshot on the biggest error. Hard Sal getting one back, and PKL follows up. So 3 versus 3. Turtle gets the headshot, and yeah, that is a problem certainly here. But there is time. There is still time, Chad.
Sure, but you're in. You could have the bomb
you could
down.
have the bomb down. It
You
could
don't
be
have
a
any
better
smokes
situation.
now.
Well, yeah, Nekis is being tasked going to get it back, and because of the position, they could have been flanked. And now PKL's lost the site control, and Nekis has to try and figure out how do we get into a site. Now, yeah, it's a rough one here for Pain, but Nekis is putting his running shoes on, and I'm sure MIBR are very confused as to what is happening. And now they're back over at B, ready to deal with it. Nekis will go down. A nightmare there for Pain. I think just a little awkward.
We call that one a fumble,
Yeah.
I believe. A round that could have been has fallen apart, but Pickle Rick's going to get his first kill here. PKL is on the board. And I can't believe this. It felt like he should have seen them every day of the week right there, but just not glued on in on that position perfectly. And we see 7 now for MIBR, taking care of business. As the pistols, the most threatening weapons that Pain tend to post, are out to play again. It's going to be the AK for Nekis. Some aggressive utility up the ramp again. Nithon already towards that B lobby. So if Turtle... Oh, never mind. Nithon's dead. They just double-naded him.
And Nython, a couple of frustrating rounds, I think, for him, and a couple of frustrating rounds overall for Payne. Oh, Cello, that's frustrating. Gets caught with a nade in his hand, and that sets up the opportunity for the Tech-9. Yeah, absolutely. Quick rotation back, though, from Woody. It's very fast indeed, but he can't do too much about this. Can't spam down through the smoke with the open. In fact, he's going to get caught. Over the top they go. Turtle quickly treading it out, at least. The bomb goes down here for Payne. This is more than they thought, and might even get a round win here.
Joda's taking care of business here. He just got the kill on the flanks. So much pressure applied. Even though the bomb is down, kits are in play. They have to fight forward here, Payne.
Yeah, PKL sitting around close position. Big Azera trying to draw away the attention, but it's always in the back of his head that he's getting flanked from ramp. PKL now has an opportunity, but that AK has not struck into action just yet, and in fact, it will strike out. Exit with the headshot. Big Azera! Oh! I seen a world in which the lineup happened there, but
wow,
it will be one.
Yeah, that was pretty close as well. I'm just sitting there looking at the double little stack raider we have going. Is Joda timed out or something? Is he going to come help the team?
Yeah, eventually,
as part of this retake? Oh, he was almost too late to the party there. Payne, again, with the lighter buy, look more threatening here. But great stuff there from MIBR. Not losing their cool, keeping it together, and securing themselves the half. 8 rounds now. 5-round lead here. And another timeout called for Payne to have a discussion because the half isn't away from them just yet. 8-7 still possible. 9-6 pretty good. And a 10-5, I'm sure they'd take that, all things considered. But remember, it was 3 consecutive and it's been one-way traffic ever since. You can see that in a lovely little round recap just here.
Yeah, it's like a sea. It's like the beach right now. It's like a little bit of sand.
Yeah.
And sea. It's a lovely little picture.
And there was some red there as well. Was that a crab or a lobster or maybe some blood?
Yeah, well, that won't be like Jaws. It's a Jaws scene. Right
That's
there.
a scary as hell movie. Maybe Woody Allen directed that one.
It was actually Steven Spielberg, I believe. Odds out. Good headshot. Exit removed. So MIBR off to a pretty bad start, and that's good for Payne. They need a start like this.
Doesn't feel like there's been that many openings so far for Payne here, so they can work with this. I think that is just the 4th opening for Payne so far, so a leg up in this one. Searching is Nython. He would love somebody to overstep the mark as they continue to jiggle behind the smoke. Some bullets down range from Cello, not going to find anything done, and a warning shot from Woody too. Stalling out the clock here, name of the game, and oh my lord, look at Turtle's push. He hasn't been noted. Neckers was looking up the ladder when he should have been looking down. Turtle standing, he's fighting, can't take down another frag here, but he's flustered Payne.
He has, and Payne have been flustered a couple of times throughout this T side, so it's focus up time. You don't have too many opportunities to get round wins, and they desperately need them. Woody flashed off the ledge angle, but that isn't going to stop him from repeating. But if he does, his feet will be spotted, and Nython was in the blind side. Cello playing from sandbags instead. PKL moving forward. They're not going to check this. They do have utility to clear it, but they won't even think it's a possibility, and now they just walk past. Cello, will he spot out his opponent? He will. He won't take the shot, though.
They're coming back to A because it's called clear. They think it's a B gamble stack. Cello can win the round. He just needs to stay put.
Well, he's moved out into the open. Nades out. Easy kill. Second picked up, and Cello's done a lot of work. 7 seconds left. Just enough to put that bomb down. And Jordan now into the 1 versus 2. He'll begin to move forward. Smoke goes up in his face, but he's got the timing and actually catches one looking the wrong way. Was close to getting the transfer onto 2, but Jordan repositions and horns out of the headshot. Whiskers from death, but Payne will close it. Cello nearly entered their nightmares.
Damn, that is nuts right there. The scale back towards the A side because they think it's a gamble on B. Cello, if he stayed tucked towards the sandbag, he's not to know, right? He's not to know, but if he stayed sandbag, I feel like he gets so many frags here. He takes the first because he has to, knows where PKL is, removes that element, and Jota almost perfect. The spam on the way down. Oh, wow. A shot there for MIBR. Would have been a miraculous round, but Payne, they had to work so hard, and Cello's coming forward, giving up his life here. PKL starting to activate. Okay, well, I think Cello's a little bit unhappy with how the last went, wanting to get stuck in immediately here, but may have given an over another opening death. Damn.
Payne Even when they get the advantages, sometimes can get very scrappy. And this boost again, they've fallen foul to it before. Will they once again? Netkez elsewhere. Goes down to Turtle. Smoke down on the Beastars. Turtle's taking this mid control. They might be able to pull that kill back, and if they walk a little too far on A, that boost would find its pick as well.
That's crazy, though, that they're using the boost to supplement actually going aggressive. So just throwing that out here, and oh, we have a slight connection issue, everybody, on our end. But Dinko, it's all right. We can pick it on up from the Go TV. We're all good now. Okay, never mind. Crisis averted.
Well, under 40 seconds now. Turtle gets another one.
Oh.
Mid is just absolutely his domain. He will get two. Nython trades it out, but 2 players down here for Pain in limited time. 30 seconds left. Hardstyle looks to create that space in towards the site, but Exit stops him in his tracks. Nython thrust into the 1 versus 3 clutch. 20 seconds.
Should be
so
dead.
much to do. And yes, very limited opportunity here. He should be taken out, and he will be. Jota to the headshot. 9 rounds for MIBR. Pain looking a little lost in their T side.
Yeah, I love that off angle from Turtle. It's so obscure. Like, it's such a strange
You
elevation.
don't come out looking for him.
Yeah, the only way you get screwed in that spot is if it's like early and it's a rush, or they have some good flashes, right? The fact that they just come out contact and he's standing there. How do you even communicate that?
Yeah, just like, what do you call that position?
Yeah, I
These boxes, mid box. Yeah, you don't really have anything for that,
Well,
do you?
what is it? It's like
It's pallets, just kind of piled up on each other.
It's a girder. No, it's not a girder. It's well, you'd use that for like painting. It's mobile scaff of some variety. Look, if
That's a good call out, Chad. That one should
mobile
stick.
scaff.
Yeah, mobile scaff. Everyone knows that now.
Yeah, well, we already had enough confusion with construction and scaff and all the names. I'm sure we can find something.
But one position that everybody will easily know is sandbags, and once again, Cello plays in that.
He's actually retained his smoke grenade here, so that's a very important $300 piece of utility. However, there's no Molotov on the other side to flush him on out. It'll have to be through bullets and some flashes. There's 1 smoke, 2 flashbangs, and some light investments.
That smoke. Ooh, PGL can play in front of it. He can get in front of that, no problem. Wants to put some pressure on towards short. Again, Cello from the sandbags, able to get a couple. 2 picked up. Points out on PGL down. Cello goes out for more. From the sandbags, he does so much. One into the 1v3. To swing with the Deeg, and Cello will remove Netkez. This is really annoying talking to me right now, Chad.
Well, what they've been able to enable here is, I think, the cast of the Go TV.
That's pretty cool.
That was yeah. All right.
Well,
we will need to fix that.
I kind of like the sound of this guy's voice,
No,
Chad.
let me have a talk. Hold up. I
think it's stopped now.
There we go. All right.
We've had enough of those guys.
That was the speech jammer type situation there. You did a great job continuing through the play-by-play. So that must be for the viewers at home in Go TV, I think. I hope.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. Don't take me at my word. 10-4 reads the scores on the doors. MIBR looking good to close down this half and are looking good to even grab their 11th here. Turtle with 17 kills, having a field day. Cello with 14. On the other side, the best to boast is Hard Zhao, and we're on board with Netkez here as he creeps on out the mid position. Look at this angle from Turtle. Okay. The box a bit more standard, but he was just in the open.
This is certainly not mobile scaff. This is just boxes as Turtle swings into the fight. Cello elsewhere has found one already, so it is 1 for 1. And look at that from Cello. Just pushes down, catches him out, and PGL. He was around the side of the tart, but 1 for him. On the other side of things, Netkez dueling out 1 for 1 and gets 2 from his position. Jota now thrust into the clutch. Under a minute left. Damaged players over on Pain, and Jota certainly stands a chance of winning this one.
The bomb's just been scooped up now, and PGL bringing that over. Both of these players are relatively low, but the AWP posted up, and Netkez with a fantastic round. 3 kills for him.
And 5 rounds at the half, you know, it's not the greatest position to be in, but it's certainly better than 4, right? You find yourselves those 5 rounds, you pick out the pistol, you have a great opportunity at recovering this over in that CT half. Pain did look a little uncomfortable here, so it's good that they're able to close with another.
Yeah, I think 5 is okay, all things considered here. Remember, it was, what, I think it was 8 consecutive rounds, right? It was pissed around with the conversions there for Pain, and then it's been difficult within the gun rounds. There was a couple of little dramas, but they can turn this around quite quickly here. We're going to be seeing Kevlar purchased up for Ninth, and I'm sure more will follow. Hard's out, PGL, Netkez, and PGL are yet to buy. I guess they're calling the CT pistol on the fly. Smoking a kit for Hard Zal. The rest will be into that Kevlar. And over we go to A. There's 2 decoys here. One for Turtle, one for Exit. I want to see where these will be used. Neck is just posturing there. He had no intention of actually taking that fight, as he is the lone defender of A, but mid has been swarmed. Look at this.
Nython is someone watching it, though. He has to be quiet on his descent down the ladder, and he'll actually get into a pretty good position. If he's quick with this, he could get in behind while Pin aren't, or rather MIBR aren't expecting it. So they are aware of the possibility, of course, but Nython has a chance as he swings into it. Everybody's looking at him, and Jota is the man to claim the headshot. But Biggest Arrow's also pushed down.
That's a scary sight there as well, isn't it? You start looking up the ramp and you see so many players.
But also they faked the run back on death cam, so it looked like significant players are coming back down, but they've stuck around here on this A ramp.
We saw from the observers there that the decoy was thrown towards Sandbag. I wonder if the sound cue of a nade would bait a player to swing. Curious to see, but one tap for PKL.
Yeah, Cello out. Down into 4v4 again. 45 seconds. No secret about the commitment towards this A site from MIBR, but actually getting forward can prove to be a deadly task, at least for Turtle, whose head no longer attached to his body. And Jota strikes into action with one in the Glock. Hearts out back. Jota and Woody still trying to claim at least the bomb plant, but the Rapper's coming up from short. It's coming around quickly here for Biggest Arrow, and they're distracted. That's going to set them up.
Oh,
it's awkward.
Messy.
It is messy, but luckily he's got his teammate to back him up. Hearts out comes in, puts an end to it. And it will be the defuse. Pin lock it in. And they recover from the second half. So yeah, picking up that 5th round towards the end of the first. Finding the pistol at the start of the second. It's the win conditions that we talked about. They picked up the first few.
Yeah, crazy scenes here. Now, look, it's great that they have the pistol. The conversion important. And look, we were hoping this one would be more competitive than the previous maps that we had. And I think it has been. MIBR are actually taking a tactical timeout here. I suppose this is to have the discussion of, do we want to continue forward with the Force Spy, or do we want to take a save and get the AKs out and just close them, right? There's 2 trains of thought during all of this. The fact that Pain have bought heavily into rifles here means that they were likely expecting a Force Spy of Galils and AKs, so that they could have a bit of a firepower leveling field, but that means they're light on util. So yeah,
D-ground.
That's the thing. It's not the full investment necessarily. There's a bit of a B-stream update. Looks like EG are turning things around. Currently 10-2. That is the final game of the day on the secondary stream. So they've caught on up. We might finish second. Damn. That's happened
EG
quick.
speedrunning it.
Well, that was because Liquid absolutely pummeled Team 1 16-3.
So good recovery day here
for North America.
Nekis swings. Couple of shots going down through the smoke. Yeah, not too much expected here of MIBR. But that's being said, we've seen some ridiculous D-grounds out of the sides today.
And also, we were pointing it out with the rifle purchases. Because they went so rifle heavy, the util is very light.
Yeah.
So all MIBR have to do is wait another 20 seconds, and then they can literally have heads-up aim duels. The only player who won't have anything to bring to the table will be Woody. But all it's going to take is a deagle kill or 2, and some big guns will have to be reinvested into the next. And PKL, you're really tempting fate here, my friend.
Turtle had an opportunity there, but pick.
Even that wallbang with an orb doesn't seem to do a whole lot of damage.
No,
So.
it's more just, let me try. Just give it a go.
Yeah, it's a thick old boy.
Python. Oh, I'm getting a little scared now with a couple of these missed opportunities, but perhaps Netkits can instill some confidence in me. Swings out and will take himself 2, make it 3. Finally put down in the ground. Nython's turn to swing out. He'll look to try and stop it, but 2 players go down. A couple of upgrades available here to get those M4s back, but yeah, a little bit of expense towards the end.
Yeah, quite expensive indeed. So that's great work from MIBR, even with only 2 kills posted. Some rebuys necessary. Right now, Pain Gaming are investing heavily into some armor, some utility. They have so much more utility than they had in the previous. There's a couple of defuse kits in play, but this is where we get to separate and see if this game will extend play or if MIBR are here to play. Gap smoke thrown. A ramp smoke, and you can see there PKL just really wanting to make note of those sound cues. Has heard a couple crossing the bridge.
Yeah, you can generally tell how many go over the metal if you get in that spot early. So you can kind of gauge what you're dealing with early. What kind of utility you need to use up, and Jota getting in the mix of the smokes. Now this position has been spammed time and time again, and yet again it will be. Nithorn finds the opening, Jota the victim of it. And now Nekes, he's deciding he wants to go into that tarp. Well, he's found one looking the wrong way. Now aware of the smoke, there could be a player in it. Woody's actually crept underneath. Luckily Nekes has spotted him. Eyes of an eagle. Nithorn will find Cello and actually doubles up in the fallback. So a disaster here for MIBR.
Yeah, this one has really fallen apart at the seams. Just going to be Exit looking for anything he can on the way out the door. So much time remaining on the clock to work with in a round like this, but it is just him on his old lonesome with the smoke and a Molotov in his back pocket. This is a great turnaround here from Pain. The first half flat, but those 5 rounds, it has actually almost given them a way back into this with the pistol round conversion in the second. It was few and far between, but now they have 4 consecutive rounds if you include the final round of the first half. Coming alive, Neck is up to 15, had a huge round to close things out within the first 15. Hardzao 14, 13 frags there for Nathan, who would be great to see him get activated. Didn't get to see too much of the T-side at AWP, but it is Vertigo. There's a kill.
Oh, yeah. Felt like Exit was destined to get that one. But the walk forward had the angle held for a long time. Now changes his position. At 10 seconds left, as a T when you're saving, you always get a little bit of sweat on your brow, I think. You're just wondering if they're going to find you in the dying embers of the round. Here he should be fine. Pain don't really have the resources to enable a hunt, and so he will be given some mercy. So the round picked up for Pain. Disastrous one for MIBR, and now we look at the money in the coffers. Not a lot of it.
Yeah, I think that Jota could go AK head armor here, and then the other 3 could get something a little bit lighter, like pistols or MAC-10s with Yuto. Oh, and again, the spam coming back to hurt.
Full commit, all of the bullets.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much is really poking on through, or if it's just a bit of an instinct here. We know that the walls in the Counter-Strike in certain positions can be a little bit awkward, but it's actually a pretty light investment. Jota into a MAC-10 with some head armor. The rest also half by territory here. It's going to be a max loss bonus into the next, and they're fast. Nathan with another. He's going to get away. The defensive utility is here, and they've stalled this out.
Well, Cello's actually got up on top of the crane. This elevated position. PKL close to the kill. Nithorn actually gets it with the damage done. So the molly burns away Cello's life. 3 players up for the T side. Make it 2 with that kill from Nithorn. It's just going to be Jota and Woody try and pull off a 2v5.
Yeah, well, with the lighter investment, doesn't seem likely. Gonna step one out, Neck is. Didn't see Woody, but I think Woody saw the barrel through, flashed, and dead. Neck is given over another one here, so a rifle will be scooped on up.
Oh, swing out from PKL. Has worked to the headshot. Jota just worried about play from sandbags, ends up getting caught looking the wrong way.
1 round game now, so 10-9 the scores read, still in favor of MIBR, but yet to see them post a round here on their attacking half, and this is much better for Pain. Last time they got 16-2'd by MIBR, this time they're in it, and they're in it to win it. This is going to set either team up for a 2-0 scoreline in the Swiss.
Pain's money's looking very good as well, so they can keep playing for this. MIBR are going to have a task of breaking that down. So not only do they have to win this round, they have to win it rather cleanly, because their money, even if they, if it's a 1v1, Pain going to the next round significantly favored. So getting a bit rough here.
Yeah, and look, Exit, with virtue of the loss bonus, was able to get a buy, but went for a Galil instead of the AK. Wants a bit of extra utility here. And we'll be getting this one back underway.
Well, we'll see what the call is here for MIBR. In this kind of round, a little weaker. They have got a lot of utility available. Parts out, opens up, gets aggressive on the B stairs with 2 players initially peeking out. Turtle able to get the trade. There's a second player with him, but look how low Turtle is with that initial fight.
Just a dry fight too. Another dry fight.
This is wild.
How did Turtle get a kill? 7 HP, finds a frag. B is open. Like, open.
Yeah. That's a nice smoke to set up Turtle. He's actually not going to peek with it. And now no longer open. In fact, when you realize the site is open, you then sort of panic and send 2 players over there, and that creates that opening on the other side of the map.
Well, Nekis likes to push, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him push. He's going to park himself towards Sandbag here. It's a good death as Nekis. Woody puffing up his chest, making himself seem big over towards the ramp. Now, we've seen this one before. They have a Molotov, and they have double nades, so there's no way that Nekis survives. As a Chad Birch will guarantee.
Oh, they're going to molly. They're going to force him into the fight, and he is dead. Always trust Chad Birchall guarantee.
They're not money back guarantees. I'm not loaded. But,
what do you really get with it?
I just will say I'm wrong.
That's great. I think there's a lot of people looking for that, huh? So, Nython, he's found Turtle. Now he's on towards the site. 20 seconds, gets into the fire. Softens himself up here, Woody.
Come on now, Woody.
Eventually, puts the bomb down in the smoke exit, actually. Aggressive on that peak. It's worked out. And PKL, the quietest performer, has had a pretty slow game. He's looking to try and make it up and exit. Well, he's ready for the shot. Easily takes it. Good round there for MIBR. Much needed one. But just with the way Pain played that round, Chad, they were aggressive on both sides of the map from the beginning. And it did make it messy at the start.
It was dry fights on both sides, right? It was kind of crazy. Like the swings onto B, we caught the tail end of it, but there was no smoke early. Normally you see that B lobby smoke come in. So they were just taking fights on either side. Now, that is the first T-side round for MIBR. One more of those and they will break the bank on the other side of things. And Pain will be down to those pistols. And over towards B again for the Biff. Exit holding mid. Cello jumping across. And here they are, they're just fighting again.
Oh, Cello.
This is crazy to see this contestment for the B side of things without any C2 util to try and make their life easy.
Yeah, it's just heads-up fights. And this one hasn't gone in their favor again. I mean, it's Cello just walking away with the first pick. Yeah, a couple of players now damaged up, but MIBR will hold the advantage, and they have so much time to play with.
It's clear that they want to beeline across to the initial entrance to the B lobby, right? They don't want to push in. They're trying to go straight across to open up that first engagement. So, pretty interesting decision-making here out of MIBR.
Nython plays this position a lot. He's maybe a tendency they can spot out, but he's going to drop back. You have to pull the kill back here, Pin, and now they're going to have to deal with a congregation of MIBR players on the B stairs. They're going to try and gleam this first kill away. Close position is PKL. Distraction set up from default, and that will allow the easy kill for PKL, but unable to follow up from it. Turtle able to hit the headshot back, so MIBR maintain their advantage for this round, and Nython hits the deck. Jota just walks him. There's no way you're expecting that, and the fact that he wins it puts MIBR in a perfect position for the rotation back.
That was beautiful, right? Just ping-ponging contact across the map there, and you can see how it draws the rotation. It just allowed Jota that extra bit of space to find that frag. Nekiz wants to save, and Hardzao the same here, but Turtle has the B bomb site on lock. He doesn't have to go anywhere. Can just wait and see if the kill comes his way. The bomb planted, Hardzao over towards the ladder room, and this is 2 consecutive rounds now for MIBR, starting to heat up on this attack, and that was really well done. You know, not committing hard. They understand that they can play out these rotations with the number advantage. Turtle, interesting to see if he wants to clear it. Barrel has been spotted, so the position of Nekiz is definitely noted, and Turtle could actually try and make a bit of a play here to sneak up close to find the frag. There's no way that Nekiz would still be expecting him to have slipped past. Never mind. I stand corrected. Nekiz, let's find Turtle. The rest of the frags won't follow through. They're just going to hold on to the guns here on the MIBR side. And as I mentioned, the money to be broken. But with 2 saved M4s, there's a conversation to be had, and probably a good time for a Pain Gaming timeout just to have a chit-chat about exactly that. Into the next round of play, 2,400 as the loss bonus. So some upgraded pistols around the 2 saved M4s. Everybody will be able to buy into the next. So making sure they can be threatening in this and the next round. A nice boost from Nython here. And B, it's just a can opener. Like, the fight is consistently being taken by different players of Pain. And they're giving up the opening death over there. That kind of needs to stop.
It's happened a lot. Nekiz loves to get involved in those early fights. Hasn't really worked out again. It's hard to see how they make this one happen again. Maybe a bit more risk could be employed with the fact that they have got weaker weapons. Nython's boosted position just outside of middle. Doesn't seem like Exit is going to be walking here anytime soon.
Turtle's coming over, and so is Cello, so maybe there's a chance.
But then again, Deagle body shot days, maybe he gets multiple kills, but...
It'll have to be headshots, right? The zingers here.
Yeah, not everybody can master the Deagle spray like coffee. Nython goes ahead. It's 1-on towards Cello. Trades him out immediately as Exit back into the 4v3 with 50 seconds. There's still a lot of time. I mean, this is what's happening, right? It always feels like MIBR have so much time and so many advantages to play with because of these early fights.
Yeah, well, if you keep winning an opening duel over towards B, that's normally the site that's left with one defender. But because Pain are throwing so many bodies over there, it's making all these gaps possible and available. Now they are gambling towards A. Hardzao with the rifle is here. PGL throwing out the one-way smoke to top of Crane. It's well-timed, well-placed. 24 seconds. They have to go.
We're going in towards Hardzao. It's a good pick. This is the one rifle. This is the one player that can do something about this. 13 seconds left. Not a lot of time as they charge towards the site. A little messy. Eventually that bomb needs to go down. They have to commit to it. Exit the man tasked with doing so, and he will put it down, taking heaps of damage, and he can't really retreat. He's stuck in this spot. He can pivot, he can look, and you'll find PGL. Hardzao now has the hot potato of the M4A1S, and they're all so low. Problem is they have good positions, and they can draw this timeout. All they need to do is be disciplined and not peek, and Hardzao has to force the fights. Immediately the swing out, Exit hits the headshot.
On 1 HP as well. Good round there from Exit. Looks like Cello's getting loud, and they're enjoying this one over there. Joda's going to join the fun. 13-9. Will be a buy-in from Pain now. Maybe now would be the moment to take that timeout, and they will. The third called from Pain. Just trying to steady the ship here, make sure that they can get back on course. The game's not done yet. To lose a game 16-9 or even single digits after both pistols with conversions, that's pretty rough. It means your gun rounds have been trash, right? So that one right there was a chance. I think that they should have stayed committed ahead of the smokes to fight. The time was so low. Another kill could have meant the world, but as soon as the smoke wall gets erected and they're playing behind it, it's just slim pickings for what's available in the frag department. No AWP here for the CT side still. A kit out, one. Smokes are here again, but I don't know. MIBR are just playing this better. Again, 3 start towards B.
Yeah, it's quick here from Joda, just charging out, seeing if that same fight comes to them. Why wouldn't you go there again?
And if you get control for free and they don't contest it, you can just execute onto the site immediately. Look, they're clearing out wood at 137. Now they can boost. They're setting up multiple nades here. This is likely close towards the white box. One of them missed, but 2 of them missed. You got the idea. That's fireworks.
Yeah, it's a little fireworks display from MIBR, perhaps celebration preemptively. But Hardzao, he's actually moved into the position that they cleared with the molly, so he's kind of hoping that this might be an element of surprise, but given the amount of time that has passed, you're still going to check it. Or you should do.
Yeah, I think here they just kind of puffed their chest up early towards that B site. Now some limped utility over towards A to make sure that the rotation can't be too thick and fast. 3 towards A still. Is Cello going to clear this?
Early warning system is Hardzao. He's going to get spotted, but he's still going to come out on top. Goes in for the swing, and the distraction from the site allows them to take down 3. Bomb now loose, and the chances of MIBR winning this round significantly lower. At least Exit will bring down a player on the other side of things. There's still a lot of work to do at 40 seconds.
Oh, the Zalzera combo. Locking down the B bomb site. This one here is just about mitigating the damage if you're Pain. You should have already won the round. You'd have to trip over your own shoelaces to give this one up, and I think that Joda and Exit know it. They're trying to save. Cash for turtles there. For Woody, loss bonus is only going to be, I believe, 1,900 into the next. So he'll have enough to purchase. Exit can drop an AK as well, and this should all work out fine. We'll be able to continue the competitive ways, but Pain are going to get up to 10, and let's check back in on that little B-stream game. It is looking good for EG, 15-5. They are now on the T side on the attack, and it looks like it is done, actually. It looks like it is real done over there. Stewie got an entry. Yeah, it's a lot going on. You guys are going to stay with us then. You don't have to go anywhere. Now, this is curious. MIBR, you're getting the room you want over towards B. Do you charge over there again with all 5 and execute quickly? How do you use this new formed conditioning that you've gotten away with? Because you've got what you wanted now. No, just 1. So, back to something a little bit different here.
Does he love the aggression again? Well, he's going for it. Pushes down short in towards Tarp. There's a bit of a gap in that bottom ramp smoke.
Be careful. Look at all the peppering going on here. Jota, Woody, Coppin. Big chunk of damage to both of them, but they just want to contest.
Yeah, they are very adamant on trying to control that ramp, but instead now they send a couple of players out mid, but this position from Hardzao, it's generally good to get info in quickly. Drop back to safety, and it will get the first kill of play too.
Exit's across.
Does he go back again? Okay, Exit actually relieves his position, and now the aggression from Netkes once again comes in, and now the aggression is working out for Pain.
Let's see how far they push the issue. They have the bomb, so they could just play.
Watch it.
Yeah, look at them. They're in a line here, just locking this down. This now should be the 11th for Pain that have to miss their shots here because both are about to swing on through. Joda and Exit to try and get away with this. The smoke. PKL's ahead of it. The spam also going to help the flash. Needs a turn.
Oh,
lucky
before.
for PKL. See, trying to help your teammate almost cost him his life there.
Yeah, that's
but,
I'm flashing. Don't
flash.
Please, no.
Just get a better line.
Oh, well, Netkes, he has an itchy finger, man. He has to hold that W key.
Yeah, he really does. He's died 18 times here. Him and Cello are up there as far as the death department goes. Joda's got 18 to his name as well. But this is it. We'll have to be a bit of a lighter purchase coming on through. We'll have to be humbled, MIBR, and we have a game on our hands here. This one could go all the way to the wire. They've actually half-bought with a Mac-10, Tech-9, P250, couple of Glocks, but the util is the most interesting part of all this. Some clear pieces purchased in for a reason or two. Now there's the lurky smoke over towards the B lobby. They've been getting this control. They started to B. I think they want to go B. So that can, if they did this in the previous rounds, it would have been all right. But now, Pain have readjusted.
And now everybody for the T side trying to get in towards B, but Bigazera and Hardzao are at the ready. The boost over the wood, well, Bigazera ready for it. Oh, he was! The timing works against him. Jotted on the Tech-9. Explosive ability now for MIBR as they follow up with another one. And Pain are starting to crumble. Spamming his smoke will be brought down. PKL removes him out of the round, so at least one back, but now Netkes springboards himself forward. A couple of kills now being found, but Turtles upgraded AK has worked out on a knife kill. Exit tracks Nithon and gets the knife, and now PKL left in the 1v3. He's trying to find a chance back into it. Headshot is good. Has got the kit in his back and a re-smoke to cover off one of the angles. That severs off the information flow for the two remaining T players.
They don't know if he's on it.
And they don't know. They have to push. And now they go in towards it. PKL gets on towards it. He's going to hold it. He's going to stick it. He's holding it. He's just pulling it through.
Oh
and he's got it. Stolen away. Exit doesn't swing. He calls his bluff, and PKL makes him eat it.
I cannot believe that. Oh, what a calamity of a round.
That had everything.
There was a knife kill. There was wow. Okay, gobsmacked. That right there was some curious Counter-Strike indeed. This right here, catching on the timing with the nade. Unfortunate for the first. The follow-through on the second was great. Then Cello throws away his life on a spam through a smoke. This knife kill happens, and you're thinking the round has to be done. But then Exit, he doesn't call the bluff. He thinks it's a bluff. He sits there. Ah, dearie me.
Didn't even jiggle. Didn't even, like, slightly believe that.
Wow.
All right, well, that is a missed opportunity, perhaps, but let's not forget what that round was, right? It was half by coming in for MIBR, and they get it down into a 1v1.
Yeah, well, look, it was an intense round of Counter-Strike for sure. The buy is beautiful for MIBR now. Woody into an AWP. M4 is for everybody on the Pain side of things. But what's the approach on the T side? B seems like a good shout early. Nade shy of much damage. Molly to dissuade. They will get control of this, right? They don't have too many qualms here. They just have to wait out the incendiary. And they can push on through. The flashes are being burned with no peaks off the back. So it's more to posture that the picks are there. But they're not at all. Turtle's got control now. And they want to go for the same again with guns.
Yeah, I think they see a weakness there on that B side, right? They've pressured it quite a lot. And last round certainly showed there was potentially a hole in it. The same smoke being set up. Hardzao once again taking up position just on the other side of the wood.
What's kept the feet planted here, but they need to find space elsewhere. Looks like they're starting to turn their affections towards A. Nice little molly there from Exit to land top of the scaff position. You can see how that burns out Gap as well as top of scaff, so an Orpa has a harder time peeking. Means he will have to be committed on that back ledge. But they've kept feet planted towards B. It's a 2-1-2 defense right now, and A execute would sting. Nathan lining up a one-way here. They're going to play with it, or just hope that they respect it. Boosting up and over. Oh, and this is beautiful. A killing away.
Yeah, not happy with that. That gets caught. Jota in the fire and the flames eventually pulls it back, and now we're even. 20 seconds, they have to. The time, the limiting factors. Nython actually, PGL, he's going to swing into that short fight, and Jota, don't think he was ready for that, and that has given the kill to Pain and also gained a lot of control. This is not comfortable for MIBR, but luckily Woody able to find one, but the bomb is now loose, and there's such limited time, they have to get on it now. They have to stick it, they're holding it through. Exit should have just enough time to get it down, and he will. So now just Hardzao, 1v2, and somehow, some way, MIBR put themselves into a favorable position, and Hardzao had the chance. The opportunity was there, but couldn't quite make it happen.
Wow, these rounds are nuts. How many bodies were thrown through those smokes? You can see Cello getting fired up, but Jota immediately keeping him calm.
Oh, I like that.
You can see that immediate response. MIBR, they love a celebration or two, but just making sure they stay steady, because this is the breaking point of the game right here. They win this round, there's nothing left for Pain, and MIBR can take this one across the finish line. Has been a back and forth affair in the last slew. This is MIBR's chance.
Once again, MIBR taking some lower B control early. Bigazera, this time tasked with close position with the MP9. Woody's holding for aggression because he knows Pain love to send a player down the ramp.
Yeah, it's a tight line being held here. Exit locking down mid, and a bit of a mother's meeting down below just to discuss how this one will be closed. Exit can throw out that same incendiary. There it is. Molly bouncing through the skylight, landing where it needs to land. And he can control this mid position. Now they're throwing out the one way again. Just with a smoke in his hand, so what's the go signal here? Hurdle's already up. They might just swing on this.
Well, inside the smoke now.
Okay. A little bit sketched out.
Nython's actually going to push with the smoke. Oh, it's going to work. Woody looking the wrong way. Wasn't ready for it. Nython gets a double. Finally put in the ground by Turtle. But that damage has already been inflicted and puts Pain into the prime position. Weapon's still better here.
Oh, this is a huge gap. This is a massive gap.
Yeah, he's going to catch them. PGL thinks about the mid play, goes back into it. And now he's going to swing into the fight. A second for Exit.
Woof.
Bigazera MP9 held behind a smoke. Hardzao starting to come up around the backside of the ramp. No secret MIBR are happy about putting the bomb down on A. And Hardzao has to wrap up short, but Jota, oh, he's actually going to go down. That sets up the chance for Turtle to trade it back, and he will, but he's in a 1 versus 1. Bigazera, last position spot. It was Elevator, and the MP9 wins it. The headshot it connected. And will MIBR going to have to wait a little while before they reach 15?
Wow, that wide swing straight towards Crane. I think Bigazera was expecting him to go and play out the round from a little bit deeper position, but the flash comes through, able to dodge, and bang! Smacks him right between the eyes. This is great from Nathan here. The double up behind that one-way, right? Can use it in multiple different facets. It's just closing down the angles, giving him a fight that he's happy to take. Good trading throughout, but that is massive work right there to keep this one in a one-round game. Timeout called this time by MIBR. They have one more remaining after this if they want to use it, and a discussion to be had. We've got the low end of Jota at 3.2 and the high end of Cello at 4.950. So they can buy, likely should buy here. Woody's into a Mac 10. Cello with the AK. Turtle could do the same. Jota can get himself something light like a Galil. The buys on both teams have a couple of emissions here. Hardzao and Nathan a little bit light on that util. No incendiaries for them. No smoke for Hardzao. 2 defuse kits. So both teams at the tail end of this game walking on eggshells in the buy department. Who's going to falter first? 3-man B-lane again, Dinko.
Yeah, it's taking this control. They absolutely love it for MIBR. Hardzao once more plays the same position close to the wood. He's actually going to peek for info this time. He wants to see if there's anybody down there.
Yeah, maybe don't go again on that one. Didn't get the jump landed, so has to back on off.
Probably better that he doesn't land that jump. Maybe
There, they turned the flash, didn't they? They were more than ready. Those nades have missed again. The demo review, MIBR going to have something that they need to sort on out.
This must be a difficult nade to land. But now Nython is actually going to go for a bit of a push. Jota has nade in hand at the moment. Nython gets into the smoke. Does he push further? Does he try and wrap this? Jota on the drop back. He's going to swing! Nython still wins it.
Oof. Copped a dink there, didn't he? I think through just the cusp of the wall. So some damage done. The B-boost coming through now, but is it too little too late? They have to wait for this to subside. Dropping the bomb, putting the pieces in the right place, but there's still 2 towards B.
Oh, they can't make the jump up.
The nerves getting to them now. Pressure moment. A 2-0 scoreline lies.
Yeah, at this point, it's all about deep breath in the mid-round. You've still got 40 seconds to play this one for MIBR. They have fumbled a few moments, but now they turn their attentions back to A and full focus in towards Nython. He has got Nekkers now joining him from Elevator, and he will be the first player to peek, and he'll lose his fight. Nython plays from headshot. 20 seconds left. They're going to try and split this site from 2 sides. Up short they come. PKL's rotations allowed another pick. Hard sell and Nython doing great work, and it's all on Woody. A 1v4 in total, 12 seconds, not enough time. And unfortunately for MIBR, it is now tied up. Pain have pulled it all the way back to a tight game at 14-14. And even worse for the MIBR side, Chad, they have no money.
Yeah, that is rough right there. The loss bonus is in their favor still, and Woody holds on to a Galil. So maybe they get Galils across the board, or they take something light and they concede 15 to Pain right now. This is where a big discussion needs to be had. And this is the thing, they had one more timeout. MIBR, talk through your options here. You've been so close. You've shown a good face, but Pain coming back into things. Both pistols with conversions, 14-14. Jota's been dropped an AK here from Cello. They're not just going to roll over here. They're going to keep this one competitive. That save Galil for Woody. Jota with the AK. They need to make something profit here.
Peek down into the ramp smoke. No damage really inflicted at the start of this. Perhaps Woody can find something. Plays to the smoke, but this play is pretty calm, and they have to be aware that they've alleviated control of ramp, that there could be a player up short now. Nython loves playing in and around these smokes.
Yeah, he's been a nuisance, hasn't he? They're going to flash. They're going to fight. They're going to fight, Tinker.
Smoke's fading away. PKL gets into a dangerous position. So many players on the other side of the smoke, and PKL has gone wide. He's now spammed to put himself in a compromised position. He could go down, but Nython spams down through the tarp. It's Woody, the first victim. PKL able to get it done. It's an absolute shooting gallery. Just exit left at the bottom of the ramp. One found in the Deagle. Tries to stay composed for the pick on the second, but Pain will keep 4 up.
4 kills for Nython there, 29 kills. He was impressive in their first game on Vertigo earlier today. He's being impressive again and getting it done on the rifles. Those kills keep on coming. They keep on coming, and back against the wall right now. MIBR call their final tactical timeout, the last one available here for both teams within the match, the 30 seconds with the coaches, and they better make it a good one. Pain could be setting themselves up in that 2-0 column during the likes of Furia, Complexity, and Imperial, who are sitting waiting in the wings. The matchups for tomorrow need to be drawn. And once this game concludes, I'm sure we'll get the desk bringing you all that action. But this has been highly contested, a back-and-forth affair.
You can see the celebration of the Pain coach. Just like you see the stress on his face, just realizing how intense this matchup really is. But Pain are going to be on the better mental side of it right now. They're going to be feeling so much better about this. That positive mindset can do quite a lot.
Yeah, I feel like the last round that MIBR picked up as well was one that was handed over from Pain, as when it was scrappy around those smokes in the site. So it's going to be hard to replicate something similar to that. Harassing towards B, Turtle looking for space towards A. Limps out of smoke, the peek over the top. Nython, the hero of the previous, is down.
And that's something he's been doing time and time again upon that peak, so they've been ready for it this time. Will they expect a short play? Turtle is pushed up and taken the position of which Nython once stood.
There's no cheeky one-ways here to dispel this and hold this back for now. Chip damage to exit. Mid-push. This is huge. A massive info play. They've evacuated the B bomb site here. This is a huge call from Pain.
And it sets up a potential quick flank around the backside. Also, if a rotate comes back, you've got that at the ready. But Cello's currently watching for it.
If they lose a teammate right now while they're postured, Cello will be called over to join the bunch. It's all going to be on a timing here. From 2 angles they might strike. Cello's creeping away. He didn't see him.
No way. The timing works completely against Cello, but he's still holding for the flank. Big Azera now moving in towards the fight, and Cello still comes out on top.
3v5.
This is looking good. MIBR get it down into the 5 versus 2. Overtime surely written in the stars for now. The lineup, Hearts out through the metal, brings down Turtle, forces the life out of him. And now Cello moves up in towards this B site.
Cello spots anything, they'll just go A. He's called one towards Jenny's here. They know they can isolate a fight on the A bomb site. 30 seconds. If Cello gets this, the round should be done. But PGL has taken him down. He's rotating back.
And Heartsout still here in a very strong position up on top of this boosted wall. And oh, so close. That kill would have been a massive difference. That would have drawn it right back into the 2v2. But this round's not done yet. It is still very doable here for Pain. Exit holding the more close position. Out towards the right side of short. They have to be aware of this, but the ramp peak, they're just sitting so far back at this point. They're letting Exit play for this. He's the expendable player. He's the player to the good, and now he's found a headshot. Just one left. It's Hardzao at headshot, trying to pull off the impossible, and he can't. 15-15. Overtime is needed between MIBR and Pain.
Okay, well, it's major rules here. We're going to go with 10k MR3. Magic number necessary is going to be 4 here with an OT number 1. And, well, if we go 3-3, we do it all again. You should be very familiar with this at home, but an intense final map of the day here. It's been a good game. It's been back and forth. It's had some magic moments, but no one being able to separate from the other just now. In regulation, the hardest hitter was Nathan, 29 kills for him. On the other side, it was Exit on 26. 24 for Hardzao, 20 for Neckers, 16 for PGL, and Big Uzera on 13. On the other side of things, Turtle with 25, 18 for Jota, Woody with 16 and 19 for Cello. Both teams can operate with whatever buy they want here, and actually Woody's brought out the AWP. On the other side of things, not a single big green in focus, and that has been a theme throughout for Pain's defense.
Yeah, there's been absolutely no reliance on AWP presence at all, so that actually negates the problem that may occur sometimes with that 10k overtime. So an advantage perhaps for Pain here.
Yeah, they also don't need to worry about the head armor, knowing that the AK is going to be out in full force. The rifle a little bit cheaper. So Pain are going to be able to get buys after buys here. Util sending it down the ramp, just finding a bit of tickle damage onto Turtle and Jota. Nothing to really report. Bit of a slower approach. Nafany smoke dropped. A one way to play around here for the T's. Nathan well aware of this. Hanging around, finding a gap, looking for something. He knows he has to be the hero over towards A. His ability to get the multi-kills on the way on up have been a difference maker throughout.
Slower approach for MIBR, who in a lot of their gun rounds prioritize taking significant map control right from the get-go, but much more tentative upon this ramp walk.
Look how much utility Pain's used. We're at the 48-second mark here, and Pain are only operating with a smoke. Well, make it 2. One's just bloomed, a couple of flashes and a HE. So the one way to stall them out, to hold them at bay, to make sure that this A execute can't be as easy as they'd like. It's a 2-1-2 setup on the defense, and we're now at the 30-second mark. You need to get a move on here, MIBR. You have to make a decision.
Grabs up into Neckers is where they will go, and they go through the smoke. Neckers blinded still with a pick, and he's able to get back. They haven't forced their way through that. They don't want to go into the rifle, and yeah, this is starting to fall apart for MIBR. They have to go. They have to do something. Not a lot of time to do it. Finally, Jota springs into action, but 10 seconds left in this timer, and still 2 players in the site. But Cello connected the headshot. There's not enough time. They can't win the round.
They're saving.
Yeah.
They're just doing damage. Okay, well.
Overtime, round 1.
That's one way to kick it off.
Yeah.
They lose 2 kills after time.
Okay, this is that's a weird round. You said nerves a little bit earlier for MIBR.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing that right now.
That's a curious one. Yeah, you don't see that every day of the week right there. So just stalled out by fantastic utility usage from Pain. So an oddball, but that's what we know and love around here. 16 for Pain first, but not in regulation means we need to keep on going. Now in AWP out here, this is a change-up. Finally something a little bit different over towards B, where a lot of the fight was early for MIBR. They were able to win those exchanges. They forced Pain into changing their CT setup, but they're just creeping on contact. Uzera, they're around the corner. He knows now. This combo fighting on B. That is a heat seeker of a nade. Look at that.
That has done so much damage. And the incendiary goes down, so they can't actually go back into that position either. So that's going to maintain some control, burn some time. Good stuff here. Pain's utility usage has been great so far.
Can't have the same level of indecision, and if Woody isn't prepared for this angle, he will go down to Neckers, who is very forward on Scaff.
Seems to be an instant repeat as well coming in from Nithon, so you're going to have a difficult
look at
way of
that.
getting out of that. Yeah, it's hard to see. If he goes wide, he's dead to rights, really. Nekis just holding. It's about patience this time, and he is pulled into the fight, and Nekis gets his reward. Now, Nithon's turn. They should know the AWP is posted here. Smoke will negate him for the time being, but a bit of a gap he tries to play with, but the flash, it is good. And he's going back again. He might get pushed to the smoke on the right side, though.
Here they come.
Right through it they go. Nithon is still what? Okay, Nithon is collateral right up on the flick, and now Nekis unleashed. There's just one player left, and it's Exit on the mid flank. Well, he can't really do much because his whole teammate have just been taken down. He's able to remove Bigazera. 23 seconds left again, but bomb not in his possession. They're going to run out of time again.
This is a real issue here for Exit, just looking to do some damage again to make sure that the CT rebuy isn't great, but it's going to be fine. It is going to be no dramas whatsoever. You have to come to them. Holding on to this AK, Joda's going to need something in the next. Cello's going to be a little bit light on as well. So those saves that ended up dying after time earlier from MIBR coming back to bite them in the ass. 3.1 for Joda, 3.4 for Cello. Fortunate that Woody and Turtle both have enough, but someone's rocking a Galil, and here it is, the Kalat up close and personal. As you think he should get taken advantage of, a leg and a headshot. Wow!
That couldn't be any more unlucky for MIBR. He takes down the shoe, man. He hit them in the foot. 17-15 though, Payne taking control of this one, and MIBR, they are down to a MAC-10 in overtime.
Yeah, some rough decisions being made here on the T half of OT.
Quick. It is quick for Jota. He's charging out.
Saw that.
Oh, he spotted the head. Nithon taken out. Big player removed for Payne. Now the kill from Nekis unleashed. They don't look for him. They don't anticipate the aggressive maneuver, and it is taking 2 kills back. Luckily traded, so we're still at the equilibrium, but MIBR forced into another move.
Payne have left the B bomb site for now. They're just making sure that they're not still scaling up towards the site because they've been stubborn on finishing towards this A side of the map. During all of this, Woody leading the charge, MAC-10 in hand, calling it clear. But speaking of clear, Hardzao and PKO have all the information in the world. They need to get back towards this B bomb site. They have 3 smokes. They know that they need to be playing a retake scenario now. They've given it over. They could smoke off the entrance. They can use their utility very wisely here. You don't need to rush this one, Payne.
It's going to go deep. It's not going to do anything. Flash is ready. Again, Woody's still in a MAC-10, so he's taking up this close position at Generator. Bigazera is hoping for the overextension in the flank from Hardzao. He comes around the stairs side of things. Exit removed. Now the MAC-10 needs to get a little bit ratty. It's inside the smoke. They go in towards it, and the MAC-10 body blocks the plate forward, and they know exactly where Hardzao was. He's coming back up the stairway, but probably to no avail here. He needs a huge clutch towards Generator, and from the site, it is Cello's headshot that at least claims 1 round in this first half of overtime.
Okay, keeping himself in it here, holding on to the edge of that cliff, just by the fingernails. MIBR, the T side of OT left lacking. The key is not allowing Nithon to get any kills whatsoever. Taking him out of the equation over towards A has netted some success. But that is wild. 2 rounds in OT ending in the timeout. That is insane. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. So a little bit curious, but we're going to get this one back underway, and MIBR are now on the defense. Payne need 2. MIBR, what can they get done here? Going to need the clean sweep on their defense to get this one done in OT numero uno. If we go 18-18, we go again.
Would have counted out at this point, but Nithon on the T side now picking up this AWP.
This is quick here. Jump. I don't know if he spotted the player there. Doesn't look like it with where those bullets were headed. They've applied a lot of pressure towards B lobby. 2 players, Exit and Turtle, dealing with that. Woody was close mid, Joda and Cello on A. Remember when they came through mid in certain rounds, Turtle was in these different off angles. They were able to deal with the pace early. Payne tried a couple of different looks early on their T half, which feels like a lifetime ago.
Patient start to this round for Payne. Just trying to pull out whatever utility MIBR are willing to use and burn early.
I'm curious. I don't feel like they're going to finish A here. I could be completely wrong. I feel like this molly with the smoke from PGL is just to
keep their feet planted. Yeah, and they are heading back towards B. So it has drawn the rotation as intended. One man exit to deal with this is a well-placed smoke. It's well-timed. They might have to disrespect this.
35 seconds here, Pen. Not a lot of time. And still exit committed towards the back of the site. Could go huge here. Woody's elevated position is short with the AWP. It's actually Jota on the aggressive maneuver that's found him, but exit towards the back of side. He's getting blinded over and over, but they haven't checked him, and he's going to get two. Hanzo eventually looks towards him, but exit is having an absolute perfect round. Everything you need there from the back of the site. Now 17-17, we're all tied up.
Okay, well, the slow pace coming back to bite them in the arse, trying to get tricky with it there, Pain. Both teams operating without the risk in OT. There hasn't been any out the gates fast maneuvers here, and as PGL trying to sell something on A, the feet weren't moving from exit on B. Does a great job playing towards that quad position. Where will the difference come from here? It's so difficult to separate these two teams. Now remember, in regulation, both pistols went in the favor of Pain. It was the gun rounds where they were having a rough go of things.
Not too far off that. I think they've done a great job at kind of cancelling out the impact that Nithon's been able to have. Last couple of rounds, he's not really been in it.
Yeah, it's hard with this T-AWP, especially if no one's given you anything whatsoever. They're using all the utility just to hold off the ramp early here. Flash left for Jota, smoke left for Cello. And a 2-1-2 again, so this is quite different to what you see on Vertigo. No crazy ramp aggression, no pushing down from the CTs, just systematically using their util. And as that smoke was dropped, they actually lure Pain forward. Jota's giving the flash, or oh, actually, what are they doing here? Trying to set each other up for a bit of a wombo combo.
Okay, this could get messy. This could go very well or very badly, and they go into the fight this time. This has gone very well. Cello, oh! Jota able to help out as well. And it is now just down to 2 players for Pain to try and force themselves to 18. Otherwise, MIBR will steal that number away. Molly's looking to go to the right position. AWP currently posted there of Woody. He's forced back and changes up his spot to go towards Elevator. 29 seconds left. A lot of work to be done, a lot of space to be gained here.
They're going to flash and push, I think.
This is going to look rough. Yeah, it looks like they're setting up for it. There comes the flash. Here comes the smoke play. They go on the second as well. Turtle into the fight. Cleans up both. It's MIBR who take map point.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the conversation around the pistol rounds, right? The fact that the first half goes all 30 and Pain had the pistols with conversions. With the guns out, I don't think there's been any question that MIBR were the better side. They just had a hard time coming up with something different on that T-half to close it out. So this is where it's left wanting for Pain. We've seen their struggles. We know that they were only able to get 5 rounds on the board, and 3 of those were virtue of that pistol with conversion. I cannot reinforce that point enough. Their T-side was so spotty, and here for the final one, it's a MAC-10 and a Galil alongside 3 AKs.
Oh, it does not look pretty. The position you want to be in. PGL almost identical again. Takes 70 damage at the start of the round. Pain now think about mid control. Need Bigger Zara over here. Woody tentatively peeks in mid. No one has crossed out yet. But now Pain start to gather a couple of players at the bottom of B. Neck is now looking to join them.
It was such a hero push in the previous by Jota and Cello to play that aggressively as well. So I think if you weren't scared of A before, you're definitely scared now, and that just leaves you one option, this B bomb site. They have enough for an execute. Smokes, mollies, exit. Can he do it again? Has this smoke to drop?
He has very slow rotations back here. Look at
They have to push. They have to go.
They have to go now, but it is Exit alone. His teammates are so far away, and Exit doesn't get a single kill. So now it's looking good for Pain. Rotation needs to come back for MIBR with 4 players up. It's Cello. He's at the headshot. He's drawing those numbers back, but taking the side. That is a big advantage. And Nithon over the top of the smoke takes the head of Cello out. And MIBR, they have to go for it. They have to attempt this. But Pain feeling good about a potential double overtime. MIBR still have an opportunity. Flash is being set up.
Bomb half gone.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time and still a lot of players to find. Flash goes up. A lot of corners you have to worry about. A lot of positions you have to clear. And unfortunately, none of them being cleared effectively. Just Woody left. He can't do anything about this. We have to go again. 2 overtimes. 1 was not enough. Here we go. Double OT.
Well, overtime is always where the fun happens. So let's see, can there be any more problem solving going on? Because that right there was virtue of a stack. I don't know what made them gravitate towards A, but that was the wrong read, the wrong call late here from MIBR. And if it's going to come down to gambles like that, it could be an awfully long night, because trying to read these teams right now is no easy feat. Recapping the scores, we've got 32 now available for that of old boy Nathan. And keeping up with him in the frag department is 30 frags for Exit here. So these late situations is where we're going to start seeing a bit more chaotic CS. I assume it has been quite slow from both of these teams in OT on the T side so far. They don't want to get stuck into too much of these early utility battles. PKL breaking the windows. We've seen him do these flashes before to help them scale up the ramp. Burning right there is Woody. Tickled on up by that Molotov. Sandbags is going to cop one as well. Flashes, no peeks. Nekez ready for this. We know he likes a fight.
He absolutely does. And he's waiting for that call to go, to strike, to break open this site. Although he has to drop back.
It's crazy how much space they have, and the mollies that just keep coming, keep them separated here. Now using their one way against them. Needs to be careful on the spam there, Nekez. He is actually quite low, 51 points of health here. Yeah.
Oh,
what are you doing, buddy?
It's like kind of
asking for it, yeah. Goes both ways.
That might be art provided.
Oh, we like this.
And now the boost up. Oh, they're not ready for that. Jorda coming through for the pick on towards Hearts out. They're going to start spamming down through yellow. Nothing being found just yet, but the fact that Payne are down 2 players already, 45 seconds, it really starts to feel almost impossible to deal with this stack. Yeah. How are you going to topple this? It has strong foundations.
2 of the kills so far this round have come with boosts, and one of them was a wallbang where Nekez made a misplay. That's he spammed me. No, mate. You actually enticed him to spam you. Now it is a 2-on-5 that seems unwinnable. 24 seconds remaining. Nathan's going to donate the bomb to his teammate. You go plan, and I'll try and shoot them. He can't even do that. Picked apart. All 5 staying alive, and MIBR, I bet they were wishing they could have got that one in the previous.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love their little plays that they have on A. Once this ramp control is taken, they'll slow them down with the U2, and then they'll just keep doing these boosts. I love it. I think it's actually very, very jarring stuff to deal with here. There was the frag on through.
Yeah, because you're initially expecting a boost, right? You come into this round and you think about a boost, it's just something you go through on the checklist. But once you've initially lost the first player, you don't think, oh, there's no reason for them to do that now.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's that re-aggression that can catch you out.
Well, deep ramp smoke being deployed here. Gap on it. It's not super deep right there. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it's actually given a bit of room for PKL to post up here over towards Scaff. He's on the peak, the leg spotted.
Quite in a dangerous game there, Woody. Able to get away. PKL looks to hunt him down. Smoke will fade away at short. Oh, Woody blinded. Spams away, gives away his position in doing so. But he was holding that.
The thing is, like, if you're going to come up this Scaff position, you always have to worry about this boost. Woody's volleyed back, smoked off towards the site. The one-way is holding him at bay. PK with a bit of short room. And look at this from Cello. Stands, delivers, drops the bomb.
Yeah, bomb loose and Payne into a tough spot. Got to deal with a 4v4. Jorda just holding out that molly. Eventually it will fade away, but 55 seconds left.
Oh,
MIBR in and around these smokes. This is going to be hard for Payne to just even get on towards the site comfortably at the moment. Nathan's supposed to barrel. Oh, the hand, but misses his opportunity. The spam won't connect either, and now Woody, he's getting every single warning shot his way. He is so lucky to be alive in this round. And Nathan is throwing everything he's got, but I don't know what that box is made of, but it's protecting him so well. His teammate, Jorda, unfortunately won't have the same luck and divine intervention to keep him up on the board, but Woody now goes into the fight, finally put in the ground, and Exit nowhere near. So you've gone from a flawless round from MIBR to one where they've only got 1 kill.
Yeah, it looked good for a second there. I love the smoke that they dropped to connect with the T left side smoke. It gives them room to push on out and contest against that short position. But they didn't group up. They didn't play that situation together, and then it just peters on out, as so does the shots from Exit here. Going to try and put up a little bit of a fight, flash forward fight. not to be converted. Nathan will get some impact on the bullets in the body as the BM continues to rain on out here in OT number 2. We're still tied up, 19-19, and it's T rounds where we have the biggest issues of conversion. So if Pain can grab a second here going into the second half, that is going to set them up on a bit of a pedestal. But have to be running out of ideas now, and they all use their timeouts within regulation. So the coaches can't contribute. If they see a glaring hole, if they think they have a good strategy, they can't help. They have to hope the in-game leaders work it out themselves.
Oh, Woody goes down into the fight. PGL to open up. Exit right back into it. 4v4 established once more. And this is a quick start to the round. Those fights coming in just a few seconds of play.
Yeah, it's a bit of a change-up, right? Now, there has been more aggression out of Pain on this T side, but not always with the greatest of success. Now, this time the bodies are coming their way.
They've done this before, though. MIB
Two of
have
them,
done this again. It's a little bit of a different look this time. And
that should have been heard.
Yeah, he's been bodied. Oh, luckily Cello gets away. That's the benefit of the A1S right there, keeping him up. Couldn't quite track the tracers.
Well, now the smoke's faded. They should have a pretty good idea that sector's clear. Just a close scaff position and another boost. I love a good boost to MIBR. This time, the crane angle taken, and this catches players who are walking up ready to Molotov sandbag. This will likely catch them a kill. You'd have to be flubbed aim otherwise.
Jota, he's holding forward. He's waiting for that confirmed kill, but no peek yet. Spam coming in to try and draw them into the fight, but they haven't come out with a kill. He has to swing for it, and that will cost him his life. They'll be pretty happy about the efficiency of that one over on the Pain side of things. And now they've got to deal with the rotation of forces that starting to smoke. Cello's in it. He's going to go into the flash peak, denies even the plant. So that's massive impact because now it's panic stations. Now you have to commit to the plant, and that takes one player out of play temporarily and gives time for MIBR to move forward, taking down one, and now it's a smoke on the bomb versus an AWP. The worst weapon, it's spamming down through that smoke. Shot goes up over the top. Now they know it's an AWP. They can just stick it, they can defuse it, and they have pulled it through. 20 rounds for MIBR.
Wow, another close round here. And it's insane how these teams are willing to put their body on the line just for one kill. We've seen this flash push through the smoke maneuver multiple times now. It's worked out in dribs and drabs, but this time round, MIBR will be able to convert 21-21. We go into OT number 3. 22 is the magic number here to secure this. And if you're just joining us, if you're just coming by, this is a 1-0 game. This is going to set one of these teams up in the 2-0 category. And that will put them in the same bucket of teams for Complexity, Furia, and Imperial, where two of which will be able to lock themselves in for the major after just one best-of-3 victory coming later this week. So a lot of ramifications lie here. If you find yourself in the 1-1 category, you have a couple more best-of-1s to go. There's some scary teams down there now, Liquid being one of them, EG being another if they can find some form.
Turtle barreling through the smokes. He's got a bit of sting to this play, and he is going to get caught from Nithon. Swinging out from the sandbags, he took that position. A lot of ties over on Pain CT side, and it's working out here. Neck is aggressive again, and this time he'll get his reward. So mid play for Hearts out, risky business crossing like that.
Well, they've at least spotted one here. There is two who have put the pressure out, but in a 3-on-5 number advantage situation, Pain would have to give up a kill or two to make this one even doable right now. Trying to gather the troops. Jota down the ladder. Cello has found Neckers, and we've been talking about Neckers and his aggression here. It might come back to haunt him if this round falls foul.
Is Nithon going to go? Is he going to swing this? He will.
Wow, this guy is a monster at this ramp position, isn't he?
Cello is going to be so frustrated about that. Oh, okay, what? Jota. That is a ridiculous flick up to the head of Nithon, and maybe just a chance. Antagonized by desperation, Jota has found another. Heading in towards the side, he looks to pull off the clutch. It's a 1v1 position known to the elevator player, but Bigazera, he's gone back. He's alleviated his initial pressure he put on towards the elevator. And now Jota's wondering where could he have gone. Time has passed to reposition. Jota did not tap the plant to pull the pressure peak. Now we'll commit to it. Jota looking for the 1v1, but Bigazera recovers. That turned into a pretty scary round.
Wow, that's only his 20th kill, but that's a really important kill for him to make right there. That was actually crazy. We're going to stay on board as he goes to scoop up whatever goodies he may look for here.
Just don't run out of time and everything's good.
Yeah, just get on that bomb, all right, mate. Now, that shot from Jota, that flick up, because you saw him turn the flash from Nathan, and then he just like swung around and clotheslined him. The shots to follow were kind of pretty too. But that round, it was a 3v5, turned 1-on-1. So MIBR keeping this one interesting.
Absolutely. 20-20. This is kind of similar to the first OT as well, right? We had a strong start, then a comeback wiggling in.
Turn the flash.
That shot.
Oh, okay, yeah. You can
he was ready for it.
More than ready for that. A couple of tidy ones here, but we're back into play.
Yeah, MIBR so close to heading into map point. But Pain, don't really give up. They stay in this one. Tenacious yet again. Cello applying some pressure. Down towards the bottom of the B stairs. Nekis, look at him again. He's not making any secret about this play. He made a lot of steps, and that's to draw Jota into the peak. Okay. Nekis has run all the way back, but Jota is tracking him. He's following him. And now he's slipped around the back line. Jota able to remove Nython, and now he has to know where Nekis has gone because he heard the steps right from the beginning of the round. So we'll call to his teammates. Last player short on A.
Well, they're still gambling towards B here. They're just leaving Nekis to his own devices. Out middle, Turtle's got another.
That's PKL's life forced out of him. Now Jota just holding in from the sandbars. Nekis has got aggressive again.
This is actually crazy. If he parks the bus here, he might get two.
There's no way, surely not. They're going to check it. It's one for Nekis. Looking for the follow-up, but Woody, very efficient trading, gets the 1-for-1.
He's leaving the bomb behind here, Woody.
Yeah, you're going to have to get that bomb eventually. Hearts out. Looking into the mid-peak.
He will be heard from Turtle here. They know the rotation's in. They know that B's open.
They can call that back, and Cello is now moving forward with that information. Happily collects the control of that site, and Jota just locking down the A site for the time being. He can even cut off rotations, and Turtle will in mid. Into the fight he goes. Hard Sal's head no longer there. And just big as error. Now 1 versus 4. He had a 1v1 clutch in the last round.
Yeah, I don't see this one going his fashion. There's way too many waypoints to get through here. This is triple OT confirmed now for MIBR. And beautiful work. Jota, he didn't have the impact he was looking for to close out the previous, but this time around that one kill it threw the entire round into disarray. There's Woody to finish things off with the AWP, and surely this is it now for MIBR. The money over there for Pain, it is a little bit light on for a few. They're dropping guns across to make this one work. That's one of the first times we've seen Nathan actually get out-positioned. Like, he's gone for a couple of re-peaks. We've seen him get taken down with aggressive maneuvers, but to get juked like that, that was a little bit rough. Here it is, a Famus for PKL. The rest with the M4s. Lighter on the util. Flash towards B. This has worked before.
Well, Exit just swings on by. Hard Sal, the first victim of play. And it's just quick for MIBR. Their control towards B has found the first.
When they did this in regulation, they converted off the back of it. It worked time and time for MIBR. This is what put them in such a fantastic stead. They toyed with them. They played with the number advantage. They made Pain hurt.
Oh, no. The P player just on the edge got spotted through the metal. So I believe that was Cello, yeah. So he was trying to set up utility, but got spotted through the bottom. And a couple of bullets go his way. Very lucky to get out of there.
This is real problems here. Nathan is going to have to be that hero over towards A. They have to put faith in him to lock down this side of the map. This one-way smoke dropped out again. Nade to dissuade. Jota working on some mid-control. Has Exit and Turtle alongside. Problems here for Pain.
Big as error. Can he have a big round?
Dinked him.
He did dink, but no kill. And now the charge forward for MIBR. They're coming up with the top of construction, but holding is the turret of PKL. It's one. Nython coming now and swinging into the open.
2v3.
The bomb down in middle. And the two remaining MIBR players are coming up the B stairs. They're going right into PKL. And now it's Woody rattling away. The Tech 9 trying to get it done, but another overtime. 3 are needed.
Woo! All right, nobody letting up here. You can tell the importance of this game. I'm giving you the ramifications. I'm telling you what's on the line, but you can see it in the server. Battling, and you can't believe it. Look at the smiles on the faces. Big grins. It's a tense match, but you got to be happy to keep this one going.
I feel like the Pain coach is going to pass out of stress at this point. He's just pacing back and forth, just trying to keep in this one. And this is an intense game, and for MIBR, it's going to be very tilting, right? They've got to this point time and time again, and just one more round is needed. And every time Knifeon steps up with an absolute hero play.
I can't believe that, right? That situation, they were finding those openings over on the B bomb site in regulation, and MIBR felt like they converted every single time. The fact that this hasn't gone down in that fashion, harder to hold tabs on now. What is going to break? Who is going to just start throwing balls to the wall? Counter-Strike here. There has to be something that gives.
Look at the kill disparity for MIBR. Just average 30 right now. Woody, of course, a little bit lower, but the team effort from MIBR has been incredible throughout this one. No one really slacking. Let's go down, Jota. Ooh, could have been mincemeat with that utility, able to get around the corner. Knifeon back to his comfort spot again. This is his home.
He's happy just to take that fight, and he's been such a key here for Pain. Such a massive factor. They haven't really even used the CT side at all, and when he has, it's almost worked against him. But this setup that we're highlighting right here is showing it's a retake B scenario. 2 towards mid, 3 towards A. I guess they're calling the bluff. They're starting with these gamble stacks, and you need to start taking these risks. Deep, incendiary, smoke combo, molly back the other way. Util keeps on flying as mid control is at least what they wanted to posture for, but it's going to be a B split.
The sandbags is so strong in middle. Starting to send a few forces that way. Hardstyle will get one onto Turtle, but it's the flight forward here from MIBR. Cello catches Big Azera. Now they're transitioning back in for the rotate, and Cello has doubled up. He's done good in his hard work, and now they're in the site. Woody's even found another. It's a risk play here for Hardstyle. He's getting in the midst of the smokes, and he's found himself a kill. Can't quite follow up, and it will be shut down by Jota. MIBR will take the first round of OT again. Then we'll go to 22 rounds.
Well, by the time they had pieced it together, they were out of position rotating through. There was so much utility dumped on mid, it kept eyes glued, Turtle goes down, and then you see them starting to filter on through, and that was just a shooting gallery for Cello. They're able to pick up multiple kills. This is tense now. Had a quick look, 100,000 people watching on Gawler's stream, so the Brazilian fan base are here in buckets and spades to see who comes out on top of this. Licked on up by the Flames. Toto is going to wombo combo, drops it.
Oh, he got tagged in the other molly, ended up messing his molly up.
And down to 28 points of health here.
This is a rough start. This is not the cleanest. MIBR is still in position to recover. That is going to somewhat startle them.
Oh, let's see. These nades haven't been good throughout. This time round, all three land. There we go.
Unfortunately, no one playing there this time, though.
No one's been playing there when they've tried it at all.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm just happy that they all landed their nades.
Yeah, they got it. They got it eventually. That's what all these rounds are for.
Yeah, 44 rounds of play, and we do get the nades necessary. But you two back and forth. Woody dead. Gap in that one there. That was very easy for Nekis. Another one-way. Look, this ramp and one-way is synonymous at this point.
Yeah, a lot of little pesky angles you can make with those. And 22 rounds, all but confirmed, unless something crazy happens out of MIBR on this site. 40 seconds. Bomb not committing just yet. Cello trying to figure out is there a kill he can find here. Rotation has been pulled, and Knifeon's on the flank. He's proactive when the information is gathered towards B, and he's often in the position you don't expect him to be in. Might not even be needed in this round. Big Azera up in the back of the site is taking liberties, taking kills, and Knifeon's flank will net the last. So 22 to 22, we're all tied up again. But that was a clean, convincing round for Pain, and I feel like MIBR didn't really recover from their unfortunate mishap towards bottom B.
No, not at all. And look, if you want to know what the magic number is, guys, I can give it to you again. You are looking for 25 here. All right, 24, 24. We go again. 25, you win out in triple OT.
Yes. And
so trying to keep up with the mathematics.
We're just looking for teams to win 4 rounds in overtime. It does get a little difficult to keep track of those numbers as we get deeper and deeper into this. Although you had a good practice a couple of days ago back at Pro League.
7, I think we managed. So, let's see if we can break that record. Woody this time going to get the exchange opener onto Nekis. The push coming through. Nathan, the hero, if he pushes, he needs to get a multi.
Oh, the molly beats off his face, and he still commits to it, but at least it's a hero's exit. He burns in the fire. No kill found onto MIBR, so a 2-man advantage collected early.
And this is the T side where things have been a little bit more troublesome to get multiple rounds here. So for MIBR, this is feeling destined to be the double up here on their T half. Great work as they just need to find these final 3, and it's a gamble again. Evacuating the A bomb site, walking all the way over towards mid to secure that. You can see a push
from Biguzera in towards the mid position to find some info. The other two are hoping that it will be a B finish, but we can see with the power of X-Ray that the bomb right now is on Sandbag. They can just stroll in towards A, but Pain, they'll need to retake this. Biguzera will be coming behind. PKL and Hard's out to respond from Heaven and Elevator.
Oh, PKL not too far off that kill through the smoke. The bomb will now charge and get planted right upon default, so 5 versus 3 post plant for MIBR. Flank is coming. PKL's kill through the smoke makes things a little easier and perhaps even set up the distraction. Although they have so many players, one can full-time commit to watch that flank. But Hardstyle step forward, not working out. The flank needed to happen and it has not reaped any rewards. So PKL left in the 1v4. He'll try his best in the way out to take a few kills, pad those stats, but even then, he's out of ammo in his A1S. Oh. Luckily, the USP is connected for a headshot. AK picked up now, taps the defuse and tries to draw them into the open. Woody will peek with the Tech 9. And 23 rounds now for MIBR.
Yeah, this is looking destined now to be MIBR's game. Pain are going to be able to have to make 2 here work on their T half.
It keeps getting into a position where MIBR, every time an overtime happens, they're always in the better position, and it's always a little hero play that comes in. Eventually, you're not going to have that hero play. It feels like MIBR are very much destined to win this, absolutely.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one to call here, but look, if MIBR want, they can take a few more risks. I know that seems crazy because the game feels like it's going to continue to go on, but they have been a little bit more hyper-aggressive with Jota and Cello down towards the ramp. Like, if they want to go for more of those plays, why not? Because in certain moments they have been round-winning. They could be game-defining, and Nathan is actually getting back out the AWP here. Same not to be said for Woody, so the CT sides are more than happy to operate without the greens. Early nade from Exit has been quite the force to reckon with on the B-bomb site. Saved them in a couple. PKL, big chunk of damage done to him early. He needs to be extremely cautious how he operates, trying to sell anything towards A, but we've gone back to the slower approach, and I think when Pain were trading at it a little bit more efficiently, probably they had a bit more pep in their step. Good reserved utility usage here from MIBR, only throwing it out when they feel threatened, not just trying to close down corridors across the map, making sure that it's used with a purpose. A-ramp smoke missed there. They just went flying off the map, I think. They've re-smoked it.
Under a minute left. Oh, and finally, it's Nathan. Of course it is. To open things up for Pain. Off the top of the smoke. Cello, the victim. 50 seconds now as Woody takes up spot at short. He could get himself a chance, but he also could find himself dead very quickly to PKL's AWP that scoped it upon his position. But now if he moves, he's got a chance, and that's the off-down. Starts to spam through the tarp, but he's happy to drawing the numbers back. But as soon as he goes back, Hardzal's ready deep inside of the site. So that kill then forwards this Pain advancement.
They're going for this here. They've got a couple of incendiaries of smoke and flashes for this, but usually they've been jarring when the bomb is getting planted. They can't play out that number advantage situation here.
A lot of utility. One missed from inside of Pain. Oh, Nekis swings! Just swings right before that smoke pops and takes the head of Jota. And now, yeah, MIBR, you can't really contest for this one.
That'll be the last thing you're expecting as well, right? Like that swing, it's like,
yeah,
why?
Yeah, why would you do it?
Why?
You're up
why
in such a strong position.
Here?
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be 23-23. And we might be, how old are you, Dinko?
21.
You might be 23 by the end of this game.
Might have a beard, Chad. Who knows?
Anything's possible.
I mean, that's probably not, but definitely a stressful matchup.
What do you do if you're the coach? You haven't been able to talk now for almost as long as regulation.
Well, I think you just try and hold back the nerves, maybe hope that you don't need to go to the bathroom. It's like no need for you really to be there at that point. It's where we really will see little gimmicks work out, or little individual plays as we get this deep into the OTs. And Cello, he's done well. First kill is his, second as well. Oh, Cello, he's blinded, but he still gets away. He finds 3 and now switches out to the AK. Cello is taking this one over. Most experienced in play. and showing up when it matters most. PKL will at least pull one back here for Pain.
They're pushing him here. They have to
Nython.
be careful. They can't give another kill back. They were so close.
Now this could be quick. This could be an acceleration towards the B side. There's only a single player here. It's Turtle.
Tucked in though.
Tucked in a shell. He will peek out, and well, unfortunately for him, gets traded out immediately.
They're
so
both
it's
flanking.
Nython.
There's no way he accounts for both.
No, in this clutch, it's hard to see how the AWP is able to even double up if they just have good spacing together. Nython reads it. Oh, had a chance there
He
to
knows
separate the
both.
1v1. He could go away. He could go away. Absolutely no problem here.
He's juked them. They're going to go back. They're both going to come up through the ramp position. He only knows where one is for certain, but the fact he's run through and it's an open runway, he has to be piecing this one together. The buddy system is in play right here. Joda and Woody are so silent about this. They need to start moving now. The footsteps are being heard.
Yeah, Nython realizes with this information being gathered how he can approach this clutch. Looking to defile
He might wrap
their
around them.
existence.
They have a smoke for the bomb.
And now he's holding for the peak. They haven't come in towards him. They've crossed on by.
He could be anywhere.
The smoke is a problem here, Chad. You can't really spam with that. Nython goes for the shot. Now they know exactly where he is, and he really can't keep rattling shots here.
Up
No one's
and
taking it, though.
over.
Time is limited. Time is certainly limited. And now Nython's found another. They need to get on it. The time. It's
Oh.
taking Jota to the headshot, but is the time.
I don't think there's time. This is going to be so close. No way. What?
It's done.
What?
They got the defuse.
What?
They've actually pulled it through. There's no problem. They hold it milliseconds in it, Chad. They hold it.
I'm waiting for the sound to
I was
go
waiting
off.
for the sound, but
I'm
there was
waiting
none.
for the sound. It's dead silent. You can hear a penny drop. What?
That is incredible.
What was it? What would it have been on that diffuse?
Had to be in the 0.00s.
What? The
Look at
bar.
that.
There was nothing left on the red.
That was incredibly
What?
close. Close as you can get it. But that's the difference. That is the difference sometimes. And now Pain charging right back, trying to get up the ramp. Cello swinging out towards top. It's one on towards Nekis. Cleared it out. Advantage now siding with MIBR. Looking for 25. Jota gets in the mix. Jota goes through the smoke. He faces it. Unfazed, he'll take one. And now a 4v3. Cello takes position at Sandbys. Woody at short. Pain trying to get up in towards the site.
How do you get past the sandbag player? You can wait out the smoke, sure. Turtle could re-smoke the position if you try and molly again. What are you meant to do right here, right now? They're so worried about all the tendencies that are being built. Turtle pushing forward here. He can molly, they can push, they can fight. It's dropped on down. The fight's there. Cello's gone. Flashed off the line. Turtle's got one back. 2v3.
This is looking rough for Pain. It's do or die. They fought this hard to get here, and Nython peeks with a smoke in hand. Flash this time to set them up into the peak, and it's a kill through just PKL on 1 versus 3 to keep his team alive. He goes in towards it. He goes for the peak. Exit tucked down, and they double swing. They double peak, and finally we have a victor. MIBR will take it. And you can hear and you can see how much it means to them. What a marathon of a match to go 2-0 in the best of ones on day one here in Bucharest.
Holy moly, that game right there, that clutch that oh man, I thought that was on. What a crazy round of Counter-Strike we had here, pushed to the absolute limit. But yeah, you mentioned, you can see what it means. They're now in the bucket alongside of Complexity, Imperial, and of course Furia in the 2-0 column, and Heartbreak on the other side of things. Pain, they never gave up, they never relented here, but they do unfortunately concede, and yeah, I guess we got the entertaining game of Counter-Strike we were looking for. We had a couple of blowouts, and then we get a triple OT affair.
We made up for all the rounds we missed out on the initial best of ones we had today.
Beautiful.
In just one map. So incredible performance from Pain, but unfortunately no win for them. MIBR are able to pull through.
Yeah, they're in the 1-1 category now, so I think we've got EG in there, Liquid in there. There's going to be a couple of names. 00 Nation are in there as well. So tomorrow is where we really get to separate and see where the packs of these teams are going to be heading. Excited to see what the matchups are going to be as well, because we need to draw that now that all the games have finally come to a close. I think everybody was waiting for us, but that excitement was there, and it's been a long one. Been a long day today.
Yeah, it certainly has. We've had so many maps of Counter-Strike played throughout today. Huge team got into this. Thank you guys for watching here in Bucharest. That's Chad and I done, but we do have the desk to round out the day.
Thank you very much, guys, as we just got to witness MIBR get a win again here. Now, we're going to touch on this, Pimp and Prof. The last time these two teams faced off against each other on Vertigo, it was 16-2 in favor of MIBR. And then we just got this 25-23 long game. Seems to be never ending, but MIBR just about got it over the line. Massive improvements from Pain, at least.
Yeah, you could say so. I mean, last time around, they didn't get to play a lot of rounds and maybe not a lot of learning experience from Pain, but coming into this one, complete different scenario. One of those games where I feel it's fair to say that both teams could have won. You know, there was many occasions where Pain also had the upper hand. That being said, though, I think Dinko said it throughout the cast as well. It felt like in every overtime, MIBR was always one step ahead. It was always them having the chance of closing out the game, whereas for Pain Gaming, they always tried to catch up.
Yeah, MIBR even in regulation seemed like they were dictating the pace early on. Good first half. Second half, they had that moment, that weird round, I think it was 14-14, 14-13, where Exit was in a 1v1, didn't swing on the defuse. And that was the moment for them to kind of close it out and not go into multiple overtimes. But then we got the multiple overtimes, so enjoyment win for us.
Certainly was. Now, when it comes to this, though, we've got to be looking at this MIBR as how many times have we seen MIBR in recent times have to play with a stand-in, you know, or not be able to play with their full lineup? It's been a long time coming for seeing MIBR that's got some, at least, presence to them now, right? Coming in with Cello, coming back to the lineup. But what do we make of them overall, Pim? What do you make of them from what you've seen so far?
I think it's a tough team to quantify. I think MIBR is one of those teams that play up to the opposition as well. Whenever they face a poor opposition, whenever they play a team who likes to play scrappy Counter-Strike, they have a habit of falling into the same, I guess, bad habits, you know, of playing scrappy CS. Whereas we have seen them in some of the Blast qualifiers, even with a stand-in, as you mentioned, play some decent Counter-Strike and actually show up, you know, at a high level. So for me, it's hard to put MIBR anywhere right now. I think they should be super happy for today. They go 2-0 and they get a hard-fought win. But whether or not they're going to qualify for the major, I still don't know.
It's not clear. I think what they did with this lineup, this 5 online in NA, they were pretty good. Went without a loss in an ESL Challenger and the division. So that's a great result. Coming here, I put them as one of the 6 teams that I think should go through, but it's definitely not clear yet. They showed some good things. They got the 2 wins, which is most important in the end, and now they have 3 chances to close it out.
And this version of Pain with the changes that have come through, I'd say this is like a more well-together team.
I'd say so. I mean, obviously you can argue they lack a bit of firepower. We saw PGL, you know, it came in I guess in strings of rounds. You know, he was poor the first 20 rounds of the game, and then he showed up and had some massive rounds with triple kills, and then he fell asleep again. I think when you look towards Pain, a bit of lack of firepower, and then, you know, that clinical, I guess, finish to your game you need to have when you want to win games like these that are going back.
Yeah, I mean, but the big storyline about them is Safe leaving the team, and then how are we going to replace this star player that we have? And I think Nithon in the 2 games that we had so far, not at the biggest sample size, but he was amazing. He was a worthy replacement of Furia's new star, so that's a great sign for them.
I agree, and it's the same story we had with 9C. We spoke about it earlier as well. Try leaving, and you think to yourself, okay, they lose the big star player, how are they going to fare? 9C have been looking better ever since Try left that team, so it is curious to see how these teams are going to manage when they lose the big stars.
It's all about the adaptation once one of them key players go out for sure. Now we're going to take a look at the results that we had across today and what we've just seen here on the stage 2 side of things. Now, we should definitely touch on the Furia side of things, right? Because both games they had today, they've gone 2-0. They've done it very convincingly for sure. But we've got a special mention got to be given to Drop here, the highest rated player in the tournament right now.
That's shocking, actually, when you say it. He had a great game here. He had a good first game as well. Furia is just doing what Furia was kind of expected to do, stomp the teams, especially these teams that they played against, which are on the lower rank among these 16 that we have at the tournament, and then just go into that position to close it out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, when you're ranked number 11 in the world and you're beating, you know, ranked number 113 or whatever they were, obviously it's not a big surprise, but it's the fashion they do it in. And we often talk about expectations. We talk about Liquid coming into this tournament as well. We expect them to beat all their opponents. We expect them to stomp people, and they couldn't deliver. So, yeah, it's maybe cheap points for Furia, and they're only doing what we expect them to. But in Counter-Strike, where it's never been closer as it is right now, it is sometimes a good thing just to do what's being expected from you.
And the fact that they're not being upset, right, something we can be very happy with when it comes to them. You also want to talk about Ben Leet from the Party Astronauts as well, you know? He's yelling his way to success.
The first part of the day for NA was pretty grim. And then Party Astronauts, their first win just kind of turned the tides. Like the second wave of games that we had, 4 out of 5, I think, wins for the NA teams that they played. So that's great. Ben Leet of the famous Ben's anime team, he delivered great in that game. Had, I think, 34 kills and like a closeout 2v4 that they turned around to avoid this kind of an overtime drama and everything that could have gone wrong for them there.
it's good to see NA bounce back just a little bit. I mean, Party Astronauts winning. Obviously, Complexity coming in, looking good as well in their game. EG, James, out of all teams, also looking solid all of a sudden. So, yeah, maybe first round wasn't too good for NA, but as Ryan said on Twitter, NA is back.
I don't have that back just yet. We'll have to give them a couple more days to see how it all goes down. But Complexity was certainly looking good for sure, right, when we got to look at this. Because I'd say when it comes against OO Nation, right, he was in a situation where, okay, OO Nation, we were wondering if they could deliver what they did against Liquid. Didn't do too badly in the end of all that thing.
No, it was okay. It was good. We spoke about it in the green room as well, Prof. The game in the beginning was super tight. It was going back and forth. It could have been one of those scenarios where it could have been 0-0 Nation getting off to a good start. I don't think any of us disagrees on the fact that Complexity were the better team.
Yeah, deserved the win, definitely.
They would have won out regardless, right? But it didn't have to be in a 6-5 or 16-5 or 16-7 fashion. It could have been closer.
You also have to take into account Junior dropping a 2.0 rating. This is best map of the year so far. He's been I wouldn't even want to say hot and cold. Mostly just like underwhelming a bit. Yeah, not super bad, but not amazing. Not like the player that the promise that he had in NA before this whole Furia stint. So kind of expecting more from him, and he had an amazing game. So that's kind of, you can't really stop Complexity when that happens.
Well, let's take a look at the standings that we've got from day 1 here before we talk about what's going to be going down on day 2 and the results we'll have there as well. So far, so good. Imperial, Furia, Complexity, and Made in Brazil, all with the 2 zeros in there. And for the Imperial side, you got to say at least one thing, right? Maybe the last dance for these guys overall, but not bad considering they managed to take down Case in that previous best of one, which they lost to when it came to the online side of things.
No, and even coming into this tournament, I think the Counter-Strike they played have been better than what many people would anticipate, better what many would have expected, at least me. Again, I'm still not... Yeah, that's the thing, right? I'm still not sure whether or not they qualify for the major, but they put themselves in a very good position now. They have to lose 3 in a row to be not in contention, and I think with the way they played so far, that's going to be a no. I think Imperial is looking hot to actually go through now.
And looking at the standing, it seems like they have like a high bookhold seed. So this means that they're going to get the weaker opponents, at least in the coming matches. So that's going to give them another shot to go through. We'll see the exact matchups for the next round soon when everything's figured out. But I think, yeah, definitely Imperial showing pretty good results, and Fair he's back.
And I guess we have to mention Team Liquid. We saw them in the right side of the bracket being 1-1. The fact they lost to 0-0 Nation, the fashion they did it in, for people who didn't watch that game, it was a very one-sided one. 0-0 was up, I believe, 10-0 at some point, 11-0.
Yeah.
It was just disappointing. And at a certain point...
Okay, but wait. Do we give them a break because it was Dust 2?
No.
Let it off? Oh,
no,
okay.
Even on a bad day, even on a day where Leash is not joining the server, they should still beat a team like 0-0
4v5?
Yeah, probably. Probably. I mean, it's Team Liquid, right? We're talking about a team that is, of course, the main favorite, I would say, together with Furia to qualify. So for them to lose in the fashion they did, that is disappointing. I do agree with you, though. It's a best of one. They can definitely bounce back. But already now they're showing a bit of weaknesses, and that could be a problem.
I think it's also important to note that with them losing one game means they're not going to be a 3-0 team, means they're not going to be playing for that one legend spot. So they're not going to go directly into the top 16 of the major, which makes it easier for maybe someone like Furia to snatch that
Even
spot.
to put more context on it, right? They went into this tournament as 6th seeded because the way they qualified, they also lost out a game to Complexity, I believe. So they're not high in the bookhold system either. So they could face some tough opposition having to qualify for the majors. So they haven't made it easy for themselves after this loss.
Now, would you like to see some Complexity versus Furia, though? Would that be one we want to go for, the legend spot coming through?
I mean, it would be okay. I honestly would see like Furia and Complexity as the top 2 teams, and then have them face against MIBR and Imperial. But I don't think that's how their seeding is going to work out, though.
Ooh. I'm looking forward to seeing how those ones will go down for sure. But in terms of the teams that maybe we'll see exiting tomorrow, who do you think's got a fighting chance down at that 0-2 side of it?
Oh, that's a good question.
Bad News Bears, 9Z, Leviathan, and Team 1. Those are the 4 teams that we have.
I feel 9C is the strongest of those teams, but again, when you lose 2 games, it hasn't been looking too good. I don't know. I think it's going to be tough. I feel like whoever is going to win that game, I like to be a little bit cut through here and say, like, whoever's 0-2 right now is not going to make it regardless, right? So it's just a case of them playing for the placements. I don't think they have enough quality to beat any of the other teams that we see are 1-1.
I think 9Z has the biggest chance of doing that run.
Sure.
They were also close in the first game. I don't know what happened in the EG game. Didn't get to catch that because I was watching the one that was happening at the same time, but that was a complete stomp. Very interesting, just considering EG's form recently. But yeah, I think Maui Snake also tweeted about it. He is doing interviews over there at the player hotel. And apparently 9Z is one of these teams that a lot of other teams have picked as an underdog, as a dark horse to make it through. So I guess the players also saw something, maybe through practice or other tournaments, that kind of give them confidence about this team.
Now, when it comes to EG, right, they're in now the same spot as what we said. Liquid are in there. We had some great worries after the first game, right? Then we come into the second game. They managed to take down 9Z, like you mentioned, Prof. Very convincing for sure. But is it a team that you guys were both putting still getting through to the major?
I mean, they should.
No, not should.
Yeah,
would you put them through?
No, I
I
probably wouldn't. From what I've seen so far, the lead up to the tournament haven't been great. I still haven't seen enough from players like Automatic. Coming back from Valorant, I had high hopes that he was going to find and rediscover his form. In some senses, we see the same with Nitro, also struggling a bit in Team Liquid. So I guess you could give them the benefit of the doubt and say they need more time. But it's been a couple of months now, and it hasn't been that long away from the game as well. And they are facing teams. Let's be honest, that they should stomp. They should beat him. So I guess the win against 9C is a step in the right direction. But I'm still not sold on them making it to the major.
What about you, Prof? You were touching on who you had in there. Did you have EG going through?
No. They were around the 8th spot, something